Chapter 1. A zombie in an iron barrel, here to devour your brain. Cold, an unending chill. The howling wind jolted Jiang Liu from his slumber. Where is this wind coming from? Didn't I close the window? How can it be so cold? Jiang Liu's fingers were so numb they felt on the verge of losing all sensation, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably, as if ensnared in an eternal winter, devoid of any warmth. Instinctively, he sat up, rubbing his hands together, and glanced around. In the corner lay a dilapidated wooden plank, seemingly serving as a makeshift bed, upon which was spread a thin blanket, utterly incapable of providing any warmth. And it was from this very plank that he had awakened. Something is amiss. This isn't my home, where am I? As realization dawned upon him, Jiang Liu surveyed his surroundings and noticed the room was stark and empty, measuring no more than 10 square meters. The ceiling loomed low above him, suggesting he was either in a basement or some kind of shelter. A solitary light bulb flickered weakly overhead, casting a dim glow. On the center of the floor lay remnants of burnt wood, stirred by the wind, sending up clouds of dust. In another corner stood a set of table and chairs, with a desktop computer sitting atop the table, its screen still aglow, displaying some text. Aside from these, the room contained nothing else. What a joke. Wasn't I at home? Have I been kidnapped? No, this doesn't seem like a kidnapping. It feels more like the result of some peculiar force. It's so cold I must first close the door. The frigid wind outside howled fiercely, continually invading the room and plunging the temperature to perilous lows. Without a moment to ponder, Jiang Liu hurried toward the door, shutting the wooden door that had been blown ajar, barely managing to halt the onslaught of the chill. Damn it! What on earth is this place? As he reached the door, Jiang Liu cast a glance outside. The sky was dim. A blanket of white had enveloped the ground. The howling wind, combined with the bitter cold, rendered it utterly unsuitable for any human to linger outdoors. Even within this room, given his current body temperature, survival was impossible without a fire to warm him. I need to see if there's anything useful inside. If not, I must light a fire. Jiang Liu felt a sense of urgency. Waking up in such a ghastly place was enough to incite panic. Yet he understood that succumbing to fear would yield no hope. Only by striving to remain calm could he grasp a sliver of survival. His gaze fell upon the computer. It was an ordinary desktop, coated in a thick layer of dust, suggesting it had remained untouched for quite some time. He rummaged through a drawer and found a filthy metal cup, along with a small packet of strawberry-flavored biscuits, neatly wrapped. Not bad, at least I haven't come away empty-handed. Placing the items on the table, Jiang Liu sat before the computer and immediately began perusing the information displayed. Welcome to the world of the doomsday winter. This is a realm steeped in despair, where countless bizarre creatures roam, and the lethal cold will claim the lives of every new resident who enters this world. The order of this world has long since collapsed. The apocalypse has arrived, enveloping the globe in hopelessness, making survival an arduous endeavor. However, if fortune favors you, perhaps you may uncover the secrets to enduring in this place. Firstly, the shelter you currently inhabit can shield you from the elements, but it is not absolutely safe. Strive to enhance and upgrade it. Secondly, due to the scarcity of food, mutated creatures will attack you out of hunger. Do your utmost to conceal your presence. Alternatively, you may choose to eliminate them. Thirdly, the days are relatively mild, making it a suitable time to scavenge for useful supplies nearby. The nights, however, are treacherous. That is when hunting becomes favorable. Fourthly, this computer is an indispensable tool for your survival. It will aid you significantly in navigating this apocalyptic world. Fifthly, upon concluding this reading, you may commence your journey of survival. Now, please draw your first survival talent. The Doomsday Winter World? Food scarcity. Scavenging for supplies. Survival. It was utterly incredulous. After reviewing the information, Jiang Liu furrowed his brow. Survival talent? What could that possibly entail? Before he could act, a golden, spinning wheel suddenly manifested on the computer screen. The wheel's surface was adorned with numerous divided phrases, such as extraordinary endurance, master lumberjack, and insatiable appetite, clearly representing various talents. At the bottom of the wheel was a button labeled Start. Each individual could only draw a survival talent once, while talents could be upgraded in the future. They could not be exchanged. It seems that survival talent is crucial for my existence in this world. I hope to draw a favorable one. Witnessing this, Jiang Liu moved the mouse and clicked start. If he could obtain a beneficial talent, it would undoubtedly bode well for his future endeavors. Conversely, if the talent proved inadequate, it could lead to dire consequences, even death. The wheel began to spin. It whirled rapidly, the red pointer at the bottom remaining still until the wheel came to a halt, revealing 4 characters. Moment of slaughter. Active use. You can enter the moment of slaughter, granting a comprehensive enhancement to your physical attributes for 1 second. But be warned, it may only be used once per day. Side effect. You will become an easier target for mutated creatures. What the hell, moment of slaughter? Is this asking me to become a hunter? Jiang Liu was taken aback. For a diligent student from his past life, who had scarcely touched a weapon, to engage in combat with mutated creatures seemed exceedingly unreasonable. Once the video concluded, the computer screen shifted again. With the talent drawn, it was time for the material selection phase. Please choose 3 items from the following supplies to assist you in embarking on a new survival journey. Jiang Liu scrolled the wheel, revealing an extensive list of supplies on the computer screen. There were numerous items. 3 days' worth of food, fresh water, an axe, salt, sugar, and various seasoning jars. A flint, sufficient firewood to burn for 3 days. A complete set of warm clothing. A medical kit stocked with various medications. An array of choices, vast and varied. Jiang Liu glanced briefly. While the items were all useful, none appeared particularly extraordinary, merely basic supplies one might typically find. The warm clothing is excellent. I'm currently clad in thin garments, without even shoes, and desperately need a suitable winter outfit. The flint seems invaluable, as well I can't start a fire through friction, so having it would enable me to ignite flames quickly. And the medical kit, if obtained, would allow for timely treatment for any illnesses in the future. In that moment, Jiang Liu found himself grappling with a choice paralysis. Given his dire need for supplies, he gazed at the myriad items on the screen, each one tempting and desirable. Yet, if he had to select just 3, he was at a loss, uncertain how to make his decision. Such a choice was of utmost importance, fundamentally affecting Jiang Liu's future survival in this world. The flint is essential. Without it, I would struggle to ignite a fire. A complete set of clothing is also necessary. I'm only wearing a single layer and lack shoes. Staying warm is crucial in this frigid environment. As for the last item, it has already been bound to a short knife and cannot be altered. Jiang Liu had initially hoped to select additional protective gear. Regrettably, both the clothing and flint were indispensable. Lacking either would leave him questioning his survival through the night. Moreover, with the short knife being non-negotiable, Jiang Liu ultimately clicked confirm, selecting these 3 survival items. In the next moment, a flash of white light occurred, and the 3 items materialized upon the floor. The 3 items appeared out of thin air. A flint, a complete set of warm clothing, and a finely crafted metal short knife. Jiang Liu hastily donned the clothing, the thick garments effectively shielding him from the cold, providing a modicum of warmth. The snow boots enveloped his feet snugly, fitting perfectly. Then, he once again picked up the wooden board from the corner, which was dry and brittle. With a few kicks, Jiang Liu effortlessly shattered the board into splinters, piling them together to ignite with his flint. This piece of wood was of little use if not for fuel. Jiang Liu would surely not survive the night. The flickering flames immediately radiated warmth, providing him with a semblance of security, which was amplified by the howling cold wind outside. He filled a metal cup with snow and placed it by the fire to roast. Afterward, Jiang Liu sat around the campfire until his body temperature rose and his fingers were no longer numb and stiff. Only then did he return to his computer to browse through other information. Upon selecting his talents and resources, the computer screen resembled a cross, dividing into 4 sections: communication, weather, store, and shelter. Among these, Jiang Liu was particularly intrigued by communication. He clicked to open it. In an instant, a flurry of information filled the screen, nearly overwhelming it. What a joke! A winter apocalypse world? Where on earth is this? Does anyone know? The snowstorm outside is tremendous. This is no laughing matter. The temperature is far too low, everyone. Quickly light a fire to keep warm. Brothers, I was born in a luxurious, five-story villa. Goodness, what luck for those upstairs. How come I start out in a bridge tunnel? I don't even have a piece of cloth to shield me from the wind. All right, everyone, save your breath. Who could possibly have luck as bad as mine? I woke up on a boat in the middle of the river, surrounded by ice. How am I supposed to survive? I'm doing all right, though. I woke up in a small wooden cabin, complete with a fireplace. It's simply too warm. Damn, I truly envy that I can't even find an extra piece of clothing here. I'm freezing to death. The information was abundant and utterly overwhelming. It seems that everyone's waking location is quite different. Some star in mansions, while others are in bridge tunnels or broken boats. In this light, my underground room doesn't seem too shabby, Jiang Liu observed. He noticed 3 options in the lower left corner: nearby people, friends, and the current area 055, which had a staggering population of 8 million. He immediately switched to nearby people. In stark contrast to the earlier clamor, this section felt rather quiet. At the top, it displayed that only 300 people were nearby. At that moment, only 40 to 50 individuals were engaged in conversation, exchanging information, while the rest remained silent. Have you noticed? It seems that everyone's waking location differs, yet the rules claim to ensure fairness and justice. Indeed, I'm fortunate to have awakened in a room. Otherwise, I shudder to think about how I would survive such a frigid night in a bridge tunnel. Based on my personal speculation, perhaps a better starting shelter means poorer surrounding resources, or it may reflect in talents or other aspects, thus achieving balance. By the way, what talents did everyone draw? Why not share with each other? In an instant, only a few remained conversing in the channel. The talents shared were rather mundane, mostly related to accelerated digging, logging proficiency, and warmth retention. Their authenticity was uncertain. In this unfamiliar and perilous environment, although unspoken, everyone was consciously wary of each other, avoiding the revelation of personal information. After all, this channel pertains to nearby individuals. No one knows how close nearby truly is. None can ascertain whether among these nearby individuals lurks a nefarious intent. Thus, for their own safety, such information is rarely divulged. Does a fortunate start imply misfortune elsewhere? If I now find myself destitute, perhaps I ought to receive something valuable from outside? Jiang Liu scrolled through the chat history before opening the weather. 8 pp. It was 8 in the evening, 23 C, with fierce winds and heavy snowfall. As night had fallen, such weather was decidedly unsuitable for venturing outdoors. For your safety, please remain indoors and ensure all doors and windows are securely closed. The temperature displayed was likely that of the outside world. However, the interior felt considerably warmer due to the fire burning. Moreover, with a combination of strong winds and heavy snow, it was undoubtedly unwise to go outside. Hopefully, conditions would improve by tomorrow daytime. He cast a glance at the shelter. The current state of the shelter was dismal, a semi-exposed basement in poor condition, barely adequate for an overnight stay, let alone a long-term residence. In addition, the screen displayed a 3D model of the basement where Jiang Liu resided. He could drag and rotate the view at will, examining it from various angles, and even utilize sidebar tools to modify the basement. He could even add several floors if he wished. However, such renovations required the expenditure of winter coins and certain materials. Merely repairing the dilapidated wooden door would cost 30 winter coins and 5 kilograms of firewood. Firewood was manageable, but what exactly were winter coins? Did this world possess its own currency system? Ultimately, Jiang Liu clicked into the shop to examine the description of winter coins in detail. It mentioned that to acquire winter coins, he needed to sell supplies to the shop in exchange or scavenge outside, where there was a chance to obtain some. Jiang Liu attempted to sell a short knife, which yielded only 8 winter coins. Selling the computer desk would scarcely net him 2 winter coins. The disparity between these prices and the required 30 winter coins was marginal, but he would not resort to such measures. At the bottom of the shop interface, many individuals were posting trade requests, mostly offering items in exchange, with a few opting for transactions using winter coins. Jiang Liu browsed briefly and noted various requests. 2 oranges in exchange for a day's worth of food. Those who attempt to shortchange others need not apply. I have a bottle of milk, and I'm looking to trade for weapons. Any type will do, as long as they can provide some defense. Seeking a set of warm clothing, feel free to negotiate. Such trading requests could also be posted by him, though he was limited to one per day. However, there were no restrictions on purchasing, though every transaction incurred a small fee in winter coins and IT present. Everyone was still in the exploratory phase. While many were posting trades, the number of completed transactions was likely minimal. After gaining a basic understanding, Jiang Liu casually posted his own trade request. Seeking food. Food and warmth were the keys to survival in this world. Although Jiang Liu had only been awake for less than an hour, he had already astutely recognized this fact. Currently, he possessed only a small packet of sandwich biscuits, which was woefully insufficient for sustenance. It seemed that the key lay in tomorrow's exploration, since he was unable to venture out right now. It was the perfect opportunity to experiment with his talent for hunting moment. In the next instant, Jiang Liu began executing a set of military-style punches, and halfway through, he suddenly activated hunting moment. In that fleeting moment, his speed, strength, and other attributes experienced a remarkable enhancement in the outside world. His military punches resounded with a powerful crack as they sliced through the air. How formidable! In this state, he should be capable of handling the dangers outside. With this, he felt confident about his forthcoming exploration. Jiang Liu was filled with joy, yet he did not forget the side effects of hunting moment, which would render him more susceptible to attacks. Thus, he refrained from further experimentation, ensuring that the fire would burn sufficiently until morning before curling up and slipping into a state of slumber, preparing for tomorrow's venture. In a hazy stupor, Jiang Liu slept until dawn. The fire had long since extinguished, and the room was suffused with an icy chill that penetrated to the bone, as if he were ensconced in an ice cave. Frozen and numb, Jiang Liu rose, stretching his stiff limbs, and picked up the cup he had placed by the fire to take a sip. The cold water settled uncomfortably in his stomach, with very little food, indeed. A pitiful amount. He could only consume half a biscuit for breakfast, saving the other half for emergencies. Afterward, Jiang Liu sat down in front of the computer to check the weather outside. It was 10:35 in the morning. -10°C, with a gentle breeze and light snow. The weather had slightly improved, making it a favorable time to venture out for scavenging, though he still needed to keep warm and be cautious of the mutated creatures that roamed outside. I overslept. Jiang Liu had intended to rise early to allow ample time for exploration, but in this cold world devoid of an alarm clock, punctuality was a futile endeavor. It's time to set out. Confirming that the raging storm had abated, Jiang Liu grasped a short knife and slowly ascended the staircase. Pushing open the door, before him lay a vast expanse of white plains. Not far ahead, a river meandered, now frozen over in the frigid air. The sky was clear, though delicate flakes of white snow drifted down, and Jiang Liu could see several unidentified creatures soaring through the air. Dense clusters of trees stood in all directions, encircling him like a massive maw, perhaps harboring some mutated beings within. Jiang Liu took a few steps forward, glancing back at his shelter. It remained the same basement. Although the snow concealed much, he discerned from the surrounding traces and a few intact brick walls that it was indeed a basement. This space had initially been intended for a house. But now, the floors above had collapsed entirely, leaving only the basement intact. Time was of the essence, and many tasks lay ahead. Jiang Liu first ruled out the river in front of him and chose to venture into the left side woods. The forest was filled with nameless trees, their bark a pale gray and devoid of leaves, with scattered branches littering the ground. These branches were exceedingly dry, lacking moisture, and perfectly sized and sturdy for use as firewood. Jiang Liu easily gathered a substantial amount, transporting it back and forth several times, estimating that the firewood he carried would suffice for 2 nights, before halting his efforts. Next, he would wander about, hoping to locate some food. Food was of utmost importance. In the basement, he now had only half a biscuit left. If he failed to find additional sustenance today, the coming days would undoubtedly be arduous. He picked up a sturdy branch about half a meter long from the ground. After removing the forks, Jiang Liu tested its weight and found it satisfactory, deciding to use it as a makeshift weapon, gripping it tightly in his hand. After all, The woods might harbor dangers, and it was only sensible to have a stick for defense. Though the short knife was sharp, its range was too limited. Jiang Liu preferred a weapon, like a stick, capable of mid to long-range attacks. The heavy snowfall from the previous night had blanketed the ground in a thick layer of snow, nearly half a calf deep, making movement particularly laborious. Jiang Liu wandered through the woods, but aside from the vast expanse of white snow and pale gray trees, he saw nothing else. He couldn't help but feel disheartened. A few birds flew overhead, yet with his current tools, it was utterly fanciful to think he could bring one down. It seemed there was nothing to be found on the outskirts. To discover anything, he would have to delve deeper. With a determined resolve, Jiang Liu ultimately decided to venture further into the woods. Though this was a somewhat reckless choice, the pressing need for food compelled him to do so. This was arguably the best state he had been in. If he returned empty-handed today, the following days would surely be quite challenging. No risk, no reward. As long as he remained cautious, he should avoid major issues. Jiang Liu treaded carefully, using the abundant branches to mark arrows on the ground, ensuring he wouldn't lose his way on the return journey. After navigating through the woods for about 10 minutes, he arrived at a slightly more open area, and indeed, here, he finally made a discovery. A quaint wooden cabin stood not far ahead of him. A wooden cabin, it appeared to have been long abandoned. Jiang Liu cautiously approached. From the exterior, the cabin was a single story, with windows and wooden walls showing signs of damage, some precariously hanging, as if they might collapse at any moment. The central wooden door was inwardly dented, as though it had been struck by a heavy object. Jiang Liu gently tugged at it, and it opened effortlessly. In the next moment, Jiang Liu instinctively stepped back 2 paces, his expression alert. A bear trap, and it was placed right behind the door. He refrained from entering the cabin immediately and instead stood at the threshold, noticing the bear trap positioned ominously just behind the door, that if someone were to rush in without careful observation, there was a significant chance they would trigger the trap. Jiang Liu, with utmost caution, peered through a gap in the wall and, confirming the absence of occupants within, retrieved a stick and tossed it onto the trap, successfully closing it. With a snap, the trap immediately sprang up, snapping the stick in 2. Wouldn't that hurt terribly? He should take it back, find a suitable spot for it. Perhaps it could catch some game. Or at the very least, be sold for trade. Jiang Liu eagerly stowed away the bear trap. After such a long journey, he finally had a bit of a reward. He continued to scour the cabin. Hoping for further surprises, he began to examine the interior of the cabin. The space was rather modest, furnished with only basic tables and chairs, along with a few cabinets, all covered in a thick layer of dust. This indicated that the cabin had been neglected for quite some time. Jiang Liu placed the bear trap on the table and began rummaging through the drawers and cabinets, leaving no potential hiding spot unchecked. Finally, he discovered 2 packets of milk oatmeal in one of the drawers. Only 2 packets of oatmeal. Jiang Liu felt a twinge of disappointment. Although the oatmeal could be consumed easily by simply adding hot water, or even eaten dry, it was quite clear that it would not suffice to satiate his hunger. While it might serve as a breakfast option, it would certainly not be enough to sustain him throughout the day. Surely there must be more. I need to search more thoroughly. Unwilling to give up, Jiang Liu searched once more, nearly overturning the entire cabin, and eventually found a wooden bowl tucked away in a cabinet. The bowl was just the right size to be cradled in both hands, its color strikingly similar to the cabinet's surface. Had he not reached in to feel around, he might have missed it altogether. Aside from this, despite his thorough search, he could find no further items except a bear trap, 2 packets of milk oatmeal, and a wooden bowl. His haul could be considered satisfactory. Jiang Liu was not overly greedy. After all, he had only stumbled upon a single cabin, and such a bounty was quite a pleasant surprise. Yet, it was regrettable that he had not found more food. If this issue could not be effectively addressed, he would face prolonged hunger. Although he would not perish immediately, the sensation was far from pleasant. The bear trap could later be used for hunting. Perhaps it would catch some game if that proved impossible. Selling the trap for food should not be an issue. Wait, something seemed amiss. There appeared to be an inscription etched into the surface. Jiang Liu had just laid out the items he had gathered on the table. He now noticed several scratches on its surface. These scratches combined to form a single phrase. Mutated creatures. Jiang Liu's expression shifted slightly. The rules had previously indicated that nighttime was an opportune time for hunting, and warned them to be wary of attacks from mutated creatures, advising against exposing their whereabouts. Find such a warning within this cabin was unsettling. Could it be that the cabin's previous owner had suffered an attack, leading to its abandonment? It seemed that, in addition to the scarcity of survival resources, this world harbored many dangers. Jiang Liu glanced outside. The sky had grown somewhat dim, and the once harmless breeze had intensified, sending the snow swirling chaotically. Considering the time, he realized he had been out for 3 or 4 hours. Prolonged wandering had left him feeling hungry and thirsty, and his hands and feet were already numb with cold. It was not the right time to continue exploring. He needed to return to warm himself by the fire. Without hesitation, Jiang Liu decided to head back to his basement. However, having ventured so deep into the forest to find the cabin, he certainly could not overlook any resources he could take with him. He tested the table and bed, finding them too heavy to move, but the chair posed no problem. Immediately, he placed his gathered items on the chair, lifted it, and exited the cabin. Darkness swiftly encroached. The wind and snowfall intensified. Jiang Liu had left markers along his path, though some had been slightly covered by the snow. Had he walked any slower, he might have lost his way entirely beneath a blanket of snow. Indeed, deep exploration held its risks, but he was fortunate enough to return safely. Moments later, Jiang Liu spotted the familiar outline of his dwelling, pulled open the basement door, and returned to his sanctuary. The firewood he had gathered that morning lay haphazardly piled nearby, a substantial amount sufficient to burn for 2 nights. He promptly fetched his flint and ignited the fire. Feeling the icy chill gradually dissipate as warmth returned to his body, he then placed the wooden bowl filled with snow, along with a metal cup, near the fire, waiting for the snow to melt into water. This wretched weather had turned so harsh by just after 5 o'clock, it seemed he could not afford to be out later than 6 in the future. Jiang Liu glanced at the time. 5:17 in the evening. 16, strong winds, light snow. The impending darkness urged him to return to the shelter promptly, to avoid direct confrontation with mutated creatures in the dark. The mention of mutated creatures further underscored the danger of nighttime. He could not afford to venture out carelessly. Contemplating safety, Jiang Liu decided to set the bear trap behind the door, while the makeshift weapon he had fashioned from a stick was placed beside his computer desk, ensuring it would be within easy reach if needed. Afterward, he settled onto the chair he had salvaged and took a bite of the half-eaten biscuit left over from breakfast, followed by a sip of the icy water. With a sigh, he reflected on his situation. Not enough to eat, insufficient warmth, and a harsh environment. This truly felt like the grim reality of surviving a harsh winter. Jiang Liu began browsing the store, hoping to find food within his means that a piece of black bread could be exchanged for a flint. Damn it. He had forgotten to select flint when choosing supplies, and now he couldn't start a fire, risking freezing to death. This trade could work. I happen to have extra flint that I wonder how large a piece of your black bread is, about the size of a palm. That's not the case. I was so hungry today that I took 2 bites, and now there's only a piece the size of my thumb left. Anyone willing to trade? Are you kidding me? A piece the size of your thumb? What on earth could that satisfy? No one would trade with you. Upstairs, if you won't trade, I will. People are starving here. Keeping a piece of flint is of no use. A piece of black bread the size of a thumb could be exchanged for a flint. Jiang Liu paused at this revelation. While he could understand the demand for food, he hadn't anticipated that merely a day had passed, and people were already so desperate that they would entertain such a trade. Such a price was beyond his means. He would continue searching. He scrolled down, hoping to find a more reasonable trade. However, every transaction related to food was exorbitantly priced, and buyers were required to pay a fee in winter currency as well. Thus, in each transaction, buyers were often forced to pay a hefty price just to obtain enough food to fill their stomachs. The existence of such fees ensured that voluntary trading could never be a sustainable means of survival. The correct approach entails acquiring resources from external sources in order to strive for self-sufficiency. Subsequently, any surplus items that are not required can be placed in the marketplace, awaiting eager buyers. My current predicament is not yet dire. Purchasing food at this juncture would not be a prudent decision. Jiang Liu opened a packet of milk oatmeal, pouring it into a cup and stirring it with a spoon. Having eaten little throughout the day, The oatmeal merely alleviated his hunger momentarily, failing to sate him fully. Moreover, Jiang Liu faced challenges beyond mere sustenance. Numerous issues awaited his resolution. To begin with, if he intended to survive in the basement for an extended period, he must devise a means to acquire a fireplace. The basement he currently occupied lacked ventilation. Thus, if he were to kindle a fire within, the accumulation of smoke could lead to carbon monoxide poisoning. Furthermore, he needed to address insulation, construct a toilet, and repair the wooden door, all of which required his careful attention. Should I wish to renovate the room, it would necessitate the expenditure of winter coins and a considerable amount of materials. Materials could be procured with relative ease, but to obtain winter coins, he must either sell resources to the store or scavenge them from the outside. Today, as foray yielded no winter coins, and supplies were scarce, barely sufficient for his own needs, let alone for sale. Perhaps he ought to utilize his survival talent, hunting instinct, to slay a mutated creature. After all, mere survival in this harsh winter world proved exceedingly challenging. Only by leveraging various survival skills could one endure, Jiang Liu pondered. Yet the rules stipulated that nightfall was the optimal time for hunting. Moreover, he had seen no signs of wildlife activity in the woods during his morning excursion. Was it the case that he could only encounter living creatures by venturing out at night? Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from outside, a sound as if something had collided with the wooden door. Startled, Jiang Liu sprang to his feet. How could this be? Who would be outside in such weather? No, perhaps it was not a person. He recalled a phrase he had seen on the table in the cabin. Mutated creature. A wave of dread washed over him as he grasped the wooden stick beside him. Advancing cautiously toward the door, his dagger remained sheathed at his waist, ready for use only when absolutely necessary. Indeed, Jiang Liu intended to eliminate whatever threat lay beyond the door. Evading the situation would not resolve the issue. His refuge was here, with no retreat available. Thus, he had no choice but to confront the adversary in a desperate battle. Furthermore, this presented an excellent opportunity for him. Should he succeed in slaying the creature, it would alleviate his food scarcity and may even yield a significant unexpected windfall. Be cautious. Although he could not ascertain the nature of the creature outside, he remained vigilant, never allowing himself a moment of complacency. After all, if the entity could move in such inclement weather and dared to approach, it was likely no benign presence. It was a ferocious predator. Thud, thud, thud. The pounding at the door momentarily paused, only to resume with renewed vigor. The already dilapidated wooden door could hardly withstand such relentless force. After a few more impacts, it splintered, revealing several gaping holes. The frigid wind surged through the openings, extinguishing the flickering flames of the hearth, threatening to snuff it out entirely. He needed to ascertain the nature of the creature outside, peering through a small opening. Jiang Liu attempted to discern the form of the mutated being. However, the inky darkness obscured everything, rendering it impossible to identify what continued to batter the door. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted. Before Jiang Liu could react, a fearsome wolf's head burst through the door, looming before him. Its elongated, sharp visage was cloaked in a layer of pristine white fur. Its ears perked up. The wolf's muzzle jutted forward, its maw agape, drooling a stream of putrid saliva, while its small, sharp fangs gleamed ominously. Most unsettling of all were its two blood-red eyes, radiating a predatory gleam as they surveyed the interior, seemingly imbued with intelligence. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Jiang Liu, and he swung the stick towards the creature's eyes. He understood that inflicting harm with merely a wooden stick would be a formidable challenge unless he struck a vital point. Generally speaking, a creature's eyes are quite vulnerable, lacking the thick layers of fat and bone that protect other areas. Thus, should Jiang Liu hit his mark, he could potentially repel the foe. Indeed, the blow proved effective. The wolf's head, which had been probing within, emitted a short, pained howl before retracting. Has it retreated? Jiang Liu gazed at the hole in the door, remaining on high alert, unwilling to relax his guard. The creature might choose to flee from the pain. Yet there was a greater likelihood it would be provoked into launching another ferocious assault. Not only did he have to contend with the scarcity of food and the harsh weather, but also these mutated beings. The difficulty was becoming insurmountable. Jiang Liu slowly retreated, retrieving a burning log from the hearth and tossing it through the gap. The flame was instantly snuffed out by the howling wind, illuminating the surroundings for but a fleeting moment. Yet, in that brief instant, Jiang Liu glimpsed a slender white wolf, its body cloaked in snow, lingering outside the door, refusing to depart. Roar! Realizing it had been detected, the white wolf howled in rage, as if driven mad, renewing its assault. Thud, thud, thud. The frail wooden door could not withstand the creature's full force. After just a few more strikes, it was on the verge of collapse. He could not allow it to break through. Once the door was compromised, the bitter cold would enter, and even if he could repair it later, it would require a considerable amount of winter coins and timber. While fending off the mutated creature was of paramount importance, ensuring the future safety of the basement was equally crucial. Thus, without further deliberation, Jiang Liu swiftly flung open the door. Do you dare to enter? He had previously set a bear trap behind the door, inspired by the arrangements he had observed in the cabin. Should the creature dare to intrude, it would be ensnared. He now understood why the cabin's owner had arranged such traps. Perhaps they had encountered a situation akin to his own. Clearly, after this matter was resolved, he would need to prioritize the defensive measures of the cabin. Jiang Liu mused silently. In the next moment, a white wolf lunged through the doorway. Snap! The bear trap clamped down on one of its legs with precision. Instantly, the white wolf howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, fortuitously landing at Jiang Liu's feet. Hud, hud, hud. Jiang Liu raised the stick, no longer concerned with aiming, and struck down upon the creature with reckless abandon, aiming wherever he could out of course. His primary focus remained on the wolf's eyes, but amidst the chaos, he could not ascertain whether he had succeeded. Finally, after a tumultuous struggle, the white wolf retreated, curling up in a corner, gasping for breath. Jiang Liu refrained from recklessly pursuing it. He bore several wounds. His right arm had been scratched by the wolf's claws, and he had been struck in the chest, making it difficult to breathe. Most troubling was the bite on his left leg, which, though shallow, was seeping blood. However, the white wolf was not in much better condition. Its left eye was bloodied from the initial blow dealt by Jiang Liu, while its front paw was firmly ensnared by the bear trap, the previous battle deepening the wound to the bone and causing a significant loss of blood. Additionally, the wolf bore the marks of Jiang Liu's relentless strikes, its body swollen and battered. It was evident that the white wolf was gravely injured and growing weaker, panting heavily. Furthermore, Jiang Liu astutely noted that this wolf appeared somewhat small, not the robust, healthy specimen one would expect, but rather an aging, frail creature. If this were indeed the case, then he stood a considerable chance of victory. Recognizing this, Jiang Liu's confidence surged. Even so, he felt a surge of eagerness, a palpable impatience that he still held the ace of the hunting moment in reserve, yet to be deployed. Meanwhile, his adversary appeared to be cornered, their options dwindling to a present. His chances of victory seemed exceedingly high. However, what kind of mutated creature was this? Apart from its eyes glowing crimson, there were no other noticeable abnormalities. Just as Jiang Liu was contemplating this, the injured white wolf let out a piercing howl. Subsequently, its entire body radiated a fierce red glow, the flesh beneath its skin beginning to undergo some extraordinary transformation. In an instant, its muscles bulged, its fangs became menacingly pronounced, and its claws sharpened to a deadly point. Resembling daggers, the wolf underwent a dramatic metamorphosis in a matter of moments, morphing into a savage beast. Most striking were its eyes, an intense crimson that sent chills down one's spine. Was this truly a mutation? Jiang Liu was taken aback. His opponent had suddenly transformed from an old, battered, and dying wolf into a young, vigorous, and agile creature. Moreover, this wolf emanated a terrifying red aura, indicating it was anything but easy to confront. "Oh!" The white wolf howled, charging swiftly towards him and sinking its teeth into Jiang Liu's left shoulder. This was a small fish that Jiang Liu had intended to use as bait after partially consuming it. Caught off guard, Jiang Liu found himself bitten. The white wolf gnawed at his flesh, shaking its head violently, seemingly intent on tearing his left shoulder clean off. It was a desperate moment. Realizing this, Jiang Liu wasted no time in discarding the wooden stick and swiftly drew the short knife from his waist. The hunting moment. In an instant, he felt a surge of power, aiming the knife directly at the wolf's neck, plunging it down with ferocity. With a splatter, blood gushed forth. The white wolf yelped in pain, attempting to retreat, but Jiang Liu held its head firmly with one hand, rendering it immobile. Whoa! The wolf howled mournfully, exerting itself to finally break free. Yet, it seemed to be losing strength, likely due to excessive blood loss, and its right forepaw being pinned down, collapsing onto the ground. Its expression was fierce, yet it betrayed a sense of impending death, its capacity for resistance waning. Jiang Liu mercilessly struck down with a wooden stick, delivering blow after blow to the wolf's head until it lay lifeless on the ground. A cold corpse, pain. There was no sense of triumph in overcoming his foe, only the searing agony that lingered within him. Blood flowed freely from his wounds, with his left arm bearing the brunt of the injury. Other areas also bore various wounds, leaving him battered and bruised. He needed to procure medical supplies immediately. Aware of this, Jiang Liu struggled to his feet and initiated a transaction in the shop. Wolf meat in exchange for medical supplies. Who would take this deal? Though he was anxious, he concealed his urgency and tried to appear nonchalant. Sure enough, due to the current scarcity of food, the transaction attracted a plethora of onlookers and comments as soon as it was posted. Are you kidding me? While I'm here struggling to dig up roots from beneath the snow, this big shot is already feasting on wolf meat. Impressive, single-handedly taking down a white wolf. Now that's a formidable person. Can the big shot spare me a piece of meat? I'm willing to trade my entire fortune for it, exchanging medical supplies for wolf meat. I only have 2 cold medicines on hand. I wonder if that would suffice. In an instant, Jiang Liu's private messages were inundated, exploding to a count of 99 plus. Many expressed their willingness to trade their items for his offer. However, Jiang Liu did not respond to everyone. Instead, he swiftly skimmed through the messages and soon found a desirable trading partner. A medical box filled with supplies. He initiated the inquiry. 1 kilogram of wolf meat in exchange for your medical box. Not enough. 5 kilograms at least. Just 1 kilogram of wolf meat. Take it or leave it. If not, I'll find someone else. Fine deal. Jiang Liu smirked, realizing that possessing the wolf meat granted him a significant advantage in the market. Countless individuals were eager for a taste of his meat, and the other party's attempt to haggle was futile. After purchasing the medical box, Jiang Liu immediately set to work bandaging his wounds. The process was not easy. With his left arm injured, it took considerable time for him to tend to all his injuries and disinfect them properly. His left arm was the most severely hurt, rendering him somewhat weak and in need of rest. His left leg was manageable, allowing him to move with effort, while the other areas bore only minor wounds that, at this moment, Jiang Liu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Thankfully, he had not injured his right hand. Otherwise, sustaining an injury to his dominant hand would have severely hindered his survival. Nevertheless, this injury was worth it. He had acquired a wolf carcass, the value of which could elevate his status dramatically. Previously, Jiang Liu had browsed the shop. Currently, food transactions primarily consisted of bread, apples, and other plant-based items, and the supply was woefully insufficient that it could be said that any food-related trade, no matter how outrageous the price, would find a few desperate souls willing to partake. Now, he had obtained a complete wolf carcass. Jiang Liu assessed the weight of the carcass, estimating it to be at least 30 kg. Even after accounting for bones and entrails, there would still be around 15 kilograms of pure meat. If he were to trade this, he could undoubtedly fetch an astonishing price in return for a plethora of useful supplies, although wolf meat was not particularly palatable. At this moment, who could afford to be picky? Jiang Liu's injury had been addressed, but there were still other matters requiring his attention. For instance, the wooden door to the basement had been breached, allowing cold winds to seep inside, necessitating urgent repairs. There were numerous items still to procure, such as bedding, which were entirely absent from the basement. Furthermore, the attack by the mutated creature served as a stark reminder to bolster his defenses in the future. Though he had acquired a substantial sum, he could not squander it carelessly. Instead, he needed to plan meticulously, ensuring every coin was spent wisely. He removed the animal trap and repositioned it behind the door. Jiang Liu approached his computer, but he noted that selling the wolf carcass to the shop would yield a substantial 100 winter coins. However, At this moment, Jiang Liu found himself in greater need of other supplies. Thus opting against that route, he decided that bartering would still be his best course of action. Jiang Liu first uploaded a photo of the wolf carcass, then began to edit the trading content. Who wants wolf meat? Weapons, armor, portable stoves, fishing rods, vegetables, salt and sugar seasonings, warm clothing, etc. will be prioritized. Others, please upload photos. If I'm interested, I will reach out to you. The following morning, a brand new basement greeted Jiang Liu. The walls, previously submerged underground, now rose about 50 centimeters above the surface, exposing the entrance. The visible portion had been fitted with glass to allow for natural light, enabling Jiang Liu to observe the outside world more conveniently. If necessary, he could also draw curtains to shield the basement from prying eyes. The entrance door had been repaired, looking as good as new, with added bolts and a peephole for Jiang Liu to survey potential threats during future encounters. Upon entering the basement, he had expanded the space, which now spanned 20 square meters. Not overly large, but sufficient for his needs. Various corners were designated as an office area, rest zone, outdoor section, and storage area. Each was furnished with a desk and chair, along with a computer, keyboard, and mouse. A wooden bed was laid with a blanket, complete with a pillow and quilt, a short knife, an animal trap, and other necessary weapons for outings were neatly arranged. In the last corner, he stored some scattered firewood, along with the medical box he had purchased the previous night for household use. Additionally, he acquired a long gun for exploration purposes, its metal tip exceptionally sharp. The wooden texture of the gun's body feels smooth and rounded to the touch, standing on the ground at a height that surpasses Jiang Liu by half a head. Its use is perfectly suited for combat. The rationale behind choosing a spear as a weapon is rather straightforward. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Considering the realities of actual combat, if Jiang Liu were to opt for shorter weapons such as knives or axes to engage in close quarters with mutated creatures, even a victory could likely result in injury. In this harsh winter world, being wounded is undoubtedly a disadvantage. Thus, Jiang Liu's pursuit extends beyond mere lethality. If possible, he aspires to achieve a flawless victory without sustaining any harm. In terms of sustenance, Jiang Liu purchased a can of salt, sugar, and pepper, along with 2 tomatoes and a small handful of wild vegetables. Unfortunately, he was unable to procure any protective gear, although some was available for sale. The prices were exorbitant. After conversing with the vendors, he felt it would be unwise to engage in such transactions. Of course, there might be more affordable and high-quality armor available, but the overwhelming amount of information made it impossible for him to thoroughly peruse everything, leading him to abandon the search. Ultimately, he acquired a knitted hat at an exceptionally low price, considering that he often utilized the rest area and office space. He also purchased a fireplace, placing it conveniently between the 2 areas for warmth. Although there remain many shortcomings, his current environment is vastly superior to that of a few days prior. Jiang Liu surveyed the basement with satisfaction. The IT was filled with provisions that he had anticipated his needs, and, taking advantage of the high market value of wolf meat, had made extensive purchases last night. The new items he acquired include a fireplace, a wooden bed with blankets and pillows, a spear, a medical kit, a can of salt, sugar, and pepper, 2 tomatoes, and a small handful of wild vegetables. Previously, he possessed a short knife, traps for catching animals, wooden sticks, and flint. The shelter has been elevated by 50 centimeters and expanded to 20 square meters, with glass installed as observation points. The wooden door has been repaired, rendering it sturdier and fitted with a peephole. However, Jiang Liu paid a significant price for these improvements. Over half of the wolf meat he had was traded, with part exchanged for goods and the remainder converted into winter coins. He ultimately retained only 3 kilograms of wolf meat for his sustenance. The winter coins dwindled to 17 as the expenses for raising and widening the basement, replacing the wooden door, and installing the fireplace were substantial. IT was unnecessary to hoard money. The correct approach was to scour the market to enhance his living conditions and acquire essential weapons and resources. Nevertheless, while the basic issues of food and shelter have been addressed, Jiang Liu still faces numerous challenges. For instance, at this moment, the computer in the basement is indicating low power. What does this mean? Sitting in front of the computer, his brow furrowed in concern. The computer is nearly out of battery. Not only that, but the light fixture above in the basement is flickering, evidently due to insufficient power. This revelation surprised Jiang Liu. He had assumed that devices like computers and light bulbs operated independent of electricity, powered instead by some unknown energy source. He had never considered that, in such an environment, electricity could still be available. After following the circuit and investigating for quite some time in the basement, he finally discovered the source of power beneath the left side of the wooden door's entrance. An inconspicuous hidden compartment revealed a battery block measuring approximately 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters. The battery's exterior was covered in black and green stripes and was relatively lightweight, with the number 71 marked on the top. There's also a progress bar on the side, divided into 10 segments to this moment. The battery displayed only one remaining segment of power, glowing red and flickering ominously. The 71 battery? Jiang Liu removed it. And instantly, the light in the basement dimmed, the computer screen going black and unresponsive. Replacing the battery restored the light and rebooted the computer. So, this battery is responsible for powering both the computer and the light? Jiang Liu realized the significance of the battery as an essential resource. Without it, he would be unable to use the computer, effectively cutting off his access to information. Unfortunately, he had been unaware of this last night. And even now, browsing through relevant exchanges yielded no sellers of battery blocks that on one hand, such items may be exceedingly rare. On the other, common individuals would likely hoard such vital resources, reluctant to part with them unless absolutely necessary. This presents a dilemma. The battery block does not seem likely to be found in the surrounding woods. Perhaps I must seek out the remnants of some cities to search for one. Jiang Liu pondered briefly before promptly reaching out to the nearby individuals. Does anyone have information on the 71 battery? He inquired. Immediately, a flurry of responses filled the channel. Wow, Jiang Ge has resurfaced. What is the 71 battery? I've never heard of it. I haven't heard of it either, Jiang Ge. The wolf meat yesterday was incredible. Do you have any more to sell? I know about the 71 battery. Today my computer suddenly indicated low power, and after tracing the circuit, I discovered that it powers the computer. The chatter ignited an enthusiastic response among the crowd. Each message on the computer bore the sender's real name. Jiang Liu's sale of wolf meat had left a lasting impression on many. What a joke! While everyone else is toiling for a morsel of food, he could produce such an abundance of wolf meat to sell. Clearly, he is a formidable figure. Thus, when confronted with Jiang Liu's inquiry, everyone responded with eagerness, hoping to leave a favorable impression that might lead to future transactions should he have surplus resources to trade. Jiang Liu could eat the meat, and they would be content with the leftover bones. However, the information shared was of minimal value, lacking anything of particular significance. Understandably, such precious intelligence would never be openly disclosed. Jiang Liu swiftly scanned through the messages, noting the numerous voices but finding no critical information that he chuckled to himself ruefully. Yet in the next moment, a message caught his attention. I know where to find the 71 battery. Oh, Jiang Liu's eyes narrowed slightly to glance at the sender's name, which was Bai Hua. Add me as a friend. We can discuss the specifics privately. Bai Hua sent another message. Without hesitation, Jiang Liu sent a friend request. It was merely a matter of adding a friend, nothing overly significant. Moreover, as the other party rightly pointed out, certain pieces of information are indeed best kept out of public channels. The next moment, the friend request was accepted. Bai Hua promptly inquired, "Are you the Jiang Liu who traded a substantial amount of wolf meat yesterday?" "Yes." "Great. Let's make a deal. 3 kilograms of wolf meat for the information on the 71 battery." "What do you say?" Engaging in a trade now required Jiang Liu to exercise caution. How could he be certain that this Bai Hua genuinely possessed accurate information about the battery? What if he provided the wolf meat only for the other party to remove him from their friend list? Jiang Liu typed on the keyboard, sending a message. "If your information is correct, I am willing to make this trade. However, I do not have much wolf meat left. I cannot give you 3 kilograms. Bai Hua replied, "What can you offer then?" Jiang Liu did not respond immediately. He contemplated, "That depends on how valuable your information is. The more assistance it provides me, the greater my recompense will be. I can offer you a maximum of 2 kilograms of wolf meat, but it will have to be in installments. To demonstrate my sincerity, I can share a piece of cooked wolf meat for you to sample. If you want more, it will depend on your performance." Bai Hua quickly responded, "That sounds like a reasonable proposal, but it's unnecessary. I'm not in need of a single bite. If you're willing to make this trade, let us proceed immediately. Firstly, Could you inform me if there exists a frozen river in proximity to your shelter? Upon the mention of the shelter's location, Jiang Liu immediately became wary. What river? I am unaware of what you are referring to. Bai Hua responded with a laughing emoji. There is no need to feign ignorance. I have inquired with many individuals, and they all have a frozen river near their shelters. I believe this should not be an exception, and you ought to be included as well. Jiang Liu replied, just relay the information regarding Battery 71. I'm not interested in this. Bai Hua countered. Do not be hasty. Allow me to elaborate if there happens to be a river nearby. Then proceed along its course, and at some corner you will behold the ruins of an abandoned city. The scale of that place is vast, encompassing nearly 1,000 buildings. Although most are in a state of disrepair, there are still some intact structures that you can explore for scavenging. Within those houses, you may find Battery 71. Jiang Liu quickly grasped the implication. To possess such intelligence, it seems you must have scavenged there yourself. Thus, you should also possess batteries. Why not we trade directly? Bai Hua sent an apologetic emoji. I am afraid I must decline. You understand the significance of batteries. Unless the situation is dire, I am reluctant to trade them. Were it not for the immense scale of that city, I would not share this information with you. My team may be a bit late to set out now, but I can provide you with this. You can attempt to ascertain the location of the city ruins today and explore tomorrow. With that, Jiang Liu's interface displayed that Bai Hua had proposed a trade. The trade involved a pair of roller skates, which appeared somewhat haphazardly constructed, adorned with numerous metal fragments, and secured in several places with nails and tape. However, they should function adequately. Wearing these skates would allow him to glide across the ice, facilitating rapid movement. Yet he must be cautious of the fragile ice beneath him. Jiang Liu did not immediately accept the skates, but instead inquired, Why? What do you mean? Bai Hua responded, Why are you being so generous? You share information freely, and now give me a pair of roller skates. Are you not concerned that I might refuse to trade with you later? Bai Hua clarified. There is nothing peculiar about this. Even if I do not disclose the information regarding the batteries, others will likely share it within a few days. The roller skates are something I crafted using my talent, and they did not require much effort to produce. In exchange for these two items, I gain your goodwill as someone capable of single-handedly taking down a mutated white wolf in the early stages, which I believe is quite a bargain. Moreover, I do not believe you would later renege on our trade. Would you? Chinli pondered. You make a valid point. Should I successfully acquire the battery, we might engage in further trades in the future. My talent is related to meat, and if all goes well, I should have a surplus of it in the future, which I could prioritize trading to you. Inside a wooden cabin, a young girl, clad in thin clothing and leaning against the fireplace, brightened at this exchange. On the workbench beside her lay an abundance of metal and several pairs of homemade roller skates. She tapped at her keyboard and sent a smiling emoji. I wish you success in your endeavors. Additionally, allow me to mention that my talent is metal assembly. I can utilize metal to construct various items, such as these roller skates, which I made myself. If you have surplus metal to sell, or seek to forge weapons or armor, consider me first. Rest assured, my prices are exceedingly reasonable, and the quality is unparalleled. The conversation between Jiang Liu and Bai Hua concluded. Holding the roller skates gifted by Bai Hua, he immediately began to practice indoors. This was not difficult at all. Having previously engaged in roller skating, he quickly grasped the essentials and was able to glide smoothly across the room. Although his left leg bore an injury, he recognized the necessity of venturing out to explore. After all, if the computer ran out of power, he would lose all connection to the outside world. The weather, 11:37 a.m. -12°C, gentle breeze. Light snow, a splendid day for exploration. Don your attire, arm yourself, and set off immediately. The weather was indeed favorable, but it was imperative to eat adequately before proceeding. Daylight was a precious commodity, even without Bai Hua's information. Jiang Liu would have chosen to venture out as night fell. He would retreat to the basement for a leisurely fishing session, fully utilizing the harsh weather. After mastering the roller skates, Jiang Liu stepped outside. Arriving at the riverbank, the temperature, plummeting below -10 degrees, had encased the river's surface in a thick layer of ice. Stepping onto it revealed a surprising sturdiness. Even after jumping a few times, there was no sign of weakness. He removed his snow boots and donned roller skates, gliding along the ice for approximately 30 minutes before reaching a bend in the river. Indeed, there lay the ruins of a city. The ruins extended far beyond Jiang Liu's line of sight, a sprawling expanse impossible to survey in a single glance. He continued sliding along the ice for another 5 minutes before finally glimpsing the end of the ruins. Bai Hua's information proved accurate. Now the question was whether to enter immediately or prepare for a return visit. That moment, Jiang Liu's ears and cheeks were frozen crimson by the biting wind. Engaging in 30 minutes of skating in such frigid conditions left him extremely chilled, and he could not help but tremble, necessitating prompt warming. Considering the 30-minute return trip, Jiang Liu ultimately decided to return the following day for scavenging. The next morning, he was unscathed by any mutated creatures. The previous night, Jiang Liu had not fished much. He had gone to bed early and awakened quite early, all in preparation to set forth an optimal condition for today's exploration of the ruins. The weather, 8:50 a.m.-13C, gentle breeze, no snow. Today was a rare instance of clear weather without snowfall. With no falling snow, visibility would be greatly enhanced. May your scavenging endeavors be successful. Was someone manipulating the weather forecast? How could it possibly know about my plans for exploration today? Jiang Liu rose, added some firewood to the fireplace, sliced the remaining wolf meat with a small knife, and retrieved a small fish. He then sprinkled a sufficient amount of salt and pepper over the meat and fish before placing them over the flames to roast. Once the exterior was charred black, he removed them, pairing them with a tomato, and consumed them hastily. Breakfast required a more substantial meal, especially since Jiang Liu's activities might extend throughout the day. Thus, consuming additional food was essential. However, despite the seasoning, the breakfast flavor remained unimpressive. Barely surpassing the cold, stiff sandwich biscuits, he then picked up a cup resting on the fireplace and took a sip of the hot water. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Jiang Liu donned a knitted hat, grabbed his spear from the corner, along with the roller skates and flint, and stepped outside. He chose not to wear gloves. While they would keep him warm, they would also hinder his movements, impeding his ability to swiftly wield the spear. As it was Jiang Liu's first venture into the wilderness, he wished to avoid any unexpected incidents. Hence, after careful consideration, he opted to forego the gloves, leaving his hands bared. Today's objective was at least to locate a battery. If possible, he also aimed to scavenge additional useful supplies. Following the path from yesterday, he effortlessly arrived at the ruins of the city as before. The prolonged ice skating had left his face flushed and his body exceedingly cold. However, Jiang Liu had learned from his previous experience. He swiftly gathered the scattered dry branches around him and tore up some ragged fabric to use as kindling. With a flint in hand and aided by a small earthen slope to shield him, he quickly ignited a campfire. Once his body temperature had returned to normal, he procured a sturdy branch, thrusting it into the flames until its tip caught fire, then withdrew it to serve as a torch. In this wintry world, maintaining warmth posed a significant challenge for exploration. Jiang Liu was acutely aware of this. Unlike modern society, where homes are equipped with heating and hot water for convenient warmth, in this frigid and desolate post-apocalyptic world, allowing one's body to grow cold made it exceedingly difficult to regain warmth quickly. Even with the flint in his possession and the campfire lit several times, he had spent nearly half an hour. The time was now approaching 10 o'clock, that he still had ample time to explore, but caution was paramount. No one could predict the dangers that might lurk within. Jiang Liu held the torch in his left hand and a spear in his right, proceeding step by step into the city ruins. Entering through the main gate, he immediately beheld several buildings. The entrance of one on the ground floor marred by a gaping hole, with multiple damaged walls, clearly abandoned for years. Upon entering, he discovered that all the drawers of the cabinets were opened, leaving behind not a single item. Naturally, there was a compartment within for storing Type 71 batteries, but when Jiang Liu opened it, he found it utterly empty, devoid of any trace of batteries. Was this the reason Bai Hua had mentioned the need to search for intact houses? After opening the final bedroom door and finding nothing of value, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, a shadow erupted from the wardrobe. What could that be? Fortunately, Jiang Liu had remained vigilant, his spear still gripped tightly, allowing him to swiftly block the impending attack. Bang! The tremendous force of the impact reverberated through the spear and into Jiang Liu's body. A sharp pain shot through his left arm, causing the torch to be knocked from his hand. While the wooden spear bent slightly, but did not break. Wah-ya-ya! The creature that had lunged at him emitted a strange cry. It was a pitch-black being with elongated wings. Its head was small, ears pointed, and its body covered in fine fur, with two sharp white fangs protruding from its mouth and blood-red eyes that seemed ready to burst from their sockets. Whoosh! Before Jiang Liu could mount a proper counterattack. The bat-like creature flapped its wings and took to the air within the cramped room, seemingly attempting to escape through a gap in the wall. Trying to flee. Seeing this, Jiang Liu transformed his spear into an axe and struck downwards with precision. Bang! Direct hit! The bat creature was violently struck from the air by Jiang Liu, landing on the ground and whimpering, emitting a series of squeaks, its limbs thrashing about in a desperate struggle. Yet it was not dead. It had nearly harmed him. Thankfully, he had reacted quickly. Jiang Liu glanced at the spear, where two claw marks were etched into the wooden surface, a testament to the creature's sharp wings. He let out a cold snort and thrust his spear into the creature's head, pinning it to the ground, then drew a short knife to decisively sever its head. He wished to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, opting for a complete resolution to prevent the bat from retaliating in its dying moments. The haul was fairly decent. Though he had not found the battery, he had obtained the corpse of a mutated creature. This bat's body was not small. With its wings spread, it measured a full 60 centimeters, and the claws at the tips of its wings were sharp and formidable, undoubtedly lethal weapons. The trait of mutated creatures seemed to be their blood-red eyes. However, this one did not undergo any transformation before dying. Could it be due to the daylight? Jiang Liu cautiously used his spear to lift the bat's corpse and, upon exiting, carefully buried it in the snow at the door. He was determined to take the body back with him. But for now, he needed to delve deeper into the ruins, making it impractical to carry it along. Caution was essential. This city ruin was not as tranquil as it appeared, and given his injury, he could not afford to engage in strenuous activity. Nonetheless, he still had a second of hunting time as a trump card, which he had yet to utilize. Thus, he continued his exploration without significant concern. Although he had acquired a bat's corpse, the sought-after Type 71 battery remained elusive. He had no choice but to persist in his search. Along the way, numerous doors of the houses stood ajar, or sections of walls were simply missing. Jiang Liu entered a few with a mindset of scavenging, but to no avail. Not only was there no sign of a Type 71 battery, but also not a single strand of hair remained. As for food or other supplies, they were mere fantasies, hopeless to even contemplate. Scavenging these houses was a waste of time. It was better to seek out those that were more intact. After several fruitless attempts, and spurred by Hua's information from yesterday, Jiang Liu quickly recognized the reality of the situation, choosing to abandon the dilapidated outer houses and head directly toward the city center. The snow was thick, resembling grains of salt or fine dust. Jiang Liu held his spear in his right hand, walking through the snow, his black knitted hat soon covered by a thin layer of snow, resembling a snowman, but he walked straight ahead and finally found a relatively intact house within the city. It was a two-story building, with only a few scattered holes in the outer walls, and the front door bore signs of impact, but remained standing, not breached. Surely, this house contained supplies. With this thought in mind, Jiang Liu approached and opened the door. Crack. The door was locked, refusing to budge. Jiang Liu aimed for the lock and kicked it several times, managing to force the door open just a crack. Someone had barricaded it from behind. No wonder it was so difficult to open. He pushed the door more forcefully, only to find that someone had moved a multitude of cabinets and tables to block the entrance, seemingly attempting to seal the door completely to prevent anything from entering. This action also suggested that there might be people inside the house. Jiang Liu did not retreat. Instead, he drew a short knife and cautiously entered the dwelling. There was no need to leave. If every room was arranged similarly, he might as well continue scavenging for supplies. Soon, Jiang Liu confirmed that the first floor was deserted. Time to check the second floor. He ascended the staircase step by step, the wooden steps somewhat damaged, creaking with each footfall as if they might collapse at any moment. The bathroom was empty, and here too there was no one. Upon opening the bedroom door, Jiang Liu beheld 3 corpses huddled together on the bed. A once warm family, now cold as ice that a crack in the window allowed the long-standing sub-zero temperatures of this world to cover the family's bodies in a thick layer of frost. Were these the indigenous people of this world? Jiang Liu stepped closer, closed the window, and examined the bodies for a while. Silently, he opened the bedside drawer and began searching for supplies within the room. Moments later, he successfully located a Type 71 battery in a hidden compartment on the first floor. The battery displayed a progress bar on its side, indicating 5 segments of charge, evidence that it had been used. Yet for Jiang Liu, this was still a commendable find. Additionally, he discovered an abundance of pots, pans, and kitchen utensils in the kitchen. However, perhaps due to prolonged exposure to low temperatures, these items appeared exceedingly brittle. A mere light touch caused them to shatter. There were no food supplies to be found, likely consumed by the family upstairs, with no further discoveries, and given that the Type 71 battery was not heavy. Jiang Liu estimated that he could carry back 2 of them at once, so he did not leave immediately. Instead, he returned the battery to its original place and ventured to a nearby, relatively intact house. Inside, Jiang Liu indeed found another battery, this one boasting a full 8 segments of charge. However, within the hall on the first floor, he also beheld a family of 4 frozen solid like ice blocks, devoid of any food, resembling the previous household in every way. The external weather, no matter how frigid, should not have compelled everyone to perish from starvation within their own homes. Perhaps there were mutated creatures lurking outside at that time, forcing them into hiding, Jiang Liu speculated. Subsequently, he took 2 batteries and returned to excavate the bat's corpse, intending to head back to the shelter. Lacking a computer, he could not ascertain the precise time. But judging by the diminishing blizzard surrounding him, he could roughly deduce that it was nearing noon at 12 o'clock. The external conditions were at their most favorable, with the scale of the snowstorm diminishing and temperatures rising. Conversely, at midnight, the weather outside was at its worst, with fierce winds and blizzards instilling fear, and temperatures plunging to a staggering -20 degrees. Perhaps I should acquire a watch. This way, I could avoid the awkwardness of losing track of time during my explorations. Jiang Liu mused, as thoughts of enhancing his equipment began to multiply in his mind. Despite having profited handsomely the previous day, he still recognized numerous inadequacies that required continuous upgrading of his gear and procurement of supplies. However, this was evidently not something that could be accomplished in the short term. Jiang Liu remained unperturbed as he approached the riverbank, preparing to don his roller skates for the journey home. Suddenly, something was approaching him. Jiang Liu halted his movements, spotting a small black dot not far to his right, steadily advancing towards him along the frozen river. As the figure drew closer, Jiang Liu could clearly discern that the so-called black dot was indeed a man. "Friend, the one ahead, please wait a moment," the man called out urgently before he reached Jiang Liu. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Liu noted that his skating skills were merely mediocre. If he chose to flee at that moment, it was highly probable that he would be pursued. Should a confrontation arise while he was still on skates, it would be exceedingly inconvenient and place him at a disadvantage. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to set down the supplies he was carrying, adjusted the short knife at his waist to expose it, and firmly grasped his long gun once more. Encountering other survivors indeed evoked a sense of kinship within him. However, whether the other party approached with benevolent intentions remained to be verified. After all, plundering fellow survivors was also an effective means of resource acquisition, and it could be executed rapidly, for the sake of his own life. Jiang Liu was naturally reluctant to place his trust in strangers while outdoors. His hunting prowess remained untouched. Even if he were to face this individual, he still held a chance of victory. It was better to pause and ascertain the intentions of the other party. With his trump card in hand, Jiang Liu felt no fear. As the man approached within a certain distance, he spoke. "That will suffice. Please state your business from where you stand." Jiang Liu observed the man closely. He wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and appeared quite refined. Beneath him were the same type of roller skates Jiang Liu wore, and he donned gloves, with a sheathed knife hanging from his waist and a dark green backpack slung over his back. Upon hearing Jiang Liu speak, the man hesitated to approach, clearly the long gun in Jiang Liu's hands, along with the partially exposed short knife at his waist, instilled a degree of pressure upon him. Especially with the headless bat's corpse lying beneath Jiang Liu's feet, it presented a rather ghastly sight, sending a chill down one's spine. "Excuse me, my friend, did you just emerge from this ruin?" After contemplating his words, the bespectacled man inquired. Jiang Liu's wariness began to ease. The man's demeanor did not suggest he had come with murderous intent, but rather as a passerby, seeking exploration. He did not respond directly. "Before inquiring about others, should you not introduce yourself? If you have no further business, I shall take my leave." No, the bespectacled man waved his hands repeatedly. "I am Liu Qi, a lawyer, and I mean no harm, truly. I have no idea how I ended up in this dreadful place that I stayed in the shelter for 2 days, and my food has run out. Not to mention my computer is nearly out of battery. Someone pointed me in this direction and provided me with these roller skates, suggesting I search for batteries and food. Upon arriving, I spotted you. I was hoping you could offer some advice if you have ventured inside." The lawyer named Liu Qi hurriedly explained. He seemed quite anxious that Jiang Liu might simply walk away, prompting him to speak rapidly. Yet Jiang Liu still grasped the essence of his words. "You seek information from me?" Jiang Liu asked. Liu Qi nodded. "Yes, if you would be willing to assist me, that would be splendid, that we could exchange contact information for potential future collaboration." "Let us skip that. I have indeed ventured inside, and this bat is a result of my efforts that I can provide you with information, but it will not come without a price." Jiang Liu's eyes gleamed as they fixated on the dark green backpack slung over Liu Qi's back. This item was something he desperately needed. Possessing it would undoubtedly enhance his capacity to scavenge and carry supplies, alleviating the hassle of frequent trips. Liu Qi understood Jiang Liu's implication and readily replied, "If you are willing to form a team and scavenge together, I shall gladly part with this backpack. However, I must retain a sufficient amount of food and batteries from our haul." Teaming up for scavenging, Jiang Liu pondered. Within the ruins of the city, there might still lurk mutated creatures, and he bore several injuries. Handling such threats alone could prove troublesome. An additional pair of hands would indeed mitigate these challenges, but Jiang Liu could not guarantee that the other party shared his objectives. If, after acquiring ample supplies, he were to be betrayed, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Thus, he decisively declined the proposal. "I currently have no intention of forming a team. We can discuss this matter at a later time." "Is that so?" Liu Qi's expression reflected disappointment. "No matter. If we do not team up, let us do this. You share the information from within, along with that bat's corpse, and I will trade you the backpack." Jiang Liu chuckled. "Do you have any idea how scarce food is outside? I can offer you half a bat at most, and you cannot enter the city from this side. You must find another entrance." Naturally, he could not allow Liu Qi to enter from this side. Otherwise, they would be competing for resources. Liu Qi did not hesitate and promptly agreed. Half a bat was still a fair trade for him, considering he had another backpack back at his shelter. Finding another entrance was inconsequential. After all, the city was vast, and entry points were abundant. No problem. "I'll take this deal." He swiftly removed the backpack from his back and tossed it onto the ice. Jiang Liu caught it and, upon inspection, found it to be empty. The backpack was made of sturdy material, with a capacity of approximately 45 L, more than sufficient for his daily excursions and resource gathering. A fine backpack. After verifying the contents, Jiang Liu had no reason to go back on his word. He withdrew a small knife and efficiently sliced the bat's rigid, cold corpse in half. Also handing over the head as an extra token, he then began to outline the key points to consider while scavenging within the city, particularly emphasizing the potential presence of mutated creatures in the buildings and the locations of batteries. Given the city's expansive nature, he could never hope to consume all the resources alone, so he might as well extend a helping hand, potentially reaping benefits in the future. Thank you. After listening attentively, Liu Qi expressed his gratitude to Jiang Liu and subsequently sought out an alternative entrance to the city. Once the other man departed, Jiang Liu donned his roller skates and made his own exit. Throughout his journey, he frequently altered his direction until he confirmed that no traces of pursuit remained before finally returning to the shelter point. 2 batteries, half a bat's corpse, and a large backpack. This venture proved quite fruitful. The original battery, number 71, had been depleted. Jiang Liu replaced it with a new battery, boasting 5 bars of charge. Setting the old one aside rather than discarding it carelessly, he added wood to the fireplace and ignited a flame. Once again, I opened my computer, and upon perusing my friend's list, I discovered Baiwa. I sent her a message. Are you selling roller skates? Today, I encountered someone wearing the same pair as mine. Subsequently, while awaiting Baiwa's response and basking in the warmth returning to my body, I browsed through the nearby users. Indeed, I noticed that people had begun to discover the ruins of the city not far away and were exchanging information in their group chats. Jiang Liu quickly spotted a few individuals who were actively sharing insights, encouraging one another to explore the uncharted territories in order to collectively navigate through difficulties. Currently, everyone was still in the early stages, with few having located the city ruins, even though some were informing others in the channel. Determining the exact location and how to reach it would still require considerable time. However, this was a clear omen. In the coming days, the number of those venturing into the city would undoubtedly increase. Hence, I should seize the opportunity now, while the area is relatively deserted, to scavenge more from the ruins. As the crowd grows, various conflicts will naturally arise. Moreover, the influx of people would quickly deplete the resources of the city. Thus, I must capitalize on this opportunity, exploring the city as thoroughly as possible to gather supplies. Glancing at the time, it was 3:27 p.m. Baiwa had not yet replied, indicating that this was not her usual time to be online. The scavenging process in the city was taking longer than I had anticipated. It was not the right moment to venture outside again, as the weather would be quite harsh in the evening. The primary reason was that after entering the city, I had to proceed with utmost caution at every step. Just confirming the safety of the buildings, and then scavenging would take at least an hour to accomplish. There was no alternative. Without such vigilance, I might have already acquired several bat scratches on my face by now. Safety first remained the guiding principle of my actions, even in the face of great wealth. I had to ponder whether such risks were worthwhile, or if they might cost me my life at present. My food supply was somewhat scarce. It seemed I needed to shift my focus for tomorrow's scavenging to ensure I secured enough food. As for tonight's dinner, I would stick with wolf meat. I had no desire to experiment with the taste of barbecued bat. While bats were not inedible, I mused that I had not yet reached such a level of hunger. Since I still had wolf meat, I would just sell the bat carcass. My current situation allowed for one meal, but I could not guarantee the next. Additionally, I owed Baiwa a portion of wolf meat that I needed to repay. All things considered, my food supplies were indeed quite limited. Was there any way I could find a stable source of food? Jiang Liu pondered. At this point, my methods of obtaining food primarily relied on the substantial wolf meat acquired from slaying a mutated wolf and the luck involved in searching for supplies. The former, although rewarding, carried the risk of injury or death, while the latter depended entirely on fortune. If I was lucky, I might find something. If not, I would return empty-handed. If I could hunt another mutated wolf, my food issues would be significantly alleviated, as hunting was the essence of my survival skill. Perhaps I should refrain from scavenging the city ruins tomorrow. Instead, I ought to delve deeper into the dense forest, seeking out the lurking mutated creatures to hunt them down. Jiang Liu suddenly thought. The immense rewards of hunting mutated creatures were indeed tempting. Moreover, this approach would allow me to truly showcase my skills. Although I was currently injured and moving with difficulty, as long as I prepared adequately, took the initiative and executed my talent for a decisive strike, I would stand a fair chance. However, if I ventured deep into the forest tomorrow and failed to discover any signs of prey, it would mean wasting precious daylight. Meanwhile, the city ruins were clearly visible before me, and I'd already confirmed their status. If I chose not to go tomorrow, once the number of people increased, it would be much more challenging to scavenge valuable resources. Two paths lay before me. Two choices. Should I opt for the high-risk, high-reward hunting in the forest, or the stable resource acquisition from the city ruins? Ding dong, Jiang Liu received a new message. Upon opening it, he saw Baihua's reply. If no one else is selling roller skates, then it must be me. What is up? Did you run into someone? I hope you didn't get into a fight. Jiang Liu typed back. I encountered a lawyer named Liu Q. I doubt didn't come a blows. He was looking to explore the city and happened to cross paths with me, exchanging some information. Are you selling roller skates in the shop? Do you have anything else for sale? Baiwa replied promptly. At the moment, it's only roller skates. Collecting metal is quite challenging. So far, I've only sold 8 or 9 pairs. What is the matter? Are you looking to trade with me? Is it for weapons or armor? I haven't thought about it yet. I'll consider it when the need arises. Jiang Liu tapped away at the keyboard. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This Baiwa was indeed talented. She was leveraging her innate gift for metalworking to continuously produce roller skates for sale, thereby acquiring a wealth of resources. Undoubtedly, her actions were remarkably astute. As the only means of swift movement to explore the city ruins, roller skates were in high demand among the nearby populace. Additionally, even for someone like Jiang Liu, who was unaware of the city ruin specifics, she would actively inform him, enticing him to purchase a pair. Jiang Liu's unique status, having single-handedly slain a mutated wolf, rendered him an attractive prospect for Baiwa to invest in for future collaborations. Hence, she did not immediately demand goods in return. However, with others, Baiwa would certainly engage in trades to procure precious resources, while it was possible for them to enter the city and explore themselves. Such endeavors carried inherent risks. Jiang Liu had just faced an attack from a mutated bat today, narrowly escaping injury. Moreover, there might be even more formidable creatures lurking in other areas. Thus, for individuals with lesser physical capabilities, trading information and resources instead of personally venturing into danger proved to be a highly lucrative deal. The more Jiang Liu analyzed, the more he was impressed by Baihua's intelligence. Furthermore, her actions undoubtedly established her reputation among the locals. Everyone was aware of her talent in metalworking and her proficiency in crafting equipment. Once the city's resources were thoroughly scavenged, although the demand for roller skates would decline, the need for other equipment, such as weapons and armor, would surge. With her talent in hand and a history of successful transactions, as long as her prices were fair and the quality of her gear was assured, she would undoubtedly have a steady stream of orders in the future. This was a living example. Suddenly, Jiang Liu realized that Baiwa, sitting across the screen, was a person who had maximized her survival talent to its fullest extent. As long as no major upheavals occurred in the future, she would likely continue to survive in this harsh winter world through successive trades for the resources she needed. Without further ado, Jiang Liu quietly initiated a transaction with her. I'll pay you 1 kilogram of wolf meat now, and the rest will follow in a few days. Baiwa responded with a smiley face, promptly accepting the transaction. No problem. Indeed, my intel was spot on. Just be careful out there. I'm counting on you to bring me more meat. In a certain wooden cabin, Baiwa gazed at the substantial piece of wolf meat that had appeared before her. Her mouth watering in anticipation, she eagerly picked up a small knife from beside the fireplace to begin preparing the meat. I've never cooked wolf meat before, but the steps should be quite similar. First, I'll marinate it with oil, salt, and pepper. Should I add a bit of honey? Oh, and I'll pop open a bottle of orange soda. Today calls for a celebration. Baiwa hummed a cheerful tune. Her spirits lifted. Around her, the fireplace was piled high with firewood, blazing with fierce flames. In another corner of the kitchen, a delightful array of vegetables, fruits, and seasonings lay in wait, yet there was no meat in sight. Jiang Liu, it seemed, had a talent related to hunting, and I realized that I needed to maintain a good relationship with him in the future. Otherwise, where could I find meat to eat? In the dimly lit confines of the basement. Jiang Liu took a bite of the roasted wolf meat, which, to his disappointment, was rather unpalatable. Yet, under the oppressive weight of hunger, it revealed a peculiar flavor of its own. The moment for hunt time had yet to be invoked. He mused that if another mutated creature were to present itself tonight, life would become considerably more bearable. After the previous attack by a mutated wolf, Jiang Liu had resolved against setting any traps, instead positioning them behind the wooden door as a makeshift barrier. Reflecting on the incident, he deduced that his assault was likely a consequence of the side effects of hunt time, coupled with the possibility of being targeted by lurking creatures during his explorations in the woods. However, rather than springing an ambush, his adversary opted for a nocturnal approach, perhaps finding it more advantageous under the cloak of darkness. With these two factors in mind, he ventured out to explore the ruins of the city today. The question loomed, would he once again become the prey of a mutated beast tonight? With traps meticulously set, a long spear in hand, and hunt time as his trump card, he felt confident that even if confronted by another mutated wolf, he could retaliate without sustaining injury, leaving little cause for concern. Having come to this realization, Jiang Liu relaxed. He unwrapped the bandage from his wound, inspected it closely, and once satisfied that it posed no threat, he replaced it with a fresh dressing. The injuries to his hands and feet rendered movement somewhat cumbersome, a condition he anticipated would persist for some time. That a period of proper rest was essential for complete recovery before he could return to normalcy. Opening his computer, he perused the nearby community and noted an increase in individuals engaging in conversation. Many were discussing the city ruins, with numerous voices openly expressing a desire to relocate their shelters there. Humans are inherently social beings. Prolonged solitude not only brings practical inconveniences, but can also lead to psychological distress. This explains Jiang Liu's tendency to browse the internet during idle moments, seeking to gather valuable information and feel a sense of belonging. However, the prospect of relocating his shelter raised questions. Was it feasible? How would it be accomplished? A swift scroll revealed that it was indeed possible, with reports of successful relocations already in circulation. By simply moving the computer to a new dwelling and plugging it in, the shelter's information could be updated seamlessly. Yet, such an action would entail relinquishing any modifications or upgrades made to the previous shelter. Jiang Liu pondered this and concluded that it was unnecessary. While moving to the city ruins might facilitate resource scavenging, it would undoubtedly invite complications. The influx of people would likely disturb the existing residents. Not to mention the potential presence of ill-intentioned individuals seeking to exploit the chaos. Perhaps he would consider this move in the future, but for now, it was best to refrain. Subsequently, Jiang Liu visited the shop. The trading of food remained the most fervent and sought-after activity. Whenever food was offered for sale, it would vanish almost instantaneously unless priced exorbitantly, a testament to the dire demand for sustenance. Beyond food, interest in weapons, armor, and medical supplies was steadily growing, which was only natural. They were not isolated. Lurking mutated creatures and other survivors posed a constant threat. As time progressed and their territories expanded, friction among individuals became inevitable. Thus, in pursuit of self-preservation, there was an urgent need for suitable weapons and armor to confront potential dangers. It seemed that in the foreseeable future, Baiwa would become a figure of considerable significance. Indeed, Jiang Liu recognized the importance of cultivating a rapport with her, as his survival skill, hunt time, would inevitably involve interactions with wild beasts. For safety's sake, he should also craft some armor for himself, such as shoulder guards and shields. Regrettably, Jiang Liu found himself lacking in resources. His shelter still required many enhancements, let alone the acquisition of expensive armor. Reclining on his bed, Jiang Liu rested until deep into the night, only to be roused by a series of loud knocks at the door. Bang! 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 The sound echoed ominously, reminiscent of the previous encounter with the mutated wolf. Jiang Liu's suspicions were confirmed. A mutated creature had indeed come knocking at his door. Remaining calm, he reminded himself that the wooden door had been reinforced, and it would take more than a moment for the creature to break through. Swiftly, he rose from his bed, seized the long spear resting on his bedside, and cautiously navigated around the traps laid on the floor. Peering through the door's peephole, he discerned faint silhouettes in the darkness. White fur and a pair of blood-red wolf eyes. Another mutated wolf. This one appearing even more robust and ferocious than the last. Yet, Jiang Liu felt no fear. If the creature dared to approach, he had no reason to shy away. Seizing the moment while the creature's momentum faltered against the door, he flung it open and thrust the spear outward with all his might. The spear met flesh, eliciting a howl from the mutated white wolf as it recoiled. Clearly, Jiang Liu's strike had found its mark. Rather than pursuing the creature, he fully opened the door and retreated into the safety of his shelter, anxiously awaiting the wolf's counterattack. The external conditions were harsh, with frigid temperatures making pursuit impractical. Conversely, the interior housed his traps, and the doorway served as the sole entry point, favoring his long spear. Aside from the risk of damaging his furniture, particularly the computer, a delicate piece of equipment not forged from steel and thus vulnerable to destruction, there were few drawbacks to this strategy. In the unlikely event of damage, Jiang Liu had no idea how to repair it, leaving him to hope for assistance from the city ruins. However, he believed the likelihood of such an occurrence to be slim. Once the mutated white wolf entered, he would activate hunt time and ensure its swift demise, leaving no room for it to catch its breath. Previously, armed only with a knife, he had managed to dispatch one. With his upgraded equipment, failure was not an option. Yet his goal was not solely to triumph over the white wolf. He sought to do so without sustaining injuries and to prevent the creature from inflicting harm upon him. In the next moment, battling against the howling winds and swirling snow outside, the mutated white wolf appeared before Jiang Liu. Its gleaming white fur and muscular limbs exuded an aura of menace. With sharp teeth bared and blood-red eyes glinting with ferocity, that it resembled a cornered villain, prepared to fight to the bitter end. This creature appeared far more formidable than the previous wolf. He could not allow it the chance to mutate further. He had to strike decisively and eliminate it. The wolf halted before the trap, seeming to recognize it, and attempted to sidestep the danger. Jiang Liu would not grant it such an opportunity. With the wolf hindered by the trap, the moment to claim its life was now. The distance between them was just right for Jiang Liu to thrust his spear. If he could strike at its vital points, a swift kill was assured. Hunt time. In an instant, time itself seemed to freeze around him. The wolf's raised leg hung in the air as Jiang Liu's spear shot forth like a bolt of lightning. The strike was precise. The spear found its target, plunging unerringly into the wolf's left eye socket, embedding itself deep within its skull and bringing the creature to a sudden, irrevocable halt. A single, deadly blow. With a heavy thud, the corpse of the white wolf collapsed to the ground, its legs, in a desperate attempt to flee, displayed a futile struggle. Alas, it was already too late. Jiang Liu, faster than the wolf's frantic movements by several folds during the hunting moment, mercilessly took its life within the confines of the shelter. The following morning, at 8:30, Jiang Liu returned to the refuge, cradling a substantial bundle of grayish-white dead branches. With deftness, he stacked the firewood neatly in the corner of the storage area, extracting several pieces to stoke the fireplace, urging the flames to dance more vigorously. Feeling in high spirits today, he decided to treat himself to a tomato. Glancing at the corpse of the mutated wolf on the ground, Jiang Liu picked up the last remaining tomato and began to gnaw on it raw. Though he yearned to prepare a pot of tomato soup, he regrettably had only a wooden bowl and a metal cup at his disposal, rendering him unable to cook. Should he consider trading a portion of the wolf meat with others? Jiang Liu pondered this while biting into the tomato. Last night, he had successfully hunted a mutated wolf without sustaining injuries. If he were to trade it, he could undoubtedly acquire a wealth of resources. However, recalling his past experience, Jiang Liu discerned a flaw in online transactions: the handling fees. Every trade among survivors required the payment of a certain amount of winter coins as a transaction fee. The amount varied with the value of the goods exchanged. In Jiang Liu's prior dealings, the minimum was 1 winter coin, while the maximum had been as high as 13, that although it seemed insignificant. In this harsh winter world, every unnecessary expenditure must be meticulously avoided. Choosing to trade offline would undoubtedly allow him to sell the wolf's carcass for a higher price, thus yielding greater profits. Jiang Liu already had someone in mind for this offline transaction. Bai Hua. She possessed a unique metal combination talent, capable of crafting weapons and armor. Precisely what Jiang Liu needed, by exchanging the wolf carcass for a set of quality equipment. He could continue hunting mutated creatures, thereby garnering more resources and establishing a beneficial cycle. This way, he would continuously acquire supplies, utilizing meat to trade with others, achieving a holistic and harmonious development. Furthermore, the side effects of the hunting moment would inevitably increase his susceptibility to attacks from mutated beings. Hence, for the sake of his own survival, expenses in this regard could not be overlooked. Investing more resources would be prudent. After finishing his breakfast, Jiang Liu promptly sent a message to Bai Hua, arranging a meeting for an offline transaction and offering to settle the remaining 1 kilogram of wolf meat. He then donned his gear and set out to explore within the ruins of the city. A plethora of resources still lay in wait, and today it seemed not many individuals had ventured into scavenge. Such a golden opportunity was one Jiang Liu could not afford to miss. Half an hour later, he found himself in the woods outside the city. As was customary, Jiang Liu gathered dry twigs and ignited a bonfire. Once he felt his body warm, he grasped a torch in his left hand and a long spear in his right. Stepping into the city, the pain in his left arm seemed to intensify, perhaps a consequence of exerting himself too vigorously during the hunt of the mutated wolf the previous day. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. Aside from some discomfort and exertion, all else felt manageable. Having gained experience in exploration, Jiang Liu made his way directly toward the heart of the city, disregarding the dilapidated houses lining the path. He was aware that while those structures might contain items of value, they were more likely to harbor lurking mutated beings, rendering it unnecessary to investigate further. Before long, Jiang Liu stumbled upon an intact building. He forcefully broke through the door and entered, successfully scavenging a stash of unopened dark chocolate within a high-calorie food item. Quite a delightful find. This promising start brought a smile to Jiang Liu's face. Food discovery in the very first room was indeed fortunate. He tossed the chocolate into his backpack alongside his flint, continuing to search the premises. Eventually, he discovered a 71-number battery tucked away in an inconspicuous corner. Though it held only 4 bars of power, it was certainly better than nothing, so he took it along. The new battery he had installed in the shelter yesterday initially boasted 5 bars of charge. But after a night of computer usage, the last bar had begun to flicker ominously, perhaps indicating that by the time he returned today, it would dwindle to 4. Of course, the computer could be powered down. But Jiang Liu wished to gauge its precise power consumption, so he left the screen illuminated. Regardless, having a battery as a backup was always wise. It was better to be prepared, even if the current power drain was minimal and he had no need for lights. Who knew what future arrangements he might wish to make for the shelter, such as heating systems or washing machines. Even if those plans fell through, a 71-number battery remained a precious commodity, suitable for trading at a shop with other survivors for a handsome reward. Continuing his exploration, Jiang Liu soon found a package of compressed biscuits, 2 batteries, and 2 cans of food, one containing canned peaches and the other luncheon meat. Most surprisingly, he uncovered a box of water purification tablets. These tablets could effectively purify water, eliminating bacteria and other microorganisms, making them an invaluable resource. Currently, his water source came from melting snow, which he boiled before consuming. Though this method was far from hygienic, it was better than having no water at all. Now, with the water purification tablets in hand, he could elevate his drinking water quality significantly, thereby reducing the likelihood of illness. Snow is not clean, especially in the wild, where the white powder on the ground may conceal a multitude of impurities. Jiang Liu's previous consumption of snowmelt was a desperate measure. Now, with the tablets, he could make a far better choice. Carefully stowing away these resources, he gauged the weight of his backpack, feeling a slight strain as he bore it. Yet with a bit of determination, he could still manage to cram in a few more items, ensuring he returned with ample supplies. This expedition had not been easy. Departing at 9 o'clock, he had spent roughly an hour and a half traveling and warming himself. After searching 3 rooms, he estimated he had invested around 4 hours in total. Allowing for an additional half-hour of leeway, it was approximately 3 o'clock now. He needed to return to the shelter by 5, which meant he had 2 hours to search one more building before heading back. Jiang Liu understood that as time passed, news of the city ruins would spread among nearby individuals, inevitably drawing more people eager to scavenge for resources. Thus, this current vacuum period felt exceptionally precious. He could freely scour the city, scarcely encountering any other souls. Not without cost, however, as he had sacrificed 2 kilograms of wolf meat. If he did not take advantage of this opportunity to gather as many resources as possible, how could he justify his investment? Of course, he was not reckless. Should any signs of danger arise within the city, Jiang Liu would surely retreat without a moment's hesitation. After all, no matter how valuable the resources, his life held far greater importance. This truth was clear to him. Wait, what is that? It seems there's a supermarket over there. Suddenly, Jiang Liu's gaze caught sight of something that a single-story, spacious building stood not far off. Resembling not a typical dwelling, but rather a structure that likely housed a wealth of supplies. No, this was not merely a supermarket. It resembled a marketplace, perhaps once a gathering place for people to trade freely. As he approached, Jiang Liu noticed a wooden sign hanging outside the building. The sign appeared to have weathered many storms, the element having worn away much of its inscription, leaving only a faint outline of the words visible. Weapons strictly prohibited. No forced trading allowed. Peering within, The vast interior of the building revealed itself, where the periphery and the center were segmented into various stalls of differing sizes, all encircling a spacious, circular aisle suitable for pedestrian passage. The emergence of such architecture did not particularly astonish Jiang Liu. After all, with the abundance of structures in this vicinity, it was implausible for them all to serve as residences. There needed to be venues for trade to cater to the daily necessities of the populace. Should he delve deeper into the city, he might yet discover other buildings with distinct functions. Thus, he decided to search this place, hoping to uncover useful supplies within such a grand marketplace. He found it hard to believe there was nothing of value. However, the sheer scale of the building posed a challenge. Once inside, it would be difficult to comprehensively assess every nook and cranny. Therefore, he needed to exercise caution to avoid any lurking mutated creatures. Within the marketplace lay a plethora of refuse. Pristine canned food containers littered the ground, shattered ceramic bowls lay in fragments, and deflated rubber balls were strewn about, an assortment of debris that suggested many had once inhabited this space. Jiang Liu even spotted several bones of a coniferous nature amidst the refuse. The bones were stripped clean, devoid of any flesh, leaving him to ponder the identity of the creature left behind. However, based on his own conjecture, it was highly likely they belonged to a human, given the distinctive cranial shape, which seemed unlikely to belong to any other species. Surely, there must be overlooked supplies. Jiang Liu remained largely unfazed, as these were merely remnants of the deceased. Having recently witnessed the frozen corpses of the family, these bones appeared rather innocuous in comparison. Upon further inspection, Jiang Liu indeed made a discovery: a large piece of leather. Meticulously folded, the leather felt substantial in his grasp, marked with various colors and adorned with densely drawn lines that collectively formed a map. A serpentine blue river, lush green forests, and a flat white expanse of snow were depicted, with the center illustrated in black ink, detailing the outlines of numerous buildings. Could this be a map of the city's surroundings? Jiang Liu mused. He recalled the route he had taken and, upon cross-referencing with the map, found corresponding pathways, thereby validating his hypothesis. The edges of the map bore a few red exclamation points and yellow question marks. Few in number, yet strikingly conspicuous, as if deliberately left by the cartographer. Their meanings shrouded in ambiguity. However, the presence of such markers suggested that something significant lay at those locations. Unable to deduce their significance immediately, he decided to stow the map away in his backpack. This was indeed a rare and invaluable find. After merely glancing at the map, Jiang Liu gleaned a general understanding of the building distribution within the city and its surrounding terrain. Henceforth, even if he were to lose his way in the wilderness, he could ascertain his position by identifying suitable landmarks, thereby enabling him to return to the vicinity of his refuge. The merit of exploration lay in this very aspect. Not only could he discover essential survival resources, but fortune might also favor him with items that ordinary individuals would not be inclined to trade online. After all, treasures are typically held close, rarely exchanged for mere survival necessities unless absolutely necessary. Having ventured forth in search of supplies, acquiring this map rendered the endeavor worthwhile. Yet, after securing the map, Jiang Liu hesitated to depart. Having come this far, with still some space in his backpack, it would be remiss not to continue scavenging for additional items. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The sound of a crossbow bolt slicing through the air reached his ears. Reacting instinctively to the change in his surroundings, Jiang Liu activated his hunting instinct. In the next moment, time appeared to freeze. Every muscle in his body tensed, his reflexes heightened to their utmost limit. He swiftly turned his head at an improbable angle, narrowly evading the incoming bolt. To an onlooker, this scene would seem as if he had forcibly contorted his head aside, an act bordering on the unbelievable. With a resounding thud, the bolt missed him by a hair's breadth, embedding itself into the wall beside him with tremendous force. Who goes there? After evading the attack, Jiang Liu swiftly deduced the enemy's position based on the bolt's trajectory and immediately sought refuge behind the wall. Gripping his spear firmly, he felt little fear. Rather, adrenaline surged through him, causing his body to tremble in anticipation of the impending confrontation. "What? Are you another survivor? My apologies, I truly did not mean to startle you. I thought you were a mutated creature. That shot didn't injure you, did it?" A deep male voice resonated, its tone sincere, seemingly remorseful for nearly harming Jiang Liu. Had it been a kinder soul, perhaps they would have believed his words. Yet, Jiang Liu was not so easily deceived. Despite the man's attempts to mask his surprise, Jiang Liu detected the subtle astonishment in his voice. If the man had indeed acted inadvertently, how could he express surprise at Jiang Liu's successful evasion? If he had not seen clearly, how could the bolt have been so precisely aimed at Jiang Liu's head? Had it not been for the enhancements granted by his hunting instinct, he would surely have become a lifeless corpse at that moment. Of course, you did not harm me, but your words suggest you believe a mere apology will suffice to resolve this matter. Though he had relinquished the advantage of his hunting instinct, Jiang Liu's tone remained decidedly impolite, exuding an air of confidence at such a critical juncture. Displaying weakness could provoke renewed aggression from the adversary. It was only by being somewhat fierce and unyielding that he might subdue his opponent. Predictably, the man's voice faltered at this display of resolve. After a brief pause, his tone softened further. I truly apologize. My friend, that shot was indeed a mere misunderstanding, that if you find my words lacking in sincerity, I am willing to offer you a can of tomato as a token of my apology, hoping it will mend our misunderstanding. Please come out to retrieve it. I assure you, I mean you no harm. Clearly, this was a blatant trap. The so-called tomato can was but a false bait. The true intention was to lure Jiang Liu out of his cover for another lethal shot. Jiang Liu silently scoffed, yet his voice feigned a semblance of placation as he replied, "Oh, is that so? However, that shot just now hardly seemed like an accident. For the sake of my safety, I believe it best that I decline your offer of the can." Not a glimmer of hope lit the man's face upon hearing Jiang Liu's response. He aimed his crossbow at the edge of the wall, where Jiang Liu was concealed, cautiously shifting his stance to find a suitable angle for a shot, and spoke again. "Little brother, you have misunderstood me. This is truly a misunderstanding. We all strive to survive in this world. And those mutated creatures, who knows if you've encountered them? Their movements are alarmingly swift, their eyes blood red. If they react, they become exceedingly difficult to deal with. My instinctive pull of the trigger was merely for my own safety. Think about it. If I truly intended to kill you, would I not have aimed more accurately to ensure your demise?" As he spoke, a hint of regret seeped into the man's tone, perhaps lamenting the fact that he had not taken more time to aim before releasing the bolt. Behind a brick wall, Jiang Liu appeared momentarily swayed, yet ultimately declined the man's offer. No. What if I step out and you change your mind?" Sensing Jiang Liu's wavering resolve, the man pressed on. "How about this? I insist you come out. I'll toss the can over, and you can simply pick it up. Accepting the can will signify that this matter is behind us, and we can coexist peacefully from here on. Consider this an opportunity for me to apologize for my earlier actions." After uttering these words, the man surprisingly pulled out a can of tomatoes from his pocket and tossed it towards the wall where Jiang Liu stood. However, his aim appeared to be rather poor. The can rolled several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop, not adjacent to the wall, but at a considerable distance from it. "Oh dear, my apologies. I seem to have thrown it off target. Please feel free to retrieve it yourself," he remarked, all the while keeping his crossbow trained on the can, confident that he could hit Jiang Liu the moment he reached for it. After all, his innate talent ensured that his arrows never missed their mark, significantly increasing his accuracy. Up until now, he had never missed a shot with his crossbow. The arrow he had aimed at Jiang Liu was his first and would undoubtedly be his last. The atmosphere grew tense for a brief 5 or 6 seconds. Then he noticed a shadow emerging from behind the brick wall, reaching for the can of tomatoes on the ground. Whoosh, the man reacted swiftly, releasing the crossbow bolt. "Got you." At that moment, although the bolt was still mid-air, the man was already certain of its outcome, that it would hit without a doubt. If this arrow missed, he could only conclude that his opponent was using some form of trickery. There was no other explanation that if struck in the palm, what fighting capability would remain? "Everything you possess will be mine." He stowed away the crossbow and drew a small knife from his waist, grinning malevolently as he advanced. The opponent didn't seem particularly formidable. In the realm of wits and bravery, he felt assured of his superiority. However, after taking just 2 steps, the man halted abruptly, staring in disbelief at Jiang Liu. who remained entirely unscathed not far away. "You only have 2 crossbow bolts." Jiang Liu's lips curled into a smile. With a spear in hand, its tip gleaming ominously, he cut an imposing figure at a height of 6 feet, exuding an air of intimidation. Beneath him lay a backpack, pierced through by a crossbow bolt, firmly nailed to the ground. "You used a backpack to trick me into shooting?" Realizing he had been outsmarted by Jiang Liu, the man's expression shifted dramatically. He cast a reluctant glance at the 2 crossbow bolts before turning on his heel and fleeing to it. Was one thing to ambush a wounded adversary from behind, but to engage in a direct one-on-one confrontation, what a jest! Aside from the depleted crossbow, all he had left was a small knife in comparison to his opponent's sharp spear. It was clear he stood no chance. Thus, despite his reluctance to part with the crossbow bolts, the man had no choice but to retreat, prioritizing his own survival. At least you know your place. Jiang Liu chose not to pursue him. His trump card had already been played, and given his current injuries, recklessly chasing after the man would be far too risky. Nevertheless, Jiang Liu had taken note of the man's face. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would not hesitate to send him to the underworld. Indeed, even when I do not seek conflict, others will still come knocking at my door. It is easy to envision that such behavior will not be uncommon in the days to come. Compared to the meager task of scavenging supplies, directly hunting down other survivors undeniably presents a swift route to amass considerable resources, with minimal risk involved, as long as one is resolute and armed with suitable weaponry. Success is easily attainable. Jiang Liu reflected that he should avoid such places in the future. The reason he had fallen victim to an attack this time was largely due to the multitude of visual blind spots within the building's interior. Despite his caution, it was impossible to cover all angles, allowing his assailant to seize the opportunity to strike. If he were outside, in the open plains where visibility was unobstructed, he would have easily surveyed the surroundings and avoided any ambush. However, the spoils from this venture were still quite bountiful. A can of tomatoes, 2 metal crossbow bolts, and a map detailing the surrounding terrain. Adding to that the water purification tablets, a pack of compressed biscuits, 2 batteries, a can of peaches, and a can of luncheon meat he had previously obtained, this outing could only be described as a resounding success. Although his backpack had been punctured, it remained usable. Even though the crossbow man had departed, there was no telling if he would return to launch another attack. Thus, Jiang Liu opted not to continue scavenging the market and quickly made his exit. Following his usual routine, he circled the ice several times to ensure he was not being followed before returning to the shelter. At 5:25 in the afternoon, he arrived back just in time. Although he had spent some time, he had managed to return before dark. After categorizing the various supplies he had gathered and adding some firewood to the hearth, Jiang Liu lay down on the wooden bed, closing his eyes to rest for a moment. Having spent the entire day scavenging in the city, it was only logical to expect that mutated creatures would attempt to infiltrate the shelter tonight, seeking to attack him. Furthermore, he had also encountered other hostile survivors, resulting in conflict. It seemed evident that crafting protective gear and ranged weapons was of utmost necessity. The former would enhance his defenses, increasing his chances of survival in dangerous situations, particularly in light of today's encounter. Had Jiang Liu been wearing a helmet, the dynamics would have shifted dramatically. The latter was even more potent, aiding him in hunting mutated beasts while also providing protection when venturing outdoors. His earlier predicament had stemmed from a lack of range capability, forcing him to rely on the wall for cover against the opponent's crossbow bolts. However, if he were armed with a crossbow himself and retaliated, the adversary would undoubtedly recognize the threat and think twice before acting so brazenly. He desired both of these items, yet the current market transactions indicated that aside from food, weapons and armor were the second most expensive commodities. Furthermore, purchasing online would incur additional fees. When all was considered, the price was rather steep, making it an unwise decision at present. He decided to wait and see what Bai Hua had to say before making any further plans. Jiang Liu had not forgotten that he had sent Bai Hua a message before setting out. Now a day had passed, and he was curious whether she had replied. Finally, it was done. Bai Hua set down her tools and glanced at the rudimentary roller skates she had assembled on the workbench. Exhaling deeply, Spending an extended period working by the hearth had caused a thin sheen of sweat to form on her forehead. Yet, the thought of completing this order and finally obtaining the coveted can of tomatoes filled her with motivation as she hurried to her computer. Let me see who proposed a trade. Unlike Jiang Liu, Baihua's friend list boasted at least 30 survivors, all of whom were her clients. Most were drawn in by her proactive marketing efforts. While others had added her after noticing her contributions, her talent lay in metalworking, leaning more towards logistical manufacturing than direct combat, remaining in the shelter to trade with others, thereby securing enough resources for sustenance. Seemed like a sound strategy to her, of course. She also ventured outside in the morning to explore her surroundings and gather firewood. After all, she could not remain confined to the shelter indefinitely. Occasional forays into the outside world were beneficial for both her mental well-being and information gathering. I found the person. Scrolling her mouse, she located the individual with whom she had arranged a trade and clicked to confirm. Instantly, the roller skates on her workbench began to fade away, replaced by a can of tomatoes with a vibrant red shell, neither too large nor too small. I mustn't eat it just yet. It should be saved for a day worth celebrating. Baihua adored tomatoes, and upon receiving the can, she found it difficult to part with, placing it in the most conspicuous spot in her room. Afterwards, she began responding to messages from her friend list, a process reminiscent of a customer service representative replying to buyers. Apart from purchasing roller skates, numerous individuals have also approached her with propositions to craft weapons. However, the compensation offered by these individuals is utterly disproportionate to the labor expended by Baihua. With prices plummeting to the most pathetic levels, they are even unwilling to part with some metal materials. It is not that they do not wish to increase their offers, but rather that the current circumstances are unbearably harsh. The majority of people struggle to meet even their basic needs. So how could they possibly offer additional resources in exchange for metal equipment? Jiang Liu is also seeking me. Moreover, he has already paid me with the remaining 1 kilogram of wolf meat. Does he wish to arrange a face-to-face meeting? What could be the reason behind this? Baihua tapped on her keyboard and sent a message. Why do you want to meet offline? Jiang Liu replied promptly. I want to collaborate with you on crafting equipment. Online transactions incur certain fees. Thus, if you are amenable, we can conduct the trade offline, allowing you to receive a greater share of the rewards that can also minimize unnecessary expenses, which would be advantageous for both of us. Upon hearing that Jiang Liu wanted to collaborate with her on crafting equipment, Baihua felt invigorated. While others are stingy due to their inability to afford the costs, Jiang Liu, as her major benefactor, certainly has the means. Moreover, judging by the 2 kilograms of wolf meat, he seems to be quite trustworthy. He is unlikely to go back on his word. Dealing with someone like him is immensely gratifying for Baihua. She immediately typed, "What do you wish to craft? Given that you are my first client, I can offer you a friendly discount." Jiang Liu had already made up his mind, a complete set of armor, including shoulder pads, a helmet, and so forth, along with a bow and 2 traps. Can you create these? Baihua did not respond directly, but inquired, "What is the cost? What can you offer as my compensation?" Jiang Liu silently took a photo of the corpse of a mutated wolf in the corner and sent it, accompanied by a message. "With such a specimen, I might even be able to hunt another one tonight. So you need not worry about the price." On the other side of the computer, Baihua's eyes widened in shock. "Hunting at night? Are you insane? Are you suggesting that you dare to venture out at night to hunt and actually succeed? How do you intend to accomplish that?" Jiang Liu stared at her message, momentarily at a loss for words. He thought to himself, "Does this person have some issues? Her imagination is rather excessive. How could one possibly hunt in such harsh nighttime conditions?" However, her perspective could inadvertently serve to enhance my reputation as a formidable individual. Contemplating this, Jiang Liu chose not to address her concerns, but instead directly asked, "Can you begin crafting now? Will you be able to complete part of the equipment for me before midnight tonight?" Crafting equipment is certainly not an instantaneous process. It requires her time and effort. However, in light of Jiang Liu's generous compensation, these considerations seemed trivial. Even if it meant staying up all night, she would ensure that this esteemed client was satisfied that I can manage that, but I currently lack sufficient metal resources, although I previously sought to acquire some. These materials are scarce, and I had already expended most of what I had to create roller skates for sale. At present, I have only about 3 kilograms of metal stock, which is entirely insufficient to forge the armor and bow you require. However, crafting a trap should pose no problem, Baiwa quickly replied. While metal resources are indeed essential for survival, they are considerably more challenging to gather compared to food and batteries. The metal utensils and products in the city have become exceedingly fragile due to prolonged exposure to extremely low temperatures, rendering them unusable. Only by sheer luck can individuals occasionally discover a rare metal item and collect it. Baihua's business is still in its infancy. She does not possess ample resources to acquire metal. Therefore, she often meticulously selects items in shops, only pursuing negotiations when she encounters a suitable deal. Jiang Liu pondered. So you do not have much metal stock? Well, I could acquire metal online and then trade it to Baiwa. Doing so would incur 3 transaction fees, making it quite unprofitable. Thus, this is why I prefer offline transactions. However, given the possibility of mutated creatures attacking tonight, a trap is still a trap. Having an additional one translates to an increased chance of survival, which is certainly better than none. He promptly agreed to Baihua's proposal, hoping she would complete the crafting and trade it directly with him. Baiwa readily accepted, not demanding payment from Jiang Liu at that moment, indicating that they could settle the account during their upcoming offline meeting. By the way, do you know that computers can upgrade their systems? Just as their conversation was drawing to a close, Baiwa suddenly mentioned. Jiang Liu was unaware of this and immediately inquired. Upgrade the system? What does that mean? It means exactly what it says. The current computer system seems capable of continuous upgrades. Baiwa explained, sending an image of a rather ordinary black USB drive, about the size of a thumb. Apart from the character Dong engraved on its casing, it bore no other remarkable features. Someone had discovered this USB drive while scavenging for supplies. Upon inserting it into the shelter's computer and paying a sufficient amount of winter coins, the computer system would upgrade automatically. The upgraded computer interface not only provides more detailed weather information, but also introduces an option for upgrading and drawing survival talents. Upon reading this, Jiang Liu suddenly recalled that the computer had indeed mentioned the possibility of upgrading survival talents. However, when he searched for relevant upgrade methods back then, he found nothing, leading to a dead end. He had not anticipated that upgrading survival talents would require first upgrading the computer system. Is this USB drive available in the market? Did that person mention where it could be found? Jiang Liu quickly typed his questions. His survival talent, hunting moment, is an exceedingly crucial asset for him. If it can be upgraded, he is more than willing to pay the necessary price. Baihua's response came swiftly, as if she were already well informed about related details. That USB drive can only be used once. The one in that person's possession is already depleted, and I currently do not see anyone selling it online. The drive was discovered in a drawer within a building. If you're interested, you might want to pay attention to such places. Additionally, if possible, I hope you can bring a USB drive for me. In exchange, I can craft a weapon for you free of charge in the future. Baihua's last statement revealed her true intentions. Clearly, she recognized the significance of survival talents and was willing to offer a high price to entice Jiang Liu into helping her find a USB drive. Crafting a weapon for free is one thing, but this information is the best reward. If I can find an extra USB drive, I will bring it to you during our next meeting. Jiang Liu expressed his stance. Although Baiwa harbored ulterior motives, considering her previous revelations regarding the city ruins and now the USB drive upgrade system, she had provided him with invaluable information twice. This prompt acquisition of critical information indicated that she possessed some undisclosed channels for swiftly acquiring essential updates, coupled with Baihua's talent for metal combinations, enabling her to craft numerous metallic items. These two factors inspired Jiang Liu to draw closer to her, hoping to foster their relationship for better survival in the future. Thus, even though Baiwa proactively offered compensation, Jiang Liu declined. Living alone in this world is undoubtedly arduous, especially with the side effects of hunting moment, which render him vulnerable to attacks from mutated creatures. Should I find myself injured in a skirmish, devoid of any assistance, enduring such a plight would prove exceedingly arduous. One who frequently traverses by the riverbank cannot escape the inevitability of wet shoes. Despite the current prowess of Jiang Liu, having already felled 2 mutated wolves and 1 mutated bat, basking in a momentary glory, a single misstep could transform him from hunter to prey, leading to his untimely demise. High rewards oft accompany high risks. After concluding his conversation with Baihua, Jiang Liu settled before his computer. Perusing other information, the half-dismembered bat that had previously hung in the shop, albeit repulsive in appearance, remained a viable source of sustenance, prompting several individuals to express interest in purchasing it. Jiang Liu, having previously refrained from investigating further, now found himself recalling the matter in his newfound leisure. It would be prudent to acquire a cast-iron pot, albeit slightly smaller than desired. It would still serve as a commendable resource for me. After days of consuming roasted wolf meat, he had grown weary of the monotony. Day after day of identical fare, though he understood it was a necessity for survival, became increasingly tiresome. Thus, Jiang Liu felt an urgent need to obtain a cast-iron pot to facilitate a more varied culinary experience, thereby enhancing his quality of life. Indeed, aside from the essential provisions and warmth, the hope for the future remains pivotal to one's survival in this world, and a person bereft of hope for what lies ahead would find little motivation to persist. A flicker of light revealed a rusted, approximately 30-centimeter cast-iron pot appearing on Jiang Liu's desk. Within the shelter, there was no dedicated stove. Thus, the pot would have to rest upon the hearth, though the temperature may be slightly lower. It should suffice for boiling soup and ing dishes. Frugality is key. There is no need to squander winter currency on this matter, Jiang Liu thought. Pouring purified water into the pot, he brought it to a boil before adding a handful of wild greens he had previously purchased, followed by an opened can of luncheon meat. Emptying its contents into the pot, that a sprinkle of salt and pepper served as seasoning, and at last, Jiang Liu savored his first sip of soup in this world. Dipping a compressed biscuit into the warm broth, he relished the moment as it softened, before taking a bite. Such a simple meal brought him immense satisfaction. Now this is what life should be. The prior roasted wolf meat was a far cry from this delight, akin to the most unpalatable takeout imaginable. After indulging in food and drink, Jiang Liu closed his eyes contentedly. This can of luncheon meat was indeed a rare delicacy, its flavor reminiscent of meals from his past. It seems that if circumstances allow, I shall strive to stockpile canned goods in the future. These items possess a long shelf life, are ready to eat upon opening, are nutritionally rich, and taste quite decent. Having cleaned his plate, Jiang Liu's gaze eagerly fell upon the remaining canned peaches and tomatoes, wishing to open one immediately as a post-meal treat. However, a flicker of rationality restrained this impulse. Currently, his food supplies were not particularly abundant, and future scavenging endeavors might not yield such ease. Thus, it would be wise to ration his intake, for the cans remained securely within his shelter, and as long as he remained still, they could not sprout legs and fleed in the hearth. Flames danced, elevating the room's temperature. Though it did not reach an oppressive heat, it was a welcome warmth compared to the outside chill that in a state of drowsiness. Jiang Liu leaned back in his chair and succumbed to slumber. Time passed, though he could not gauge how long it had been. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the door, jolting him awake. Were mutated creatures truly upon him? Startled by the noise, Jiang Liu sprang to his feet, gripping his long gun, his expression fraught with vigilance. Alas, I have already utilized my hunting hour today. This time, I must rely on the animal traps to do their work. Then slowly whittle down the foe with my long gun from a distance, hoping to wear it down. The computer screen glowed, revealing it was past midnight, an hour prior. Bai Hua had completed the animal traps and initiated a trade with him. After promptly accepting and paying a nominal fee, he had acquired a rudimentary yet functional trap. Approaching the door, he peered outside to find yet another mutated white wolf. After careful consideration, he positioned two traps side by side, effectively blocking the passage before opening the wooden door. Should the mutated wolf attempt to force its way in, it would inevitably trigger the traps, unless it chose to leap over them, in which case, suspended in mid-air, it would have no means of evading Jiang Liu's long gun. True to form, upon opening the wooden door, the mutated wolf entered but hesitated at the threshold, pacing and emitting low growls. This wolf appeared slightly inferior to the previous one, its body somewhat gaunt, with a damaged left ear and several bite marks marring its fur. Yet its crimson eyes gleamed with ferocity, surpassing the previous wolf in menace. It seemed another arduous battle awaited him. Just as Jiang Liu readied himself for combat, The white wolf appeared to catch sight of something horrid, its fur bristling in alarm. With a glance at Jiang Liu, it turned and fled. What is happening? Jiang Liu wondered, but upon confirming that the creature was not attempting a cunning ruse, he stepped forward to close the door. From the wolf's perspective, he peered inside the shelter, only to behold the grotesque corpse of a mutated wolf in the corner. One eye had been gouged out, while the other remained wide open, seemingly unable to find peace in death to sow. It was fear of witnessing the remains of its kin that prompted its retreat. Jiang Liu pondered, realizing he had stumbled upon a new tactic. If this were indeed the case, he could strategically choose when to engage in battle. He could avoid combat when his hunting hour had been expended and engage when it had not, thereby augmenting his resource intake. Otherwise, if he ventured out during the day to scavenge, only to confront other survivors by night, he risked exhausting himself to the brink of death. That I can seek validation for this phenomenon online. With this thought, Jiang Liu found himself too exhilarated to sleep. He powered on his computer in Zone 055, with a population of 8 million. The sheer number rendered inquiries impractical, while many must have perished in recent days. The displayed figure had scarcely diminished. Perhaps as long as the computer functioned, he would not be forced to log out. Jiang Liu opted to inquire among the vicinity of 300 individuals. Rather than divulging his discovery outright, he circled his inquiry, asking if anyone had been attacked by mutated creatures in recent days. Typically reticent, he preferred to observe from the shadows. Yet upon speaking, he was instantly recognized by several individuals. Wait a moment. Isn't that Jiang Liu? Do you still have any wolf meat? How about selling a batch at a low price to help a brother out? Nonsense. I haven't eaten in 5 days. If anyone's to be saved, it should be me first. I have a jacket. Can I trade it for some of your back leg meat? Mutated creatures? Jiang Liu, you must have encountered those more than anyone else. After all, you sold an entire wolf just 3 days after entering. The chat room erupted into a flurry of activity. Jiang Liu's notoriety was undeniable. As someone capable of selling a whole wolf, he had captured the public's attention. Nighttime was typically a time for everyone to huddle in their shelters, idly passing the hours. While most had succumbed to sleep, a fair number remained engaged with their computers as a figure of interest. Jiang Liu's proactive inquiry sparked participation, leading to a lively discussion. Moreover, the threat posed by mutated creatures was very real. His inquiry unearthed numerous individuals who had indeed faced harassment from mutated beings in recent days. Indeed, the side effects of the hunting hour indicated that he was more susceptible to such attacks. It stood to reason that others must also encounter similar threats, albeit less frequently than he. As Jiang Liu contemplated further communication within the channel, a message from an individual named Lu Qi captured his attention. Brother Jiang, please accept my friend request. I have something to discuss with you. Oh, is this the lawyer I encountered last time? If I recall correctly, he introduced himself as Lu Qi. After some deliberation, Jiang Liu chose to accept the friend request, intending to ascertain what the other party wished to convey. Upon adding him as a friend, Lu Qi promptly remarked, Brother Jiang, I noticed your inquiries regarding mutated creatures in the channel. Have you, perchance, been attacked by them? More or less, is your reason for adding me simply to discuss this matter? No, not at all. In fact, I have a method that might assist you in evading their assaults. Jiang Liu's interest was piqued immediately. He typed back, what method? Please elaborate. If it proves useful, I shall prioritize you in future resource exchanges. In a bridge tunnel, lawyer Lu Qi gazed at the text on his computer screen, a look of ecstatic delight gracing his features. Indeed, his gamble had paid off, with a piece of information that could hardly be deemed precious. He had garnered the attention of the esteemed Jiang Liu, and had even become the second priority for future transactions. While he was uncertain who held the first position, this was already a delightful surprise. Without delay, he replied, Brother Jiang, this method was an accidental discovery of mine. One day, while scavenging for resources in a nearby city, I entered with half a bat carcass in tow. Although I had been warned otherwise, fortune was not on my side. When I opened a drawer, I was attacked by a mutated bat. Its claws were exceedingly sharp, and it scratched me several times. In my desperate struggle, I inadvertently revealed the bat carcass I was carrying, which seemed to startle the creature, prompting it to flap its wings and flee. Just as he suspected, Lu Qi's account validated Jiang Liu's own hypothesis. These mutated beings would indeed retreat upon encountering the corpses of their kind. As to the reason behind this behavior, it could be attributed to the realization that if one could slay their own, they were equally susceptible to being hunted. Alternatively, it may simply be a precautionary measure, an aversion to confronting a formidable adversary. Jiang Liu did not express excessive joy. Instead, he inquired immediately, "Is your information accurate?" "Absolutely accurate." Subsequently, I tested this theory with those bats several times as long as I displayed the bat carcass. They refrained from initiating an attack, seemingly wary of me. Consequently, I have yet to consume this creature, opting to keep it on my person at all times, for it may offer protection against attacks. Lu Qi hastily typed more details, striving to assure Jiang Liu of the validity of his claims. Jiang Liu acknowledged, "Understood, I shall verify this personally. If your method proves sound, I shall honor my commitment. By the way, what is your talent? Would you mind sharing?" When it comes to survival talents, some individuals are rather cautious, reluctant to disclose such information to others. Lu Qi was naturally among this group. However, after pondering, he resolved to be forthright with Jiang Liu, hoping to exchange this for further trust from him. His talent leaned toward accumulation and development. If he could secure Jiang Liu's support, perhaps they could achieve a mutually beneficial cooperation in this harsh world. "My talent is plant affinity. I can sense the condition of plants and discern their needs." Needs? Indeed, in essence, I know how to cultivate plants to ensure they thrive, bursting with vitality, yielding larger and more abundant fruits. Jiang Liu immediately grasped the implication. "Can I interpret this as you possessing considerable skill in horticulture?" Lu Qi replied, "That is one way to put it. However, it extends beyond mere vegetables. I am adept at cultivating trees as well. This is an admirable survival talent. If you can cultivate a substantial vegetable plot, you should be able to thrive in this world," Jiang Liu remarked with a sense of admiration, compared to his own perilous struggles. Lu Qi's talent certainly appeared far more serene. Moreover, growing and harvesting vegetables, unlike Jiang Liu's singular venture of hunting mutated creatures, offered a continuous source of sustenance as long as timely sowing and proper care were maintained. Lu Qi, upon hearing this, let out a wry smile. "Brother Jiang, you overestimate me. It is not as simple as that. Although I began with some vegetable seeds, the weather is exceedingly harsh. There is little sunlight day in and day out. And it is bitterly cold. Before the seeds could even germinate, they perished in the frozen soil. To successfully cultivate vegetables, I must overcome numerous challenges, requiring relentless research." Jiang Liu encouraged him. "No matter. I have faith in you. When the day arrives that you successfully grow vegetables, I shall purchase every last one you produce, whatever quantity you have. Vegetables are indeed a form of sustenance, and in this frigid world, they are exceedingly scarce and difficult to acquire. If Lu Qi can truly cultivate them, Jiang Liu would not hesitate to part with his resources. There's even a strong possibility that he would maintain a long-term trading relationship with Lu Qi. Of course, should Lu Qi fail to survive the initial trials, it would be as if he never existed, and any agreements would be nullified. However, judging by Lu Qi's survival talent of plant affinity, the prospects of success appeared promising. Lu Qi seized the moment. "Brother Jiang, if that is the case, shall we engage in a trade? I am aware that someone of your stature must not lack provisions. But my situation is dire. I am on the brink of starvation. Could we perhaps barter? Take whatever you desire in exchange for some food." With this, he sent a photograph. The image depicted a dilapidated wooden table, upon which lay several lamps, half a packet of seeds, a yellowed piece of leather, a backpack, and some tattered clothing scraps. It was a pitiful sight indeed. While the items were numerous and varied, a closer inspection revealed a complete lack of anything of tangible value to Jiang Liu, merely a collection of worthless debris. "What am I to do with these items for a trade?" Jiang Liu remarked, a mix of amusement and disbelief. Lu Qi, albeit somewhat embarrassed, persisted, "Brother Jiang, I implore you, please see if there is anything of use among these." "Even a packet of biscuits would suffice." Jiang Liu shook his head. Although Lu Qi possessed immense potential for the future, should he not survive the initial phase, that potential would be rendered moot. Jiang Liu had no intention of playing the role of benefactor, continuously aiding him through the early struggles. If he could assist him once, But could he do so indefinitely? His own food supplies were not abundant. Unless the items Lu Qi offered were particularly enticing, he had no inclination to engage in a trade. Yet, he pondered, what was that piece of leather? It appeared to have some writing on it. Jiang Liu suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the leather. After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly opened a drawer and retrieved a large leather map, which he unfolded to reveal its yellowed edges and unique texture. An exact match. Could it possibly be another map? With this thought, Jiang Liu's curiosity intensified, and he hastily typed, "What is that piece of leather?" The distance was too great for him to discern clearly. Soon, Lu Qi sent another photograph, showcasing the leather spread out, inscribed with lines of small black text resembling a diary. "Brother Jiang, I am not entirely sure, but it seems to be a survivor's desperate diary. It holds no value for me. Do you need it?" Jiang Liu's eyes sparkled as he quickly typed, "A desperate diary. That piques my interest. Here's my offer. I will exchange 0.5 kilograms of wolf meat for that backpack and this diary. If you decline, that is fine. My food supplies are not plentiful, and consider this a one-time act of assistance that I hope you manage to survive." Lu Qi promptly responded, "Of course, I am willing. I shall initiate the transaction at once. As for the transaction fee, I shall bear it myself. During the last scavenging, I discovered several winter coins within the confines of the building." Immediately, a transaction notification appeared. Jiang Liu pressed the confirmation button, and in a flash of white light, 0.5 kg of wolf meat was automatically harvested from the corpse in the corner. Simultaneously, two items materialized on his desk: a somewhat damaged backpack, identical to his previous one, and a folded piece of leather, which, when unfolded, measured approximately the size of a notebook, densely inscribed with black characters. Jiang Liu began to read the text without delay. Initially, it merely detailed a survivor's routine accounts of survival, devoid of any noteworthy points. However, as he delved deeper, critical information began to surface. "Damn, injured again. The range of these mutated creatures is vast. As long as I venture out during the day, I could easily be targeted by them at night. I've located their nest. I must create a map to mark its location, allowing me to avoid those perilous areas in the future. I shall denote danger in red, for ease of distinction. Additionally, blue shall represent rivers, and green shall signify forests. So, it truly pertains to that leather map. How enlightening. Red indicates danger zones. Does it?" Jiang Liu immediately glanced at the map, which bore numerous red exclamation marks that it seemed they represented the nests of the mutated creatures. But what about the yellow question marks? With a scrutinizing gaze, he searched the diary and soon found a relevant passage. "My supplies are increasing. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. I must distribute them to avoid being caught all at once. Now that I have the capability and time, I might as well create several shelters. These shelters should be dispersed and as secure as possible. Once constructed, I shall transfer my supplies into them and mark their locations on the map with yellow." Supplies? Jiang Liu pondered, surprised that the yellow question marks represented supplies. A fortunate discovery indeed. The more supplies one possesses, the better their chances of survival. No one would ever complain about having too much. Thus, he could not overlook this batch of supplies. He must scavenge them into his possession. He examined the map, noting that there were only 4 yellow question marks. They were all centered around the ruins of a city, spreading out in the cardinal directions, one of which was remarkably close to Jiang Liu's shelter. Jiang Liu continued reading. "The shelter is constructed, and I have begun transferring supplies inside. The USB drive has become less useful to me. I scavenged several before, but hesitated to sell them. In retrospect, that was a foolish decision that I might as well stash it away now, alongside some high-proof liquor." Wait a moment. The shelter indicated by the yellow question mark also contained a USB drive? Is it the one I'm thinking of? Bai Hua mentioned just today the USB drive could upgrade the computer system, thereby enhancing its functionalities. Jiang Liu eagerly continued reading, hoping to confirm his suspicion. However, the diary abruptly ended there, as if the lower half of the leather had been cut away, leaving no further details. Damn, it provided no specifics. Yet the likelihood is high that it could indeed be an ordinary USB drive, which hardly qualifies as a particularly protected resource. Given this, I should visit and investigate the situation. Jiang Liu had scoured the city ruins for 2 days, rummaging through 6 or 7 houses, yet had not found the elusive upgrade USB drive. This indicated that while USB drives might exist in the city ruins, they were likely quite rare and would require exceptional luck to uncover. Hence, the information recorded in this diary was exceedingly valuable. Moreover, according to the description, not only did it hint at the whereabouts of a USB drive, but also stored a plethora of other supplies. Who could resist such temptation? Tomorrow, I shall go and see for myself. Jiang Liu promptly succumbed to sleep. The following day, at 9:21 m-13c, windless and snowless, the blizzard had ceased. Cherish this rare good weather and venture forth to explore for useful survival supplies. Fortune smiles upon me. I have never encountered such calm and clear weather. Jiang Liu donned his attire, a warm knitted hat upon his head, a long gun in hand, a short knife at his waist, and a double-shoulder backpack on his back. The backpack contained the leather map, flint, and a medical kit. Aside from that, it was empty, leaving ample space to load supplies and transport them back to the shelter. Let us depart. After consulting the map to ascertain his direction, he glided across the frozen river for about 10 minutes before arriving at the edge of a forest. According to the map, there lay a prepared shelter within. Jiang Liu changed out his roller skates for snow boots, focused intently, and stepped cautiously into the woods. The snowy forest was eerily silent, devoid of any other sights, enveloped in a blanket of white. The snow beneath his feet was deep enough to reach halfway up his calves, making each step arduous. After walking for a full 15 minutes, Jiang Liu successfully discovered a small wooden cabin nestled within the woods. The cabin was modest in size, its exterior quite rudimentary, resembling a hunter's lodge. The door had fallen into disrepair over the years, dilapidated enough that Jiang Liu easily pulled it down with a forceful tug. Is this what they constructed as a shelter? Given its condition, it likely held little of value, as expected. Upon entering and exploring, he found nothing. The cabin appeared as if it had been repaired but never occupied, completely devoid of any remnants of supplies. Could this be due to the passage of time? Jiang Liu felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, upon reflection, if it had once housed supplies, it would be implausible for it to leave no trace whatsoever. Furthermore, a solitary individual constructing a shelter for the purpose of storing supplies would hardly choose such a conspicuous location, but rather opt for a place of concealment. Perhaps this cabin serves merely as a decoy, with the true supplies hidden nearby. Should a passerby discover the absence of supplies within the cabin, they would likely depart in disappointment, unlikely to remain alert and continue searching the vicinity. Thus, the actual shelter's location should not be far from here. With renewed determination, Jiang Liu searched the surroundings and, indeed, made a discovery. It was above him. Amidst the white snow-laden branches, someone had constructed a treehouse. The treehouse was wrapped in white padding, allowing it to blend seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Even with Jiang Liu's keen attention, he nearly overlooked it while thoroughly scouring the area around the cabin, almost missing this treehouse entirely. This demonstrated the treehouse's concealment. Jiang Liu could thereby confirm that it was most likely the true storage place for supplies. The previous cabin was nothing more than an elaborate ruse. After circling below twice, Jiang Liu spotted a rolled-up vine ladder beside the treehouse. He climbed a short distance up the tree trunk, grasped the end of his long gun, and reached for the ladder, managing to pull it down after several attempts. Ascending the ladder to the treehouse, he found the wooden door secured with a lock. However, the lock had frozen solid from the wind and snow, proving fragile enough that a few knocks from Jiang Liu caused it to break apart and fall to the ground. Creaking, the wooden door swung open. Holy cow! Upon opening the door, Jiang Liu could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Why, you ask? Simply because the supplies were overwhelmingly abundant. The cabin was modest in size, with 2 cabinets flanking the sides and a wooden table at the forefront. Aside from that, there was nothing else to this moment. As Jiang Liu stood at the entrance, glancing left and right, he beheld the following scene. The left cabinet was densely packed with a plethora of canned goods, including curry chicken, black pepper beef, and spicy mushroom flavors, among others. Canned fruits were also present, such as canned yellow peaches and cherries. He meticulously counted them, discovering a total of 13 cans to the right, a cabinet housed numerous bottles, each adorned with a piece of paper inscribed with various numbers, including 40, 41, 28, 33, and others. Inside the bottle swayed a multitude of colorless liquids, reminiscent of water, interspersed with fragments of ice. Jiang Liu leaned closer, removed a wooden cork, and was immediately greeted by an overwhelming aroma of potent liquor. Astonishingly, these bottles contained nothing but alcohol. What a fortunate find! The numbers inscribed must indicate the alcohol content. Jiang Liu felt a surge of excitement. The liquor and cans appeared to be in pristine condition, likely fit for consumption, that he selected a bottle marked with the number 33 and took a small sip. Instantly, a fiery sensation spread throughout his mouth, gradually enveloping his innards in warmth, effectively dispelling much of the chill that had accompanied him. What a treasure! Jiang Liu's eyes gleamed with fervor, eager to transport all these provisions back to his sanctuary. After all, one must grasp good fortune firmly in hand. Leaving it exposed was simply unacceptable. With the external bounty so abundant, it stood to reason that the drawer of the wooden table must conceal valuable supplies as well. As his thoughts stirred, Jiang Liu approached the table instead of hastily collecting the resources on either side. He opened the drawer and discovered a box. Oh, this box was a thermal container, complete with a heating function. Perhaps it could serve as a lunchbox in the future. Jiang Liu gestured to himself, but upon opening it, a strong metallic scent assaulted his senses. The interior of the box appeared to have been smeared with some form of blood, and as it opened, several droplets splattered onto Jiang Liu. What on earth? Blood within the box. Frowning, Jiang Liu's mind raced with unsettling thoughts. Yet in an instant his eyes brightened as he reached inside and retrieved a sealed bag. The bag was transparent, allowing him to clearly see that it contained 3 black USB drives and a small piece of paper. The exterior of the black USB drives bore the character for winter, identical to the images sent by Baihua. They seemed to have been crafted from the same mold. Indeed, I was not mistaken. There are USB drives here for upgrading the computer, but what did the note say? Since it was nestled alongside the black USB drives, the information on that note must be crucial. Driven by curiosity, Jiang Liu unfolded the note and glanced at its contents. However, that single glance drained the color from his face, as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinarily alarming. Dare to invade my sanctuary, you little thief! Do you think these supplies are so easily acquired? Prepare to face the wrath of a mutated grizzly bear. What? A mutated grizzly bear? Jiang Liu was left utterly stunned. Don't grizzly bears hibernate? Even if they don't, is it really necessary to escalate things to this level just because I took some supplies? Grizzly bears and wolves are not comparable foes. They are robust, immensely powerful, and possess unparalleled explosive strength. Depending on their species, an adult's weight can reach up to 800 kg, with even the smallest around 300 kilograms. Engaging a wolf one-on-one during a hunting moment would not be particularly difficult for Jiang Liu, but facing a grizzly bear would undoubtedly elevate the challenge to a perilous degree, akin to wrestling with death itself. One misstep could prove fatal. Moreover, this bear is not an ordinary one, but a mutated grizzly. If it were to go berserk, Jiang Liu's current sanctuary would offer no protection and could very well become his grave. Damn, these supplies are merely a trap. At last, Jiang Liu understood. This place was indeed a sanctuary for the opposing party's supplies. However, to safeguard their resources, they had set a trap. The blood within that box was likely the key to the ruse. Should an intruder disturb it, the nearby mutated grizzly would follow the scent straight to them. What a clever design! Jiang Liu had no time to ponder further. He swiftly closed the box and grabbed a bottle of liquor from the cabinet, intending to pour it over himself to mask the scent of blood. If the grizzly relies on its sense of smell, perhaps this action would yield some effectiveness. However, before he could proceed, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the forest. The sound was so intense that it startled the birds resting in the trees, causing snow to cascade from the branches in a flurry of movement. Oh no, it's here already. Jiang Liu's face turned pale as he gripped his long gun tightly. No matter who it is, anyone learning they're about to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with a mutated grizzly bear would likely feel dread. Fortunately, Jiang Liu possessed commendable self-regulation skills. He quickly regained his composure and cautiously observed his surroundings. In a direct confrontation, he did not believe he could stand against the mutated grizzly. However, if he could leverage the terrain, perhaps he might stand a chance. Jiang Liu did not need to kill the beast. Inflicting some injury might be enough to repel the grizzly and claim all the supplies for himself. It wasn't long before he spotted a mutated grizzly bear, charging through the snowstorm towards the wooden cabin. Its eyes glowed crimson, and it emitted a bone-rattling roar, its massive frame robust and its fur thick. The enormous paws and sharp teeth that occasionally flashed were enough to instill fear. This grizzly likely weighed around 400 kilograms. Making direct confrontation impossible, he needed to devise an alternative strategy. With just a cursory glance, Jiang Liu recognized he was no match for the creature. His weapon was insufficient and too feeble. If he were armed with a hunting rifle and had an unlimited supply of ammunition, he would have the confidence to face even the likes of the notorious Long Jiang. Roar! The grizzly bellowed as it arrived beneath the treehouse, sniffing around Jiang Liu's previous position. Following the scent, it detected Jiang Liu perched above. Almost instantly upon locating him, the grizzly began to climb the nearby tree. Bears can indeed climb trees, especially now, as the wooden cabin Jiang Liu occupied was not particularly high, reaching only about 4 meters off the ground at most. Such a height posed no challenge for the mutated grizzly. By the time Jiang Liu realized what was happening, the beast had already ascended halfway, its massive head poking over the wooden planks beneath him. Without hesitation, Jiang Liu raised his long gun and thrust it toward the bears. I doubt if one must strike a snake, aim for its vulnerable point. Similarly, one must target the weaknesses of a bear. The grizzly's thick skin and substantial layer of fat acted as an impenetrable armor, easily absorbing the strike of the long gun. Yet, the eye was a universal weakness. Even a mutated grizzly cannot possess protection there, especially since it had thrust its head forward. If Jiang Liu missed this opportunity, he would be a fool indeed. Roar! In the next moment, the grizzly, in pain, released its grip and tumbled to the ground. However, given its size, the fall was akin to merely rolling over, causing no real injury. When it stood again, Jiang Liu could see a wound above its right eye. Oozing blood. Damn! A miscalculation. I failed to strike the eye. Jiang Liu cursed internally, lamenting the squandered opportunity. Yet it was not entirely his fault. Even though the grizzly had presented its head, it was not stationary, shaking its head in an attempt to bite his feet. Without activating the hunting moment, Jiang Liu's hand was still unsteady. Although he had identified the creature's weak point, the execution fell short, resulting in minimal damage inflicted upon the grizzly. There was no other choice. The hunting moment was my trump card and could not be revealed at the onset. After all, this strike alone would not be enough to slay the mutated grizzly, should it enter a state of rage. And Jiang Liu found himself without his ace. The battle would become exceedingly difficult. In Jiang Liu's heart, a rough strategy had already taken shape, drawing upon the cautionary tales of the mutated wolves. He understood that these crimson-eyed creatures would enter a frenzied state once injured to a certain extent. However, he remained uncertain whether such a transformation would occur during daylight. Thus, he was compelled to adopt the most prudent strategy, mentally preparing for the worst as he prepared to engage in battle. After the massive brown bear crashed to the ground, it quickly regained its footing, furiously climbing the tree and roaring as it charged towards Jiang Liu. In a familiar maneuver, just as the bear was about to ascend the wooden cabin, he struck, inflicting a wound upon its face and sending it crashing to the ground once more. Thud! The bear's considerable bulk fell again. However, upon rising this time, it did not hastily attempt to climb the tree. Instead, it circled below twice. Then, astonishingly, it stood on its hind legs, placing its forepaws upon the tree, exerting all its strength in an attempt to topple the very trunk. Goodness! Not only was it formidable in defense and strength, but it also possessed a degree of cunning intellect. How was one to contend with such an adversary? Jiang Liu found himself at a loss. Should the bear succeed in knocking down the tree, the wooden cabin above would inevitably collapse, leaving Jiang Liu with no avenue for escape. Even the liquor within the cabin would likely shatter, leading to a significant reduction in his spoils, an outcome he desperately wished to avoid. Yet despite his desire to thwart the bear's actions, he could find no means to do so. There was a full 4-meter gap between them, and the bear was swaying below. Although Jiang Liu's long spear could barely reach to strike, such a feeble assault would hardly inflict any damage. Moreover, if he were not careful, the bear might seize his spear, sealing his doom. In that eventuality, he would have no choice but to rely on the dagger at his waist and the instinct to hunt in a final struggle against the bear. Yet, with such a meager arsenal, hope seemed rather bleak. Suddenly, 2 wolf howls echoed in succession, sending chills down his spine. Behind the bear, amidst the trees, 2 mutated white wolves had appeared, their blood-red eyes glimmering like rubies. Sensing the threat posed by the bear, they bared their teeth, revealing their menacing white fangs in an attempt to intimidate the colossal creature. Were these 2 mutated wolves provoking the mutated bear? Jiang Liu was momentarily taken aback by the sight. Even if they were mutated, could they truly be so audacious? 2 mere wolves daring to snarl at a bear. What was happening in this world? No, these wolves were not without reason. They were driven by hunger, drawn in by the scent of blood. In an instant, Jiang Liu keenly discerned this phenomenon. Both wolves had sunken bellies, likely starved for an extended period. And upon catching wind of the blood, they hastily rushed over in the face of hunger's impetus. They were undeterred by the presence of the mutated bear, slowly advancing in hopes of claiming a share of the feast. At that moment, the mutated bear shifted its focus from the tree and redirected its attention toward the wolves, wary of an impending attack. This was indeed the perfect opportunity for Jiang Liu to sit back and watch the 2 adversaries clash. Allow them to engage in combat while he remained safely perched above. What a splendid scenario! Without hesitation, Jiang Liu opened his box. The bear was right beneath him. Thus, he was able to pour the blood contained within the box directly onto the bear's head. As the warm blood spilled forth, it triggered an immediate and intense reaction from the 2 mutated wolves. They howled in unison, paws scraping at the ground, panting heavily, their blood-red eyes fixed upon the bear. Poised for action, let the battle commence. From his vantage point atop the cabin, Jiang Liu fervently cheered for the wolves, eager for them to charge at the bear and engage in a fierce struggle. Regrettably, the wolves only harbored fleeting desires to attack, failing to take any decisive action. In stark contrast, the bear remained utterly unfazed, extending its paw before it and leisurely licking the blood from its fur. Could they not display a bit more courage? It seemed Jiang Liu would have to provide them with a more compelling incentive. Gritting his teeth, he unsheathed his dagger and deliberately carved a wound into the palm of his left hand. In an instant, blood began to flow, dripping steadily onto the bear below, inciting it to rise and attempt to catch the blood in its open maw. However, Jiang Liu refused to grant the bear its wish, instead meticulously controlling where the blood fell, ensuring it splattered upon the bear's fur to further provoke the 2 mutated wolves. How could they not act? Surely my blood could not be shed in vain. Jiang Liu's hand continued to bleed, yet the wolves remained motionless below, rendering his actions akin to serving a lavish feast to the bear, just as he felt his hand was on the verge of running dry. The wolves finally succumbed to their predatory instincts, letting out a low growl before charging toward the bear, initiating a fierce melee. At last, Jiang Liu had the opportunity to retrieve his medical kit from his backpack, tending to the wound on his palm with hasty bandaging as he observed the battlefield below. The 2 mutated wolves were no match for the mutated bear, with a few swipes of its massive paws. The bear rendered them incapacitated, leaving them on the brink of death. With a final, powerful bite to one wolf's neck, blood sprayed forth, and its life was extinguished. Throughout this encounter, Jiang Liu observed that the wolves showed no inclination to exhibit any ferocity. It appeared that during daylight hours, mutated creatures were incapable of entering a frenzied state. Only at night, once sufficiently injured, would they undergo a transformation, becoming far more formidable adversaries. This bear was beyond his capabilities. However, it was now satiated, having obtained its meal, and should pose no further threat to him. Ultimately, the bear had come seeking Jiang Liu solely due to the tantalizing scent of blood, driven by hunger. The same could be said for the 2 mutated wolves, as hunting sufficient prey in this frigid environment was undoubtedly a challenging endeavor. Indeed, the bear, having feasted on 2 fresh wolf carcasses, showed no interest in Jiang Liu, opting instead to indulge in its banquet. After more than 10 minutes of gorging on flesh and blood, the bear finally dragged the remnants of the carcasses away, gradually disappearing from Jiang Liu's view. At last, it was over. Jiang Liu wiped the sweat from his brow, finally feeling a sense of relief. Yet, he did not descend immediately. Instead, he remained in the cabin, vigilant and observant. The pungent aroma of blood lingered, undoubtedly a potent signal for any nearby mutated creatures. Before long, several mutated wolves arrived in succession. Even a creature resembling a snow leopard made an appearance. However, upon realizing that all the flesh had been consumed, they swiftly departed. After waiting for approximately half an hour and confirming that no further mutated creatures would approach, Jiang Liu cautiously gathered his supplies and returned to the shelter. Overjoyed, 13 cans of assorted flavors, 14 bottles of various spirits. Although he had faced considerable peril, such a bounty was enough to send any survivor into a frenzy. He could not carry everything in one trip. He would need to make several journeys. After setting down his haul, he wasted no time and promptly returned to the cabin for another load. The liquor was particularly fragile, and he dared not risk carrying too much at once. A single misstep could spell disaster, leaving him in tears. Thus, even if he had to transport fewer items each time, ensuring their safe arrival was paramount. However, upon returning to the cabin, he discovered a small white creature prowling beneath it. No, it was not merely a white fluff ball. It appeared to be a small dog. No, it was a little wolf. Realizing this, Jiang Liu immediately heightened his guard. Regardless of its size, the inherent ferocity of a wolf remained. To prevent any unforeseen misfortune, he tread cautiously, using his spear to clear a path as he approached slowly. Was this creature larger than his head? As Jiang Liu drew closer, he could discern the full visage of the diminutive wolf. It was a creature whose fur resembled purest snow, with a pronounced snout, erect ears, and a naturally drooping tail. The only dark features were its nose and eyes. This moment, its size was approximately 40 to 50 centimeters in length, comparable to a rural dog. Upon noticing Jiang Liu's approach, the wolf immediately adopted a defensive posture, baring its teeth in an adorably fierce manner. Curiously, its eyes were not red as one might expect. Jiang Liu, intrigued, observed that the creature lingered in a specific area, seemingly reluctant to depart. That very spot was where two mutated wolves had recently met their demise at the jaws of a grizzly bear. Could this be their offspring? How should I proceed with it? Initially, Jiang Liu contemplated the idea of killing it. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and this free wolf meat presented itself on a silver platter. However, he soon reconsidered. Living mutated wolves were indeed rarities, and selling one online might fetch a handsome price. Even if it didn't, he could always eliminate it later. Thus, after much deliberation, Jiang Liu resolved to spare the creature's life for the time being. Opting to take it home for further assessment, the significant factor in his decision was his inability to bring himself to harm such a defenseless, fluffy being that if food were scarce, it would be a different matter, and he could steel his heart against the necessity of survival. Fortunately, he had just acquired a substantial supply of canned goods, alleviating any immediate hunger pressure and softening his resolve. Sighing, he mused, "Let this be a token of gratitude from your parents for diverting the mutated grizzly bear. I'll take you home, but don't bite me. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to throw you out." Retrieving the little wolf to the shelter proved not to be a daunting task. The creature, quite famished, was drawn to the enticing aroma emanating from Jiang Liu's hand as he pinched it, causing a wound to open and blood to seep out. Ouch! It's rather fierce. When the wolf lunged forward to bite his palm, Jiang Liu smiled and glided away on his roller skates across the ice, deliberately maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far, akin to walking a dog, and thus he led the creature back to the shelter. "Go on in," he said, as he unceremoniously picked it up and swiftly tossed it into the basement. Though small, it was still a wolf, and he wished to avoid any unwarranted bites. Thus he maintained a cautious distance. Should I purchase a collar online or something of that sort? Jiang Liu pondered this necessity. Suddenly, he heard the little wolf emitting fearful whimpers from below, having curled up in a corner among the firewood. Paralyzed with fright, upon descending, he discovered that the wolf's terror stemmed from the uncollected carcass of its kin. However, this realization brought him some peace of mind, as he no longer had to worry about the little wolf causing mayhem indoors. Saving him considerable trouble. "Behave yourself. I have matters to attend to. Satisfied that the creature would not cause any trouble, Jiang Liu departed. He made several trips back and forth, finally transporting all the resources from the treehouse to his shelter, leaving no remnants behind. By the time he completed this task, dusk was approaching. Indulging himself, he decided to feast on 2 cans today. Having skipped lunch, and with an abundance of supplies, Jiang Liu's appetite surged, leading him to entertain the audacious notion of consuming 2 cans in one sitting. Yet, treating oneself occasionally in this harsh winter world was certainly warranted. Solely hoarding resources merely to exist stripped life of its meaning. Thus, without further hesitation, he began to select from a myriad of cans, ultimately opting for curry chicken as the main dish, complemented by canned peaches for dessert. The compressed biscuit from earlier would serve as the staple. As the fireplace warmed the room, the rich aroma of curry gradually filled the air, while the sweet scent of peaches tempted his taste buds. Alas, if only I could swap these biscuits for some white rice. I could easily devour 2 large bowls, Jiang Liu lamented as he took a bite of the dry, flavorless compressed biscuit. Previously, he had been overjoyed to find this pack of biscuits due to his scarcity of resources. However, now that his supplies were plentiful, he found himself yearning for something tastier, like white rice. Despite the biscuit's unpalatable nature, when paired with the 2 cans, Jiang Liu savored every bite, relishing the flavors. By the end of his meal, he even contemplated drinking the remaining juice from the cans, eager to enjoy every last drop of tea that moment. However, he felt a gentle nudge at his feet. Looking down, he was surprised to find the little wolf, its black nose brushing against his calf. "Oh, you wish to eat too?" he asked, gazing into its glistening eyes, suddenly feeling a pang of compassion. Sighing, he conceded, "Well, your parents did sacrifice themselves for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to gather so many resources." Fine, though my supplies are not abundant. I can spare a bit of broth for you." He retrieved a wooden bowl from the table, pouring the remaining juice from the can along with a small piece of uneaten biscuit into it, placing it on the ground. The moment the bowl was set down, the little wolf rushed over, burying its head in the bowl and devouring the contents with fervor. How is it that just a moment ago it was as fierce as a wolf, yet now it behaves as gently as a dog? Jiang Liu chuckled, noting that the creature's demeanor resembled that of a farm dog he once owned, devouring anything that touched the ground while remaining still for anything else, of course. He surmised that the presence of its deceased kin had likely influenced the little wolf's behavior, making it acutely aware of Jiang Liu as a formidable hunter. Thus, while it had been ferocious in the snow, it now exhibited a docile and obedient nature indoors. Perhaps I could tame it. However, such a decision would mean one more mouth to feed, significantly increasing the pressure on my food supplies. Jiang Liu contemplated, ultimately deciding to refrain from making any hasty decisions. That he opened his computer, plugged in a USB drive, and began upgrading the system. The process was rapid, taking only a minute or 2 before a brand new interface appeared before him. The 4 main sections remained unchanged: communication, weather, shop, and shelter. Yet at the center of these sections, a new option labeled survival talents had been added. Jiang Liu clicked on it, finding only 2 functions: upgrade talent and draw talent. To upgrade a talent, he needed to slay 10 creatures and spend 50 winter coins, with his current status being 0-10. As previous kills did not count at AS for drawing talent, he would need to upgrade a talent first to gain a chance to draw. Hence, there was little of interest at the moment, and he quickly exited. While the other 4 sections had not undergone significant changes, the interface had introduced some new functionalities. First and foremost was the communication feature. He can now gather several friends into a group chat, allowing them to transfer winter coins to each other without incurring any fees, although barter transactions still attracted fees, which had become considerably more expensive than before, likely to reduce the frequency of online trading among survivors. Jiang Liu snapped a photo of the little wolf, which was still munching away, and uploaded it to the channel, inquiring if anyone was interested. Instantly, numerous replies flooded in. "What the hell? In a time when I can barely feed myself, this big shot next door is raising a dog. Put down that wooden bowl. Let me have it. Damn, I'm too late again. Does Jiang Liu still need a dog? Can I apply? You blind fools. That is not a dog. It's clearly a little wolf that has teeth fully grown yet." Jiang Liu took a moment to clarify, Indeed, this is a wolf. I found that if anyone is interested, feel free to message me. I will reply if the price is right. Subsequently, he ceased to pay heed to the anguished cries echoing through the channel and instead turned his attention to the weather. At precisely 7:11 in the evening, the temperature plummeted to -23°C, accompanied by a force 8 gale and a blizzard. It was forecasted that the weather would continue to deteriorate over the next 5 hours. Venturing outdoors was ill-advised, and one was urged to remain indoors to avoid the onslaught of the raging storm. Beneath these 3 lines of text stood a little figure amidst a snowy forest, bundled in a thick cotton coat, yet still shivering visibly. A remarkably vivid depiction. Had the weather interface become more detailed, now featuring illustrations? After a brief understanding, Jiang Liu proceeded to explore the shop. To his astonishment, he discovered that previously he could only barter with other survivors or sell resources to the store. But now a new function had emerged. He could expend winter coins to purchase items from a shop. Allowing himself a thorough examination, Jiang Liu began to browse. At the very center of the shop lay a square box displaying 3 items, with specific sale prices and accompanying descriptive text below. On the left was a mobile phone, in the center a box of assorted fruits, and on the right a metallic helmet. Jiang Liu glanced at the descriptions. The mobile phone synchronized with his computer, allowing for portable access, essentially enabling him to carry a small computer with him. Furthermore, it was insulated against the cold and remarkably durable, resistant to damage. The central item was a box containing 24 assorted fruits, featuring everything from apples to bananas. The helmet on the right was crafted from metal, a rare piece of protective gear capable of effectively withstanding attacks from others, strikingly, as a new player benefit. All 3 items were priced at a mere 0 winter coins. A choice among 3 that upon purchasing 1 item, the remaining 2 would refresh into new offerings, if Jiang Liu found none to his liking. He could spend additional winter coins to refresh the selection. However, there was clearly no necessity for such action at this moment. Without much contemplation, he opted for the mobile phone. The reasoning was simple. It would be exceedingly difficult to find a mobile phone in the harsh winter world if he did not purchase it now. The fruits and helmet, on the other hand, could be scavenged or crafted, albeit with some effort. With a flash of white light, a brand new mobile phone appeared on the table before him. Jiang Liu picked it up, noting that the phone bore no brand, its exterior smooth to the touch. Upon unlocking it, he discovered that its contents mirrored those of his computer perfectly. Moreover, the purchase of the mobile phone included a charging cable, a phone case, and other accessories. This unexpectedly transported Jiang Liu back to a time when he could leisurely lie in bed browsing on his phone, evoking a sense of nostalgia. After acquiring the mobile phone, the 3 items before him refreshed to reveal a trap, a banana, and a cage, priced at 7 winter coins, 2 winter coins, and 13 winter coins, respectively. These items would not refresh. Thus, Jiang Liu need not feel rushed to purchase them, even if he encountered a necessity. Naturally, if he found all 3 unsatisfactory, he could spend 10 winter coins to refresh the entire selection. But such a course of action was clearly unnecessary at this juncture. As for the shelter, this interface had remained largely unchanged, still showcasing a 3D model of an underground sanctuary. Notably, it was not static. Any items entering the shelter would be updated in real time on the screen. The previous functions of dragging, moving, installing, and even dismantling were still present, but a new relocation feature had been added, requiring either a mobile phone or computer for use. Jiang Liu examined this feature in detail, understanding that by spending sufficient winter coins, he could relocate the entire basement to another location. As for the materials inside, they would be moved intact with no alterations. Although many people had already moved to reside within the city ruins, they had not unlocked this function. They merely transported a computer, leaving behind all other resources and defensive modifications within their shelters, which could not be transferred to their new residence. In contrast, Jiang Liu's basement had been modified and contained a wealth of materials, making it exceedingly difficult to transport everything individually. However, he noted that the cost of relocation was quite steep, requiring a full 500 winter coins. To put this into perspective, selling a single wolf had only netted him 100 winter coins. This function was indeed advantageous, should he find a more suitable location for a shelter in the future. Moving could be considered. As for the high price, It was a concern for another day, as necessary expenditures could not be minimized. Jiang Liu had long harbored thoughts in this regard. He always felt that the location of his shelter was inadequate. Surrounded by forests on 3 sides, with a river on the 4th, it stood isolated in the middle, making it easy for passers-by to be drawn to the ruins of the buildings, ultimately discovering his sanctuary. Once targeted by others, he would be forced to fight to the bitter end, with escape proving exceedingly difficult. The best strategy would be to find a prime location and cohabitate with a few trusted survivors. Consolidating their resources for greater security to AS for relocating to the city ruins, Jiang Liu had no such intentions. That area was now a hub of high human activity, far too chaotic, making personal safety exceedingly tenuous. Ding-dong, a new message appeared in his friends list. Upon opening it, he found it was from Bai Hua. Was your outing successful today? I saw the wolf you posted. Did you sustain any injuries while capturing it? Jiang Liu glanced at the little wolf warming itself by the fireplace and replied, No, it seems quite docile now, showing no signs of aggression. You should still be cautious. It's best to either confine it in a cage or act swiftly to avoid any potential harm. Bai Hua advised that I'll do my best. By the way, I have something for you. I found the USB drive you mentioned yesterday. That was quick. Bai Hua was taken aback, having expected it would take Jiang Liu some time to locate an extra USB drive for their trade. She had not anticipated such swift progress, with him discovering the USB in just a day. Let us trade now. I have something to give you too. Bai Hua promptly initiated a trade with Jiang Liu. She willingly covered the transaction fee, requiring Jiang Liu merely to accept. With another flash of white light, a black USB drive materialized in a nearby wooden cabin, while on Jiang Liu's computer desk, a pair of metallic bracers appeared. Although somewhat rudimentary, the details revealed that the creator had indeed invested considerable effort into their crafting. From sourcing materials to hand-making these bracers, it took me a day and night to finish them in time. I originally intended to compensate you for your assistance in enhancing your exploration capabilities, but I didn't expect you to resolve it so quickly. What a pleasant surprise. How do they fit? Bai Hua sent several messages in rapid succession. Although Jiang Liu had stated he did not require compensation and would seek the USB drive's whereabouts for her, Bai Hua was not one to take advantage of others. Promising to craft an item for Jiang Liu without charge meant she would honor that commitment. However, due to time constraints and limited metal resources, she could only produce a pair of bracers in the end. Nevertheless, Jiang Liu was thoroughly satisfied. He donned the bracers and tested their functionality. The metallic bracers felt slightly heavy in hand, weighing approximately 1.5 kg, with a sturdy composition capable of effectively shielding against blade strikes and clawing attacks. Although referred to as bracers, Bai Hua had not employed high-temperature forging or hammering tools. Thus, they resembled a slab of metal that had been brutally flattened and shaped into an arch yet, at the center of the arch. A sharp protrusion emerged, akin to jagged teeth, giving it a somewhat menacing appearance. In times of necessity, Jiang Liu could utilize this protrusion to inflict harm upon adversaries with a swinging motion of his arm. The inner side of the bracers was cushioned with a layer of soft fabric, serving as a buffer, ensuring comfort while worn, preventing any sensation of cold. Bai Hua had also thoughtfully designed a clasp to secure the bracers firmly to Jiang Liu's forearm, preventing any loosening during combat that could impact the outcome of a fight. In summary, the craftsmanship of the bracers reflected Bai Hua's evident dedication. I am immensely satisfied. Thank you. With these arm guards, I believe my future explorations will be considerably safer, Jiang Liu earnestly stated. Bai Hua displayed a smug expression. As long as you are satisfied. Once I upgrade my talents, I shall craft an entire suit of armor for you. And then it will truly signify safety. Well then, I want to say more, that I'm off to upgrade my computer. If anything arises, just leave me a message, and I'll check it later. All right. The two concluded their conversation. Jiang Liu glanced at his private messages and indeed found that a number of individuals were eager to acquire the little wolf in his possession. However, the prices they offered were rather disappointing. Mostly mere attempts to gauge if they could snag a bargain. While there were some genuinely interested buyers, their offers left Jiang Liu feeling quite unsatisfied, deeming them far from worthwhile. It was evident that those individuals intended to keep the wolf merely as a source of sustenance. After all, at this juncture, many were struggling to feed themselves, leaving few capable of caring for a wolf. Perhaps it would be best to sell it to just anyone, although I could afford its upkeep. There is simply no necessity for it. With this surplus of food, wouldn't it be far more enjoyable to consume it myself? Just as Jiang Liu was preparing to sell it off to the highest bidder, a private message caught his attention. May I inquire if you have any intention of keeping a dog? Keeping a dog? This message piqued his interest. For a moment, he almost thought he had stumbled upon a promotional text from a pet store before entering this wintry world. Upon glancing at the sender's name, he saw it was Liu. Although he was unsure of the sender's precise intentions, it did not hinder Jiang Liu from responding. What do you mean? Please elaborate. You see, my survival talent is animal affinity, which allows me to modify certain mutated creatures, making them more approachable and understanding toward humans, among other things. Naturally, this service comes at a cost. We can discuss specifics. I figured, since you can afford to sell a little wolf, you must not be lacking in other resources that I might as well explore this avenue, tapping into my own talents and generating some revenue. The response from Liu was swift, yet its content left Jiang Liu in awe. Clearly, this world was filled with capable individuals. It had only been 5 or 6 days since everyone arrived here, and yet someone had already established such a service. This essentially dog training. It seems reminiscent of similar services in certain parts from my past life. However, how will I send the little wolf to the other party? If you are willing, we can find a location near the ruins of that city. My movements are swift, and I can have it arranged in about half an hour. Before Jiang Liu could ponder further, Liu quickly sent another message. As it turned out, the person was nearby, which alleviated any concerns. While the ruins of the city were somewhat distant from Jiang Liu's shelter, bringing the little wolf along was not an insurmountable challenge. It was still feasible. Yet was it truly necessary? Having a loyal dog by my side could provide better protection in times of danger. However, correspondingly, I would need to allocate a portion of my food to sustain it. There are advantages, but also disadvantages. Ultimately, the decision lies with me. Forget it, I'll add you as a friend and think it over that if I need anything later, I'll arrange a meeting. Jiang Liu ultimately decided to decline for now. All right, feel free to reach out whenever you need. Let us chat next time. Liu, unfazed, politely sent Jiang Liu a friend request and then fell silent. Jiang Liu began to seriously contemplate the necessity of keeping a dog. After all, with idle time on his hands, reflecting on such matters while resting could effectively pass the time. However, he did not deliberate for long. Exhaustion and the satisfaction of a full belly, combined with the warmth of the campfire, soon lulled him into a deep slumber. Awoo. It was not until a series of wolf howls erupted in his ears that he jolted awake, his gaze bleary as he searched for the source of the commotion. It was the little wolf, seemingly in a frenzy, barking incessantly at Jiang Liu. Upon noticing him awake, its urgency only intensified. What on earth? Jiang Liu was utterly baffled by the little wolf's behavior, but in the next moment, a much louder howl from outside the shelter pierced his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Simultaneously, the little wolf, terrified, retreated back into the pile of firewood, ceasing its cries. Wait a moment. So you were trying to alert me? Jiang Liu suddenly understood. During the day, he had scavenged, and it was only natural for mutated creatures to attack him at night. Since he had not activated the killing moment that morning, he had no intention of letting this opportunity for food slip away. He opened the wooden door to the basement, setting 2 traps to limit the mutated wolf's movements before employing the killing moment for a decisive strike. The sequence of actions flowed seamlessly, akin to art. Unlike the initial clumsiness he had displayed, Jiang Liu had grown increasingly familiar with the sensation of thrusting his spear. Even when faced with a vicious wolf, he could easily strike its vital points. Dragging the wolf carcass back home, Jiang Liu caught a glimpse of the little wolf peeking out from a corner, its gaze seemingly filled with admiration and awe. Clearly, his display had left a profound impact on the young creature's impressionable mind. I had unexpectedly dozed off just now. Reflecting on it now, it sent a chill down my spine that if the little wolf had chosen to bite me while I slept, or perhaps surreptitiously consumed the food in the corner, it would have been a dire situation that it seems I ought to purchase a cage to confine it. After witnessing the recent events, Jiang Liu suddenly realized that having the little wolf by his side served a purpose far greater than he had initially imagined. Setting aside other considerations, it could sense dangers that he might overlook undoubtedly affording him more reaction time to deal with threats more calmly. Moreover, given the little wolf's current size, it likely wouldn't consume much food. All right, let us go to the store and buy a cage for the little wolf, then I'll get some sleep. Jiang Liu had previously possessed a modest amount of winter coins, but a series of purchases had unintentionally depleted his funds to zero. However, now he found himself in a position of financial abundance. Considering that he might require a substantial quantity of items from the store in the future, he decided to sell the newly hunted wolf to the shop. The initial wolf could fetch him 100 winter coins, but this one, being stronger and heavier, would sell for a premium price of 130 coins. Jiang Liu promptly confirmed the transaction. In an instant, a flash of white light appeared. The left drawer of his desk suddenly emitted the sound of coins clattering as he opened it to find it brimming with silvery winter coins. One side of each coin bore the character for winter, while the other depicted a scene of a winter apocalypse, roughly the same size as a 1 yuan coin, cold to the touch, and seemingly made of metal. Jiang Liu bought the iron cage from the store, and before him materialized a cage measuring approximately 1 meter by 1 meter by 80 centimeters, complete with a door that could be locked. In exchange, the drawer of coins flashed white light and deducted 13 coins. As for the store, it displayed a message indicating that items were being restocked and advised him to return tomorrow. However, this was of little concern. Jiang Liu promptly ushered the little wolf into the cage, ensured the door was securely closed, and then lay down on his bed to rest. The following morning, while Jiang Liu was deep in slumber, he was abruptly awakened once more by an unrelenting series of wolf howls. He fumbled for his phone and discovered it was only 8 o'clock in the morning. Given the chilly weather and the absence of an alarm clock, he had not risen this early in quite some time. What is going on? You aren't going to howl every morning, are you? If that is the case, I might need to consider letting you roam free. Jiang Liu grumbled as he added more logs to the fireplace, only to notice that the little wolf showed no signs of quieting, continuing to howl insistently while its paws rested on the iron cage, scratching at it relentlessly. Could it be that you're hungry? But it doesn't seem so. After a moment of contemplation, he opened the door of the iron cage, and the little wolf immediately darted out, rushing behind the wooden door, maintaining its familiar posture. Its forepaws were raised, incessantly scratching at the wooden door, glancing back at Jiang Liu every now and then, barking a few times, as if to say there was something delightful outside, urging to be let out. Jiang Liu opened the wooden door once more, and the little wolf dashed out in a blur. However, it did not venture far, stopping intermittently to check if Jiang Liu was following. What was the purpose of this? Jiang Liu, grasping a spear, followed closely behind the little wolf, stepping into the forest. After 3 or 4 minutes, the little wolf halted, becoming still, only howling towards the front. When Jiang Liu looked ahead, he saw nothing unusual, just a few trees and a vast expanse of snow-covered ground, leaving him perplexed as to why the little wolf had come to this place. Momentarily, Jiang Liu found himself at a loss, standing there without a clue. The little wolf turned back, noticing Jiang Liu's stillness, and also refrained from moving, staring blankly at him. Why are you looking at me? What do you intend to do here? Feel free to act. Seeing the little wolf remain motionless, Jiang Liu waved his hand forward while speaking. After witnessing the hunting scene from yesterday, the little wolf seemed to have taken on the persona of an alpha wolf. It hesitated to move forward without Jiang Liu's presence, and now that Jiang Liu was stagnant, it too peculiarly stood still, as if comprehending Jiang Liu's words. In the next moment, the little wolf crouched low, launching itself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! A cloud of snow erupted in the snowy ground. A white figure flashed through the snow, darting away at an incredible speed, matching the little wolf's agility. Fleeing desperately in the opposite direction, Jiang Liu focused intently, and to his astonishment, it was a snow hare lurking beneath the snow. This was a revelation to Jiang Liu. Despite having spent considerable time collecting firewood and exploring the forest, he had never encountered any creatures, which had puzzled him. Wolves and brown bears might not hunt during the day, but surely herbivores like hares wouldn't be absent in broad daylight. Now, Jiang Liu understood. The forest was not devoid of life. Rather, their outer fur was pure white, blending perfectly with the snow. Any creature lying amidst the snow would leave no trace, and even with the little wolf's earlier hint and prolonged observation, he had failed to detect anything amiss. Forget it, don't chase. Since Jiang Liu had remained stationary, the evidently young little wolf was unable to catch up with the snow hare and, after a brief pursuit, returned to its starting point, looking at Jiang Liu with puzzled black eyes, seemingly unable to comprehend why the prey was right before them, while Jiang Liu remained unmoved. Under the little wolf's gaze, Jiang Liu felt somewhat awkward. After all, he did not possess the keen nose of a wolf and could not discern the snow hare's scent with mere eyesight. Wait a moment. If it could assist me in hunting snow hares, wouldn't my upgrade task be accomplished expeditiously? In a moment of clarity, Jiang Liu suddenly realized the little wolf's value, his eyes alight with fervor. His survival talent required hunting 10 creatures, excluding the mutated wolf he had slain last night. He still needed to capture 9 more. Whether it was hunting snow hares or mutated wolves, their worth was equivalent, each counting as a single creature. Thus, with the little wolf's assistance, Jiang Liu's progress would accelerate significantly. Originally, it would have taken 10 days to hunt 1 wolf each night. Now, if all went well, he might even manage to hunt 9 snow hares in a single day to meet the requirement. Let's get to work. Little wolf, you must still be hungry after yesterday, right? If you're famished, sniff around and see if there are any snow hare scents nearby. If you help me catch 10 snow hares, I promise to share half with you, ensuring you are well fed. Jiang Liu coaxed, attempting to persuade the little wolf, almost convincing himself in the process. Half? The little creature was so young. Could it even consume that much? A couple would suffice, and Jiang Liu would keep the rest for himself, to be returned at a later time based on his mood. The little wolf blinked, seemingly unsure if it truly understood Jiang Liu's intentions. Yet it suddenly took off, leading Jiang Liu to another open area, where it came to a halt. This time, Jiang Liu had learned his lesson. He recognized that the little wolf's stillness signified the presence of prey. However, it had not rushed forward, indicating its cautious nature. At this juncture, it was time for him to take action. Jiang Liu widened his eyes, scanning the snowy ground before him for a full 5 minutes. Was there truly nothing here? Little wolf, have you led me astray? Nothing to be found, and no matter how he looked, it did not resemble a place where a snow hare might be hiding. The camouflage skills of these small creatures were indeed formidable, explaining why Jiang Liu had failed to spot any of them on numerous occasions. A woo-a-woo. The little wolf was growing impatient, almost ready to speak, pawing at Jiang Liu with a frustrated demeanor, as if it had handed over the answers to an exam, while Jiang Liu could not even find the paper. This spectacle was enough to drive the little wolf to distraction. Yet Jiang Liu truly felt powerless. His eyes could not discern any signs, not even the traces of a snow hare's passage, making it impossible to locate them. Forget it, if we can't find them. Let's not waste time. Charge ahead. Little wolf. Jiang Liu, exasperated, had spent 5 minutes staring at the snowy ground like a fool, finding nothing, and now he was determined to uncover where the creatures were hiding. So cleverly concealed, bang! The little wolf lunged, and a cloud of snow erupted from the ground before them. The speed of the snow hare was astonishing, nearly defying reaction. In an instant, it was ready to escape, deftly avoiding the little wolf's pursuit. However, Jiang Liu would not let it have its way. The moment of the hunt had arrived. In the next instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Jiang Liu's reflexes heightened, and his strength and speed surged. The spear in his hand was aimed and hurled forth. Whoosh! The spear effortlessly pierced the snow hare's body, ending its life in the snow, warm blood gradually oozing out. The rich scent of blood immediately permeating the IT was indeed swift. Jiang Liu approached slowly, lifting the hare. Its fur was pure white, with unusually broad paws adapted for traversing the snow. Its tail was particularly remarkable. Long and large, almost resembling a broom, as it moved through the snow, its tail could sweep back and forth, erasing its tracks. Jiang Liu checked his phone, confirming that his upgrade talent had indeed risen to 210. This snow hare had counted towards it. Though utilizing the hunt moment for a single hare seemed somewhat excessive, without it, he could not conceive of any other means to intercept the creature promptly. At that moment, the little wolf sat before Jiang Liu, gazing longingly at the snow hare in his hands. After a moment's thought, Jiang Liu drew out a short knife, severing the hare's head and feet. tossing them to the little wolf. Little wolf, you're aware of our situation. We are rather short on provisions. You can have the head and feet for now, while I'll keep the body for later when we are more prosperous. In that brief moment, he even took the time to console the little wolf, indifferent to whether it understood him. After all, he lived alone in a basement, his only social interaction being online, and he could not approach other survivors for fear of conflict. Now, having a companion to confide in, regardless of species, he relished the opportunity to exchange a few words to alleviate his solitude. Having captured a snow hare, Jiang Liu's hunting endeavors began to progress smoothly with a reference point in mind. He discovered that while these snow hares were adept at concealing themselves, they were not entirely untraceable. Though they would sweep away their tracks to avoid leaving traces, this very behavior inadvertently revealed their locations. How could the snow cover possibly be so pristine? Various factors, such as obstructions from branches overhead and disturbances from external winds, may lead to differences in elevation, occurring rather inadvertently. The snow rabbit's meticulous grooming, paradoxically, allowed Jiang Liu to successfully uncover their hiding places. Once the little wolf confirmed a general location, Jiang Liu could remain stationary for 3 to 4 minutes, most often discerning something amiss, thereby locating the snow rabbit's lairs. From a safe distance, he could cast his spear. Should he strike true, a brief chase of merely several dozen meters would yield a snow rabbit. If he missed, he could simply target another. Indeed, this area seemed to be abundant with snow rabbits. The duo had spent the entire morning without exhausting their quarry. Remarkably, in just one morning, they captured 9 snow rabbits. Here, these rabbit heads are your reward. Enjoy, Jiang Liu exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Over the course of the morning, their collaboration had rendered them masters of the snowy expanse. Effortlessly catching rabbits around them, he affectionately patted the little wolf's head, abandoning any thoughts of selling it. Instead, he contemplated taking it out for a session with a dog trainer to refine its skills. After all, its innate talent for survival lay in its affinity for animals, which would enhance the little wolf's understanding of human nature, beneficial without drawbacks, aside from the cost, making it nearly perfect. He wondered how much his own survival talent could be upgraded. Although the little wolf seemed to indicate that many snow rabbits still roamed free nearby, the prospect of upgrading his survival talent after hunting 10 creatures filled Jiang Liu with anticipation. During their break for lunch, he promptly checked his status. Hunting Moment. Activate. You may enter Hunting Moment, gaining a comprehensive enhancement of physical attributes for 1 second, but be advised it can only be used once per day. Side effects. You will become a more likely target for mutated creatures. Upgrade conditions. Kill 10 creatures. Currently at 10-10, conditions met. Cost. 50 winter coins to access the upgrade page. You confirm. A mere 50 winter coins is a trifling sum for Jiang Liu, who possessed a considerable fortune. Moreover, this expenditure was an essential investment, prompting him to confirm immediately. Instantly, 3 upgrade options appeared on the computer screen. Type A upgrade. The duration of Hunting Moment will increase from 1 second to 3 seconds. Type B upgrade. You may now use Hunting Moment twice within a single day. Type C upgrade. The enhancements from Hunting Moment will be significantly amplified, rendering you virtually omnipotent during its activation. Faced with these 3 choices, Jiang Liu fell into contemplation. Undoubtedly, each upgrade type bore its merits and drawbacks, emphasizing different aspects, necessitating a further decision from him. Type C could be dismissed for now. The current benefits of Hunting Moment sufficed, and there was no need for excessive enhancement. Thus, he first ruled out the comprehensive strengthening option. For Jiang Liu, there was little distinction between delivering a single punch that killed a wolf and one that reduced it to a bloody pulp. His objectives were solely hunting and self-preservation. Excessive augmentation seemed unnecessary. Hence, he would choose between duration and frequency. The former would grant him enduring strength, while the latter provided an additional lifeline, but if faced with danger twice in 1 day, he could confront it with greater composure. Which option should he select? After deliberation, he opted for Type B upgrade, allowing him to utilize Hunting Moment twice daily. After all, 1 second was currently sufficient. No creature had ever endured longer than that in his grasp. Even if a mutated creature could withstand a second, he could simply activate Hunting Moment again. However, if he encountered 2 life-threatening situations in a single day, extending the duration would be of no avail. Upon making his choice, the computer displayed an upgrade complete notification. In an instant, Jiang Liu felt as though he had undergone an invisible surgery. Despite having done nothing, he sensed a tingling in his left arm and left leg. Where injuries had previously occurred, before he could react, the tingling subsided, taking with it the lingering pain. Upon inspecting his wounds, he found them remarkably healed. After a brief stretch, Jiang Liu confirmed that he felt as if he had rested on a hospital bed for over a month. His injuries had fully recovered without even a trace of aftereffects. Well, it seems the upgrade also grants a body restoration feature. That's rather splendid, he mused with satisfaction. Although his prior injuries were not severe, they had impeded his movements, occasionally causing discomfort when he exerted himself. Now he found himself in peak condition. As for injuries, it would be prudent to avoid them. It appeared he must exercise greater caution in the future. Striving to hunt without sustaining harm, he glanced at the computer once more. The next upgrade would require him to hunt 50 creatures and spend 200 winter coins. While acquiring the coins was manageable, killing 50 creatures would demand time. Certainly not something to be achieved in haste. Jiang Liu remained unperturbed, turning his attention to talent extraction. This was indeed a valuable opportunity, with just the hunting moment. He could ensure his safety that if he could acquire another survival talent, would he not become invincible? With this thought, he opened the interface that a circular wheel appeared before him, identical to the original talent extraction interface. Countless entries adorned the wheel, each representing a different talent. However, unlike before, a cautionary note appeared beneath the wheel. Different survival talents may interfere negatively with one another. Please choose your desired talent with care. Scanning further, he spotted a gleaming start button. After reading the warning, he promptly clicked start, and the wheel began to spin. The wheel rotated swiftly, but for a brief moment before coming to a halt. When it ceased, the pointer indicated 2 words: night vision, talent description. Your eyes will be able to see in the dark. Beside it were 2 buttons, one labeled accept talent, the other decline talent. Night vision, Jiang Liu gazed at the talent and, without hesitation, clicked to accept. Though the night vision talent was difficult to evaluate, neither particularly beneficial nor detrimental, and given that he seldom ventured out night, it still did not conflict with his hunting moment, making it unwise to forfeit. Having an additional talent was always a boon, providing greater assurance for his survival, even if it was not immediately useful. Who could predict the future? For lunch, they feasted on rabbit meat. The rabbit meat roasted. Jiang Liu took it upon himself to gingerly peel the soft, warm fur from the snow rabbits. The pelts were remarkably soft, providing excellent insulation. Although the combined pelts of 9 rabbits could not be fashioned into a coat, they could certainly be made into a pair of gloves or a scarf, for sewing. He had no intention of undertaking that task. Instead, he sought to find suitable individuals who could handle such work. Ever since Bai Hua had utilized her survival talent to craft metal gear, a flourishing variety of trades had emerged. There were those who trained dogs, sold outdoor survival equipment, and provided intelligence on mutated creatures. Anyone could be found. Naturally, if he limited his search to those nearby, the options would dwindle considerably. However, Jiang Liu could not engage in online transactions for such items. If someone absconded with the pelts, where could he seek recourse? Moreover, transaction fees were another factor. Thus, he preferred to meet individuals in person whenever possible. Just as he contemplated reaching out in the chat, a flurry of messages erupted in his friend list. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Bai Hua. Bai Hua, are you interested in attending a meetup? A meetup? There's no need for explanations from the other party. As the name suggests, the gathering of Jiang Liu is evidently a congregation of survivors. Jiang Liu is not opposed to meeting other survivors. After all, the transaction fees for online trading are exorbitant, and the necessity for offline trading is becoming increasingly pronounced. Meeting others is merely a matter of time, although there may be individuals with ulterior motives among them. With his recently upgraded hunting moment and formidable equipment, he harbors no fear. If Bai Hua is confident in organizing a gathering, Jiang Liu will certainly lend his support. He promptly replied, "Is this a trading gathering among survivors? If so, I have no objections, but how many people can you invite? Will they trust you?" Jiang Liu is unafraid of others, but one cannot overlook the possibility that they might fear him. After all, According to current data, it appears that only a handful of individuals have acquired combat-oriented survival talents, while the majority possess talents inclined toward production and manufacturing. Furthermore, in this frigid post-apocalyptic world, it is unrealistic to claim one is not concerned about others attempting to seize resources. A certain level of vigilance is necessary. Thus, from this perspective, those who dare to agree to attend Bai Hua's gathering are likely to be few. I have my own clever plans, so rest assured. The attendees may not be numerous, but I will get to know each one personally to ensure safety. Moreover, they will all bring some resources for exchange. If possible, could you bring some food resources to trade with everyone? Bai Hua did not elaborate on the details of the meeting nor how she would conduct it, but rather made a request to Jiang Liu. She hoped he would bring some food to the gathering. After all, as someone capable of single-handedly slaying a wolf on the second day of the game and selling it online, he certainly would not lack food resources. Bai Hua's invitation was not solely based on trust. There was also a practical aspect involved. Noticing Jiang Liu had not replied, Bai Hua sent a pleading emoticon and continued typing. I know you may not have an abundance of food either. I do not insist that you do this, but if you are in a position to bring some food, please do so. If not, it is perfectly fine. You are still welcome at the gathering. Jiang Liu pondered for a moment, glancing at the mountain of canned goods in the corner, the carcass of a mutated wolf, several snow rabbits, and the small wolf gnawing on a rabbit head at his feet, and fell in a deep thought. I do have food, but might be inconvenient to carry it over. Perhaps I will decide when the time comes. By the way, when will your gathering take place? Bai Hua replied, the time and location are yet to be determined. Please keep an eye on my messages over the next few days. I will notify you as soon as there is any news. The conversation between the two concluded that he glanced at the shop and noticed that new items had been added: a small knife, bottled water, and an apple. Nothing particularly necessary. Jiang Liu had no intention of making a purchase at the moment. Instead, he swiftly finished his lunch. Originally, due to time and food constraints, he had planned to skip lunch, but after yesterday's successful scavenging, he had become unexpectedly affluent and indulged in a luxurious midday meal. After taking a sip of liquor and settling by the fireplace, feeling his body gradually warm, he picked up the leather map and began to examine it. For the afternoon, he did not intend to continue hunting snow rabbits. His hunting moment had been upgraded, and his current food supply was sufficient. Thus, the rabbits in the surrounding snowy field could roam freely outside the shelter. Whenever he felt like eating, he could simply bring the small wolf along to fetch some. As for the ruins of the city, although there were plenty of resources, there were also far more people, which could lead to chaos. Therefore, it was not Jiang Liu's primary choice for scavenging, based on his own considerations. The itinerary for the afternoon was, of course, to continue exploring the yellow shelters marked on the map. After all, he had found a shelter yesterday and amassed such a wealth of resources that, if he could locate another one today, it was unimaginable how prosperous he would become. Accumulating more resources was indeed necessary. His current shelter still required numerous improvements. He longed for underfloor heating, a soft bed, and some chilled beverages to fully enjoy life. On the leather map, Jiang Liu had estimated the approximate location of his shelter and marked it with a cross using his short knife. Among the remaining 3 yellow question marks on the map, he chose the nearest one. He donned the arm guards crafted by Bai Hua, made minor adjustments, confirmed everything was in order, and set off with the other necessary items as he was about to leave. The small wolf began to whine, seemingly wishing to accompany him. Considering the potential need for the little creature to consume several rabbit heads to regain its strength after the journey, Jiang Liu initially contemplated leaving it locked in the iron cage. However, upon reflection, having the wolf along could prove beneficial in a moment of peril. There was no need to withhold a couple of rabbit heads, so it was wiser to bring it along for safety. All right. No need to make such a racket. I will take you with me. Your fur is quite warm, so you won't need any clothes. Keep up with my pace, and remember to alert me if there's any danger. 20 minutes later, Jiang Liu found himself in a snowy expanse. There were no trees in sight, not even larger ones. Everywhere he looked was a vast expanse of white, with only a frozen river behind him. He had traversed this river to arrive here. According to the map, the location should be correct, and there were no green tree markers on it, indicating that this indeed should be a plain. Jiang Liu paused to examine the map in his hands. Beside him, the small wolf was joyfully running about, clearly more liberated in the outdoors than cooped up at home. its happiness was palpable. Jiang Liu paid it no mind, and after confirming he had not strayed off course, he slowly ventured deeper into the snowy expanse. Initially, he had thought that the shelter would be built on the plain, with an unobstructed view making it easy to spot, unlike the densely wooded areas he had encountered previously. However, as he continued walking, doubts began to creep in. Damn it, all I see is snow. Where is the shadow of any shelter? Not even a single bird is visible above. It is utterly silent. Furthermore, if someone had indeed constructed a shelter here, with Jiang Liu's keen eyesight, it would be impossible for him not to notice it. Could it be that I have gone too far? Undeterred, Jiang Liu walked back and forth across the snowfields several times, yet still found nothing. Just as he lamented that perhaps time had passed and the shelter had long been destroyed. Dissipated into the ether, a sudden awoo erupted from the small wolf, which had been frolicking beside him, now halting and barking incessantly at him. Jiang Liu immediately took notice. Although they had not spent much time together, he had come to understand that the small wolf would not bark for no reason. When it howled, it was either indicating danger in the vicinity or signaling a discovery nearby. After a moment of vigilance, noticing there was no immediate threat, Jiang Liu realized something and bent down to inquire. You found a shelter, didn't you? Where is it? Quickly, take me there, and I will reward you with an extra rabbit head when we return. The small wolf continued to bark, spinning in circles in place and digging at the snow beneath its paws. At this moment, Jiang Liu hesitated. Could it be that the wolf merely wanted to play in the snow? Was he foolish for conversing with the wolf? Perhaps it was better to return to the shelter early, enjoy some liquor, and eat a canned meal, rather than aimlessly wandering in this frigid wilderness. However, just as he was about to leave, a crisp sound rang out, and Jiang Liu's expression shifted as he felt a sharp pain in his toes, akin to accidentally kicking a concrete barrier while walking. Yet in this icy wasteland, how could such a thing exist? Upon realizing what he had inadvertently kicked, Jiang Liu hurriedly rose to his feet, kneeling on the ground alongside the little wolf, as they both began to dig through the thick blanket of snow with their hands. As the upper layer of snow was cleared away, the concealed object beneath finally revealed its true form. It turned out to be an entrance to a basement. A heavy iron lid, adorned with a protruding handle, emerged amidst the snowy landscape. This location was devoid of any locks, yet the lid was exceptionally weighty. Jiang Liu exerted tremendous effort, finally managing to pry it open and flip it over onto the snow. With the obstruction removed, a faint ray of sunlight streamed through the opening, illuminating the interior, allowing Jiang Liu a glimpse of the scene within. Below lay a ladder leaning against the wall, extending further into the depths, while some tables and chairs appeared to be arranged along both sides. Beyond this, due to the angle of his view, he could see no more. He decided to wait. This place had likely been unopened for a considerable time, and the air inside was probably stale. Moreover, recalling his previous experience, he deemed it prudent not to venture down alone this time, opting instead to find a decoy to probe the way. Jiang Liu glanced at the little wolf. Although he had previously scavenged a significant cache of canned goods and alcohol from the creature's treehouse refuge, the inherent dangers of such endeavors could not be overlooked, had it not been for the blood that attracted two ravenous wolves. Providing sustenance for the mutated brown bear, Jiang Liu might well have found himself ensnared within the bear's belly. To go find two snow hares, he instructed the little wolf. They circled the vicinity and soon captured two snow hares. With time pressing and the air below presumably now refreshed, he tossed one of the hares down the opening. With a splash, the hare landed and, startled, immediately began to sprint below. Jiang Liu crouched and waited for a moment. As expected, a series of rustling sounds soon emanated from below. The snow hare appeared to have triggered some sort of trap, letting out a few frantic cries before falling silent. In tandem, he let the other hare drop as well, which remained lively for a good 10 minutes within. It seemed the traps below had been exhausted. He retrieved a bottle of alcohol from his backpack, took a small swig, and boldly descended the ladder. On the ground lay the carcass of a snow hare, pierced by several crossbow bolts, blood pooling around it, positioned just beyond the step he would take after descending the ladder, to the left. He noticed numerous dark, gaping holes arranged closely together, while some crossbow bolts lay to the right. Jiang Liu bent down for a closer inspection. The The tile where the snow hare had been was slightly loose, indicating a cleverly designed mechanism. Any weight placed upon it would trigger a trap, causing a volley of crossbow bolts to shoot from the left side openings. Typically, when one descends a staircase, they instinctively take a step forward, pressed against the wall to better observe the subterranean space. Fortunately, having learned from past misfortunes, Jiang Liu remained cautious and avoided this peril. Now that the immediate danger had passed, it was time to scavenge for supplies. Inside the basement, he spotted another live snow hare, curled up in a corner. Jiang Liu approached and swiftly captured it, then began to survey the surrounding environment. The underground refuge measured approximately 15 square meters. At the far end, a table stood, upon which rested what appeared to be a safe. Aside from this, there was little else, rendering the space quite sparse. In Jiang Liu's imagination, this place might have housed a plethora of supplies, perhaps even a greater stock of canned goods or other essential survival items. However, the stark reality before him evoked a sense of disappointment. He meticulously tapped on every wall and floor tile, confirming there were no hidden compartments, before finally approaching the table. Indeed, the table bore a safe, requiring a 6-digit code, and was quite heavy, making it difficult to move. The drawers on either side contained some candies and snacks, which Jiang Liu eagerly stuffed into his backpack. It seemed this was the extent of his haul. The safe. What treasures lay within that warranted such a dedicated shelter for storage? Jiang Liu attempted to pry it open. But the safe was exceptionally sturdy, and with the tools at his disposal, he found it utterly unyielding. I don't know the code, and I can't move it back to the shelter, he lamented. What should I do? Am I to leave this behind, waiting until I know the code to return and unlock it? Having prepared to transport supplies, it was utterly unacceptable for Jiang Liu to return empty-handed. If he had come away with nothing, it would have been one thing. Yet now, with such a valuable object before him, the universe seemed to mock him with the requirement of a code for retrieval. What torment! Suddenly, a notification chimed from his phone, startling Jiang Liu. What the hell? Although he had silenced his phone prior to departure to avoid alarming anything, a message had somehow come through. Pulling out his phone, he discovered it was indeed a notification. Moreover, it was an official message. When encountering inaccessible supplies in the wild, one could spend winter coins to temporarily store them in their phone using the scanning function. What the heck? Jiang Liu was utterly dumbfounded. Just as he faced a dilemma, a message appeared instructing him on how to proceed. Was someone watching him from the shadows? But he was underground, not exposed in the wild. Could there be hidden cameras in this place? Never mind, he thought that if he could suddenly awaken in this winter world, then what was so strange about other inexplicable occurrences? Quickly, he located the scanning function on his phone. It operated similarly to scanning a QR code. After enveloping the entire safe in the camera's view, a prompt appeared on his screen. Detected scanned object confirmed as a safe. Would you like to spend 50 winter coins to store it in your phone? 50 winter coins? Jiang Liu felt a pang in his wallet. He had previously sold a wolf carcass for 130 winter coins, then bought a cage for the little wolf, costing 13. Now, he was left with only 117 winter coins. And the 50 required was nearly half his remaining balance. Yet to leave it behind felt equally unpalatable. Fine, as long as I can take it back to the shelter, I can tinker with it later. It can't remain locked forever, can it? With a determined resolve, Jiang Liu ultimately decided to scan the safe into his phone. As for the other items, they held little interest. He gathered the 2 snow hares and set off back to the shelter. After all, it was already afternoon, and having spent considerable time here, it was now past 4 o'clock. If he delayed any longer, he risked getting lost in the dark. The return journey was smooth, having already traversed the path once. However, the little wolf seemed restless, barking incessantly along the way. Despite Jiang Liu's attempts to calm it down, even offering it a snow hare, nothing seemed to quell its agitation. It was peculiar. If there were danger, they should have left by now. If something was indeed amiss, why did the little wolf continue to run rather than stop? Jiang Liu found himself puzzled, but after some contemplation, he reasoned it could simply be a burst of energy, resigning himself to let it bark. Suddenly, he sensed something was amiss and quickly covered the wolf's mouth. Silencing its howls, he had arrived at the snowy expanse before his home, just about to change into suitable snow boots for walking. However, a glance ahead caused him to freeze. He had not yet stepped ashore, yet there were unmistakable footprints in the snow. Someone was nearby. Damn it, they were right at his doorstep. This group of individuals surely wouldn't consider trespassing to seize their own belongings. Would they? 3 thoughts, 3 notions, surged almost instantaneously in Jiang Liu's mind. His gaze followed the tracks in the snow ahead, and he noticed several dark figures lurking around his shelter, seemingly intent on rummaging through it. Jiang Liu felt a surge of anxiety. After all, it housed a substantial cache of supplies he had scavenged. What was happening? How could anyone have found their way to his doorstep? If they were to plunder the contents within, he would undoubtedly regret not spending a few winter coins to procure a sturdy and reasonably priced lock for his door. Woo woo woo. The little wolf struggled, breaking free from Jiang Liu's grasp. Fixing him with a gaze that conveyed sheer disdain, tinged with a hint of helplessness, it resembled a celestial being, weary after a fierce battle, sighing at its luxurious spoils while casting a glance at its incompetent companions. Surely you don't mean to suggest that your earlier howls were a reaction to detecting these intruders, do you? Jiang Liu ventured weakly. The little wolf remained silent, but its eyes spoke volumes. It seems the fault lies with my ignorance of wolfish tongue. Upon returning, I must promptly arrange for that dog training master to come by. Otherwise, should I encounter such a situation again, I would truly have no excuse. But who could have foreseen this? The fact that I managed to refrain from reprimanding the little wolf earlier was already commendable. After all, with its howling, it could have easily attracted the attention of some mutated creature. I had been so preoccupied with returning home swiftly that I overlooked the possibility of an invasion. Enough of this. You too wouldn't wish for your belongings to be taken by others, would you? For if that were to happen, you would never taste the rabbit head you so long for. You traverse through the forest, and I shall take the path around. Once I make my move, seize the moment and pounce on one of them, showing them our might. In the basement, a man donned in a red knitted cap emerged, each hand clutching a can. His tone was brimming with excitement. We've struck gold. You too, come quickly and see. This place is a veritable treasure trove. The food here could sustain us for an entire week. The 2 men lurking outside exchanged glances before approaching together. So many cans and bottles. And a fireplace, beds, batteries. My goodness, this household is indeed affluent. The meager finds from the ruins pale in comparison to this bounty. Let those fools squabble over their spoils while we bask in our own good fortune. These 2, one tall and lean, the other short and stout, wielded a dagger and an axe, respectively, as their means of defense. Upon entering the basement and witnessing the abundance of supplies, their eyes gleamed with greed, already envisioning the life that awaited them with such riches. However, at that moment, the man in the red cap seemed to have made a discovery, his expression shifting abruptly. Wait a moment, this isn't one of those abandoned shacks. Look at this computer. It still has data records. This must be the lair of some survivor that we inadvertently stumbled upon. The tall, lean man laughed heartily. Isn't that just perfect? That's precisely what I want. A survivor. The man in the red cap frowned. What nonsense are you spouting? If there's a survivor here, and he discovers us, he will undoubtedly thwart our efforts to transport the supplies. He must have gone out exploring. Nightfall is approaching, and he should be returning shortly. Once that happens, we will be in a predicament. We should hasten to gather the goods and leave. There are so many cans here, I only need 3 or 4 to be content. After speaking, the man in the red cap moved to a corner, collecting several cans to stuff into his shoulder bag. And headed for the exit, he pushed open the wooden door of the shelter and had barely taken 2 or 3 steps outside, when suddenly, a snow-white dagger pierced through his back, emerging from his chest, sending a chill through him. Immediately after, an axe struck, cleaving into his neck and toppling him to the ground. The man in the red cap had no time to resist. He was dispatched to the underworld in an instant. Oh, what a foolish lad. Tell me, how can there be such a person in this world, who, having met us only once, dares to agree to team up for exploration? The stout man stepped forward, placing a foot on the body, leveraging it to extract the axe, his face a mask of confusion. The tall, lean man snorted dismissively. What is so strange about it? This world is filled with all sorts of people. There are those who are overly trusting and those who are heartlessly cruel. It's not surprising at all. As long as he is dead, it doesn't matter if he doesn't survive to share the spoils with us. Let us hurry and dispose of the body. The resident survivor should be returning soon at Will Hide, and as soon as he appears, we'll seize him, forcing him to hand over all his winter coins before we kill him. That would be quite a lucrative windfall, the stout man chuckled. Once we pull this off, we'll be in for another hefty profit. To be honest, the previous jobs were quite rewarding, and now I have enough food. However, there are still many things lacking in the shelter. I could use winter coins to buy some furniture. That's so. I happen to share that sentiment, and I'm a bit short on funds. Perhaps you could lend me some winter coins? Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind the two men. Without a moment's hesitation, their experience kicked in, and they rolled away to evade the impending attack. But would that be effective? Jiang Liu crouched atop the shelter, his gaze fixed intently on the plumper of the two men, gripping his long gun tightly, his murderous intent unmistakable. He had heard everything that transpired moments ago. Live and let live, he believed. He was a pacifist, not one to relish conflict, let alone murder. The blade in his hand had only ever been employed on the chickens and ducks at home, and even then, it rarely resulted in a swift kill. Yet, in a moment of crisis, he was not devoid of the courage to stand up and fight, since they had come to his doorstep to plot against him. There was little left to discuss. Elimination was the only course in the instant he made his move, Jiang Liu activated the hunting moment. The world seemed to freeze, though it lasted barely a second. It was ample time for Jiang Liu to have dispatched his foe 1,000 times over. I'll start with you, you rotund fool. Jiang Liu had not forgotten that the man had boasted of several past exploits, leading him to suspect that this individual was no saint. He had likely committed murder and robbery more than once. Indeed, he might have even been a notorious fugitive before arriving in this world. What mercy was there to show such a beast? It was as if he were dispatching a household pet. Jiang Liu bore no psychological burden. The battle concluded in an instant. The human body proved even more fragile than Jiang Liu had anticipated. With the hunting moment's enhancement, he leaped high, plunging his long gun violently into the fat man's neck, killing him instantly. What? You actually killed him? You shall die as well. The lean man, witnessing his brother's demise, saw red, lunging at Jiang Liu with his dagger. The deceased was his own sibling. The fortunate pair had been assigned adjacent quarters, and to encounter one's kin in this wintry world was nothing short of miraculous. But now, Jiang Liu had dared to slay his brother. This was unforgivable. He must be killed, and the perpetrator's corpse must be laid to rest alongside his brother. The lean man had been standing only 2 or 3 paces away from Jiang Liu. Coupled with his keen reflexes, as Jiang Liu thrust his weapon forward, the lean man's dagger was already en route, poised to pierce Jiang Liu's eye. Oh! Suddenly, from another direction, a small wolf, no more than 50 to 60 centimeters in length, burst forth from the snow. Utilizing its pristine white fur, it managed to conceal itself remarkably well, successfully approaching the location of the shelter without being detected at this critical moment. Just as the tall, lean man was about to retaliate, it arrived in time to sink its teeth into his right hand, which clutched a sharp knife. Damn it! Where did this dog come from? The expression on the tall man's face froze, as he struggled desperately with both hands, yet he could not escape the small wolf's relentless biting. The small wolf appeared harmless, yet it fought with an extraordinary ferocity. In this regard, it perfectly inherited the bloodthirstiness of mutated creatures. Even after enduring multiple heavy blows, it refused to release its grip. Well done. Tonight, you shall feast on an entire snow hare. Jiang Liu was overjoyed. It seemed he had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. With such a fierce warrior, what worries did he have about conflicts with others? In a one-on-one, he was invincible. In a two-on-two, it appeared he could easily hold his own. The spear penetrated deeply, having pierced the fat man's neck and firmly embedding itself into the snow beneath. The shaft disappearing entirely, it would not be an easy task to extract it any time soon. Fortunately, aside from the spear, Jiang Liu also carried a short knife and wore arm guards made of white flowers, which could be used to defend himself. The delay in drawing the knife was somewhat troublesome, so Jiang Liu simply activated the remaining hunting moment, then swung his right arm fiercely, the metal guard crashing down with tremendous force onto the tall man's face. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, the tall man collapsed, covering his face with both hands. howling in agony, and a massive gash had opened on his face, revealing the pale skull within, as blood flowed freely, mingling with the snow, creating a horrifying scene that, my goodness, don't die on me. Jiang Liu was startled. He had indeed exerted too much force this time, and the guard had a sharp spike protruding, crafted by the white flower specifically to serve as an offensive tool in critical moments. He had overlooked this detail, originally intending only to stun the opponent. However, the injuries inflicted were no different from stabbing the man in the face with a knife, extremely severe. Jiang Liu hurried back to the shelter, retrieved a medical kit, and attempted to save the man's life. He had found the suggestions the two had discussed earlier quite agreeable, since they were aware that this shelter was occupied, yet still dared to plunder his resources. Why should he be courteous to them? He could simply turn the tables and raid their shelter instead, which would surely be delightful. Yet if this man died, Jiang Liu would have no one to guide him to their shelter. He knew they must have slid along the frozen river to arrive here. Therefore, theoretically, their shelter could be located anywhere along that route. Without some indication, it would be quite difficult for Jiang Liu to locate it. Unfortunately, the man's injuries were far too grave. Blood gushed from his face without ceasing, and it wouldn't be long before he followed in his brother's footsteps. Sigh, well, it's better that you both set out together. It saves the trouble of one going ahead while the other lags behind. Yet, I am left to bear the burden of moving you both a bit further away, hoping that no ferocious mutated creatures will come sniffing around tonight. Jiang Liu dragged the three corpses to a more distant spot, and after a thorough search, he found only a short knife, an axe, and a few cans that originally belonged to him. Damn, they are truly impoverished. No wonder they resorted to stealing from others. Jiang Liu disdainfully removed the red hat and shoulder bag. Although he had no use for them, they could be traded later for a bit of income. Oh, the small wolf approached, sniffing the three corpses, then began howling, standing up and attempting to paw at Jiang Liu. Having learned from past experiences, Jiang Liu quickly realized that this familiar howl signified the small wolf had something important to convey. Come now, no need to rush. What is it you wish to say? Have these individuals hidden some valuable treasure that I failed to discover? Or are there still accomplices nearby? Jiang Liu inquired slowly. Oh, the small wolf continued to howl, ceasing its pawing motions, and dashed over to the riverbank. Seeing Jiang Liu didn't follow, it returned. The meaning behind this action was unmistakable. Jiang Liu slapped his forehead in realization. You want to lead me to their shelter? The small wolf's keen sense of smell had detected the scent of the intruders on the way back, and had issued a warning in advance. Thus, now that Jiang Liu wished to raid their shelter, he could indeed rely on the small wolf's abilities to follow the scent. Good boy. We shall set off immediately, Jiang Liu decisively declared. Although it was nearing dusk, if they didn't hurry, the scent would likely dissipate by the next day, making it difficult for the small wolf to track. Furthermore, with three dead bodies here, the strong scent of blood might attract numerous mutated creatures during the night. Tonight would certainly be best spent away from his own shelter. Finding their shelter and staying there for the night, then returning with a bountiful haul of supplies the next day. What a splendid plan. No, wait, let's not set off just yet. Hold on a moment. It seemed he recalled something important, so Jiang Liu paused and returned to the shelter. He first opened his computer and quickly browsed online, using 1 as payment to have the transaction fees covered, in exchange for a copper lock and 3 matching keys. Then, gritting his teeth, he spent 20 winter coins and some firewood he found in the corners to reinforce the wooden door, ensuring it wouldn't be easily damaged during the night. Finally, he tossed 3 cans and a bottle of 36-degree liquor in his backpack, down the water from the fireplace, and set off at AS for the flint. He always kept it on him, just in case. It was now 5:30 p.m., and time was running short. Let us go, let us set out immediately. Although it was only 5:30, the sky had already darkened, as if a black veil had been draped over the world. The snowstorm intensified, giving the impression of a resurgence to reclaim the land. Based on Jiang Liu's observations over the past few days, by 6 p.m. at the latest, this frigid world would be plunged into darkness. A time when mutated creatures would emerge from their lairs to forage for food. Hurry, hurry, small wolf. We only have half an hour, Jiang Liu shouted, braving the howling wind and snow as he glided swiftly across the frozen river. Thanks to his innate night vision, the dimming light posed no hindrance to Jiang Liu. He could spot obstacles on the ice from a great distance, allowing him to make evasive maneuvers in advance. As for surprise attacks, they were out of the question. The only danger lay in whether the small wolf could guide him to the intruder's shelter in time to prevent excessive heat loss in his body. "Awoo!" The small wolf howled in response ahead, appearing exceptionally excited. Though still young, its instinct for tracking prey by scent had been awakened. Its blood seemed to boil, and despite how hard it ran, it showed no signs of fatigue. Even its wolfish eyes began to take on a blood-red hue without its awareness. Half an hour was ample time. The frigid wind howled, snow swirled, and the inky black night swallowed everything whole. A mountainside revealed an opening slightly below its center, with a vine ladder naturally descending into the dense forest below. The ladder was securely anchored, showing no signs of movement. Yet suddenly, it began to tremble as if someone were climbing up from below. If one listened closely, they could hear voices amid the wind and snow. What? It turns out that besides wooden houses, basements, and bridges, there are people living in caves. This is simply unheard of. A figure, battling through the storm, was scaling the vine ladder. This person carried a backpack, the zipper of which was open, revealing a small wolf nestled within, while a spear was horizontally wedged between their body and the backpack. "Awoo!" Upon hearing Jiang Liu speak, the little wolf emitted a howl, seemingly in agreement with his words, expressing its consent. The ladder was not particularly long. Jiang Liu swiftly ascended to the summit, and with a deft roll, he brought the little wolf into the cave. Although his body trembled with the chill, he first surveyed the surroundings to ensure no dangers lurked before extracting a few pieces of firewood from a pile in the corner and igniting them. This cave extended deep into the mountain, devoid of any bends. It was a straight passage nearly 40 to 50 meters in length, with a width and height comparable to that of a horizontal cylinder. The biting cold wind seeped in, yet a large piece of fabric hanging at the entrance obstructed much of it, and once the fire was kindled, the warmth enveloped them to the innermost depths of the cave. A living area was evident, furnished with a computer and various pieces of furniture. Scattered around were several empty bottles and jars. Strangely, after rummaging for a while, Jiang Liu discovered only a fragment of chocolate, half a tube of toothpaste, and a box of needles and thread. Aside from that, there were no further findings. Not even a spare can of food or a glimmering winter coin could be found. How could this be? That individual should not be so destitute. How could a hideout lack sufficient provisions? Jiang Liu was taken aback. He had thought that after braving the snow and wind for half an hour, he would be rewarded with a mountain of supplies. Yet, the reality before him was a profound disappointment. This hardly resembled the den of a ruthless bandit. It seemed more desolate, akin to long-abandoned dwellings. It was utterly perplexing. Could it be that this was merely one of their shelters and all the supplies had been relocated to another hideout? Jiang Liu speculated. However, within the depths of the cave, 2 sleeping areas were clearly delineated. If no one resided here, that would be understandable. Yet if people did inhabit this space, why was there such a scarcity of resources? At that moment, the little wolf surged forth once again. It dashed towards the sleeping area, sniffing for some time before seizing a piece of fabric on the ground and tugging it aside, revealing a concealed iron plate beneath. Goodness, there was indeed another entrance hidden here. No wonder supplies were elusive. Jiang Liu, brimming with excitement, scooped up the little wolf. What a good dog! It was truly a blessing that he had brought it home. Such loyalty deserved a hearty reward upon their return. Perhaps a rabbit would suffice, a small treat, as the little wolf was still young and might choke on too much food. Cautiously, he lifted the iron plate that a staircase slanted downward before him, evidently crafted by human hands. The descent was shrouded in darkness, the destination unknown. For an ordinary person, this might provoke hesitation about proceeding. Yet, Jiang Liu had journeyed this far in pursuit of resources to improve his life. Thus, he extracted 2 torches from the fire. Tossing one into the inky depths of the staircase, the torch tumbled down the steps, scattering sparks as it rolled before extinguishing. However, the brief illumination was sufficient for Jiang Liu to discern that the space below was filled with identical steps, extending far beyond his sight. Having come this far, it was illogical not to investigate further. Little wolf, don't rush ahead. We must be wary of potential traps, Jiang Liu cautioned, grasping the remaining torch firmly as he began his descent. The light provided by the torch was limited, and as he reached the midpoint, both ends were engulfed in darkness, as if a monstrous maw had ensnared him. However, thanks to his night vision ability, Jiang Liu could see the surroundings clearly, though he proceeded slowly to ensure safety and avoid triggering any traps. After approximately 5 minutes, he finally reached the bottom of the staircase. Oddly, it seemed no one had visited this place in a long while. As a vast spiderweb greeted him upon opening the door, he paid it little heed, casually brushing aside the web as he stepped into the interior space. At first glance, Jiang Liu spotted a crossbow on a cabinet in one corner. "What luck! They even have this," he exclaimed. Yet he wondered why they hadn't taken it out to commit their deeds. Did they prefer close combat? That seemed unlikely. Unable to resist, he approached and began to explore. This was a mechanical crossbow. Once a bolt was placed and drawn back, a simple pull of the trigger would unleash it, a formidable weapon for mid-range combat that end both defense and offense. It was an excellent choice. If he were in their shoes, he would want to carry this crossbow daily. It seemed a waste to leave it behind. However, it soon became clear why they hadn't taken it. What? They only have a crossbow and no bolts. Jiang Liu exclaimed, searching the vicinity in vain for matching bolts. Without bolts, the crossbow was rendered useless, becoming more of a burden than a weapon. Speaking of which, he recalled he had previously acquired 2 bolts. Perhaps he could take the crossbow back and try them out together. Jiang Liu had not forgotten the man who had tried to kill him in the ruins of the city. Clearly, he was a cold-blooded killer, having plundered countless resources, leaving him with a ruthless demeanor. However, after Jiang Liu had taken his 2 bolts, his intimidation factor should have diminished. He wondered if that man was still alive. If he were dead, so be it. Jiang Liu was not one to dwell on the deceased, certainly not one to dig up a corpse for retribution. But if he were alive, it would be even better. Once he procured bolts for the crossbow, their next encounter could very well be tit for tat, allowing him to let that man taste the sting of his own weapon. Goodness, these two are indeed swimming in wealth. Jiang Liu mused that, in addition to the crossbow, what other treasures lay in wait. Discovering a crossbow upon entry ignited his anticipation for the ensuing search. These individuals were evidently seasoned bandits, and their level of affluence was among the most fortunate of survivors. They even had surplus winter coins, which they had used to construct a hidden chamber within a cave to store their supplies, clearly wary of being robbed while out plundering others. From these 2 points, it was evident that their hideout must be replete with valuable items. The thought of all these riches falling into his hands set Jiang Liu's heart racing, and he immediately began to scour the cave. Although the underground was devoid of light, Jiang Liu possessed the gift of night vision. While his visibility was not as clear as during the day, it was still sufficient to navigate without being completely blind. As he moved, he quickly discovered an abundance of resources within the cave. In the left corner, food was piled high: dried meat, canned goods, apples, milk, an array of provisions. The little wolf could no longer contain itself. Rushing forward to tear into a piece of jerky, Jiang Liu paid it no mind. It was time for the little creature to enjoy a hearty meal. In the center, there were computers and some tables and chairs. Alongside a fireplace, presumably a gathering spot for warmth, on the right side, lay various items: hammers, cups, axes, and wooden boxes, reminiscent of stolen goods that had yet to be organized, merely haphazardly piled together. Even above, a luxurious chandelier adorned the ceiling, its arms stretching upwards and touching the stone above. The chandelier boasted 6 bulbs, casting an eerie red glow in the darkness, resembling the eyes of some lurking creature. Suddenly, as Jiang Liu passed beneath the chandelier, a liquid akin to water dripped down, striking his leg and soaking his pants. What on earth? Is there water up there? Where's the switch? I can't find it on the walls, Jiang Liu grumbled. Ultimately, the efficacy of night vision could not compare to illumination. Having spotted the chandelier, he had no intention of conserving power. He reached out to feel along the wall in search of a switch. However, after a prolonged search, he found nothing resembling the switch he had imagined. Before him, a wave of disorientation washed over, as if something had stirred. Wait, was that chandelier always here? Suddenly, a torrent of water cascaded down. and Jiang Liu looked up to realize that the chandelier was directly above him. He had distinctly moved several steps away to reach for the switch on the wall, thus distancing himself from the chandelier. Moreover, hadn't he only possessed 6 crimson bulbs a moment ago? How had it now multiplied to 8 blood-red bulbs in the blink of an eye? In an instant, Jiang Liu seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. His actions froze in place as his right hand, clutching the torch, slowly rose higher, inching closer to the chandelier that appeared to shift. The flame flickered brightly, illuminating everything above him. However, upon witnessing the chandelier's true nature, Jiang Liu felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his legs ensnared in the snow, unable to move, and even his capacity for thought began to freeze. What chandelier could move? This was evidently a colossal red-eyed spider, inverted upon the ceiling. The so-called red bulbs were merely its scarlet compound eyes, and the 8 protruding points resembled razor-sharp spider legs. Its size was comparable to that of a standard door. With a surface covered in numerous black bristles, as the firelight illuminated it, the creature unfurled its ghastly mandibles, a thick, viscous liquid cascading downwards under the force of gravity. Plop! The saliva struck Jiang Liu's torch squarely, extinguishing the flame and dousing him in the process. Darkness enveloped the room once more. However, after witnessing the true form of that creature, Jiang Liu's mind was devoid of any thoughts of escape. Consumed by a singular idea. Who on earth keeps such a monstrous spider at home? And such a large one, with blood-red eyes, without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Liu bolted. Whoosh! Behind him, the door-sized red-eyed spider lunged forward, its razor-sharp legs striking down like a spear from above, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Fortunately, Jiang Liu's reflexes were sharp. Sensing the impending danger, he executed a roll, followed by a hasty scramble. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, he managed to safely enter the staircase. In contrast to the spacious cavern below, this staircase felt notably constricted. Yet, even so, the red-eyed spider showed no inclination to relent. Its 8 legs moved in a rapid, alternating fashion, forcing it to squeeze into the narrow space. Jiang Liu paused to catch his breath, only to find the creature's ghastly mandibles directly before him, snapping perilously close to his hand. What was this? It dared to pursue him inside. Was the spider deranged? Cursing under his breath, Jiang Liu turned and sprinted up the staircase. Given the spider's door-sized form, maneuvering in the cramped staircase was undoubtedly challenging. Yet, utilizing its 8 legs, it maintained a remarkable speed, keeping pace with Jiang Liu, perhaps even slightly faster. In the face of imminent death, Jiang Liu felt his ascent was already swift enough. Not even a high school student rushing for lunch could hope to catch him. However, a glance over his shoulder revealed a red-eyed spider still hot on his heels, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Moreover, that fleeting glance allowed the spider to close the distance, instilling such fear in Jiang Liu that he dared not look back again. His legs surged with an unprecedented speed as he charged forward. Jiang Liu had approached cautiously, taking a full 5 minutes to arrive, but now he dashed back like a steam locomotive, soon catching sight of the exit. The path before him was singular, and while he had not given it much thought during his frantic escape, nearing the exit, a grave concern struck him. Exiting did not guarantee safety. Beyond lay a sheer cliffside cave, devoid of any secure hiding spots. If the red-eyed spider were to emerge, how would he contend with it? Breathless from his sprint, he realized that even if he could defeat the spider, it would come at a significant cost, contradicting his principle of hunting without injury. Upon reaching the top, he needed to seal the entrance immediately, locking the creature below. Otherwise, if it pursued him, he would be in dire straits. Jiang Liu quickly identified the problem. However, given the current distance between them, it seemed unlikely he could close the door before the spider burst forth. He needed a strategy to slow it down. Perhaps running aided his thinking. Even amidst such peril, Jiang Liu, as if guided by some divine intervention, swiftly conceived a plan. The exit was nearly within reach, just 5 or 6 steps away, while the relentless red-eyed spider continued its pursuit. For reasons unknown, it seemed particularly enraged, refusing to relent even after a full minute of chasing, its speed increasing as if it hadn't eaten in centuries. Yet, this was precisely what Jiang Liu needed. He quickened his pace. Leaping forward with a burst of energy, but instead of fleeing straight ahead, he darted to the left, taking cover behind a metal plate. Whoosh! The red-eyed spider emerged in the next moment, but due to its excessive speed, it failed to halt, hurtling ahead and nearly colliding with the opposite stone wall. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Liu executed a roll into the cave, dragging the metal plate with him and slamming it shut behind him. With a resounding thud, the metal sealed off the creature from him. Jiang Liu was drenched in sweat, unsure whether it was from exhaustion or fear. Although the process appeared seamless, the outcome could have been drastically different had the spider been slower or quicker to react. It was indeed a gamble that only someone as audacious as he could take. Others might have met their demise. Jiang Liu wiped his brow, realizing the metal plate was quite thick and securely fixed. Though the spider's legs were razor-sharp, it was ultimately a mere creature of flesh. Even at full strength, it should take some time to breach such a formidable barrier. Sizzled at a sound akin to something corroding reached his ears. What was that? Jiang Liu stood bewildered. In the next moment, he watched as the metal plate visibly thinned, a green liquid seeping through and dripping onto the ground with a hissing sound. Corrosive venom? Jiang Liu's expression shifted, no longer daring to linger in place. He swiftly descended further down. Though he could not fathom why the spider hadn't utilized venom during its pursuit, given the alarming, corrosive nature of the substance. It would not be long before it could breach his defenses and enter that point. If unprepared, Jiang Liu would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with the creature. Returning to the cavern below, Jiang Liu was left speechless at the sight of the little wolf in the corner, blissfully engaged in a tussle with a piece of jerky. You selfish creature, do you not realize we are on the brink of disaster? Jiang Liu cursed under his breath. The little wolf seemed to comprehend some human speech, but chose to selectively ignore him. What was this human prattling about? It mattered not, even if the world were to end. Devouring this jerky was of utmost importance. Its obliviousness brought a smile to Jiang Liu's face. Thankfully, he had no intention of enlisting its help against the red-eyed spider. After all, how could one combat a spider the size of a door? Instead, he needed to find a way out, gathering the little wolf to flee. Stop eating. Hurry and pack up. We must retrace our steps, and you lead the way, understood? Jiang Liu snatched the jerky from its mouth and stuffed it into his backpack. Though the area was rich in resources, he could not possibly carry them all. The bow and crossbow were essential, along with some high-calorie, easily storable food. After hastily filling his backpack, Jiang Liu began scanning the room. With such a massive red-eyed spider, the notion that it was kept as a pet in a room was utterly unbelievable to Jiang Liu. If one possessed such power, why resort to stealing from others? Simply revealing the creature would send everyone fleeing in terror, begging to surrender their belongings. Since it is not a pet, the red-eyed spider must have wandered in by mistake. Therefore, as long as Jiang Liu searches carefully, he will undoubtedly find the passage through which it entered nearby. How peculiar that such a large spider could appear here without leaving even a trace of a hole. After scanning the surrounding walls, Jiang Liu found nothing that he paused to ponder. It seemed he had seen the creature perched upon the ceiling. Upon looking up, he discovered a hole the size of a grinding disc right before him. However, there is a saying, since ancient times, one should not look up in the presence of a CT, and Jiang Liu, too, fell prey to this custom, having passed by several times without noticing it. Although he was uncertain where this hole led, he found himself with no other option but to give it a try. If Jiang Liu were to return the way he came, he would inevitably have to confront the red-eyed spider. Contemplating its terrifying corrosive venom, sharp legs, and massive body, he ultimately decided to venture through the hole. After all, if it turned out to be a dead end, he still had the option of retreating to face the red-eyed spider in battle and see who would prevail. The ceiling was at a considerable height, making it clear that accessing the hole would not be an easy task. However, Jiang Liu was not foolish, since he could not take anything from this place. There was no reason to be cautious. He hastily pushed everything aside to create a pile beneath the hole. Climbing atop a precarious stack of tables and chairs, he entered the deep passageway. This was indeed a profound tunnel. Jiang Liu hunched over, walking for what felt like 5 minutes without encountering an exit. This had to be a passage excavated by the red-eyed spider, considering its sharp legs. Achieving such a feat should not have been particularly challenging. After another 5 minutes of walking, the path began to slope downward, with numerous forks appearing on either side. White webs were ubiquitous, draping the entire tunnel like a delicate veil. Woo-woo! Just as Jiang Liu was about to advance, a small wolf cautiously circled between his legs, suddenly letting out a low howl, seemingly trying to alert him to something in the next instant. A shadow darted across a crossroad ahead, appearing before him for a fleeting moment before vanishing without a trace. Although the encounter was brief, Jiang Liu, gifted with night vision, clearly discerned that it was yet another red-eyed spider. However, this one was smaller than the previous, about the size of a wash basin, indicating it was still in its juvenile stage. This was not good. They had stumbled into the spider's lair. Jiang Liu's heart raced. He had been somewhat reckless in his frantic search, failing to grasp such an evident truth. Following the tunnel excavated by the red-eyed spider would naturally lead to its nest. What was so surprising about that? Should he turn back? Doubt crept into Jiang Liu's mind. The situation felt dire. It was illogical to continue deeper into the spider's den, that if worse came to worst, he could always return and confront that red-eyed spider. It was preferable to delving further into its lair. Utilizing the terrain and his wits, he might be able to inflict some minor injuries on the red-eyed spider in the process. Moreover, he carried a mobile phone with him. He had previously tested it and discovered that items purchased online would materialize near his phone rather than at the shelter. If he were willing to spend a few winter coins on weapons, he could potentially turn the tide. However, Jiang Liu was reluctant to resort to this unless absolutely necessary. After all, the human body is incredibly fragile, and he had already utilized his 2 precious hunting moments. Recklessly engaging in combat with mutated creatures was not a wise decision. Just then, a cold breeze swept through, jolting Jiang Liu back to clarity. Wind. There was wind here. He paused to sense it. The chilly gust was coming from ahead, not from behind. This revelation filled him with unexpected joy. The cold wind, besides its unparalleled chill, carried with it a glimmer of hope. In a closed space, there would be no wind. This meant that if he followed the direction of the wind, he would surely find a way out of the spider's lair from that point forward. He resolved to remain silent and cautious as they made their escape. He turned to the small wolf and said, "We are in the red-eyed spider's lair. Just looking around at the dense white webs gives one an idea of how many cursed spiders inhabit this place. It's reckless to make noises. Who knows if these mutated spiders have ears? If they sense something amiss and come to surround us, Jiang Liu would rather take matters into his own hands and be slowly devoured by 1,000 spiders. At least that would be less repugnant." The number of side passages began to increase, with openings appearing above and below him. Jiang Liu felt as if he had entered a 3-dimensional labyrinth, completely disoriented and relying solely on the occasional gusts of wind to guide him forward. Fortunately, after traversing for some time, the sensation of the wind against his skin became more pronounced, indirectly confirming that he was indeed on the right path, drawing ever closer to the outside world. If he maintained this pace, he believed he would soon escape the spider's lair. Curse be it, this path has been blocked. We must find an alternate route. Jiang Liu gazed at the webbed obstruction before him, retreating helplessly to seek a new passage forward. As he continued, the white webs grew increasingly abundant. Initially, they merely lined the edges of the path, allowing for easy passage, but now, webs had begun to weave a net in the center of the corridor, blocking several side entrances and even encroaching upon the main route. The webs were exceedingly sticky, likely a hunting mechanism devised by the red-eyed spider. As he drew closer, Jiang Liu could clearly see numerous insects, arachnids, and even small birds ensnared within the web, unable to move, left at the mercy of the red-eyed spider. The red-eyed spider could sense the vibrations of its web to detect whether prey had been ensnared. Jiang Liu wished to avoid alarming them, so he repeatedly opted to evade rather than violently tear through the webs. This is not good. It seems this area is entirely webbed, leaving no room to maneuver. Realizing this, Jiang Liu's expression darkened. Initially, the webs had been sparse. Even if the main path was blocked, he could easily navigate the side routes. However, as he drew closer to the outside, the winds grew more tumultuous, and the webs proliferated, making progress increasingly difficult. Gradually, he found himself near the exit. while it was still possible to advance. Doing so would inevitably trigger the web's alarm. To stay put was exceedingly perilous. Numerous red-eyed spiders patrolled the lair, scattered throughout. Along the way, Jiang Liu had encountered several smaller spiders, which posed little threat, easily dispatched with his long spear. But should he face a larger one, he could not guarantee victory, even if he succeeded. This was the spider's stronghold. What if it summoned a dozen allies to aid it? How would he contend with that? A gust of cold wind howled past, brushing against his face through a layer of webbing, bringing with it a breath of fresh air. Damn it, I'll charge straight out. Can these spiders truly stop me? Jiang Liu resolved to take the plunge, that he had little choice. The design of the spider's lair was akin to a maze. Returning to seek another route might not lead him to the correct one. Moreover, the longer he lingered within the lair, the greater the likelihood of encountering danger should he choose to turn back. He might inadvertently stumble upon that colossal creature, leaving him with no escape route. Since he was so close to the exit now, making a dash for it seemed like the best option to swiftly extricate himself from this peril. Without hesitation, Jiang Liu decided to act. As soon as the cold wind passed, he swung his spear in a wide arc, clearing the web before him and successfully navigating through the passage. The web was unexpectedly sticky. He exerted a bit of effort to push it aside, and oh wonder, this spider web can ensnare birds. If its efficacy were to increase even slightly, it would be indistinguishable from a mousetrap. Suddenly, a cacophony of rustling sounds emanated from all directions, above, below, and all around, as if an army of thousands was advancing towards Jiang Liu, invoking sheer terror. This spider web truly serves as their means of gathering intelligence. Previously, no matter how Jiang Liu moved, they did not exhibit such a formidable presence. Yet now, with merely one web destroyed, the spiders seemed to have received a signal, converging towards his location. Run, run, run. Jiang Liu sprinted forward, with the little wolf howling beneath his feet, moving even faster than him. Ahead lay not just one web. Having already destroyed one, he saw no harm in obliterating a few more. With a few swift thrusts of his spear, he dismantled all the webs in his path. This act immediately incited the wrath of the nearby spider horde. If they had previously approached with mere curiosity, now, the successive destruction of their webs alerted them to the danger. A spider, the size of a basin, with red eyes, suddenly leapt from a dark opening above, baring its menacing fangs, preparing to spit corrosive venom down at Jiang Liu. Shut your mouth. Jiang Liu was quick-witted. Although he ran swiftly, he was not blindly reckless, always vigilant of his surroundings. Upon seeing the spider poised to unleash its venom, he thrust his spear upward, piercing it through with chilling precision. Woo-woo. The little wolf howled, its voice piercingly loud, momentarily diverting Jiang Liu's attention forward. 3 red-eyed spiders, each the size of a basin, had formed a triangular formation surrounding the little wolf. Rather than killing it outright, they expelled copious amounts of thick, white silk from their abdomens, attempting to ensnare the little wolf as a potential food source for the future. Stop running so fast. If you get into trouble, it'll be up to me to rescue you. Jiang Liu cursed, brandishing his spear and charging forward. In other novels, wouldn't there typically be a scene of a loyal dog rescuing its master? Yet here, it seemed to be the opposite. However, even without the element of surprise, Jiang Liu was not intimidated by the mere 3 spiders. He had chosen the spears as a weapon to extend his reach, creating a favorable situation where he could strike from a distance. These red-eyed spiders, besides having a slightly longer range for their venom, were otherwise pitifully short in terms of their attack methods, perfectly aligning with his strategy. Moreover, their fragile exoskeletons made them susceptible to injury. As long as Jiang Liu maintained the proper distance, he could easily pierce through any part of their bodies with a modicum of force, eliminating them on the spot. It could be said that this was a fight far too simple for his skill set. Suddenly, Jiang Liu felt an excruciating pain in his right hand. It was as if someone had doused his hand in a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid, or like thousands of ants were gnawing at his flesh. The outer layer of skin on his palm had been corroded away. The pain surged like waves, relentless and overwhelming, akin to the tide crashing against the rocks. Although this agony was not life-threatening, it was excruciatingly persistent. What in the world? Jiang Liu instinctively released his spear. It was then he noticed that the spear had been smeared with a layer of green venomous blood. The corrosive substance flowing down from the spearhead, making contact with his right hand and causing the torment. Earlier, while stabbing the red-eyed spider, he had pointed the spear downward. Thus, although the spearhead had become tainted with venom, it had dripped to the ground without touching him. However, when the spider had suddenly emerged from above, in a moment of desperation, he thrust upward, successfully piercing it, but the filthy green venom had flowed down the spearhead. Reaching his hand during the brief moment, his attention was diverted by the little wolf, corroding his flesh. Damn it! Not only can this spider spray venom, but its blood is also corrosive, Jiang Liu exclaimed in horror, hastily removing his clothing to wrap around the spear. Although the spear suffered corrosion and various degrees of wear, it remained a viable weapon, preferable to being unarmed. Jiang Liu could not afford to be without this weapon. As for the injury to his right hand, it would have to wait until he had fought his way out. Gritting his teeth through the agonizing pain, Jiang Liu advanced rapidly, aiming for the head of a red-eyed spider, putting forth all his strength to thrust. Though the damaged spearhead was not sharp, the three spiders appeared rather dim-witted, foolishly spewing silk without attempting to evade. Thus, they fell easily to Jiang Liu's assault. "Hurry up! We're almost out!" Jiang Liu exclaimed as he freed the little wolf from the silk. In that brief moment, his clothes had corroded into a gaping hole, and the wooden spear had taken on a faint charred hue. Appearing fragile, Jiang Liu dared not continue holding it. Fearing that he might sustain further injuries before he could tend to his right hand, he discarded the spear onto the ground and hastened towards the nearby exit. Behind him, the sound of the approaching spiders grew louder, their sharp legs clattering against the stones, creating a resonant echo. Jiang Liu glanced back. Well, if faced with the choice of returning to battle these creatures or jumping from a height, he would much prefer to increase his altitude by another 50 meters than risk being devoured. Get ready, little wolf, the safe landing may be impossible, but aim for that tree that if we're lucky, we might survive the fall thanks to the snow and the tree's cushioning. Jiang Liu jumped in place, surveying the forest below. Although the chances were slim, leaping offered a glimmer of survival, whereas staying put would surely lead to death. "Hey, is there anyone down there? Don't think about jumping. Hurry and climb up the ladder." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Moments later, a vine ladder descended before Jiang Liu, as if someone above had tossed it down to him. People actually live in this cursed place? Without a moment to ponder, Jiang Liu quickly stuffed the little wolf into his backpack, gritted his teeth, and began to climb the seemingly fragile, rickety vine ladder. "Don't move around. I'll pour some liquid down that can effectively drive those spiders away," the voice from above called out again, followed by a torrent of liquid cascading down, drenching Jiang Liu completely. The liquid, the composition of which was unknown, emitted a foul odor, akin to being submerged in a garbage heap. Yet the effect was surprisingly effective, as the red-eyed spiders below possessed the ability to scale walls. Thus, even if Jiang Liu were to ascend the ladder, he would not be able to evade them for the time being. However, as this liquid cascaded down, the red-eyed spiders, which had surged forth like a tide, immediately turned tail and fled, their speed akin to that of a creature escaping some unspeakable horror. "But you're safe now. Take your time to climb up," the person above remarked. "All right, I'm coming up now." Jiang Liu hesitated for a moment, but did not immediately ascend the vine ladder, although the stranger had aided him. He remained vigilant, wary of this unfamiliar individual. The assistance offered now did not guarantee safety once he reached the top. Who could say whether this person intended to deceive him, drawing him up only to plunder his equipment and resources? After all, such treachery was not beyond the realm of possibility. Yet, remaining suspended in midair was not a viable option either. Retreating the way he came was equally implausible, as he pondered. An idea struck Jiang Liu. He feigned gratitude as he climbed the ladder, addressing the individual above. "Thank you, my friend. You truly terrified me. I just discovered a place in that spider den filled with food, and I thought I might strike it rich. Little did I know, before I could gather much, these spiders chased me all the way here. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I might have had to leap to escape." During this exchange, Jiang Liu had already reached the top of the vine ladder. A sense of anxiety gripped him. Revealing the presence of food hidden within the spider's lair was his only stratagem. in doing so. Even if the stranger intended to seize his supplies, greed might compel him to spare Jiang Liu's life in favor of having him lead the way. Conversely, if the individual was of good nature and harbored no ill intentions, his words would bear no adverse consequences. A hand reached out, firmly grasping Jiang Liu, and with a forceful tug, he was pulled up. The man appeared to be approximately 30 years of age, sporting a thick beard, clad in a robust cotton coat, and wearing a felt hat, his face adorned with a warm smile, as if welcoming a distant guest. The man patted Jiang Liu's shoulder amiably. "Be careful, this cursed place, while replete with resources, is fraught with danger. You are quite fortunate. Amidst so many paths, you ended up beneath me at a time when I was unable to sleep. Otherwise, when I doze off, I might not hear the commotion you were making down there." Jiang Liu's heart began to settle. If the stranger had malevolent intentions, the moment he first ascended would have been the opportune time to seize control of him, since nothing untoward had transpired. It seemed the man's nature was not malign. Indeed, given his willingness to lower the vine ladder, one could even describe him as kind-hearted. With genuine gratitude, Jiang Liu spoke. "Thank you, kind sir, for your assistance. I have nothing of worth to repay you, but please accept these items as a token of my appreciation." He opened his backpack to reveal an assortment of supplies, including a metal crossbow and a small wolf. Finding himself in another's territory, Jiang Liu surmised that the man had refrained from contemplating murder or theft, likely due to ignorance of the full extent of his resources, rather than waiting for the man to inadvertently discover his belongings and plot to acquire them. Jiang Liu deemed it wiser to be generous and offer everything outright. Regardless of the man's motivations, he had indeed saved Jiang Liu's life, and Jiang Liu prided himself on being grateful, believing that offering his supplies in return for his life was wholly appropriate. The man erupted in hearty laughter. "What do you mean by kind sir? You make me sound like a ruffian. Before I came here, I was a biology teacher. My surname is Chun. You may simply call me Teacher Chun or Old Chun, whichever you prefer. Since you offered, I shall not be polite to be frank. During my days here, I have been craving fruit, yet I have been unable to find any." Teacher Chun extended his hand without hesitation, taking several apples from Jiang Liu's backpack, and promptly began munching on one. With each bite, the sweet flesh burst forth in his mouth. "Oh, what a delightful sensation! Delicious! I never used to enjoy apples, but in this wretched place, I never expected them to become such a rarity. They're truly hard to come by," Teacher Chun exclaimed. Jiang Liu couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. Despite having offered a full backpack of supplies, the man had only taken the apples he desired. Such behavior transcended mere lack of greed. It suggested that the man had sufficient resources in his own haven, thus disregarding the rest of Jiang Liu's offerings as inconsequential. "Your hand is injured. Did that spider venom cause it?" Teacher Chen suddenly seemed to notice Jiang Liu's pallor and glanced at his right hand. "I merely brushed against some of it. It's nothing serious," Jiang Liu replied, retracting his hand, unwilling to reveal his vulnerability. "That spider venom is no trifling matter," Teacher Chen cautioned, shaking his head. "Come inside. Let me fetch some medicine that can effectively alleviate the effects of the spider's venom." He led Jiang Liu into the shelter. The red-eyed spider colony had established countless tunnels within this cliffside, creating numerous zones for their comfort. The area closest to the outside served as their hunting ground. If one were to hover at a distance and gaze upon the cliff, they would see a multitude of openings densely packed along its exterior. These holes occasionally attracted birds and monkeys, and should they unwittingly become ensnared in a web, they would fall prey to the red-eyed spider's feast. Teacher Chen's shelter was, in fact, one such opening. He had sealed off one side of the tunnel and constructed a door in the wall for his own comings and goings. The opposite side, though exposed to the elements, was coated with a foul-smelling liquid that repelled the red-eyed spiders. As Jiang Liu was pulled inside, he initially resisted, fearing potential danger, but after just a few steps, he beheld an astonishing sight, unable to restrain his curiosity. How is this possible? The shelter before him was not merely rudimentary. It could be described as extraordinarily luxurious. The interior's infrastructure bore a striking resemblance to a modern apartment. A lavish crystal chandelier adorned the ceiling, casting bright, warm light. To the left stood a kettle, an induction cooker, a frying pan and utensils, resembling a semi-open kitchen. Inside, there were soft, comfortable sofas, tables, and chairs, and even a monitor across from the sofa. Playing music. To the right, a door led to Teacher Chen's bedroom, complete with a bedside table, wardrobe, and even a charging smartphone, and no matter where one ventured within, the temperature indoors was exceedingly warm, starkly contrasting with the frigid conditions outside. Certainly, underfloor heating had been installed. In a matter of days, how had the man transformed his shelter to such an extent? Jiang Liu had thought his own progress remarkable, yet now he realized that there were always greater heights to aspire to. Teacher Chen's sanctuary was nothing short of astonishing, though he knew it was unlikely for the man to divulge the secrets behind such achievements. Jiang Liu could not help but inquire, in response to his question. Teacher Chen merely smiled gently. Offering no direct answer, he retrieved a small jar from the bedside table, dipped a cotton swab into the white liquid contained within, and evenly applied it to Jiang Liu's entire right hand, ensuring to cover even the gaps between his fingers. Instantly, a soothing coolness spread through his palm. This antidote was evidently formulated specifically for the spider's venom, obtainable only by someone like Teacher Chen, who dwelled near the red-eyed spiders. After a brief interval, Jiang Liu's injury was effectively contained, and it was clear that it would not worsen. That should do it. Use your right hand sparingly for the next few days, and apply this once daily. You'll recover swiftly. Teacher Chen generously stuffed the entire jar into Jiang Liu's backpack. Without waiting for Jiang Liu to decline, he continued, "Why don't you take a shower first? We have plenty of time to discuss other matters tonight, and it's not often that I have guests here, so there is no rush. Shower?" This word immediately captured Jiang Liu's attention. The implication was certainly not a cold shower. After all, why would it be specifically mentioned here? In this frigid winter, there are countless places to wash. Could it be a hot shower? Excitement surged within Jiang Liu. What could be more delightful than a hot shower in the depths of winter? As expected, in the corner of this bedroom, there was indeed a bathroom, equipped with an array of facilities and even several skincare products neatly arranged by the sink. The temptation of a hot shower was undeniably enticing. Yet, Jiang Liu felt a twinge of hesitation. After all, showering left him quite vulnerable, and in such an environment, it felt somewhat inappropriate. However, the thought of passing up this rare opportunity made him reluctant. If he missed it, he might end up regretting it profoundly later. Oh, whoa. Before Jiang Liu could make a decision, the little wolf dashed into the bathroom like a whirlwind, howling with excitement. This little creature seemed quite energetic. "You take your time washing up. I'll prepare some supper. Don't be courteous. Feel free to use the shampoo and other things inside." Teacher Chen laughed heartily as he departed, closing the bedroom door behind him. At this point, not showering seemed out of the question. Without further hesitation, Jiang Liu stepped inside and began to freshen up. The scalding hot water cascaded over him, enveloping him in a dense cloud of white steam, creating an almost heavenly sensation that made it difficult to stop. After days of traveling and battling foes, his body had accumulated a considerable amount of grime and dust. Now that he finally had the chance to bathe, Jiang Liu scrubbed his skin until it glowed red, shedding what felt like several pounds of dirt. Nearby, the little wolf emitted faint howls. Having grown up in the wild, when had it ever experienced such luxuries? Drenched in hot water, it seemed to transcend to a new level of comfort. Lying on the ground and refusing to move, something felt amiss, however. After finishing his shower, Jiang Liu began to ponder. Even with enhancements, rapid development couldn't account for this. Look at how this sanctuary was constructed. It resembled a small base, equipped with virtually everything one could need, making it exceedingly comfortable. How could the other party be so formidable? Was it possible that he appeared harmless, but was, in fact, a ruthless killer behind the scenes? As Jiang Liu contemplated whether to purchase some protective items on his phone, Teacher Chen called him outside, seemingly anticipating his thoughts and revealing some secrets. "Teacher Chen, are you saying that all these things were purchased from a store?" Jiang Liu was slightly taken aback, although he had suspected an upgrade to the computer system upon seeing the phone. The items that refreshed in his own store were merely mundane resources, nothing like these large pieces of furniture. Teacher Chen poured 2 cups of hot coffee from the coffee machine and sat across from Jiang Liu, handing him one and saying, "Indeed, Open your phone and see what your store has for sale now. Upon opening it, Jiang Liu realized that since the last restock, he and T had the chance to make any purchases. Thus, the current offerings were still the three-piece set of a small knife, bottled water, and an apple. There's actually an apple for sale. Please buy one for me. I've been wanting to eat one for quite some time. Seeing this, Teacher Chen casually opened a nearby drawer, revealing it to be brimming with winter coins. He checked the price, and without hesitation, took out 3 winter coins and handed them to Jiang Liu. Oh, all right. Jiang Liu accepted the 3 coins, promptly buying the apple. With a flash of white light, an apple appeared on the table before them. Teacher Chen immediately picked it up, munching on it as he asked, "Now let us see what else has refreshed. Feel free to buy something else." Jiang Liu glanced at his phone. The newly refreshed items were hemp rope, a toothbrush, and a towel, priced at 3, 1, and 2 winter coins respectively. He casually bought a toothbrush, but the store interface did not refresh with new items. Instead, it displayed that restocking was in progress and would be available the following day. "I could see this moment," Teacher Chen remarked. The content after upgrading the computer has certain unspoken rules. They're not explicitly stated, requiring continuous exploration and experimentation to uncover. For instance, the store initially refreshes with low-level items, such as everyday necessities or scattered food items, all at low prices, accessible to everyone. That if you wish to purchase more significant and expensive items, you must actively refresh. Indeed, there was a button next to the store that could refresh items for a cost of 10 winter coins. Jiang Liu had not used this button since upgrading his computer system, so he was unaware of this underlying rule. Now that Teacher Chen had informed him, Jiang Liu tentatively pressed the button and discovered that the store, which previously displayed restocking, had surprisingly refreshed to reveal 3 new items: a compass, a military entrenching tool, and a thermal sleeping bag. Priced at 14, 27, and 19 winter coins respectively, these items were significantly more valuable than the previous offerings of rope and towels, with prices noticeably increased. The refresh button's cost had also escalated from 10 winter coins to 100. Teacher Chen sipped his coffee and explained, "The initial items in the store are generally priced below 10 winter coins, which I refer to as daily necessities. The second refresh requires between 10 to 100 winter coins, primarily consisting of outdoor supplies, with a few household items, such as coffee machines and kettles. Should you spend 100 winter coins to refresh again, it is likely that items for constructing sanctuary, such as underfloor heating, beds, and bathrooms, will appear. Their value speaks for itself. Having these turns your sanctuary into a true home. Naturally, they are quite expensive, starting at a minimum of 100 winter coins, often requiring around 500 to acquire. After spending 100 winter coins to refresh, the button resets to a free refresh, allowing the appearance of everyday items and other cheaper goods. In essence, the refresh button cycles through free 10 and 100 winter coins. While purchasing goods may lead to stockouts, refreshing does not, likely serving as a means for survivors to continuously expend their winter coins. "Now I see." Jiang Liu listened intently, his expression reflecting a newfound understanding. Truly, he was worthy of being called a teacher. Even in a different world, he could still impart a wealth of knowledge. The fact that Teacher Chen shared this information so openly warranted Jiang Liu's sincere gratitude. After calculating the numbers and glancing at the array of furniture within the sanctuary, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He knew the other person was wealthy, but he hadn't anticipated such an extent. Even if one calculated that each significant piece of furniture cost 1,000 winter coins, this sanctuary would require at least 10,000 winter coins to furnish. How on earth had the other party amassed so many winter coins in such a short time? However, this question clearly delved into personal matters, and Jiang Liu had no intention of foolishly prying further. Instead, he swiftly changed the subject. Little did he know that while he had halted the conversation, the other party was not one to follow the conventional path. Teacher Chen unexpectedly asked, "Aren't you curious how I acquired so many winter coins?" Of course, he was curious. Who would he want to know how to increase their winter coins? Jiang Liu replied without hesitation. Yet immediately after, he added, "But Teacher Chen, are you sure it's all right to reveal such a closely guarded secret? You won't turn on me the moment I express interest. Will you?" Teacher Chen chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be so humorous. I wouldn't go so far as to harm you. It's not really a secret. Yes, it happens. I'm in need of some assistance. If you're willing, we could work together, and we can split the winter coins 50-50. What do you say? 50-50. Jiang Liu was somewhat taken aback. Teacher Chen smiled. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with a 50-50 split? Do you think the reward is too meager? That is not what I meant. I simply did not anticipate it, Jiang Liu replied candidly. Generally speaking, how could an ordinary person easily divulge the means of earning winter coins? Even if one were to share such information, it is highly unlikely they would generously split the profits 50-50. After all, no one would refuse excess wealth. Yet, unexpectedly, Teacher Chen has done just that. Moreover, judging by the other party's demeanor, it seems he is quite earnest, rather than attempting to deceive me. Isn't as straightforward as you might think. This endeavor is fraught with significant risks, and a single misstep could lead to certain death. Enough talk. It is futile to dwell on it. Let us proceed and see for ourselves. Teacher Chen remarked that he rose, opened the door to the shelter, and extended an invitation to Jiang Liu to join him outside. Are we leaving now? The visibility in the cave is quite poor at night. Perhaps we should wait until dawn? Jiang Liu suggested. Teacher Chen retorted, do you expect to fall asleep after just one cup of coffee? Jiang Liu fell silent and began to gather his belongings, rising to follow as for the little wolf. Teacher Chen had opened a can exclusively for it, and the creature was now blissfully consumed by the delectable food. Entirely oblivious to the commotion created by the two departing, it was evident that Teacher Chen had traversed this spider lair numerous times. With his guidance, the two easily evaded the patrolling red-eyed spiders. In places where evasion was impossible, he poured the previously mentioned liquid, effectively repelling the red-eyed spiders and preventing them from approaching. Where are we headed? Jiang Liu quietly inquired from behind. Teacher Chen, without turning back, responded from ahead. What do you believe can be sold at a high price in stores to acquire sufficient winter coins? Jiang Liu paused, recalling his experience selling the remains of mutated wolves and a multitude of red-eyed spiders surrounding them. He answered, could it be mutated creatures? Precisely, although a more precise answer would be living mutated creatures. Living? Jiang Liu questioned, puzzled. That is there a difference in the selling price between living and dead mutated creatures? Teacher Chen suddenly raised a hand, signaling for silence. Once a red-eyed spider passed, he continued, certainly, there's a significant difference. I have conducted experiments. If a dead spider can fetch 10 winter coins, then a living one can sell for 30. The latter's price is indeed threefold that of the former. Jiang Liu began to grasp Teacher Chen's implication. So you are suggesting that your ability to earn such a vast amount of winter coins stems from your continuous capture of live spiders to sell to the store? Given the scale of this spider lair, if successful, its worth could indeed rival that of a mountain of gold. However, the danger involved in such an endeavor is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. A mere slip could lead to a fatal encounter with a spider's maw. You are correct, Teacher Chen nodded. Upon confirming the absence of red-eyed spiders ahead, they navigated around a corner. Capturing live red-eyed spiders is indeed perilous, with a high likelihood of casualties. Their sharp legs and venomous bodies pose a constant threat to my life. Thus, after several attempts, I decisively ceased this pursuit. Ultimately, I discovered a more effective method of earning winter coins, one that carries far less risk than capturing spiders. As they spoke, the two had traveled a considerable distance, delving deeper into the lair's innermost regions. Jiang Liu estimated they were nearing the heart of the lair, pondering why Teacher Chen had brought him here. This way, we're almost there. Teacher Chen suddenly halted. He crouched down and slipped through a nondescript opening on the left, which reeked of the foul odor reminiscent of a landfill. Yet this also suggested safety, as no red-eyed spiders would linger in such a place. Jiang Liu hunched over as he ventured further into the tunnel. The stench intensified with each step, as if they were advancing into a refuse pit. What on earth is that smell? Jiang Liu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of Teacher Chen. Within the red-eyed spider lair lies a hatching area filled with numerous spider eggs. Guarded by a spider the size of a car, Teacher Chen explained in a hushed tone. Once these eggs hatch, they release a foul liquid that emits this putrid odor that I cannot ascertain its exact nature. But that is the source of the stench. We are currently heading towards this hatching zone. Jiang Liu pondered aloud. Is this foul liquid the same substance you previously splashed on me to send the red-eyed spiders fleeing? Indeed, This liquid, while repugnant, poses no harm. However, its odor typically emanates only near the spider eggs, which are closely guarded by an exceptionally aggressive mother spider, who would slay even her own offspring if they ventured too close. Thus, when I disperse this liquid, the low-intelligence spiders mistakenly believe they are approaching the hatching area and retreat in panic, Teacher Chun explained patiently, though this information had taken him considerable time to uncover. He appeared unconcerned, and on the contrary, he relished the teaching process. Sharing this knowledge with Jiang Liu filled him with an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, reminiscent of his days as an educator. Jiang Liu cooperatively remarked, "It is quite remarkable. You are leveraging their biological instincts to cleverly avoid their attacks. Are we heading to the hatching area to acquire this liquid, or perhaps to take the spider eggs as well? To sell at the store?" Teacher Chun replied with satisfaction, "Exactly. Each spider egg contains a yet-to-hatch red-eyed spider. Bringing them back to the shelter to sell at the store could yield a substantial sum of winter coins. Moreover, the abundance of these spider eggs makes collection quite effortless. The only challenge lies with the guardian spider. Its vigilance has heightened recently, and I require assistance to facilitate the theft." After traversing a lengthy corridor, the two finally entered the hatching area that it resembled a small, sunken basin, approximately the size of 2 football fields, with elevated edges and a flat center scattered with white spider silk. Without the need for extensive searching, Jiang Liu observed that numerous white spider eggs were piled high around them. In the center, a red-eyed spider, the size of a car, hung upside down, suspended 4 to 5 meters above the ground. Its 8 crimson eyes tightly shut, seemingly asleep. You see those white spider eggs? Your backpack is quite large. I will provide you with another. I will distract the guardian spider, and you should gather as many as you can. Then return the way we came. I will wait for you at the previous fork in the path," Teacher Chun instructed in a low voice, removing his own backpack and handing it to Jiang Liu. "Are we to act now?" Jiang Liu asked in surprise. Teacher Chin's sincerity was evident. He had taken on the most dangerous task while assigning the relatively safe chore of collecting spider eggs to Jiang Liu. This alone indicated his genuine desire to collaborate. However, was this not a bit too hasty? It had only been about an hour and a half since their meeting, and without sufficient rest, he was being rushed into collecting spider eggs. Setting aside trust issues, it was worth noting that his right hand was still injured, and the cool-down for hunting had not yet expired. If something were to go awry here, escape would be exceedingly difficult. "Teacher Chun, the spider eggs are right here. Why the rush? Let us rest first and return when we are ready," Jiang Liu suggested earnestly. Teacher Chun slapped his forehead. "You are correct. I have been overly eager. I have hardly ventured in alone these past few days, and now that I finally have your company, I am simply overjoyed. However, I find myself with ample time to wait patiently. Yet do you not feel any urgency to return? It is imperative to understand that the shelter houses a vast array of supplies in the absence of occupants. It stands vulnerable to the destructive forces of mutated creatures. I had assumed you would be in a rush to return tomorrow, which is why I thought it prudent to swiftly acquire some winter currency tonight, and perhaps in a few days when you have the chance, we could explore further collaboration." His words served as a reminder for Jiang Liu. This evening marks his first night away from his own shelter. Previously, while being pursued by the red-eyed spider, he felt little concern, but now, upon hearing his words, anxiety began to creep in regarding the safety of his refuge. "Before I left, I reinforced the shelter's door, so it should withstand the night. However, should another night pass, the situation could become precarious. After all, my shelter contains a substantial amount of food, and the enticing aroma is likely to draw the attention of mutated creatures, prompting them to assault the wooden door. Alternatively, I could return tomorrow and come back later. Yet by then, perhaps Teacher Chun would have discovered other methods, allowing him to explore alone, rendering my assistance unnecessary." With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Liu ultimately decided to take a gamble that in this wintry world, survival is paramount. Yet to thrive, one must sometimes embrace risk. After I divert the nesting spider, you must immediately collect the spider eggs, being careful not to break them, for they would fetch a meager price if damaged. During the collection process, you must exercise caution, as the nesting spider could return to the hatchery at any moment. Despite its large size, it moves with surprising stealth. The instant it ceases to pursue me, I will blow this whistle. Upon hearing it, you must leave immediately without delay, as I would not wish for you to be captured. Once our plan was confirmed, Teacher Chun promptly outlined various precautions. He retrieved a whistle from his pocket, explaining that many passages within the spider's lair are interconnected. Thus, if he blows the whistle forcefully, Jiang Liu, situated in the very heart of the hatchery, will be able to hear it clearly. I understand. As soon as the whistle sounds, I will depart. But are you truly certain about diverting it alone? After all, this is its territory. What if it summons other spiders to intercept you? Jiang Liu inquired. Teacher Chen shook his head. That will not happen. I have tested this multiple times, and the nesting spider will return to the hatchery after pursuing for a certain distance. Other spiders typically only approach during midday when food is delivered, avoiding this area at all other times. Jiang Liu's eyes brightened. Then we can make several trips tonight to collect more spider eggs? After all, there is still plenty of time left, and rather than resting, I would prefer to seize the opportunity to gather more eggs. Teacher Chen immediately dismissed this suggestion. Excessively harvesting spider eggs may provoke the wrath of the red-eyed spider swarm, and we would not fare well then. For safety's sake, it is best to take only what we need. Regardless of how many you manage to collect, we must return to the shelter without harboring any false hopes. Very well, let us proceed. Jiang Liu said. A red-eyed spider, as large as a car, hung upside down, slumbering in the very center of the hatchery. Jiang Liu awaited patiently, pondering how Teacher Chun would rouse this creature. It appeared to be in a deep sleep, and even a loud commotion might not suffice to awaken his surprise. Teacher Chen's approach was exceedingly direct. He simply removed a spider egg that had adhered to the web. This action instantly startled the sleeping nesting spider. Under the gaze of its 8 crimson compound eyes, Teacher Chun provocatively tossed the spider egg to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot before hastily darting towards the main passage. Zzz. The red-eyed nesting spider emitted a furious sound. It guards this territory fiercely, mercilessly eliminating any unwary small spiders that intrude. Moreover, Teacher Chun had the audacity to crush a spider egg before its very eyes. With all 8 legs fully extended, the nesting spider pursued him at breakneck speed. Jiang Liu swiftly crawled out a nearby low opening. Time was of the essence. He aimed to fill 2 backpacks with spider eggs, thus prioritizing those near the hole. Each spider egg was about the size of a palm, entirely white, resembling a large ball of yarn, and they were plentiful, scattered across the area. Jiang Liu moved swiftly, collecting handfuls with ease. However, he consciously moderated his strength, ensuring that the eggs remained intact as he gently placed them in his backpack. Soon, he filled 1 backpack and stashed it into the opening before beginning on the second. Having nearly exhausted the nearby spider eggs, Jiang Liu advanced further and came upon another area brimming with spider eggs, where he began to gather them swiftly. Wait, what is this? Suddenly, after collecting about half a backpack's worth of spider eggs, Jiang Liu noticed something unusual at the center of the mass. Upon closer inspection, he discovered bone hidden beneath the heap of eggs. As he pushed aside some eggs, several more fragments of bone fell away, devoid of any meat, having been cleaned thoroughly. The nesting spider remained stationed here, not venturing out to hunt. Thus, the red-eyed spiders outside would occasionally deliver captured prey to ensure it had sufficient sustenance daily. After consuming the flesh, the bones were naturally discarded, buried beneath the spider eggs, a rather unremarkable occurrence. Jiang Liu dismissed it from his mind, hastening his pace as he fervently continued to seize the spider eggs. Each of these fluffy spider eggs gleamed like winter currency in his eyes. Whether he could install underfloor heating, create a bathroom, or enjoy hot showers upon returning all hinged on how well this endeavor went. In no time, the second backpack was filled to capacity, yet the enormous nesting spider had yet to return. It seemed Teacher Chun had indeed succeeded in inciting its ire, and Jiang Liu wondered if he could successfully evade capture. However, given the excess time, remaining idle was not in Jiang Liu's nature. Seizing the opportunity, he poured out all the spider eggs from the first backpack, aiming to fill it again. After all, more winter currency is always better. Wait, is there someone over there? After gathering about half a backpack of spider eggs, Jiang Liu suddenly spotted a woman somewhat centrally located. She was ensnared in layers of white silk, bound tightly into a massive cocoon. The cocoon itself rested upon an enormous web, rendering her utterly immobile, no matter how fiercely she struggled. This must be a meal for the nesting spider. Having been captured and transported here, she was fortunate that the spider was asleep, allowing her to remain unconsumed for the moment. However, once the nesting spider returned, her fate was all but sealed. She would undoubtedly perish. Help! Help! Upon seeing him, the woman locked eyes with Jiang Liu, and a spark of desperate hope ignited within her dim gaze as she struggled to capture his attention. "Do not worry, I will beep." A piercing whistle suddenly echoed within the cave, reverberating for what felt like an eternity. Although the sound diminished after bouncing off the walls, it remained distinctly audible. Jiang Liu's expression shifted dramatically. The moment the whistle sounded, it signified that the nesting spider had ceased its pursuit of Teacher Chun and was returning to the hatchery. Per their agreement, he now had to leave. Otherwise, should the nesting spider discover him, he would find himself in dire straits. Jiang Liu did not believe he stood a chance against the enormous red-eyed spider. "I am truly sorry, but there is no time left." Jiang Liu had barely taken 2 or 3 steps forward when he heard the whistle, forcing him to harden his heart and retreat. Though he longed to rescue her, if accomplishing that meant sacrificing his own life, Jiang Liu would resolutely decline. He was not noble enough to trade his life for that of a stranger. "Please don't go." From within the web, the woman emitted a feeble cry for help. Struggling helplessly, she seemed to understand what the whistle represented, thus pleading even more urgently for Jiang Liu to come to her aid. However, she could never think of a suitable reason that would compel the other party to turn back without hesitation. Suddenly, it seemed she spotted something familiar, and her eyes sparkled with an undeniable surprise as she exclaimed, "Jiang Liu, is that you?" Jiang Liu abruptly halted his steps. In this desolate place, the likelihood of someone calling out his name was exceedingly rare. Yet despite racking his brain, he could not recall who this person might be. Surely he had not descended into such a level of face blindness. He should have retained some semblance of recognition for friends and family he had encountered. "It's me. The armed guards were a gift from me. I am Bai Hua," she shouted in excitement, swaying in the web, never expecting to encounter a familiar face just before her demise. Bai Hua. It was actually her. This made sense, for although he had conversed extensively with Bai Hua online, they had yet to meet in person, making his lack of recognition quite reasonable. Since she could recount the origin of the armed guards in her name, it was evident that her identity was authentic. There was no doubt she was indeed Bai Hua. Damn it, should I turn back or not? Jiang Liu found himself in a quandary. If she were a stranger, he would have left without a second thought, devoid of any feelings of guilt. However, Bai Hua was his partner, and their previous collaboration had been quite pleasant. That if he were to turn and leave now, while it would ensure his safety, he would return without a reliable companion, which would be a tremendous loss for Jiang Liu. The siren continued to blare, growing increasingly fervent, as if urging Jiang Liu to flee quickly and not to linger. He glanced at the passage where the guarding spider had departed. It was eerily silent, devoid of any movement. Perhaps the creature would take a considerable time to return, but it was equally plausible that it could reappear at any moment, its colossal head emerging from the shadows. "Damn! If I succeed, you must equip me with a full set of armor." Gritting his teeth, Jiang Liu ultimately resolved to take the risk and attempt to rescue her. The round trip to Bai Hua's location would take no more than a minute. He truly believed the guarding spider could not return that swiftly. "First, free me from the web beneath." Bai Hua's voice trembled. The moment she called out Jiang Liu's name, she was genuinely terrified that he might ignore her and flee, leaving her to await her demise alone. Fortunately, she was lucky. On the brink of death, she encountered this formidable individual capable of single-handedly defeating mutated wolves. If it had been someone else, they likely would not have had the courage or time to race against death to rescue her. Bai Hua was ensnared in 2 layers of webs. The first was a dense mass of silk binding her tightly, rendering her immobile like a zongzi. The second layer consisted of the large web beneath her, with its extraordinary stickiness, effectively trapping her like an insect caught in a trap. Jiang Liu remained silent. His right hand was injured, making it difficult to grip his knife. He could only draw the short blade from his waist with his left hand, slashing fiercely at the web above. Fortunately, although the web was immensely sticky, it was also quite fragile, and without any significant obstruction, Jiang Liu managed to tear through the web beneath Bai Hua, causing her to tumble to the ground. "Damn it, you have too many webs on you. I can't untangle them all at once." After removing the web that had ensnared Bai Hua, Jiang Liu redirected his efforts toward the strands clinging to her body. When spiders require their prey to remain alive, they spew forth copious amounts of silk, layering it thickly, resembling endless coils of tape, making it exceedingly difficult to untangle. Jiang Liu, wielding the knife with his left hand, found it awkward, and if he were to apply too much force, he risked injuring Bai Hua ensnared within the silk, leaving him somewhat at a loss. "Time is of the essence. Just pull me along, and we can untangle it outside," Bai Hua suggested, her voice steady despite her fear, having refrained from speaking earlier to avoid distracting Jiang Liu. Now that she saw his actions hindered, she offered the crucial advice. "You're right," Jiang Liu replied, stowing away the short knife. Realizing it was difficult to gain momentum while on the ground, he swiftly lifted Bai Hua into his arms and hurried toward the entrance they had come from. To his surprise, Bai Hua felt remarkably light, even with the dense strands of silk encasing her that, in Jiang Liu's estimation, she weighed no more than approximately 80 pounds, making it manageable to carry her for a distance. "Keep an eye on the rear for me. If that creature returns, let me know," Jiang Liu urged, his breath quickening as he focused solely on fleeing, praying that the guarding spider would not return too soon. However, fate had other plans. Halfway through their escape, Bai Hua suddenly trembled in his arms and, with a hint of terror, uttered, "It's back." Jiang Liu glanced behind him, and a spider the size of a cart was making its way back through the passage they had previously exited. Its 8 crimson compound eyes scanned the area, quickly noticing the absence of some spider eggs in the nest, and upon turning, it spotted Jiang Liu fleeing with Bai Hua. Sizzle! Upon witnessing this, the spider let out an enraged screech. It swiftly moved its legs, darting across the walls with remarkable speed, almost instantaneously appearing above Jiang Liu's head. Whoosh! A sharp leg as lethal as a blade lunged toward Jiang Liu's face, seemingly intent on impaling him on the spot. Am I to die now? Bai Hua's heart sank at the thought. Had she known this would happen, she would never have called out Jiang Liu's name, allowing him to retreat unscathed instead of risking his life alongside hers. Yet, if there was even the slightest chance of survival, who would willingly forfeit it? Upon recognizing the armed guards on Jiang Liu, she had been unable to restrain herself from calling for help. Bai Hua closed her eyes, feeling exhausted. She had maintained her alertness for so long, and now she longed for a peaceful slumber. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the anticipated pain failed to arrive. With a touch of confusion, Bai Hua opened her eyes to find Jiang Liu had shielded her within a large cluster of spider eggs. Don't be afraid. Although this creature wishes to kill us, it dares not harm the spider eggs. For now, we are safe, Jiang Liu reassured her with a smile, seizing the opportunity to hastily work on removing the silk binding her. Surrounding them were numerous spider eggs. Glued to the web, resembling clusters of snowballs, they had managed to evade disaster by hiding among the spider eggs in truth, Jiang Liu had merely speculated this outcome. He could not be entirely certain. Yet, with no other options available, he had taken a chance, and it appeared his deduction was correct. Despite the guarding spider's immense size and terrifying presence, it would not easily risk harming the spider eggs. Their refuge here would indeed grant them a brief respite. Above them, the guarding spider lingered, its 8 crimson eyes fixed intently on the diminutive pair below, should they dare to venture into an area devoid of spider eggs. They would be met with a terrifying assault at any moment. What shall we do next? Soon, the silk binding Bai Hua was lifted, restoring her ability to move. Her condition was evidently less than optimal. Yet in this moment, she had no choice but to summon her strength to confront the impending crisis. Jiang Liu, are you still alive? What is the situation now? Who is the person beside you? How can there still be living souls in this wretched place? Suddenly, Teacher Chen's voice echoed from the entrance. Judging by his speed, he had likely returned immediately upon realizing Jiang Liu was not waiting at the agreed-upon spot. Regardless of whether he had come for the spider eggs or out of concern for Jiang Liu's safety. Chen's appearance was indeed a fortuitous stroke of luck. Jiang Liu quickly explained their situation, receiving a prompt response. I see it is indeed rare to encounter someone familiar in such a place. I have no grounds to blame you. The spider is currently in a state of caution. You must not leave the area with the spider eggs, or you will surely be torn to shreds. I will distract it on the other side. You two should leave quickly and meet me at our original rendezvous point. After Teacher Chen finished speaking, it wasn't long before he reappeared at the initial passage. The red-eyed spider had no intention of confronting him, but Teacher Chen, employing the same tactic as before, boldly began to destroy the fragile spider eggs right before its eyes, exerting even greater force than during their first encounter. This provoked the guarding spider, which, in a fit of rage, charged directly at him. Disregarding the two individuals present, seizing the opportunity, Jiang Liu and Bai Hua swiftly escaped the hatching area, grabbing their backpacks, and after reuniting with Teacher Chen, they headed immediately towards the shelter. As they made their way halfway, an enraged cry from the red-eyed spider erupted behind them. Suddenly, the entire nest trembled as if shaken by an earthquake, producing a tremendous noise. That it won't chase us out, will it? Bai Hua asked anxiously. Her body was exceedingly weak, requiring Jiang Liu's support to move forward, and she frequently glanced back, fearful that the spider might be pursuing them. Relax, that's absolutely impossible. Teacher Chen replied that it treasures those spider eggs more than its own life. It must remain there to guard them. Then what is happening now? Jiang Liu inquired. Teacher Chen shook his head. I'm uncertain. Let's return to the shelter first. The three of them made their way back to the shelter, where Teacher Chen provided them with some canned food and water while he took a box of liquid and went out to investigate the situation. Jiang Liu had initially wanted to ask Bai Hua how she ended up there, but she was evidently exhausted. After hastily filling her stomach, she fell asleep on the sofa without even taking a shower. Jiang Liu had no choice but to abandon his query. In truth, after narrowly escaping the clutches of the guarding spider, he felt mentally drained as well, losing interest even in counting the spider eggs he had collected. And before long, he too succumbed to sleep. The following morning, both were awakened by Teacher Chen. You must be Bai Hua, right? Go take a shower first. We need to leave here immediately after breakfast, he said, his expression somewhat grave. Has something happened? Jiang Liu asked. Teacher Chen sighed. The red-eyed spider swarm has gone into a frenzy. They are continuously digging tunnels and patrolling this rate. They won't rest until they find us. I have dispersed all the foul-smelling liquid, but it has not proven effective. Staying here might be dangerous, so it's time to relocate. We'll eat breakfast and then leave together. Bai Hua looked a bit embarrassed. I apologize. That wasn't my intention. I have some winter coins. Please take them for now. She had been the greatest beneficiary from last night's events, having been saved from certain death purely by chance. However, Teacher Chen was not so fortunate, as he now had to relocate as a consequence. The shelter's computer had been upgraded to level 2, allowing for relocation, but it required a significant amount of winter coins. Bai Hua seemed eager to contribute in this regard. Teacher Chen waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. This is not your fault. The red-eyed spiders have been expanding their territory continuously. Our actions last night merely accelerated this process. Living in this wretched place, where hardly any living souls can be seen, I have long contemplated moving. Now, I can leave with you both and find a more picturesque place to reside. Go take a hot shower first. Don't worry about this, he added. Bai Hua then agreed and entered the bathroom. Come, let us add each other as friends, Teacher Chen said, approaching with his phone. Once they became friends, he transferred 200 winter coins to Jiang Liu, representing their earnings from the previous night. It was hard to imagine that those spider eggs could fetch such a high price, explaining why Teacher Chen's shelter was thriving. Alas, with the red-eyed spiders rioting and expanding, such lucrative opportunities might soon vanish. Moreover, with all the commotion, the shelter for intruders below would likely fall to the red-eyed spiders as well. Jiang Liu had initially thought about returning to scavenge again, but reconsidering, he deemed it too dangerous and ultimately abandoned that plan. All things considered, he had managed quite well with a backpack full of food, a metal crossbow, 200 winter coins, and he had saved Bai Hua's life. Preserving a valuable ally there is also a safe, he suddenly recalled. However, He had no idea of the combination and wondered if he would have to wait until later to crack it, with a mindset of giving a try. Once Bai Hua finished her shower, the group had breakfast together and commenced their departure. Jiang Liu inquired about their opinions, only to receive a delightfully surprising response that I can pick locks, Bai Hua stated. This declaration filled Jiang Liu with joy. Indeed, good deeds yield good rewards. That it was fortunate that he had returned to rescue Bai Hua. Otherwise, how long would it have taken him to open the safe by himself? I never expected you could pick locks. If that's the case, why don't you accompany me back to the shelter? After I secure the safe, you can help me open it, Jiang Liu suggested. Absolutely, Bai Hua readily agreed that I can pick locks due to a talent I acquired. After you provided me with the USB drive, I extracted my second survival talent, called metal disassembly, which allows me to more easily disassemble objects made of metal. With the tools I carry in my backpack, I can definitely open the safe. Jiang Liu understood. I see. Survival talents were indeed remarkable. They could even modify the human body to enhance night vision, let alone open a small safe. Moreover, judging by Bai Hua's description, the metal disassembly talent clearly had applications beyond just picking locks. If utilized well, it could elevate her endeavors significantly. Your second talent is quite impressive. Combined with your metal crafting skills, it can yield a synergistic effect. So make sure to utilize it well, Teacher Chen remarked. Earlier during breakfast, Bai Hua had eagerly introduced her talent, metal manufacturing, and expressed her willingness to assist Teacher Chen in crafting equipment if needed in the future. Indeed, I'm also pleased to have acquired complementary talents, Bai Hua responded with a smile. Well, we are nearing our separation point. That I heard you mention a city in that direction. I'd like to check it out and find a livelier place to settle down. It is far too lonely here, Teacher Chen said after the three left the spider nest. Jiang Liu and Bai Hua had no intention of persuading him to stay, but simply shared some intelligence they had gathered, advising caution against potential envy and treachery. By the way, Jiang Liu, do you have a lot of supplies? I never would have guessed you even had a dog, Bai Hua remarked, squatting down to pet the little wolf. The little wolf relished the attention, rolling over to expose its round belly, a sight that made Jiang Liu inwardly curse. What a shameless dog. When he first brought it home, it wouldn't let anyone near it, behaving like a fierce wolf. Now, upon meeting Bai Hua, it was acting like a spoiled lapdog. Don't forget your heritage, he thought, relieved that having a dog around was better than being utterly alone in such a dangerous world. How did you end up captured by the red-eyed spiders? He asked. If it hadn't been for me, you'd have likely perished in there. Recalling the previous day's events, Bai Hua's face paled. Those terrifying red-eyed spiders would likely haunt her for a long time to come. I was merely trying to find a suitable location for a meeting. Who knew those spiders would be so fearsome? I was already quite far away, yet they still charged out of their lair and forcibly dragged me in. The meeting is essential, but your approach was perilously reckless. Why not choose a random location instead? The key is that the attendees must be trustworthy and devoid of malice, Jiang Liu suggested. Bai Hua nodded, seemingly in agreement. Rest assured, during the meeting, as long as I'm present, there won't be any fights. I can guarantee that. Since you say so, I'll press further. I'll arrange the time and place and notify you both, Jiang Liu concluded. Moreover, Jiang Liu, I sincerely appreciate your willingness to return and rescue me yesterday. I have little to offer you in return. Since the supplies at your shelter are abundant, let this serve as my token of gratitude. Suddenly, Bai Hua spoke thus. She paused, turned around, and rummaged through her backpack for quite some time, finally producing a cylindrical object adorned with dark green stripes, topped with a silver pull tab. What is this? Jiang Liu inquired curiously, taking it in his hands, feeling an odd familiarity, yet unable to discern its purpose. It is a flashbang, freshly acquired from the store. That I thought it might come in handy someday, so I purchased it, Bai Hua replied honestly. Are you seriously gifting this to me? Jiang Liu was momentarily dumbfounded. Typically, a hero saving a damsel in distress either gains a mystical tome or a beautiful maiden's affection. Yet here he was, receiving a flashbang as a token of gratitude from the girl he saved. You won't need it? Bai Hua, noticing Jiang Liu's expression, hastily attempted to reclaim her gift. Let me find something more suitable, she said, bending down to search her backpack once more. Jiang Liu quickly stopped her. No need. The flashbang is perfect. I truly appreciate it. But why didn't you use it yesterday when you had it? With that in hand, escaping from a dire situation should have been a trivial matter. How could you have been caught by the red-eyed spider? Bai Hua sheepishly stuck out her tongue. I don't venture out often. I had placed a flashbang in my backpack yesterday, and by the time I thought to retrieve it, it was too late. Once captured, I didn't have the chance to inform you before Teacher Chen arrived, so it became redundant. All right, but do exercise caution in the future. It's prudent to keep some weapons readily accessible. Yes, indeed. By the way, why do you lack a proper weapon? I'll craft one for you when I return, and bring it along for our next meeting. Upon returning to the shelter, Jiang Liu did not immediately approach Bai Hua, but patiently awaited Xiaolang. Once assured that all was quiet, he felt at ease to proceed. Approaching the edge of the woods on the right, he recalled having buried 3 corpses there yesterday. Now, glancing over, he could discern several crimson stains mingled with the white snow, alongside signs of excavation. Yet the bodies were nowhere to be seen. It was evident that the previous night had been tumultuous. He could only speculate how many mutated creatures had followed the scent of blood, eagerly digging through the thin layer of snow to drag away and devour the remains. However, Jiang Liu paid little heed to these thoughts. He arrived at the entrance of the shelter, scrutinized the door, and noted several new scratch marks. Fortunately, he had foreseen potential threats and had fortified the wooden door with winter coins before leaving yesterday, even adding a lock to safeguard the supplies within the shelter. Please come in. Jiang Liu opened the door, and indeed, the supplies inside remained intact, just as he had anticipated. Bai Hua entered without hesitation, and upon spotting the wolf's corpse in the corner, she seemed unsurprised, as if she had mentally prepared for it. However, when her gaze fell upon the can of tomatoes in the corner, she couldn't help but turn to Jiang Liu with a look of longing. What? Do you wish to eat them? Jiang Liu inquired. When Bai Hua vigorously shook her head, he busied himself with adding firewood to the hearth and organizing the spoils from their outing at tea that moment. He remembered he had obtained a metal crossbow and hurriedly retrieved the 2 bolts he had previously acquired to see if they were compatible. After some trials, he was pleasantly surprised to find they fit, though the bolts were evidently smaller, preventing the crossbow from unleashing its full potential, which was somewhat disappointing. Leave it to me. Let me take some measurements, and I can craft a few suitable bolts for you when I return. Bai Hua stepped forward to assist with the sizing. The crafting of bolts was not overly complicated. Her dexterity instilled her with confidence in this endeavor. All right, what would you like as a reward? How about taking some wolf meat? I have no appetite for it, and I cannot finish it alone, Jiang Liu suggested, and no need for wolf meat. It was merely a small task, but if possible, could I take a can of tomatoes with me? Bai Hua replied at "Oh, and please bring out the safe. I'll unlock it for you." Jiang Liu retrieved his phone and, after a few moments of manipulation, a safe materialized in the corner of the cluttered area. Once Bai Hua unlocked it, it could be used to store some valuable items. This safe isn't difficult to open. Give me 10 minutes and I should manage, Bai Hua stated with confidence. She produced an array of tools from her backpack, making it hard to fathom why someone would carry wrenches, pliers, and even a saw while venturing out alone. The safe was only the size of a cabinet, yet it was remarkably heavy. What lay within was entirely concealed from the outside, only to be revealed upon opening. Before long, Bai Hua had successfully opened the safe. However, rather than employing conventional unlocking methods, she rather brutally dismantled the door. While it appeared somewhat crude, it effectively achieved the desired outcome. Hurry, let us see what's inside, Jiang Liu urged. This was something he had unearthed from shelter. A significant find indeed. Theoretically, the value of the contents should rival, if not surpass, the cans and alcohol he had previously discovered. Bai Hua nodded, and after creating a small opening, she instinctively peered inside. Yet that single glance caused her to freeze in place. What's wrong? Quickly open it all the way, Jiang Liu pressed from behind. Bai Hua slowly turned her head, her eyes brimming with an unsettling contemplation, her expression grave as she spoke. Jiang Liu, do you think I could kill you now and hoard all these supplies for myself? She gradually shifted aside, revealing to Jiang Liu a safe brimming with winter coins. Oh my God, are you joking? Jiang Liu's eyes widened in disbelief. Each winter coin measured a mere 2 millimeters in height. 10 stacked together would equal around 2 centimeters. Yet this safe stood at least 1 meter tall. half a meter wide, completely filled with neatly piled winter coins, if he calculated correctly. That meant, damn, this must be at least 10,000 winter coins. Jiang Liu exclaimed excitedly, rushing to the door to firmly shut it and lock it tight. Bai Hua immediately adopted a defensive stance, crossing her arms and furrowing her brow, suspiciously regarding Jiang Liu. What are you planning? Why the sudden need to close the door? For heaven's sake, if I had wanted to do anything to you, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Haven't you heard of keeping one's wealth hidden? With such a considerable sum, of course, I must lock the door to count it properly. Jiang Liu retorted, exasperated. Indeed, he needed to tally the amount carefully. It was an unimaginable windfall, and he was curious where Bai Hua had sourced such a safe. Bai Hua contemplated his words, acknowledging their validity. Oh, besides the winter coins, there is also a USB drive inside, she suddenly remarked. She reached in and retrieved a USB drive that appeared intact, suggesting it could still function properly. IT would require a computer to access its contents. Without hesitation, Bai Hua stood up and plugged it into the computer within Jiang Liu's shelter. And in the next moment, the information from the USB drive illuminated the computer screen. 4 shelters intersect at diagonal corners. Beneath which lies my inheritance. Bai Hua softly read the information aloud. What? Jiang Liu was left utterly astounded. He had stumbled upon a treasure. The safe he had brought back contained over 10,000 winter coins. And now it seemed there was more. A treasure map hidden within. It was evident that this so-called inheritance must carry significant value, certainly exceeding the pile of winter coins before him. Who could resist such temptation? For shelters? Do you know what that means? Bai Hua turned to inquire. Realizing her question might be impolite, she quickly added, Apologies, I'm merely curious if you prefer not to share. That is perfectly fine. I believe it's time for me to take my leave. And no worries. This is no secret that I believe the aforementioned words refer to this map. Jiang Liu was more than willing to share information, and promptly produced the leather map. Indeed, the map was marked with 4 yellow question marks, indicating the locations of the shelters. Upon seeing the map, Bai Hua immediately grasped the meaning of the statement. The intersection of 2 lines connecting 2 points would reveal the location of the inheritance. It seems to be right here, she said, lightly tracing 2 straight lines on the leather map with her knife. Sure enough, she found an intersecting point, which was located right in the midst of the vast ruins of the city. Could it be that beneath one of the houses within those ruins lies the other party's inheritance? What a remarkable discovery! Jiang Liu felt a surge of excitement. Inheritance signifies resources. More resources equate to a better life. Thus, for those living in the harsh world of winter, the scarcity of resources is boundless, with no day of satisfaction in sight, although the specifics of the resources within this inheritance remain unknown. Even if he could not utilize them, they could always be traded with others. Therefore, as long as Jiang Liu acquired it, he would certainly not incur any losses as for the city. The current times are far from favorable. Bai Hua, upon seeing this location, furrowed her brow and shook her head. Do you have any news? Jiang Liu inquired immediately. Due to her unique talents, Bai Hua needed to interact with others and engage in trade to secure resources for better survival. Consequently, her information-gathering abilities surpassed those of Jiang Liu. She was often the first to learn about many clandestine paths and secret intelligence. Yes, to my knowledge, it is quite chaotic there now, as it seems a group of individuals is engaging in large-scale killing and plundering. Committing all manner of atrocities, Bai Hua stated earnestly. Resources are exceedingly scarce in the world of winter. Originally, there were still some resources within the houses of the city ruins. However, with an increasing influx of people, the remaining resources have gradually been scavenged clean, making new discoveries rare. Nowadays, many toil outside for an entire day, yet may not receive their due reward. Indeed, finding a single can left behind by someone else could be considered a stroke of luck. Thus, in such dire circumstances where one struggles to stave off hunger and cold, robbing others has become a viable option. Those who could not survive have long been eliminated, while the survivors, no matter how impoverished, are certain to have stable resources within their shelters. If one can locate them, it would allow for a few more days of sustenance. How could that not entice these individuals? Consequently, as more and more people became involved, a cycle of slaughter and collaboration unfolded among the plunderers at present. A certain group has gained notoriety, widely publicized in the local channels. Comprised of 9 adult males, it is said they have plundered resources from at least 30 individuals, subtly hinting at a trend to dominate the entire area of city ruins. Furthermore, after stripping some survivor shelters bare, they brazenly left them a lifeline, allowing these survivors to continue scavenging resources, only to repeat the cycle of robbery. Therefore, if you were to seek the inheritance in the city at this moment, you might very well cross paths with this group, and I would not recommend you go there now. Bai Hua disclosed all the information she had. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liu was taken aback. This group's audacity was truly remarkable. After robbing others, they did not silence their victims, which clearly indicated their substantial strength and lack of fear regarding potential retaliation. For the sake of his safety, it was indeed unnecessary to rush to the city ruins during these days. After all, who knows how many years that inheritance has lain there? A day or two's delay would make little difference. So, what are your plans next? Bai Hua inquired. Plans? I intend to relocate. Over the next few days, I want to scout the surroundings for a suitable location, Jiang Liu replied. His current shelter was rather poorly situated. Before him lay a vast expanse of plains, followed by an ice-covered river, offering an unobstructed view. Anyone passing by could easily spot it if they paid even the slightest attention, of course. This was also related to the roller skates Bai Hua was promoting, which had become almost a sensation throughout the region, with nearly everyone nearby possessing a pair, making them the most common mode of transportation at present. Furthermore, aside from Bai Hua, several other survivors had seemingly discovered the business opportunity and were zealously selling related goods. There is even a possibility that a roller skating highway might develop along the ice-covered river in the future. Relocation? That makes sense. Once the resources in the city ruins have been depleted, a large number of survivors will migrate along the river, seeking to scavenge resources elsewhere. Your shelter's location is indeed quite conspicuous, making it an easy target for scavengers. I recommend you choose a spot not too far from the city. It may evolve into a haven for survivors in the future. After all, humans are social creatures, and hiding in the depths of the mountains and forests offers little advantage, Bai Hua suggested. Jiang Liu naturally accepted this advice, realizing he needed to thoroughly assess potential new locations, considering various factors. After all, relocating incurs significant costs, and frequent moves are inadvisable. After carefully counting the cold winter coins in his safe, he discovered a total of over 11,000. This was indeed a considerable fortune, and Jiang Liu intended to share a portion with Bai Hua. After all, she had contributed by unlocking the safe, and doing so would help maintain their relationship. However, Bai Hua firmly declined, asserting that Jiang Liu had saved her life, and her unlocking the safe was merely a matter of convenience, a way to repay him without expecting extra compensation. This is different, and I assure you, these cold winter coins are not being given to you for free. You are to help me craft a long-range weapon, along with metal crossbow bolts and other protective gear. Without sufficient funds, how can we proceed? You may consider this an investment. I seek to survive better, and your assistance will undoubtedly be essential in the future. At worst, once your enterprise burgeons, you can repay me the cold winter coins later. Jiang Liu persuasively argued until she accepted over 3,000 cold winter coins, while he retained the remaining 8,000. This arrangement was entirely acceptable to him. Although Bai Hua's combat capabilities were feeble, she excelled in other areas, far surpassing Jiang Liu. Allocating a portion of the cold winter coins to her was of little consequence. Rather, it would significantly benefit Jiang Liu's future endeavors. Then I shall accept this. Please keep an ear out for information. The meeting will be held in the coming days. If possible, bring along some food to participate. Bai Hua conceded, taking the cold winter coins without hesitation before departing. Offline transactions remained quite essential for Jiang Liu. Although the upgrade to his computer offered numerous advantages, it significantly increased transaction fees for online dealings, resulting in inflated prices that could be deemed unworthy. By the way, before I embark on my search for a suitable relocation spot, I should meet with Limu Yi to help me train the little wolf. I don't expect it to become exceptionally powerful. I merely want it to understand my commands and respond accordingly. Jiang Liu took out his phone. The little wolf's impressive performance had thoroughly won him over. Keeping it home could guard against intruders, while taking it out could aid in hunting snow hares, serving as a versatile hunting dog. The mere hairs it caught could sustain him. So Jiang Liu was more than willing to spend extra to trade with Li Mu Yi for assistance in utilizing his talents on the little wolf. Choose a location, and we shall meet there, Li Mu Yi quickly replied. Jiang Liu casually selected a snowfield devoid of trees obstructing the view, sent the location to him, and after approximately 20 minutes, he saw a young man arriving slowly before him. Li Mu was a rather youthful individual, likely just over 20 years of age, bundled in thick clothing. Upon meeting Jiang Liu, he greeted him courteously and displayed a notably gentle demeanor. Notably, he did not arrive on roller skates, but rather sat on a sled pulled by two domesticated mutated wolves, which brought him along to, I need to take it back to my shelter for a few days for my talent to take effect. During this time, I can offer you a deposit of 300 cold winter coins to prevent any chance of me fleeing. How does that sound? Li Mu promptly delved into the subject at hand. What do you desire as compensation? Jiang Liu inquired. Anything will suffice. I am not particularly picky. Food, medicine, or winter coins, whatever you have, I will accept. The specific amount can be negotiated, and you may pay upon witnessing the results. Li Mu replied. Before long, the two reached an agreement, finalizing their transaction. Although Little Wolf would be departing for 2 or 3 days, it was inconsequential. Jiang Liu could manage the relocation arrangements on his own. In terms of strength, the two obedient wolves that Li Mu had raised served as the best testament. Regarding trustworthiness, with a deposit of 300 winter coins, the other party was unlikely to abscond. After concluding that they would reconvene here to escort Little Wolf home, Jiang Liu took his leave. In the forest, he gathered some fallen firewood, returned to the shelter, lit the fireplace, and indulged in 2 cans of food, pouring himself a small glass of wine. Life was simply splendid. Wait, whereas my tomato can disappear to? After rummaging through the pile of cans, Jiang Liu keenly noticed the inexplicable absence of his tomato can. Could it have been taken by Bai Hua? Reflecting on Bai Hua's earlier words, Jiang Liu shrugged it off and turned to open a can of peaches, resuming his meal. Time passed, and he returned to the shelter shortly after waking up in the morning. Having had lunch and a brief nap, it was only a little past 1 in the afternoon. Ample time for exploration, he had intended to take advantage of the afternoon to scout for a suitable relocation site. However, to his surprise, several messages from Lu Qi had arrived while he was asleep. Lu Qi? What does he want from me? Jiang Liu recalled Lu Qi, whose talent lay in plant affinity, and who had been experimenting with vegetable cultivation. He wondered how that had progressed. Lu Qi, Brother Jiang, my vegetables are just 1 step away from successful cultivation. I found a cave filled with peculiar red crystals that radiate warmth. If I can place them near the vegetable seeds, it is bound to succeed, but there's something guarding the cave, making it difficult for me to enter. Can you come help me? I won't let you make the trip for nothing. Once my vegetables grow, I promise to supply them to you at cost price. Among the 4 messages, what intrigued Jiang Liu the most was not the promised vegetables, but the so-called red crystals. What were these red crystals? They emit heat? Jiang Liu quickly inquired. Lu Qi. Exactly. I thought you might be interested, which is why I contacted you first. I'm in dire need of assistance. If you come help me enter the cave, I only need a small portion of the red crystals. Everything else will be yours. This revelation compelled Jiang Liu to temporarily shelve his exploration plans. If the red crystals Lu Qi discovered truly emitted heat, their inherent value would be immense. In this frigid world, the absence of either food or warmth could lead to death. Although Jiang Liu currently had a fireplace for warmth, its range was limited and did not adequately ensure the temperature throughout the entire shelter. Equipping his shelter with underfloor heating, like Teacher Chen had done, would undoubtedly require substantial funds, and one would need luck to find such items in the store. If I could acquire these red crystals, they would represent a valuable asset, whether for personal use or trade. However, there was a possibility that Lu Qi could be deceiving him to lure him into a trap for undisclosed motives. Yet, the likelihood of such a scenario seemed low. He could not fathom what benefit Lu Qi would gain from such deception. Moreover, having met Lu Qi in person, he did not strike Jiang Liu as the type to engage in such treachery. Regardless, I cannot afford to overlook the opportunity of the red crystals. I must see them with my own eyes. With that thought in mind, Jiang Liu promptly requested the location from Lu Qi, planning to meet him the following day. Although he no longer possessed a long-range weapon, he still had his hunting moments and short knives, along with a flashbang. Armed with these, Jiang Liu felt little trepidation about potential ambushes. Nonetheless, it was prudent to prepare adequately. Jiang Liu glanced at the 8,000 winter coins in his safe, barely able to suppress a smile. With no further ado, he opened the shop and began shopping. The night passed swiftly, and remarkably, no mutated wolves interrupted him, allowing Jiang Liu to enjoy an undisturbed sleep until the next day. The following day, 24 a.m. 13C, wind force level 5, moderate snow. The wind and snow gradually subsided, making this an opportune time to venture out. It was forecasted that the weather would deteriorate after 6 p.m., so one should seek shelter by then to avoid the impending blizzard. Time was of the essence, and he prepared to set off. After his frenzied shopping spree the previous night, Jiang Liu's gear had received a noticeable upgrade. While it was not epic in nature, it was significantly more luxurious than before. He donned a warmer outfit, added goggles, a scarf, and thermal gloves to stave off the discomfort of prolonged exposure to the cold. His backpack now contained not only the essential flint, food, leather map, crossbow, and bolts, but also a compass, a sturdy bundle of rope, and a flashbang gifted by Bai Hua. As for the two traps, while they would have been useful, the limited space in his backpack forced Jiang Liu to forego bringing them, opting instead to retrieve them when necessary. Although he had refreshed and acquired supplies suitable for use in the shelter, Jiang Liu chose not to purchase them on one hand. The items available last night were not particularly cost-effective. On the other, if he bought too many supplies now, the cost in winter coins for relocation later would likely increase. This made excessive purchasing at this juncture unwise. The most rational approach would be to procure supplies in bulk after relocating, thus minimizing losses. Regrettably, despite refreshing several times last night, he found no worthwhile weapons to purchase. How could Bai Hua have acquired a flashbang? Jiang Liu found this puzzling. He had even considered buying a grenade for amusement. But alas, not even a knife had appeared in the shop. Was his luck truly that poor? After securing the door and confirming the direction, Jiang Liu began his journey to Liu Qi's location. The distance between them was not great. In fact, it was relatively close. Within approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at a wooded area. Here, the deviation from their agreed meeting point was about 300 meters, and he had arrived a full half-hour early. This was a deliberate choice on Jiang Liu's part. Had he adhered to their scheduled time and place, who could say if Liu Qi might have set a trap? Jiang Liu was not keen on falling into such a snare, regardless of how unlikely it seemed. Better safe than sorry, it was wise to take additional precautions. Changing into snow boots, he cautiously advanced forward. Flanked by snow-laden trees, the surroundings were eerily silent, save for the occasional flutter of birds overhead, a testament to the area's vitality. The further he progressed, the more familiar the landscape felt, invoking a sense of déjà vu, as if he had traversed this path before and seen these sights. Nonetheless, in this world, the relentless snowstorm had never ceased, and the pervasive whiteness rendered such feelings unsurprising. Jiang Liu paid little heed as he gradually approached the designated meeting spot, quietly taking cover. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, he spotted a figure hurrying towards him from a distance. Good. I made it here 10 minutes early. I should not be late. Now I'll just wait a bit, the man murmured to himself. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his clothing appeared somewhat tattered, barely serving to keep him warm. That he donned gloves on his hands as he scanned the area. Noticing no one around, he selected a tree to shield himself from the wind and snow, rubbing his hands together to generate warmth and prevent himself from freezing. The person is correct. Jiang Liu merely cast a glance and instantly recognized the individual before him as the lawyer he had previously conversed with. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no hidden ambushes, he finally took the initiative to approach. The moment he moved, Liu Qi naturally noticed him, and a smile immediately spread across his face, quickly followed by a hint of surprise. "It's you." "Indeed, it is I. It seems we are quite fated." A smile graced Jiang Liu's face as well. "Time is of the essence, so let us get straight to the point. Where are those red crystals?" Liu Qi hesitated for a moment before scratching his head and replying, "Yes, we are indeed fated. They are over here. Allow me to guide you." He took the lead and walked ahead. Jiang Liu's eagerness to dive into the matter at hand was palpable. After all, The sooner this issue was resolved, the better it would be for him. Can you describe the situation? You mentioned there was something guarding the cave. Do you know what it is? Jiang Liu inquired during their walk. Lu Qi responded promptly. It should be a bear. During the day, it occupies the cave, resembling hibernation. However, whenever I approach the red crystals, I can hear it issuing warning roars, as if it intends to charge at me. Yet, if I step back, it doesn't pursue me to a brown bear, you say? That does present some danger, but as long as we are adequately prepared, we should be able to handle it, Jiang Liu replied. Unsurprised by this revelation, if the treasures hidden within were of lesser value, Lu Qi would not have summoned him. After all, he could easily harvest them alone and enjoy the spoils. He was no fool and could certainly grasp the worth of these red crystals. If he could minimize sharing the bounty, why not? Only when the challenge became too daunting for one person did he reluctantly resort to seeking assistance. Let me first take you to the cave so you can gauge the situation. It's daytime now, and as long as we maintain our distance, it shouldn't come after us, Lu Qi remarked. Evidently having discerned some patterns in the bear's behavior, he led Jiang Liu through the forest for about 10 minutes, navigating around dense, snow-laden trees until they arrived at a cave obscured by foliage. In stark contrast to the icy exterior, the cave emanated warmth, accompanied by a foul odor reminiscent of a creature's lair. Peering into the cave's mouth, they could faintly discern a scattering of red dots. Those were the red crystals, the very reason for Jiang Liu's visit. If we take a couple of steps closer, it will surely sound an alarm. Jiang Ge, you should stand back a bit. Let me demonstrate, Lu Qi proposed. Jiang Liu stepped back a few paces and watched as Lu Qi, with a look of grim determination, cautiously advanced. As soon as his foot crossed the threshold between light and shadow, a deafening roar erupted like thunder in their ears. The sound crashed down, akin to a cacophony of firecrackers, amplified by the cave's acoustics. Even though Jiang Liu stood a distance away, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his ears ringing from the sheer force of the sound. Lu Qi reacted swiftly, the instant the roar echoed. He turned and sprinted back, his expression one of narrowly escaping peril. How was that? Jiang Ge, Lu Qi gasped, his face as pale as a sheet. Are you certain there's only one bear inside? Jiang Liu queried, not providing an answer. I can't say for sure. As you saw, I don't dare venture further in and can only disrupt from the periphery, Lu Qi replied. Noticing Jiang Liu's silence, he continued. Shall we return to a nearby shelter to strategize? The red crystals will remain here. They won't run away. He led Jiang Liu through the woods until they arrived at a shelter. Isn't this the treehouse shelter? Jiang Liu suddenly looked up, recognizing the familiar structure. It dawned on him that the red crystals Lu Qi mentioned had once nearly passed him by. The bear inside was likely the very creature that had nearly claimed Jiang Liu's life. Upon closer inspection, the interior framework remained unchanged. However, the once sparse shelter was now brimming with various furniture and supplies. Sensing Jiang Liu's gaze, Lu Qi flashed a grin. What do you think, Jiang Ge? I sent my shelter quite splendid. In the early days here, I had to sleep under a bridge, freezing to death each night without a shred of safety. Later, while exploring the ruins of a city, I stumbled upon this gem. When I found it, there wasn't a single supply inside. Nevertheless, this shelter is a significant upgrade from my previous abode. It feels like I've struck gold. A hint of pride laced Lu Qi's tone. For discovering such a fine dwelling was no simple feat. Living in the treetops allowed him to evade some of the mutated creatures that roamed below, a marked improvement over the bridge. Jiang Liu's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only offer a few casual remarks. Had Lu Qi known that the shelter had previously been stocked with supplies, all of which Jiang Liu had taken, he would likely have felt quite differently. Are these the vegetables you planted? They don't seem to be thriving, Jiang Liu remarked upon entering, noticing several pots of vegetables by the window. 4 pots were filled with moist soil, and the seeds had sprouted but appeared wilted, barely clinging to life. Yes, unfortunately, the difficulty is much greater than I anticipated, Lu Qi sighed, pouring boiling water from a kettle into a cup for Jiang Liu. What specific challenges are you facing? Jiang Liu accepted the warm water but held it in his hands as a makeshift heating pad. Lu Qi pondered for a moment, primarily due to soil fertility and temperature. The former has a solution I'm working on, But the latter is trickier, that I need to maintain a temperature conducive to growth. While fire can provide heat, it is not stable enough and doesn't reach the required levels. However, the red crystals are different. They maintain a steady temperature, somewhat akin to a greenhouse from my previous life, ensuring a stable environment, that if I can procure enough red crystals, my vegetable cultivation plan should come to fruition. As he spoke, he retrieved a small red crystal from a drawer. This is a piece I found near the cave's entrance. See how it emits a consistent warmth. Ideal for keeping vegetables warm. Jiang Liu examined the crystal, which was about the size of a finger, pleasantly warm to the touch. Is this heat sufficient? He inquired. Lucci nodded. Yes, but we need more red crystals. You can feel that the temperature inside the cave is evidently much higher. It is possible that a large accumulation of red crystals can elevate the temperature further, or perhaps there are other factors at play. In any case, we need to collect more red crystals to ensure our plans succeed. Speaking of which, Jiang Liu, I noticed you didn't bring any weapons. You feel confident dealing with that brown bear. The key issue lies in addressing the bear within the cave. Such a treasure trove could be hiding countless red crystals. Once the bear is dealt with, they could freely scour the area. Conversely, if they fail to subdue it, their grand aspirations would merely remain a dream, unattainable in reality. Jiang Liu slowly shook his head, prompting a flicker of disappointment in Mutated. He had chosen Jiang Liu as a partner precisely because of his demonstrated ability to dispatch mutated wolves, assuming he possessed expertise in hunting. Bringing him along might have provided a chance against the bear. Yet, it appeared that this hope was in vain. Realistically, if Jiang Liu could slay the bear, such a capable individual would hardly have been available for hire. Indeed, this notion was somewhat unrealistic. They should contemplate alternative strategies. Lucci managed a forced smile. Jiang Liu glanced at him, seemingly realizing something, and began to explain. What I mean is that weapons are unnecessary. Not that we cannot deal with that brown bear. What does that mean, Brother Jiang? If we don't use weapons, how do we confront that brown bear? Lucci hurriedly sought guidance, eager to hear the other's insights. Jiang Liu spoke in a serious tone. Even if there were 5 times our number, each armed with cold weapons, do you really think we could face a brown bear head-on and successfully kill it? Lucci paused, momentarily hesitant. Jiang Liu continued, perhaps it's possible, but such an encounter would inevitably lead to casualties. Therefore, unless we are equipped with firearms, I do not intend to engage in a direct confrontation with that bear. Lucci was somewhat perplexed. Brother Jiang, but the bear is right in its den, that if we don't confront it, how can we lure it out? To be frank, I have tried setting traps these past few days, but to no avail. During the day, that brown bear refuses to budge. Even when I act as bait, it rarely stirs to chase me away. Of course, this might also be because I dare not venture too close. But if I go too deep, should it pounce, I fear I would be killed on the spot within the cave. Like a tea night, perhaps it might come out to roam, but that dreadful weather is hardly suitable for us to move. As for hunting it down, that is utterly impossible. Strangely enough, during the day, they seem difficult to spot, these carnivorous mutated creatures wandering the wild. Yet this situation is not entirely fixed. At least Jiang Liu had once witnessed that mutated brown bear venturing out during the day. Have you ever tried using blood? Jiang Liu suddenly inquired. Blood? Lucci was puzzled. Wondering what this meant, he recalled a time when Jiang Liu had mentioned that blood could attract mutated creatures during the day, and he had seen Lucci's face light up with excitement, flushed with joy. In that case, we could set a trap, using blood to lure it in. Once the brown bear is ensnared, we can calmly enter the cave to collect the red crystals. Lucci exclaimed with enthusiasm. Undoubtedly, Jiang Liu's information was exceedingly timely. Knowing that blood could attract mutated creatures, devising a strategy to deal with them would no longer pose a challenge. Indeed, seeking collaboration with Jiang Liu was the right decision. Had it been someone else, they might not have been privy to this information. Even if they knew, they would likely keep it to themselves, aiming to hoard the entire cache of red crystals for a windfall. Without further ado, let us set the trap now, Lucci declared with resolve. Vegetables were his lifeline. The sooner he could cultivate them successfully, the sooner his chances of survival would improve. Thus, in acquiring the red crystals, he was even more proactive than Jiang Liu. Previously, he had been at a loss regarding how to deal with a mutated brown bear, which had driven him back to the shelter to seek solutions. But now, With Jiang Liu proposing a plan, what was there to wait for? He was eager to execute it immediately. The ideal trap would be to find a deep pit, lure the brown bear down with blood, and not only would they harvest ample red crystals, but also a bounty of meat and warm, thick bear hide, Lu Qi suggested. Jiang Liu promptly dismissed this idea. Just the two of us attempting to dig a sufficiently deep pit to trap a bear is an insurmountable challenge. Even if we could manage it, it would undoubtedly consume a massive amount of our time, making it unworthy of our efforts. Theoretically, a pit capable of containing an adult must be at least 5 meters deep, with a length and width of 1 meter to ensnare a brown bear. We would need a depth of at least 3 meters, with increased length and width as well. Of course, we could set traps within to inflict some harm on the bear, preventing its escape from the pit. However, even so, excavating a suitable pit would be extremely labor-intensive, with only the two of us and no proper tools at hand. It would take an estimated 3 days to complete this task. Such a lengthy endeavor is certainly not to my liking, he continued. We must think of other methods. We do not necessarily have to kill the brown bear. After all, the red crystals are of utmost importance. As long as we can divert its attention, we can buy ourselves enough time to gather the crystals. Jiang Liu stated he was not greedy to lose his life over the bear's hide, and meat would truly be a foolish bargain. After all, Jiang Liu was not in want of food. As long as this operation yielded a sufficient quantity of red crystals, it would be a resounding success, with no need to take unnecessary risks by provoking the brown bear. You make a valid point. Lu Qi conceded that he had been swept away by the excitement from Jiang Liu's information, leading him to make such assertions. If there were natural pits nearby, it would indeed be plausible to kill the brown bear. However, if none existed, relying solely on the two of them to excavate a sufficiently large hole would be a fanciful notion. Though he was in dire need of food, he understood the difficulty of the task. Moreover, once the red crystals were secured, his vegetable cultivation would soon bear fruit. With an expanded scale, food would certainly not be lacking. I have a rabbit that we can use as bait. We can take this opportunity to enter the cave. Lu Qi gritted his teeth and retrieved a dazed snow rabbit from a nearby cabinet. It had been intended for his dinner, and he was reluctant to part with it. However, it seemed that without offering the rabbit, they would have a difficult time entering the cave to gather the red crystals. Since Jiang Liu had provided crucial information, he felt compelled to make this sacrifice. This rabbit is quite swift. How did you manage to catch it alive? Jiang Liu asked curiously. He had previously considered capturing a rabbit to draw the brown bear away, but unfortunately, his wolf had been sent away. Lacking the wolf's keen sense of smell, it would have been quite challenging for him alone to capture a snow rabbit. Yet, unexpectedly, while he was grappling with this issue, Lu Qi had already devised a solution. Lu Qi chuckled sheepishly. I stumbled upon it this morning. I didn't intend to catch it. I merely stepped on it while walking through the snow. Startled, it ran right into a tree and fainted. I suppose I got lucky. I've confirmed that it is merely unconscious, and when it wakes up, it should serve well as bait. Jiang Liu was at a loss for words. What fortuitous luck! Just walking along the path, Lu Qi had managed to stumble upon a live rabbit. However, this did alleviate their immediate predicament. They then engaged in fervent discussion and ultimately devised a rough plan. Jiang Liu would hold the rabbit at a distance, responsible for cutting the rabbit's flesh. Once the blood attracted the brown bear out of its den, Lu Qi, lying in ambush nearby, would swiftly enter to gather the red crystals. Meanwhile, Jiang Liu would need to keep a vigilant watch on the bear's movements. If the creature seized the snow rabbit, he would have to immediately alert Lu Qi to retreat at once. In this operation, the greatest risk lay with Lu Qi. He would be responsible for delving into the bear's lair, ensuring substantial gains, and retreating promptly before any danger arose. Otherwise, he would meet a grim fate. Naturally, Lu Qi had volunteered for this, stipulating that he would take a full 70% of the red crystals for his efforts. That seems reasonable. Your shelter is here. You can't run away with the loot. It is only fitting that you go in to gather the red crystals, and I need not worry about you absconding with them. Jiang Liu replied. However, you must be cautious. Once I signal, you must withdraw immediately. After all, that brown bear is not to be trifled with. If it sets its sights on you, do not blame me for being heartless and leaving you to your fate. Jiang Liu was equally pleased with this plan. The other party exerted effort, took risks, and even the snow rabbit was a contribution from them, while he merely provided a piece of intelligence. Undoubtedly a lucrative bargain. Furthermore, in their negotiations, Lu Qi was allocated 70% of the share, at least for this distribution. As for the next time, that would require further specific discussions during the initial venture due to a lack of experience. The returns were often minimal, so he did not expect to incur significant losses, and no matter how diligently Lu Qi worked, the red crystals he could bring back would ultimately be limited. It was impossible to transport too much at once. The real bounty lay in the subsequent ventures, and this time could merely be considered a preliminary probe. Jiang Liu contemplated thus. Here is a whistle for you. We shall use it to signal each other. If anything occurs, blow it, and I shall know that the bear has returned, allowing us to make a swift exit. Lu Qi suddenly declared, taking a deep breath, his demeanor tinged with anxiety. Were it not for the scarcity of resources, he would have been reluctant to engage in such a perilous endeavor. Yet, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Who knows, he might become immensely wealthy as a result. Lu Qi waved his hand, signaling his readiness. Jiang Liu stood atop a high slope, affording a clear view of the scenery beside the cave entrance. Grasping the snow rabbit by its ears with one hand and wielding a short knife with the other, he recognized Lu Qi's readiness and refrained from hesitation. That he swiftly made a shallow incision on the snow rabbit, causing blood to flow forth immediately, the faint metallic scent of its blood permeating the air. The snow rabbit thrashed in pain, yet this only hardened Jiang Liu's resolve, leading to a more severe tearing of its wound and a greater outpouring of blood. Jiang Liu's gaze remained fixed on the cave entrance, and after a few breaths, he heard a roar emanating from that direction, a brown silhouette darting forth, as if something had charged out. Simultaneously, he noticed Lu Qi's figure, who, without a moment's hesitation, plunged into the cave. "It's coming," Jiang Liu exclaimed, promptly releasing the snow rabbit's ears, allowing it to move freely. He then descended the slope and quickly climbed a nearby tree, drawing the already strung crossbow from his backpack. He scanned the surroundings with vigilance, prepared for a counterattack. Although the snow rabbit was remarkably swift, its injury meant it would not escape far before the mutated brown bear caught up, positioned high and concealed. Jiang Liu believed he would not attract the bear's attention. As soon as he observed it returning to the cave, he would blow the whistle, signaling Lu Qi to retreat. Perched upon the tree, Jiang Liu scrutinized the surroundings. Lu Qi's computer had yet to be upgraded. Thus, without a mobile phone, the two could only communicate over distances through this rudimentary method. However, it sufficed, as the message they needed to convey was merely a brief danger signal. Roar, roar! The bear's growls grew louder, drawing ever closer to Jiang Liu's position. He crouched slightly, shifting his weight, aiming the crossbow toward the source of the sound, readying himself for any eventuality. Who could tell whether the bear might discover his presence and launch an attack? Although the likelihood of such an occurrence was slim, it was not entirely improbable. Before long, a massive bear, its fur a deep brown, came into Jiang Liu's view. Compared to their last encounter, this bear appeared somewhat gaunt, likely due to the harsh weather conditions of recent days that had hindered its access to adequate nourishment. It seemed lethargic, its eyes bloodshot. Upon detecting the sweet scent of rabbit blood, it charged frantically, showing no signs of stopping, precisely tracking the source to this very spot. Its sense of smell was remarkable, Jiang Liu mused, reflecting on how, should he sustain an injury nearby, the bear might arrive before he even tended to his wounds. The last time had been similar. Almost the moment blood spilled from the cabin, the mutated bear had sensed it. In retrospect, one might wonder how even the most acute sense of smell could detect such a thing. Perhaps it was indeed a mutation. Previously, he had been intrigued as to why these creatures were labeled mutated in the computer data. He had witnessed the white wolf, which moved at night. If injured, it underwent a transformation, enhancing its strength and speed several-fold. Could the brown bear possess a similar enhancement? Perhaps it showcased its heightened abilities not only in moments of peril, but also in its everyday state, significantly boosting its olfactory prowess. Moreover, the snow rabbit, were it not for the advantages of mutation. An ordinary rabbit, no matter how swift, could not achieve such astonishing speed. Before Jiang Liu could ponder further, the brown bear, following the trail of blood, disappeared into the woods, listening as the bear's roars faded into the distance. Jiang Liu finally leaped down from the tree, crossbow in hand, quickly following the path. He could not remain perched indefinitely. How else would he observe the bear's latest movements? Lu Qi dared to venture into the bear's den. And Jiang Liu was not one to shy away from danger. With the bear's attention elsewhere and armed with a weapon, trailing a brown bear did not seem an insurmountable task. He believed he could succeed and return unscathed. Moreover, this was an opportunity. Jiang Liu's eyes gleamed with excitement. The last time, the blood had attracted not just one brown bear, but also two exceedingly hungry mutated wolves. Their conflict had allowed Jiang Liu to seize an advantage, bringing home a remarkably obedient and useful little wolf. Could the snow rabbit this time potentially recreate such a scenario, drawing in other predators? The possibility certainly existed should the brown bear and the other predators engage in a standoff. Jiang Liu, armed with his crossbow, would have two chances to strike. Who knew? He might once again benefit, and as long as he could take away a carcass, it would be a significant profit. Even if he could not achieve that, Jiang Liu would suffer no losses. Instead, he could promptly report the bear's movements, thereby providing a warning to Lu Qi within the cave. Ha! The wind and snow lashed against Jiang Liu's face. Ahead, both the bear and the snow rabbit had vanished from sight. Their speed was too great for him to keep up. However, this did not imply he had lost the bear's trail. The vivid crimson stains on the ground served as an excellent guide. As long as he followed the blood, he would eventually locate the snow rabbit's whereabouts, and the bear would surely be in close proximity, not straying too far. Nevertheless, Jiang Liu remained extremely cautious along the way. Should there be any rustling or an unsettling sensation, he would immediately climb a tree for protection. After all, the bear's speed far surpassed his own. If there were no other predators to compete with it, it might well have successfully captured the snow rabbit and be on its way back to the cave. Should he inadvertently collide with it, Jiang Liu could only pray that the snow rabbit had sufficiently satiated the bear's appetite. Emerging from the snow-laden forest into an open plain, Jiang Liu finally made a discovery. Good heavens, a battle had indeed broken out. Jiang Liu stared, wide-eyed, at the scene unfolding not far away. There, a colossal brown bear reared up on its hind legs, its front paws raised, letting forth a series of furious roars toward the pale sky. Blood oozed from numerous wounds on its body, gashes and lacerations marring its fur. The most severe injury was to its face, having nearly gouged out one of its eyes. Beneath it lay the crushed carcass of a snow rabbit, alongside 2 or 3 avian bodies of an indeterminate species. However, overhead, 6 identical birds circled above the bear, emitting piercing cries, reluctant to depart, seemingly poised to launch their next offensive. What on earth? Was this a bear versus eagle showdown? I merely arrived 2 or 3 minutes late, yet it appeared as though I had missed an extraordinary spectacle. It was astonishing that a mere injured snow rabbit could attract so many predators to contend with one another. Such scenes were not commonplace. Today, it seemed, fortune smiled upon me. Jiang Liu hastily sought refuge behind a rather secluded tree, concealing himself as he began to observe the unfolding battle. The eagles soaring in the sky and the brown bears on the ground were engulfed in a frenzy of bloodlust, now completely indifferent to the snow hares. The death of their adversaries promised them a greater bounty of sustenance, ensuring a more prosperous existence in the days to follow. Therefore, retreat was not an option. They would only cease their conflict when one side had been entirely vanquished. This was precisely the scene Jiang Liu yearned to witness, the clamorous strife between the snipe and the clam, with the fishermen reaping the benefits if they did not contend and slaughter one another. How could Jiang Liu hope to reap sufficient rewards? Regardless of which faction emerged victorious, he was confident that with his bow and arrows, he could intervene at the opportune moment and claim the ultimate triumph. Roar! Caw-caw! The bear and the eagle emitted roars and screeches, once again colliding with ferocity, each intent on annihilating the other. After a fierce exchange, the mutated brown bear succeeded in pinning 2 eagles to the ground, exerting force that crushed their skulls, causing crimson blood and pale brain matter to spill forth. However, the bear was not without its own suffering. as the remaining 4 eagles seized this rare opportunity, employing their sharp beaks and glistening talons to inflict 4 gashes upon the bear's body. The intense pain prompted the bear to emit anguished roars, yet this only exacerbated its wounds, causing even more blood to seep from its body and stain the pristine white snow in a vivid, striking red in the sky. The last 4 eagles continued their merciless circling, casting shadows like harbingers of death. With the next assault, though casualties among the eagles were inevitable, the fate of the brown bear was sealed. Its survival was utterly impossible. It had lost too much blood, and perhaps it would succumb to its injuries even before they mounted another attack. "Come on, buddy. I have only 2 crossbow bolts. You got to take down at least 2 more eagles before you go." Jiang Liu's eyes widened at this sight. If the battle concluded with 4 eagles remaining, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to approach the corpses. Unless his marksmanship was exceptional enough to achieve a double kill with a single shot, even a bountiful harvest could result in unnecessary injuries that would complicate his recovery. However, fate did not align with his desires. The brown bear proved even weaker than Jiang Liu had anticipated. Before the eagles could find a suitable moment to strike again, the bear wobbled and finally collapsed. The eagles, cautious of the bear feigning death, hesitated to approach immediately, circling in the air for some time until one brave soul swooped down, pecking at the bear's corpse to confirm its demise. "Damn, what a waste. At least muster your last strength to take 2 more with you." Jiang Liu seethed with frustration at the situation. Should he venture forth? It seemed risky, as these eagles had bested a bear. Together, they could easily dispatch him. Yet the allure of the abundant spoils was difficult to resist. That a brief glance revealed at least 6 eagle corpses, 1 brown bear, and a snow hare. Such a magnificent bounty would be a delight to claim solely for himself. Perhaps even enjoying a barbecue feast at home later. With so many carcasses, would the potent scent of blood attract other predators? If other creatures arrived, it would indeed allow him to sit back and reap the rewards as the fisherman in the tale of the snipe and the clam. Clinging to this thought, Jiang Liu waited patiently for a full 10 minutes, during which the 4 eagles nearly filled their bellies. Yet he saw no signs of other creatures encroaching upon the scene. Clearly, there were no other predators nearby. Otherwise, the overwhelming scent of blood would have drawn them, and immediately it seemed he would have to rely on himself. So be it. Humans die for riches, and birds perish for food. Let us take the plunge. If the snow hare had chosen to flee into the open plains, it was an unfortunate decision, for there were no trees around. For the flying eagles, it was undoubtedly an ideal hunting ground. Had the battle occurred within the snowy forest, the ever-present branches would have obstructed their view, rendering them hesitant to swoop down. Gripping his crossbow tightly, he advanced cautiously. Caw! Caw! The eagles soon detected his presence, with the foremost one spreading its wings and emitting a piercing cry, attempting to intimidate Jiang Liu. They had already secured ample food and had no desire to continue fighting. Thus, in response to Jiang Liu's intrusion, they resorted to intimidation rather than immediate aggression. Should he charge forth rapidly to eliminate one, or should he approach slowly to find the right angle for a double kill? Jiang Liu found himself deep in thought. Each strategy had its merits. The former would ensure the steady removal of 1 eagle, while the latter, though uncertain, could yield a significant advantage if successful. However, after some contemplation, he opted for the former. The latter was too reckless. Failure could leave him facing 4 eagles with only a single bolt at his disposal. Why choosing the former? He could reliably eliminate 1 eagle and gain the upper hand at this distance. They had entered his range. Before arriving, Jiang Liu had practiced with his crossbow in the wild, familiarizing himself with its range and power. He had even experimented with changing the string dozens of times, striving for mastery to avoid the need to fire 2 bolts in rapid succession during combat. Now, as he approached the eagles, ready to make a precise shot, he surged forward 2 steps without hesitation, seizing the moment before the eagles could take flight. In that instant, he activated his innate talent, hunting moment. This ability not only enhanced his strength and speed, but also elevated his control and reaction time. In practical terms, he felt his grip on the crossbow steady, his vision sharpen, and his thoughts quicken. Almost instantly, he locked onto the largest and most threatening eagle before instinctively pulling the trigger. Whoosh! The metallic bolt soared through the air, carving a smooth trajectory, its glinting tip striking true at the eagle Jiang Liu had targeted. Blood erupted like a crimson flower from the eagle's body, followed by a piercing scream. No longer a warning, but a desperate cry for life. Caw-caw! The bolt's force propelled the eagle backward roughly a meter, leaving it crumpled in the snow, struggling to flap its wings and take flight, yet utterly unable to do so. Bang! Meanwhile, the remaining 3 eagles, startled by the sudden turn of events, managed to ascend into the sky. They circled above, casting bewildered glances at Jiang Liu and their fallen companion, seemingly pondering the nature of the recent occurrence. There was no denying that Jiang Liu's arrow had successfully intimidated them. Though this audacious human had invaded their feeding ground, the eagles were momentarily at a loss as to whether they should descend and confront him. An opportunity. The more the eagles hesitated, the more Jiang Liu reveled in their indecision. What he required was time. Had the eagles launched an immediate assault, it would have been a different story. Yet their fear had driven them all into the air, granting him the space to maneuver. The crossbow he wielded was not particularly powerful, allowing him to draw the last remaining bolt with both hands, without needing to step on it as he readied the final bolt. He dashed toward the eagle's carcass. One bolt against 3 eagles was a daunting prospect. Fortunately, crossbow bolts were reusable. As long as he could retrieve the one he had fired, his odds would greatly improve. 1 step, 2 steps. Jiang Liu moved swiftly, his target cleared at in just a few breaths. He reached the body of the eagle with the embedded bolt, prepared to bend down and retrieve it. Caw-caw. Suddenly, the 3 hawks circling above let out sharp cries. And in an instant, their demeanor shifted from graceful flight to a fierce dive. Their keen beaks and talons glinted ominously, stained with fresh crimson blood, as they aimed directly at Jiang Liu's back. Should they strike true, they would surely carve several gashes into his flesh. Cursed be these beasts, seizing the opportunity so deftly. Jiang Liu cursed under his breath, reluctantly choosing to concede his current speed. Retrieving a crossbow bolt would undoubtedly result in injury from the pursuing hawks. Evasion was not a viable option. To risk injury for a single bolt hardly seemed worth it, that if they targeted his vital points. The battle could be abruptly concluded. What would be the point? If they wished to harm him, they would have to pay a price for it as well. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Jiang Liu's eyes. Instead of attempting to roll away, he pivoted his crossbow, aiming at the descending hawks above. With a swift motion, he released the trigger without the need to activate the hunting mode. The arrow shot forth in a near straight line, striking one of the hawks mid-dive. The dying bird let out a mournful cry. Jiang Liu then rolled on the ground, attempting to evade the attacks of the remaining 2 hawks. However, after several breaths, the anticipated assault failed to materialize. Upon looking up, an unexpected sight greeted him. The other 2 hawks, startled by the death of their companion, abandoned their pursuit midway and soared back into the gray-white sky. As they flew, they emitted a series of cries, the meaning of which remained elusive. Could it be true? Just moments ago, they had been ferocious in their attack on a bear, and now they were retreating at the sight of him? Was he truly more terrifying than that brown bear? Had the fearsome reputation of the upright beast spread among the avian species? Jiang Liu narrowly escaped a dire fate, his spirits buoyed as he couldn't help but voice his incredulity. He lowered his gaze, stepping on the hawk's corpse with 1 foot, swiftly retrieving the crossbow bolt and reloading his weapon. Though he faced 2 foes, he was armed with both a crossbow and a knife. Defeating 2 would pose no problem. The advantage lay with him, and he felt confident. A smile broke across his face, the sight of the numerous corpses scattered about, the 10 or so hawks, a snow rabbit, and the enormous brown bear, filled him with elation. Tonight he could roast 2 birds, enjoy some fine wine, and bask in the warmth of a glowing fireplace. It would be nothing short of blissful. Come on, tell me, what gives you the right to challenge me? Jiang Liu declared, a hint of arrogance in his voice. In the gray, misty sky, 2 hawks continued to circle above, emitting mournful cries, lingering as if awaiting something. In the distance, several dark spots appeared on the horizon, gradually enlarging. Wait, enlarging? Jiang Liu suddenly paused, narrowing his eyes to focus on the approaching dark shapes. As time passed, the spots indeed grew larger, within mere breaths. They drew remarkably close, revealing their true nature. With a sharp intake of breath, Jiang Liu realized that the dark shapes were none other than a flock of black-feathered hawks, the two hawks above. Calling out, were not reluctant to leave the remains below. They were summoning reinforcements. A mere glance revealed at least a dozen dark shapes. Such a legion of hawks could easily fell another brown bear. How dare they underestimate him? Jiang Liu's inner voice roared. If they couldn't handle him, they resorted to calling for help. Was this how battles were fought? He had to flee immediately. Only by taking refuge in the forest could he hope to survive. Yet, remarkably, he remained in good spirits. In a situation like this, most people would likely bolt at the first sign of danger, fearing that a moment's delay could lead to a grisly demise beneath the talons of the hawks, forgetting the bounty at their feet. But Jiang Liu was different. He had risked his life to engage them, and now that it was time to retreat, he couldn't leave empty-handed. After all, he had been the one to set his sights on the bear first. It would not do to depart without a trophy. Jiang Liu raised his head, estimating the distance between himself and the approaching hawks, contemplating whether he had enough time to reach the forest. Seizing the moment, he pulled out his phone, quickly unlocking it and opening the scanning interface. Now, he understood why this feature was a necessity. It was incredibly useful. With the cost of winter coins, he successfully transferred the carcass of the brown bear into his phone. The two hawks above appeared momentarily stunned. How could such a large bear simply vanish? Surely it was a trick of the mind. But soon, they witnessed Jiang Liu move with the swiftness of the wind, not only securing the bear's body but also swiftly scanning the nearby hawk carcasses. The urgency in their cries escalated. Losing the substantial bear was one thing, but now he aimed to scavenge more bodies. Was he leaving them no chance for survival? When the reinforcements arrived, how could they explain the disappearance of the corpses? Realizing this, the two hawks set aside their hesitations and dove down, determined to thwart Jiang Liu's actions. There was no way he could carry away all the hawk bodies that he decided to abandon some of the spoils. After all, if they became enraged, they could easily trap him in the thicket and prevent his escape. As he neared completion of his scanning, Jiang Liu decisively withdrew. The primary reason for his retreat, of course, was the imminent arrival of hawk reinforcements. Remaining any longer would invite unnecessary risk. Having already secured ample bounty, Jiang Liu deemed it prudent to exercise caution. Tucking away his phone, he sprinted back with all his might. Behind him, the fastest hawk had reached him, incessantly chirping and communicating with the initial two. Suddenly, the cries of the hawks escalated in pitch, turning sharp and piercing. It was as though they had encountered some injustice, their fury palpable. Without a moment's thought, Jiang Liu knew precisely what they were lamenting. He dared not look back. He poured every ounce of energy into his flight. After only a few strides, he could almost feel the rush of wind from the pursuing hawks, their fury evident as they sought to reclaim their stolen prize. However, Jiang Liu had acted swiftly. Before they could close the distance, he dove into the snowy woods. In the sky, a chorus of angry shrieks erupted from the 20-odd hawks. They could not pursue him into the denser forest, where their wings could not spread freely. Thus, despite their reluctance, they could only hover above. Was it truly necessary to be so enraged? A little compromise would suffice for future encounters. That it was merely a bit of meat. Jiang Liu stood within the woods, exhilaration coursing through him. Let us see how much I've gathered. 1 brown bear, 5 hawks. Wait, how did that snow rabbit end up here? Since the hawks couldn't descend. Jiang Liu decided to count his spoils right before their eyes. That he had been too flustered during the scanning to take note. Now, upon closer inspection, he realized he had inadvertently included the rabbit in his haul. No matter, the bear was the main prize, and the rest were mere bonuses. Speaking of which, I must inform Lu Qi that I have share in the red crystals from the cave. To have amassed such a bounty of meat while only sacrificing a single bolt was an incredible deal. As he approached the cave where the red crystals were located, the sound of clanging echoed. Entering, he found Lu Qi still diligently gathering the crimson gems within. Upon seeing Jiang Liu, Lu Qi's eyes widened in terror. Jiang Ge, are you not supposed to be keeping watch outside? Now that you are here, what shall we do if that brown bear returns? Do not fret. That bear has found itself in quite a predicament, currently engaged in a fierce altercation with a flock of hawks on the western plain. It is unlikely to return. Jiang Liu remarked. He had no intention of revealing the truth to Lu Qi, opting instead to weave a deceptive tale. What benefit would there be in telling Lu Qi that he had discovered a substantial cache of meat? If Lu Qi were sensible, he would undoubtedly harbor feelings of envy and imbalance, which would be detrimental to the development of their relationship. Conversely, should Lu Qi possess a more twisted mindset, he might even attempt to morally manipulate Jiang Liu, seeking to claim a portion of the meat for himself. However, the meat had been procured at the peril of Jiang Liu's life, and he was well aware that the greater the reward, the greater the danger. Thus, he would certainly not acquiesce to Lu Qi's demands. Yet, this would inevitably create a rift in their relationship, one that would be difficult to mend though. Is that so? Then we are indeed fortunate. For this entire cave filled with red crystals will belong to us? Lu Qi exclaimed. Before Jiang Liu could respond, he continued, Brother Jiang, in light of this, the previous agreement of a 70-30 split no longer seems appropriate. Without your intelligence, I would have been utterly incapable of acquiring these red crystals. I propose we divide at 60-40 instead, with you taking 60% and I taking 40.0. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Liu was taken aback. According to their original arrangement, Lu Qi was to claim 70% of the red crystals while Jiang Liu would take 30. Now, the brown bear was unlikely to return. Even an additional 1% would represent a significant profit. The very notion that Lu Qi was willingly conceding such a substantial share perplexed Jiang Liu. However, just as he began to voice his thoughts, he caught sight of his own reflection in the gleaming red crystal surrounding them. His clothing, particularly around the chest and shoulders, bore dark stains of blood, conspicuously illuminated by the surrounding crimson glow. Had this been left over from his skirmish with the hawks? Jiang Liu could not recall. The exhilaration of his considerable haul had clouded his mind, causing him to neglect checking for any signs of injury before re-entering the cave. So that's why Lu Qi is so eager to concede. He fears I might eliminate him and claim all the red crystals for myself. Jiang Liu sighed ruefully. He glanced at Lu Qi across from him and noted the peculiar expression on his face. One hand hidden behind his back, evidently prepared for any eventuality. Although Jiang Liu had no intention of resorting to violence, the circumstances were ambiguous in Lu Qi's eyes. The blood on Jiang Liu's clothing indicated to Lu Qi that his actions outside were far from innocent. It was entirely plausible that Jiang Liu was responsible for the bear's absence. Therefore, upon noticing the blood, Lu Qi instinctively adopted a defensive posture, attempting to communicate a signal of submission through his offer of a more favorable division of the spoils to ensure his own safety. Actually, the situation is not as you perceive, Jiang Liu said earnestly after a moment's contemplation. The lie he had spun had unraveled before the evidence of blood on his clothing, prompting him to clarify that he harbored no murderous intent. Whether Lu Qi believed him or not was secondary. External evidence would speak for itself. Let us agree to a 50-50 split of the red crystals. This collaboration has been quite agreeable, and I hope we can work together again in the future. Jiang Liu concluded. Upon hearing this, Lu Qi's expression visibly softened. Jiang Liu's actions suggested genuine sincerity. If he had wished to harm Lu Qi, he would not have bothered with such pretenses and could have simply drawn his bow. After a moment of silence, Lu Qi spoke, Brother Jiang, do you have any meat for sale? Who wouldn't prefer to enjoy a meal at home? While the red crystals can indeed be utilized to cultivate vegetables, that process requires time. Even if his vegetables were to flourish, there would still be a scarcity of food. Thus, it would be prudent to accumulate a surplus. Jiang Liu possessed a crossbow and had single-handedly taken down a mutated wolf within the first few days. Now, having returned with an impressive bounty of meat, Lu Qi had neither the strength nor the means to seize it forcefully. The only option available to him was to barter, offering his own red crystals in exchange for a portion of Jiang Liu's meat. Of course, such a transaction would only be feasible with Jiang Liu. Were he to approach anyone else, they might mock him and then swiftly dispatch him with a well-aimed arrow, claiming all the resources for themselves without the need for negotiation. Lu Qi was undoubtedly gifted, and with his recent acquisition of red crystals, it was almost certain that he would return home to cultivate vegetables. Furthermore, having established a rudimentary trust through their collaboration, he could potentially become a reliable source of vegetables in the future. If Jiang Liu wished to survive long-term in this environment, an adequate intake of greens was essential. From this perspective, while eliminating Lu Qi might allow him to seize all the resources. It would not necessarily prove advantageous in the long run. You end up by sparing Lu Qi's life. He would likely feel gratitude towards Jiang Liu and, at the very least, develop a sense of trust. After all, it would be impossible for Jiang Liu to consume all that meat alone. That a mutually beneficial partnership, where both parties assist one another in navigating this world, seemed preferable. With this in mind, Jiang Liu readily agreed to Lu Qi's proposal. "I'm willing to exchange meat with you. However, I think you might find something else of greater value," he stated. Curious, Lu Qi inquired. "What is it?" Jiang Liu smiled. "It is a USB drive, one that can upgrade your computer system." Jiang Liu promptly explained the USB's function, leaving Lu Qi visibly astonished. It was clear he lacked the means to gather such information. Upon learning that his abilities could be further enhanced, Lu Qi offered an exceedingly generous price for the upgrade USB. They deliberated and ultimately reached an agreement. Jiang Liu would provide 3 hawk carcasses, 1 bear paw, and the upgrade USB in exchange for a whopping 75% share of the red crystals found within the cave. The remainder, a mere 25% of fragmented crystals, would be Lu Qi's to take. That I originally found 3 USB drives. I used one for myself, gifted one to Bai Hua, and the last one is perfectly suited for Lu Qi. Consider it an investment in this individual, a means to cultivate goodwill, and ultimately, I stand to lose nothing, Jiang Liu mused. However, Jiang Liu recalled that this USB drive had been discovered in the treehouse shelter, according to the map. Was it not Lu Qi's current refuge? This implied that Jiang Liu had preemptively claimed an item from Lu Qi's shelter, trading another's possessions for substantial resources. The realization sparked a sense of delight within Jiang Liu, as if he had struck an exceptional bargain. The scavenging of red crystals proceeded smoothly. Lu Qi's shelter was replete with backpacks, which they used to fill numerous bags to capacity, using his phone to scan. Jiang Liu spent a portion of his winter coins to transfer his share of the red crystals into his phone. That a cursory count revealed over 200 pieces. That I shall bring you the USB tomorrow. It is getting late, and I must return, Jiang Liu declared. He glanced at his phone, noting it was already 5:20 in the afternoon, with nightfall approaching at 6, although he could return home in a mere 10 minutes. He concealed this fact and instead informed Lu Qi that his shelter was at least a 40-minute trek away. He did not wish for Lu Qi to learn of his proximity. What if one day Lu Qi found himself in dire straits and sought to raid him in a desperate bid for survival? Although by that time he should have moved out long ago. And having taken a glance at Lu Qi's physique, he mused that he should be able to overpower him. Lu Qi was immensely excited. He had spent an entire day following Jiang Liu. Not only had he obtained a sufficient amount of red crystals, but he had also procured a considerable quantity of beast meat, and most crucially, an upgrade USB drive. He felt he had struck a veritable gold mine. Upon hearing that Jiang Liu was leaving, Lu Qi displayed great understanding. After escorting him to the location of his shelter, he refrained from proceeding further. "Brother Jiang, let's collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Once my vegetables are harvested, I will inform you at the earliest," Lu Qi declared. The snow fell like fragmented jade scattered by celestial maidens, cloaking the world in a silvery shroud. Amidst the pristine expanse, Jiang Liu glided across the icy surface, the wind whistling past his ears, carrying the biting chill and sharpness of the snow. Taking a deep breath, he was filled with an invigorating cold that awoke his senses. Before long, he returned to the sanctuary. Closing the wooden door behind him, he shut out the howling wind and snow. He added a bundle of firewood to the fireplace, igniting it with a flint, and settled into a tranquil enjoyment of the warmth. After a while, Jiang Liu exhaled deeply, retrieving a flask of liquor from his backpack. A small sip gradually warmed his body, and he relished the sensation entirely. Having lingered in this wretched place for too long, even the act of warming oneself by the fire had become a luxury. Jiang Liu couldn't help but complain. Outside, the cold wind and frozen snow chilled him to the core. Only indoors, beside the fireplace, did he feel a sense of revival as his body gradually warmed. However, this issue should soon find resolution. Jiang Liu extracted the red crystals from his phone. There were not many, merely 3 or 4. Tucking a single red crystal into his pocket felt akin to carrying a portable heater. It provided a slight warmth that coursed through his body rather than being confined to a single spot. Yet, the warmth emanating from one red crystal was not particularly high. It merely alleviated the chill, barely maintaining his body temperature in the frigid environment. Upon testing, he discovered that the temperature of the red crystals was indeed cumulative. The more he carried, the warmer he felt. By taking 3 with him outdoors, he could maintain a comfortably warm temperature. However, to transform the interior of the shelter into a vernal haven, at least 10 would be required. And he was uncertain how long their effect would last. Should the shelter expand in the future, more red crystals would be necessary to sustain warmth. This was undoubtedly a remarkable tool for outdoor excursions. On the market, it would surely be met with great enthusiasm. He pondered the origin of these crystals and whether they could be replenished. If they were consumables, he would need to use them sparingly. After all, while one could warm oneself by the fire at home, nothing seemed more convenient than these red crystals for outings. Jiang Liu keenly observed that all the red crystals were, indeed, red. Among the 200 or so, a significant portion was bright red, while the remaining crimson and dark red were evenly divided. The more vibrant the color, the higher the temperature seemed, and perhaps the longer the usable duration. Ding dong. Just as he set the red crystals down, a message arrived on his phone. Upon opening it, he found it was from Baihua. The location for the meeting has been set. It will take place tomorrow at noon. Will you be able to come? Ah, a meeting is to be held? What a coincidence. Jiang Liu quickly typed a response. Of course, I'm freed. I happen to have some surplus supplies that I wish to trade for other items. The red crystals and beast meat were indeed precious commodities. The former ensured the survivor's body temperature, while the latter served as essential sustenance, preventing the dire fates of freezing or starving to death. Jiang Liu had acquired such a considerable amount that would be challenging to exhaust it in a short period. While possessing these supplies provided a sense of security, he would be willing to part with some for trading should he encounter useful items at the meeting. Baihua sent a thumbs-up emoji. Then it's settled. By the way, weapons are allowed at tomorrow's meeting, but ranged weapons are excluded. You may bring your dog along. Ranged weapons allowed? Jiang Liu hesitated. Without a crossbow, he felt somewhat insecure. Nevertheless, he had arm guards and a short knife, plus his hunting prowess as a trump card, so he should be fine. Baihua replied, Indeed, although I have made considerable efforts to select suitable candidates, I cannot guarantee your safety completely. Ranged weapons can kill too swiftly. If a conflict arises, I fear I won't be able to intervene in time. However, with knives, the escalation to lethal force isn't as immediate. Allowing me time to respond and separate the disputants, this meeting was a first-time event. Everyone was on high alert, distrustful of one another. Allowing cold weapons would provide some sense of security and by the way, I have polished your spear. I'll give it to you at the meeting tomorrow. I've also prepared something for your dog that I believe it will find useful. Jiang Liu smiled. Then see you tomorrow. As for the little wolf, I've sent it elsewhere, so I'm uncertain if I can retrieve it tomorrow. Baihua responded. All right, I'll log off now. I have many matters to attend to. Just as Jiang Liu was about to type a farewell, he suddenly recalled something and inquired. By the way, how did you find the canned tomatoes you took from my shelter the other day? I still have a few canned peaches. Would you like some? Baihua replied. When did I take any canned tomatoes? I would have asked you first after getting permission. Did you misplace the can somewhere? You should look for them yourself. I'll log off now. With that, Baihua's icon dimmed, indicating she truly had many matters to resolve and couldn't spare more words for Jiang Liu. Jiang Liu scratched his head in confusion. How strange. Didn't she take any? I suppose I should search again. He got up and meticulously rummaged through the food area in the corner for a while. But to no avail. What on earth? As he searched, Jiang Liu's expression gradually grew serious. It was one thing for the canned tomatoes to be missing, but now, after going out, he noticed the canned peach was also gone. The likelihood of his memory failing him was slim. If the curry chicken lunch cans had disappeared, he might not have noticed, given their greater quantity and cluttered arrangement. But fruit cans were a different matter. Jiang Liu had scavenged only 5 or 6 of them, and he had deliberately placed them nearby. They were distinctly visible. How could something just vanish from his home? Unless he had consumed it and forgotten. There was but one possibility left. His home had been burglarized. Jiang Liu was utterly shocked. In this cursed apocalyptic winter, could there truly be thieves? Didn't they have a lock on the door? Instead of scavenging elsewhere, they chose to pick the lock at his doorstep and come in for a bite. And they only took one can at a time. What a ridiculous notion. Were they aiming for sustainable development? Taking just a little at a time, betting on his not noticing. What did this thief think his shelter was? A food warehouse one could freely enter. Damn it. What if other items had gone missing as well? Jiang Liu's expression shifted. Logically speaking, if a thief was stealing, how could they possibly take only one item? It was likely that other items had vanished from his shelter, and he was simply unaware. With this thought, he hastily began to search for other belongings. The animal traps were still there. The clothing was intact. However, it seemed the winter coins were fewer than before, after accounting for shopping and smartphone scanning. The original 8,000 winter coins had dwindled to about 7,500, opening another drawer. Jiang Liu's expression changed drastically. The upgrade USB drive that had been placed inside was now missing without a trace. How infuriating! Not only had they taken his canned goods, but they also dared to steal the USB drive. How could he explain this to Lu Qi? Jiang Liu's teeth clenched in frustration. If this thief had taken more items in one go, he would have been alerted immediately, allowing him to strengthen the wooden door's security measures in time. Yet this miscreant chose the unconventional route, taking only the smallest bits at a time. Had it not been for my own communication with Baiwa, which resulted in a denial from the other party, Jiang Liu would have found it exceedingly difficult to discern the underhanded actions taking place. It is also my fault for having taken the little wolf out. Had it been stationed at home, the little thief would undoubtedly have been discovered at the very first opportunity. It is peculiar. One would expect a normal person to seize as many items as possible in one go when stealing. Why then would they choose to act in such an illogical manner? Entering twice and only making off with a single can each time makes no sense whatsoever. Regardless, I've always been the one to pilfer from others. When has it ever been the case that someone else dared to steal from me? Those 2 cans and the USB drive must be reclaimed. I need to thoroughly investigate this matter. Otherwise, any common mutt would feel emboldened to wander through my sanctuary, leaving my dignity in tatters. Release the dogs. The hounds must be unleashed immediately to track down this little thief. Jiang Liu promptly sent a message to Limu Yi, informing him of his urgent need for the little wolf and requesting its return to the previous location. Limu Yi readily agreed, and before long, he arrived at the designated spot as promised. This wolf seems rather peculiar, as if it possesses an innate intelligence. My abilities seem to have had scan effect on it, and no reward for me this time. Then, Limu Yi remarked as he handed the little wolf to Jiang Liu. Jiang Liu inspected the creature closely and found no apparent changes. When he patted the little wolf's belly, he curiously noted, "Odd. Why has its belly expanded? I distinctly remember it not being like this when I entrusted it to you yesterday." It consumed 3 sausage links, an entire roasted snow hare, and a chicken leg I had intended for a midnight snack. Perhaps you could reimburse me for the food expenses? Limu Yi replied. Let me tell you, Jiang Liu retorted, those sausages and chicken legs were mere imitations. You gobbled them down in 2 or 3 bites without even savoring the flavor. How could they possibly be delicious? I assure you, the hare's head is the true delicacy. Savoring it is a true delight. I've always refrained from indulging myself, preferring to give it to you. What? You accuse me of deceiving you. What nonsense! Why would I ever deceive you? On the way back, Jiang Liu continued to instill a sense of discipline in the little wolf. It was all Limu Yi's fault for feeding it such extravagant treats. After all the effort I invested in cultivating a sense of thrift in the little wolf, convincing it that the hare's head was the most delectable morsel in the world, now it has become so finicky. How am I to care for it upon returning home? You will sniff out the rogue who dared to invade my sanctuary and abscond with my supplies, and I shall reward you with a taste of something novel. Have you ever tried phoenix claws? 1 bite, and you won't utter a sound. Jiang Liu declared fiercely. Oh, the little wolf responded with excited howls of, "Oh, you've never had phoenix claws? That is perfectly normal. I knew you hadn't tried this delicacy. Perform well, and while I may lack great power, I can certainly arrange for you to have 2 phoenix claws." Jiang Liu chuckled. Indeed, it was all too easy to bribe it with mere bird feet. How is it fair that I, as the master, have not even had a taste of chicken legs, while the dog has already feasted? Upon returning to the sanctuary, the little wolf immediately entered a state of vigilance, pacing back and forth within the confines of the room for several laps, sniffing for over 10 minutes, yet yielding no results. What is going on? It's dark outside. Are you done yet? Is it truly so challenging to catch a thief? If I had your nose, I would have charged in alone by now, Jiang Liu grumbled. Awoo. The little wolf continued to howl, then dashed to the doorway, appearing to have locked onto a suspect. That's more like it. Where have you been all this time? Let's go. We shall make our way there tonight. Depending on the situation, if there is only one or two of them, we will strike directly. If there are 3 or more, we shall bide our time and gather information before engaging. Jiang Liu readied his gear and hurriedly followed the little wolf. In the past, Jiang Liu would never have dared to venture out at night, given the harsh conditions that could lead to a rapid decline in body temperature, potentially resulting in frostbite if he failed to find shelter from the wind and snow in a timely manner. However, now, armed with a substantial cache of red crystals, he felt emboldened. Carrying 3 or 4 of them, he could comfortably stroll outside in the frigid night and even swim in icy waters without feeling cold. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Jiang Liu seemed to recall something and called out to the little wolf. He rummaged through the room to find a tattered piece of fabric meant for bedding, tearing it into several strips. He then took 2 red crystals, securely wrapping them around the little wolf, reinforcing them to ensure they would not easily come loose, before setting off with confidence. Now, with this, we shall both remain warm tonight, Jiang Liu declared contentedly. Awoo. The little wolf took off running. Although it boasted a thick coat of fur capable of withstanding the elements, it was not immune to the cold. If Jiang Liu had means to keep it warm, that would be splendid. Truth be told, this was Jiang Liu's first encounter with the world at night. The cold, gray mist in the sky dissipated, revealing a moon as bright as snow, casting a cold, delicate light upon the earth, evoking a chilling sensation within, in stark contrast to the lifeless, pale expanse of the day, where it was difficult to observe any signs of life. The night brought forth a resurgence of vitality, with the sounds of various beasts echoing throughout the land. White wolves, snow hares, flying birds, long snakes, and silver foxes. Utilizing his night vision, Jiang Liu was able to see countless creatures moving through the woods on either side, foraging for food and engaging in life-and-death struggles. These mutated creatures seemed to vanish during the day, as if they had hidden away, only to emerge in the night. Jiang Liu followed the little wolf closely, swiftly traversing the frozen river's surface. Suddenly, around a bend, a white shadow darted towards him with incredible speed, akin to a cannonball. What on earth? Jiang Liu exclaimed in shock. He instinctively swung his arm, and his arm guard collided with the creature, producing a dull thud as it tumbled aside. The little wolf, witnessing this, quickly changed direction and returned, biting onto the white shadow and dragging it before Jiang Liu. Is this a snow hare? Jiang Liu rubbed his arm. The white shadow that had collided with him was indeed a plump snow hare. While the hare was quick, its impact against Jiang Liu's armored arm only resulted in a slight tingling sensation, inflicting no significant harm. However, the snow hare was not so fortunate. Its flesh and blood were evidently not as resilient, and it had been knocked unconscious by the collision. What a stroke of luck. I can pick up a rabbit on my way. Jiang Liu chuckled, lifting the snow hare with ease, intending to scan it with his phone, only to discover that living creatures could not be scanned in. After a moment's contemplation, he twisted the hare's head, and with a satisfying crack, scanned its lifeless body into his device. How curious. Do these creatures possess such audacity? How could it dare to collide with me? Perhaps its speed was so great that it did not see the path clearly and accidentally ran into me. After processing the snow hare, Jiang Liu suddenly pondered this question. Something felt off. Logically, the snow hare should have avoided him, shouldn't it? Moreover, it did not appear to be blind, unable to see the path ahead. Could it be that it deemed me easy prey and sought to knock me out? Jiang Liu stood still, perplexed. The little wolf beside him was equally bewildered. The hare was so small that it likely wouldn't have harmed itself upon colliding with the wolf. Why did it knock itself senseless against its master? Perhaps I should consider switching masters. That Liu was quite satisfactory, with several beautiful female wolves at home, and he had even indulged me with a chicken leg. although I still do not understand why he provided me with chopsticks and a bowl alongside the chicken leg. Does he not realize that a wolf eats directly with its mouth? Oh well. The little wolf impatiently urged him on, signaling that they needed to move or it would freeze solid. Enough with the urging. Do you not see that I am deep in thought? You are interrupting my train of thought. I shall deduct a phoenix claw from your rewards upon our return. Jiang Liu glared at the little wolf. Shaking his head, he resolved to stop pondering things that made no sense at present. The crux of the matter lies in apprehending that accursed thief and reclaiming the cans and USB drives that rightfully belong to me. Onward, Jiang Liu shouted. However, it was not long before, bang, 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 good heavens, do I carry carrots with me today? 1 or 2 snow hares colliding with me might be forgivable, but what does it signify when 4 or 5 of them charge at me within a mere 100 meters? Jiang Liu was on the verge of fury. Do these hares lack vision? Can't they see a living person on the road and make an effort to avoid him? Or have I unwittingly provoked them, leading them to throw their lives away in a reckless assault upon me, as if they would not cease until they had knocked me down? Goo goo goo. The last snow hare that collided with him miraculously remained conscious. Upon spotting Chun-Li standing in front of it, it opened its mouth and, without hesitation, sank its large incisors into Jiang Liu. Hiss. Jiang Liu, caught off guard, was indeed hit. Lowering his head, he aimed at the snow hare as position and retaliated with a forceful stomp. Curiosity piqued, he picked the creature up, scrutinizing it closely. There must be a reason behind such unprovoked aggression. What could have driven these snow hares into such a frenzy against me? Grasping the hare by its ears, Jiang Liu examined it from every angle. A-oh-woo, a-oh-woo. The frantic calls of the little wolf reached his ears, accompanied by a flurry of scratching sounds. Yet, Jiang Liu paid it no heed. Focusing all his attention on the snow hare before him, that he mused that perhaps a brief chill would not be fatal, and he preferred not to be disturbed while he was diligently investigating. Upon closer inspection, he indeed noticed some abnormalities. Although the hare's eyes were red, the ones he had seen during the day were typically a soft pink, resembling rubies. However, the snow hares he encountered at night bore deep crimson eyes, radiating a murderous intent, as if they were engulfed in an endless madness. Could this be related to the side effects of the hunting hour? Jiang Liu suddenly recalled this information. Activating the hunting hour grants him immense strength, speed, and reflexes, albeit only twice a day for a duration of 1 second each time. It is indeed a formidable skill that, if utilized wisely, it can often turn the tide of battle in critical moments or secure victory with a single decisive blow. However, this talent comes with a caveat. The description explicitly states that Jiang Liu would become a more attractive target for mutated creatures, the harsh night, a prime opportunity for these aberrant beings to roam and hunt. Only exacerbates the situation. Could it be that this dual predicament has resulted in my incessant assaults by the snow hares? This is dire, if even the usually docile snow hares, who shun conflict, attack me at night. What fate awaits me at the hands of other carnivorous beasts? Jiang Liu's expression shifted dramatically. He stowed the snow hare away, sprang to his feet, and shouted at the little wolf. We must hurry. We need to leave quickly. If we linger here any longer, we might find ourselves surrounded. Why didn't you warn me? Jiang Liu lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. With the gift of night vision, he could clearly perceive the environment around him, and it was evident that he was in a precarious situation. The snow-laden woods were teeming with white wolves, snow foxes, hawks, and various carnivorous mutated creatures. Among them, he even spotted an immensely robust black bear. They either had eyes as red as blood, drooled copiously, or restlessly flapped their wings, quietly maneuvering to encircle Jiang Liu from the sides. The little wolf sat beside Jiang Liu, casting a glance laden with unspoken words, as if to say, I just howled at the top of my lungs. Who told me to play around? Oh no, had I known this would happen, I wouldn't come out to catch a thief. Little wolf, why not sacrifice yourself and take a bite for them? Perhaps after they feast on you, they'll leave me alone that I promise to offer you 2 grand chicken legs come spring. Jiang Liu trembled as he retrieved his crossbow from his backpack, nervously preparing an arrow. The little wolf solemnly nodded, and at a crucial moment, it even wagged its tail and boldly approached the white wolf pack to distract them. Stirring Jiang Liu's emotions to the point of tears, a loyal dog, This is a true companion. It was worth nurturing you for several days. Yes, that's the way to do it. Divert their attention away. And I can quietly slip away. Wait, why are you turning back? Hold on. What are you barking at me for? Jiang Liu was utterly perplexed. Halfway through its approach, the little wolf pivoted and began to retreat step by step. In the process, it even howled at Jiang Liu, baring its teeth as if it had a vendetta against him, eager to join the mutated beasts in their pursuit of Jiang Liu. Wait, are you really betraying me for the sake of righteousness? Do you think they will accept you after this? Come on, they're not fools. They've seen you trot past me. Jiang Liu was at a loss for words. What kind of creature had he raised? He had expected a loyal guardian dog, but now it seemed to be playing the role of a double agent. To Jiang Liu's astonishment, the little wolf truly retreated into the pack. The surrounding mutated white wolves showed no reaction, simply watching as the little wolf gradually infiltrated their ranks, as if this were entirely normal. Excuse me, is this reasonable? Jiang Liu's heart sank completely. He was now truly fighting alone, battling against nearly 50 mutated creatures. How could he possibly find a path to survival? Perhaps I should just shoot myself with an arrow. No, the little wolf hasn't fully integrated yet. I should save this arrow for it, lest I die with regrets. Before Jiang Liu could decide who to save the last crossbow bolt for, a shrill bird call pierced the night, akin to rusty iron scraping against each other. An excruciating cacophony that shattered the silence. Soon after, a completely black crow, save for its blood-red eyes, could no longer contain its restless heart, madly flapping its wings as it dove towards Jiang Liu. Isn't this courting death? In that critical moment, Jiang Liu did not hesitate to redirect his aim, reserving the last bolt for this audacious creature. As for the little wolf? Alas, it was fortunate to escape. One survivor is better than none. Whoosh! The bolt struck the daring crow in an instant. Blood splattered across the snow, and in that moment, the sweet scent of fresh blood filled the air, provoking a cacophony of roars from the surrounding mutated beasts. All of them charging towards him. What on earth? Are you all human? So many of you are ganging up on me. Do you dare to take me on one by one? I refuse to believe you can match my prowess. Jiang Liu, ever the provocateur, could not resist making quips even in this life-or-death situation. He swiftly pushed off with his legs, propelling himself forward as if gliding on wheels, frantically skating across the icy surface. Abandoning the thought of catching thieves, survival was paramount. Don't chase me. There's a crow over there. You've come out for a hunt. Why not share the spoils of one meal? It's bleeding. Such delectable blood. Can you really resist? After gliding some distance, Jiang Liu clung to the last glimmer of hope, yearning that when he turned back, he would find only a scattering of beasts behind him. After all, he knew how sensitive these creatures were to the scent of blood. The previous mutated brown bear had gone mad merely from catching a whiff of blood in broad daylight, charging wildly in pursuit of the snow hare. Now that he had slain an entire crow, he hoped at least half of the beasts would be drawn away to feast. Surely, that was not an unreasonable expectation. Perhaps, if luck was on his side, they might even turn on each other over the crow and alleviate the pressure he faced. However, when he turned around, what met his gaze was a massive throng of beasts, relentlessly pounding across the ice, pursuing him with fervor. As for those lingering to feast upon the crow, one figure stood out. Was that not a wolf? And compared to the white wolves hot on his tail, it appeared to be a miniature version. For crying out loud, this pack of beasts has lost their minds. Why ignore a meal and instead chase after me? The pallor of Jiang Liu's face was instantaneous. It was a testament to his remarkable psychological resilience and formidable ability to withstand pressure. Otherwise, had it been another individual in his position, they might have been so frightened that their legs would buckle, contemplating the imminent prospect of soiling themselves, leaving no room for leisure to observe who among them was feasting on the crows. Although Jiang Liu donned roller skates, one must acknowledge that his speed was considerably inferior when compared to that of the mutated creatures. Even on the icy surface, he was far from being a match for these aberrations. In mere moments, he could see that this pack of beasts was closing in on him, poised to tear him apart. Awoo! Leading the charge was a mutated white wolf, its speed unparalleled and claws exceptionally sharp, enabling it to grip the ice with ease, running as though it were on solid ground, utterly unimpeded. The foremost wolf was now less than half a meter away from Jiang Liu. When it opened its maw to howl, he could almost catch a whiff of the foul stench emanating from its mouth. Truly, these wolves must never brush their teeth. Their breath could be weaponized for hunting. Jiang Liu grimaced at the noxious odor. His crossbow had already been discharged, and although there remained one final chance for a kill, turning around for close combat was hardly an option. Realizing that without some decisive action, he would soon be bloodied on the spot, he hastily rummaged through his backpack and retrieved an item, a flashbang. Ever since Bai Hua had gifted him this device as a token of gratitude, he had kept it close at hand, precisely to prevent situations like the current one, where he faced a multitude assailing him without the means to retaliate. After all, when venturing out, one must always carry a few trump cards. If he lacked sufficient confidence, he would never dare to roam the night with his dog in pursuit of thieves. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, Jiang Liu understood that if he did not employ the flashbang now, he would truly have no further opportunity to do so. In no matter, Bai Hua's refresh shop could yield more flashbangs. Perhaps next time he might even procure grenades or a rocket launcher. His life was at stake. They were hot on his heels, weren't they? Watch me blind your wretched eyes. With a decisive snap, Jiang Liu bit off the safety pin. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the device into the sky behind him and clamped his hands tightly over his ears. Bang! The sharp explosion reverberated, and even though he had covered his ears in time, the buzzing noise still penetrated his consciousness like a relentless radio wave, causing a splitting headache accompanied by a cacophony of ringing. A blinding light erupted, saturating the heavens and earth, akin to a miniature sun rising behind him. Even with his back turned to the flashbang, the periphery of his vision caught glimpses of the dazzling brightness, prompting him to shut his eyes tightly, not daring to slacken his vigilance. This was no trivial matter. In contrast to the beast's senses, humans rely heavily on sight. Should he lose visibility of his surroundings, even if only temporarily, he could easily find himself ensnared in peril. The ravenous horde of beasts behind him slowed their pursuit, disoriented by the flashbang. Some, unable to halt in time, collided clumsily with the mutated creatures ahead. The largest of the bears, having finally accelerated, could not decelerate in time, resulting in it toppling several white wolves, causing a cacophony of howls to ring out across the ice, with many of the mutated beings sprawling on the ground. Yet, Jiang Liu remained oblivious to this chaos. After casting the flashbang, he skated forward with all his might, not daring to glance back. Once the ringing in his ears subsided and the incessant sound of pursuing footsteps faded, he cautiously turned to assess his situation. There were still mutated creatures in pursuit, but their numbers had dwindled to merely 3 white wolves, familiar adversaries, though they had been momentarily affected by the flashbang. They quickly regained their composure and began to close the distance, their speed increasing ominously that I cannot outrun the wolves. Thus, my only option is to eliminate them. With only 3, I should be able to manage. But it must be swift. Otherwise, if I delay too long, I risk attracting more mutated creatures to my plight, and that would spell disaster. Jiang Liu gauged their proximity at the white wolves' current velocity. They would likely catch up in about a minute. Time was not on his side. I need to find a defensible position quickly. Confronting 3 wolves in an open expanse would be perilous. Even if I were to emerge victorious, the toll could leave me gravely injured, which is hardly worth the risk. Jiang Liu scanned his surroundings. His night vision talent afforded him clarity akin to that of daylight, and without the haze, his visibility was enhanced. His goal was never to slay the pursuing mutated beings, but to escape with his life. Therefore, ensuring his own safety was paramount. Killing a few wolves would yield no pride, especially considering the horde that still lingered behind him. Could he truly eliminate them all? Was there not a suitable location for defense? Half a minute passed, and the white wolves drew ever closer. Yet, Jiang Liu had yet to find an appropriate spot. Facing 3 white wolves simultaneously while remaining unscathed was an exceedingly daunting task. Only by leveraging the terrain could he create a one-on-one scenario, dismantling the 3-on-1 into 3 individual confrontations, thus allowing him to navigate the wilderness unscathed. But how challenging it was to locate such an advantageous environment. The riverside was predominantly flat, and plains meant openness, granting the white wolves the freedom to execute their tactics and coordinate their attacks from any angle against him. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a sound akin to something shattering reached his ears. While Jiang Liu continued to search for a suitable battleground, he looked down to discover that the ice beneath him had begun to fracture. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface, spreading across a vast area, appearing alarmingly fragile and on the verge of splintering. Damn it, when so many creatures were chasing me, the ice remained intact. Now, with just 3 wolves behind me, it decides to crack. With a curse, Jiang Liu abandoned further contemplation and hastily skated toward the shore. He was well aware that the frozen river surface was not impervious. During his daytime excursions, he had always been cautious, opting for ice closer to the banks, avoiding the river's center. Thus, even if the ice were to crack, he could swiftly reach the shore, avoiding a plunge into the frigid waters. However, this time was different. He had been on the run, distracted by his surroundings, assessing the terrain for potential combat, and had neglected the inherent dangers of the ice below, inadvertently gliding onto a segment far from shore. Therefore, even as he reacted, bolting toward the bank, it was already too late. Crack! An expansive area of ice shattered, akin to a mirror struck with force. And both Jiang Liu and the 3 pursuing white wolves plummeted into the icy waters. Damn it! Jiang Liu was close to the shore, and just before he fell into the water, he gritted his teeth and hurled his crossbow toward the bank. The crossbow was invaluable. It could not be lost to the depths. He would return to Baihua to request 10 or 8 more bolts. Next time, he would not be so easily pursued. Nor would he allow himself to be chased to the brink of disaster. The river was freezing, and as he submerged, it felt as though countless silver needles pierced his body, an excruciating chill enveloping him. His body rapidly lost heat, and in this dire moment, the red crystal he clutched provided no solace. He instinctively trembled, overwhelmed by the bone-chilling cold that surged around him. Fortunately, he was not alone in his plight. The 3 white wolves also found themselves in the frigid waters for the moment. They seemed preoccupied with their own predicament, unable to focus on Jiang Liu. I must get to shore quickly. Jiang Liu possessed some basic swimming skills, albeit limited to the most rudimentary frog stroke, but it would suffice for now. Suddenly, to his left, a white wolf emerged, desperately paddling, and upon spotting Jiang Liu's attempt to ascend, it abruptly changed course, charging directly at him. Are you out of your mind? Is the aftereffect of my actions so enticing to warrant your ire? Jiang Liu could only roll his eyes in disbelief. How could he possibly be the target of the mutated being's aggression? It felt more like he had become their prime target. We are all in the water. Why not coexist peacefully and swim to the shore together? With a shiver, you shake your entire body, while I change into a dry set of clothes, and then we begin this life and death struggle. Is there anything inherently wrong with this process? Why must we engage in such a fierce contest in the water? What have I done to provoke such animosity within you? Before Jiang Liu could ponder this perplexity, the white wolf had already swum to his front, baring its teeth, poised to attack. Get away from me. Jiang Liu activated his hunting instinct, drawing out the short dagger at his waist, seizing the initiative. With a swift thrust, the dagger struck true, piercing deeply into the wolf's eye socket, almost as if it had penetrated the very brain. To ensure there were no survivors, he twisted the blade forcefully, eliciting a pained howl from the creature, which soon collapsed, its limbs going limp as it sank into the water. But why? Just moments ago, 3 wolves pursued me, and while I couldn't fight back and chose to flee, now, faced with just one, it dares to confront me. What does it intend to challenge me with? Jiang Liu let out a triumphant laugh. Having swiftly dispatched his opponent, he intended to continue his frog-like swim to the shore, when suddenly he felt a weight on his back. Almost immediately, a sharp pain shot through his left shoulder. Jiang Liu managed to turn his head, only to find another white wolf had stealthily approached him from behind, taking advantage of the distraction caused by its companioness attack. In agony, Jiang Liu retaliated with his dagger, but this wolf clung on fiercely, as if determined to fight to the death. Both combatants found themselves locked in a struggle, and inevitably, Jiang Liu was at a disadvantage. He had hoped to eradicate the 3 wolves without sustaining any injuries, minimizing his losses. Yet, after just a few exchanges, he had already been bitten on the shoulder. From this perspective, even if he ultimately claimed 3 wolf corpses, he would gain nothing, and it could be said that he was at a significant loss. This is dire. Amidst the struggle, Jiang Liu and the white wolf soon found themselves submerged beneath the water surface. The cold, combined with the underwater combat, created a confluence of debuffs. Jiang Liu, fueled by desperation, wielded his dagger with ferocity, withdrawing and stabbing again, ultimately managing to eliminate this white wolf before oxygen ran out that he needed to surface quickly for air. But wait, could it be that he was mistaken? Was there truly a treasure chest beneath the water surface? Beneath the icy surface, nestled in the riverbed, lay a chest? What could this possibly mean? Jiang Liu felt his mind swirl in confusion at the sight. Should he risk diving down to retrieve the chest, or should he play it safe and return to shore? He found himself in a quandary. The surrounding area bore no signs, rendering it nearly unrecognizable. If he returned to shore now and the river froze overnight, it would be impossible for him to retrace his steps to the chest's location. Yet if he dove down recklessly, he had no idea what lay within that chest. He might end up risking his life only to haul up an empty box, which would surely infuriate him. Catching a thief at night is already no small feat, and now he was being pursued by a host of mutated creatures, causing his precious flashbangs to vanish. If he couldn't retrieve something of value, he would be facing a substantial loss. Fortune favors the bold. The way this chest was hidden suggested that its contents were undoubtedly extraordinary. He resolved to dive down and take a chance. He simply refused to believe that someone would hide a corpse inside. Jiang Liu gritted his teeth, swiftly retrieving his phone. When he had chosen this phone, it was advertised as waterproof, and now, indeed, it proved to be true. Even in the frigid river water, the screen remained illuminated, and all functions operated flawlessly, without a hint of damage. He quickly sank to the riverbed, activating the scanning function, and with a single scan, he included the treasure chest in his phone's inventory. To his astonishment, it cost him 200 winter coins. What on earth was the pricing standard? Was it merely because he appeared affluent that they deliberately inflated the price? A cursory glance revealed that he was taken aback by the expense. This phone scanning feature was impeccable, yet the pricing was utterly perplexing. When he had brought home that safe containing over 10,000 winter coins, they had only charged him 50 coins. How could scanning a chest now cost 4 times as much? Could it possibly contain over 40,000 winter coins? If that were the case, he would indeed strike it rich. Suddenly, the thought ignited his heart, causing his pulse to race and his blood to surge with excitement. Glub, glub, he inadvertently released a stream of bubbles in his exhilaration. This was bad. His oxygen was running out, and he needed to surface urgently. Realizing this, Jiang Liu kicked his legs in a rhythmic motion, propelling himself upwards. He passed the 2 white wolf corpses. He took the opportunity to scan them as well, adding the sizable pieces of meat to his inventory. Even in such a dire situation, he had the foresight to pack up and take away what he could. Such frugality and resourcefulness were truly commendable. Soon, Jiang Liu broke through the water surface. The air above was significantly colder than the submerged environment, and the chill wind made his exposed skin shiver, urging him to retreat back into the water. However, he understood that the temperature of the water surface was not much warmer. It merely felt so in contrast to the icy depths. His body temperature was plummeting. He needed to reach the shore quickly to warm himself with the red crystals. Jiang Liu briefly oriented himself towards the bank. However, upon closer inspection, he was stunned. The land was not far off, merely a distance of around 10 meters. But who could explain why a drenched white wolf was prowling on the shore? Damn it! Earlier, 3 wolves had chased him. He had dispatched 2, yet one remained alive. He had thought it had departed, only to discover that this beast was cunning enough to wait for him at the water's edge. Jiang Liu's expression darkened. Awoo! Awoo! Just as he was fixated on the wolf on the shore, it turned its head and spotted him. Instantly, it let out an excited howl, shaking off its saturated fur, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a predatory glint. Its limbs moving restlessly as if sharpening its claws. It did not rush to attack. Instead, it patiently prowled the land, showing no urgency. This beast was waiting for him to come ashore. It was aware that it was not adept at underwater combat, and knew he could not remain submerged for long. Hence its calm demeanor. Given the current circumstances, There was no way for Jiang Liu to bypass it and reach the shore unscathed. The moment his feet touched the land, that would likely signal the perfect opportunity for it to pounce. What should he do? Should he attempt to confront it upon landing? Jiang Liu's body grew increasingly cold and rigid. The red crystals had completely dimmed. Losing their efficacy, he opened his phone and retrieved a few more red crystals. Yet, submerged, their warmth had yet to dissipate and was swept away by the icy river, cold as the stones by the shore. The wound on his shoulder began to throb painfully and with blood seeping out. His vision darkened, and his body swayed precariously, as if he might collapse at any moment. Fortunately, Jiang Liu had quickly resolved the previous white wolf in their close-quarters battle. Otherwise, had that creature unleashed its full fury, his injuries would have been much worse. With his flashbangs expended and his crossbow bolts gone, he had also exhausted his 2 hunting instincts. Yet he was not without options. There remained one final course of action. Jiang Liu remained remarkably calm. In this life-and-death situation, only a composed mind could offer him a glimmer of hope. Rather than wallowing in self-pity like a defeated soul, he preferred to confront his fate with the determination to fight until the end. He opened his phone and accessed the shop. Jiang Liu's plan was to refresh the store repeatedly. If he could procure a suitable weapon, defeating the last white wolf should pose no problem. However, this would entail a depletion of his winter coins that if fortune smiled upon him, perhaps a mere 100 coins would suffice. But should luck elude him, even 10,000 coins might not secure his survival. Yet, his luck could not be so abysmal. He estimated that around 1,000 coins would allow him to purchase the desired equipment. Awoo! Awoo! Suddenly, just as Jiang Liu was about to refresh the page, a cacophony of barks erupted from shore. Almost immediately, a shadow dashed forth with the force of 1,000 troops, heading straight for the white wolf on the bank, colliding with it so fiercely that it was forced back several steps. What a twist of fate! What creature was this, brazenly provoking the white wolf? Jiang Liu was taken aback and quickly raised his head. He had anticipated a one-on-one showdown with a true adversary. But unexpectedly, an uninvited guest had emerged, seemingly intent on joining him in a noble 2-against-1 battle. Howl! Howl! The shadow was small and delicate, at most 1/3 the size of the mutated white wolf. Yet it charged forward with such valor, utterly unafraid, igniting Jiang Liu's curiosity about the true nature of the shadowy figure. What sort of being was it? Its fur was as white as snow, with deep, dark eyes and 4 somewhat immature paws. Baring its teeth at the white wolf across from it seemed oddly familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Wait, wasn't that the little wolf? Jiang Liu blinked in surprise and then shouted, hastening his swim towards the shore. What on earth were you thinking? You had already fled. Why return now? Yet, despite his words, Jiang Liu felt a surge of emotion within. It appeared that his care for the little wolf had not been in vain. In dire circumstances, it had chosen to stay close, seeking the right moment to assist him. Now that their enemy was reduced to just one white wolf, and recognizing Jiang Liu's predicament in reaching the shore, it boldly sprang forth to buy him precious time. Hold on. Once I get up there, we'll take it down together, but before that you mustn't die. Jiang Liu, with no time to waste, propelled himself with all his might towards the bank. Given the little wolf's juvenile stature, it was undoubtedly no match for the formidable opponent. If he delayed any longer, it would not be a matter of fighting side by side, but rather he might only be left to collect the little wolf's remains. Howl! Howl! The fierce roars and wails of anguish echoed from the nearby land. Jiang Liu could only swim with a frog-like stroke, a technique he had learned from a coach at the swimming pool. But he was far from proficient. Thus, as he swam, he had to focus intently on the rhythm of his arms and legs, unable to spare any attention to the battle unfolding on the shore. Even with his head down, Jiang Liu intuitively knew that those agonizing cries were undoubtedly coming from the little wolf. The thought of the little wolf being mercilessly tormented by its adversaries filled him with anxiety. The more anxious he became, the slower his swimming grew, and what should have been a mere distance of 12 meters took him over half a minute by the time he arrived. The battle had reached its climax, the wails gradually diminishing, clearly indicating that the little wolf was on the brink of collapse. Damn it. Had he known, he should have practiced swimming more often. Damn it, little wolf. Hold on. Just wait until I finish it off. Jiang Liu furiously drew his short knife, not pausing for breath, and stumbled forward. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a massive white wolf, exuding an air of dominance. Standing atop the corpse of another white wolf, its jagged teeth bared, continuously dripping with blood. Upon closer inspection, the lifeless creature beneath it had already succumbed to death, a large gash torn into its neck. Its warm body slowly growing cold and stiff in the chilling wind. How infuriating! Had arrived too late. A wave of sorrow washed over Jiang Liu. Although his time with the little wolf had not been extensive, he believed they had forged a profound bond of friendship. Now, with the little wolf gone, where could he possibly find another hunting companion to help him catch snow hares? Howl! Howl! Upon spotting Jiang Liu, the white wolf decisively abandoned its prey and lunged towards him. So fast. Though Jiang Liu braced himself, the swiftness of the white wolf was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed dozens of meters, pinning him to the ground. In a state of frenzy, it was undoubtedly in a berserk mode, yet strangely, its eyes were black, rather than the expected blood red. Wait a moment, black eyes? Noticing the inky hue of its gaze, Jiang Liu froze, his knife poised to stab its chest halted mid-air. The white wolf then lowered its head, opening its maw wide, and with a slick tongue, it licked Jiang Liu's right cheek, leaving a trail of drool. As if that wasn't enough, it repeated the gesture on his left cheek, finally retracting its tongue, bounding playfully in the snow, exuding an air of exuberance. Jiang Liu was left dumbfounded, his mind reeling from the shock. Unable to comprehend how the tiny wolf he had known had transformed into this striking and imposing creature. The contrast was staggering. Had he not halted his strike in time, he might have inadvertently harmed it. Howl! Howl! As if sensing Jiang Liu's bewilderment, the little wolf yipped several times near his ear, as if to explain. Are you saying that the ability to enter a berserk state is not exclusive to them, but also to you? You simply hadn't eaten enough before, and now, having taken the opportunity to feast on plenty of meat amidst the chaos, you have the strength to unleash it? Jiang Liu carefully translated the little wolf's message. He watched as it nodded in a distinctly human-like manner, and then, in a flash of white light, its bones cracked and popped, the once towering wolf miraculously shrinking back down to the size of a mere pup. So, you cannot maintain this berserk state for long. You must first satisfy your hunger before you can utilize it again. Understood, I see, meaning you're still growing, and I need to provide you with more nourishment. Correct? All right, you've saved my life this time. I'll make sure to feed you well when we return. Now, quickly use your nose to sniff around. We need to find a shelter and leave this place swiftly. We must avoid those mutated creatures from now on. Got it? I have no desire to experience being hunted again. Jiang Liu said wearily. He rolled over, struggling to sit up, disregarding the cold. He retrieved a medical kit from his bag. Hastily bandaging the wound on his left shoulder as for the other scattered minor injuries on his body, he had no time to attend to them. Escaping this place was the priority. Howl! Howl! The little wolf, aware that this was not the time for jest, barked insistently, indicating that a nearby shelter could provide protection from the wind and rain, and that it was quite safe. How do you know it's safe? Jiang Liu murmured weakly, but in reality, he couldn't afford to ponder too much that he removed his rollerblades. Step by step, following the little wolf deeper into the woods, he took out a few red crystals with his phone, which helped retain some warmth, preventing him from freezing to death in this harsh wilderness. Yet his soaked clothes continued to torment him, leaving him shivering with only a glimmer of hope for survival in his heart. The journey felt longer than he had anticipated. Though the wound on his left shoulder had ceased to bleed, the other minor cuts continued to ooze, and the darkness before his eyes was deepening, as if he might collapse at any moment in this frozen expanse. Howl! Howl! The little wolf barked energetically, as if to alert him, serving as a warning. Behind them, the distant sounds of countless beasts roaring echoed, urging Jiang Liu to quicken his pace. Unwilling to linger even for a moment, it was unclear how long they had traveled. Eventually, he managed to traverse through the thicket and arrived at a somewhat open plain. Before him stood a brightly lit cabin, and soon his vision blurred, and he fainted. The flickering flames were bright and warm, instilling a sense of comfort. He felt a soft and cozy sensation beneath him, as if he were floating in an ocean of clouds, enveloped in endless softness. All his fatigue and worries dissipating in that moment. Where is this? He struggled to open his eyes. Before him lay a small space bathed in a warm, golden glow, where he reclined upon a soft bed surrounded by an array of pink trinkets, reminiscent of a young lady's boudoir. The air was imbued with a delicate floral fragrance that, with a deep breath, enveloped him in a soothing embrace. Jiang Liu found himself momentarily dazed. Just moments prior, he had been amidst an icy expanse, on the verge of becoming a lifeless corpse in the cold embrace of nature. Yet in the blink of an eye, he had miraculously been transported to this quaint little sanctuary, rendering the entire experience surreal, akin to a vivid dream. No, I have not been teleported here. Rather, someone must have discovered me outside and brought me back to this haven, saving my life. Jiang Liu rose to his feet on the bedside table. A mirror sat in wait. He propped himself up, reached for the mirror, and beheld his bare torso, stripped of his shirt. The numerous wounds inflicted during his fierce struggle with a white wolf had been meticulously tended to, wrapped in pristine white bandages, even the tiniest cuts on his hands adorned with adhesive bandages. The most grievous injury on his left shoulder, which he had only hastily treated, was now carefully unwrapped and redressed. The end of the bandage playfully tied in a bow, lending an unexpected charm to the scene. What extraordinary luck! The little wolf had initially led me to catch a thief, yet unexpectedly stumbled upon a sanctuary along the way. More importantly, the benevolent owner of this refuge was willing to extend a helping hand. Jiang Liu couldn't help but empathize. Had he been alone in the sanctuary, even upon discovering someone collapsed outside, he would not have recklessly ventured out to offer aid. Even if he had chosen to assist, he would have ensured to restrain the individual firmly, to avoid any potential treachery from those he sought to rescue. Alas, although I have been saved, I remain unaware of the little wolf's current predicament. It is a mutated creature, and ordinary survivors would likely avoid letting it near, fearing its sudden aggression, if it were contained within a cage. That would be one thing. However, the thought of it being driven away into the wild, where the feral beasts roam in throngs, fills him with dread. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Jiang Liu cast aside any other concerns. He hastily descended from the bed, eager to find the little wolf. However, as his feet touched the ground, it felt as though he had stepped into a great mound of cotton, the sensation remarkably pleasant. Awoo-awoo! Suddenly, a cacophony of strange howls erupted beneath his feet, as if something had been startled. Jiang Liu even felt something tugging at his ankle. Looking down, he saw the little wolf, which had been peacefully slumbering beside the bed. Drooling, now startled to its feet, baring its teeth at him. What the heck? Why are you sleeping next to me without a word? How inconsiderate. Am I to blame for not seeing you? You deliberately chose a spot in my blind spot to sleep. And now you dare to bark at me? Truly heartless. Though he voiced such complaints, Jiang Liu's heart brimmed with joy as he stepped barefoot onto the ground, seizing one of the little wolf's front paws and exuberantly dancing about. La 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 la, he sang merrily with each leap. After narrowly escaping death, the exhilaration coursing through him was impossible to contain. Shouldn't I have waited to come in? Perhaps you could have finished your song and dance before calling for me. Suddenly, a feminine voice rang out from the doorway. Startling Jiang Liu, he turned to find that the owner of the sanctuary was none other than Bai Hua. Bai Hua, how did I end up in your sanctuary? Jiang Liu exclaimed, taken aback. Bai Hua responded with a hint of irritation. That's a question I wish to pose to you as well, but it's late at night, and everyone else is peacefully resting in their sanctuaries. Why are you the exception? Were you out walking your dog or hunting? If it weren't for your dog barking incessantly at my sanctuary's entrance, I wouldn't have bothered to look outside if I had arrived even a moment later. You would have either frozen to death or been trampled by the stampede of beasts. Jiang Liu bypassed her remarks. No, you misunderstand. Little wolf, weren't you supposed to lead me to catch a thief? How did you bring me to Bai Hua? Awoo. The little wolf howled in response. Jiang Liu furrowed his brow. What? You mean to say you detected no other sense in the house, only Bai Hua's and mine? So you weren't leading me to catch a thief at all, but rather to play with your sister Bai Hua? Awoo. The little wolf hastily explained. Didn't you ask me to sniff for other scents? At that time, besides you, there was only Bai Hua's scent. You mentioned catching a thief, but surely you wouldn't steal from yourself. Logically, that implies Bai Hua is the thief. So bringing you here to catch a thief essentially means coming to find Baihua. Right? What's the issue with that? Initially hesitant, the little wolf grew increasingly confident in its reasoning, barking louder with each word, as if its logic was flawless. Forget it, you silly dog, Jiang Liu sighed, covering his forehead in exasperation. Baihua, curious, interjected, "What are you two discussing? I can't comprehend a word. Did you just mention catching a thief? How peculiar. Something similar happened to me. After I returned last time, it seems some items in my room went missing, though I can't tell if it was merely an illusion." What? Jiang Liu immediately seized upon this crucial piece of information. Your items went missing. How did they disappear? Baihua pondered. They simply vanished, as if they had never existed. After parting ways with you, I returned home, only to find the tomato can that was prominently displayed had disappeared. Very few items were lost. Aside from that can, it seems I also misplaced a spoon. Were it not for my sharp memory, I might have thought I consumed them unknowingly. Hearing you mention this now, it feels like our two incidents share striking similarities. Could it be the same perpetrator? Jiang Liu pondered deeply, considering the possibility that both their sanctuaries had been robbed by the same thief. The notion seemed implausible. How could a thief, faced with a bounty of canned goods, choose to take only one while leaving the rest behind? Rather than seizing everything in sight, this thief's modus operandi was decidedly peculiar, deviating from conventional logic. Our belongings were stolen on the same day, likely within a short span of time. Moreover, our sanctuaries are in close proximity. If someone had planned this in advance, it would be entirely feasible. Jiang Liu mused. Baihua nodded slightly. Furthermore, this thief may not be acting alone. A group could be involved, faced with an abundance of goods. Taking only a fraction is indeed a strikingly unique approach. If you were to claim our two incidents were unrelated, I would dispute that vehemently. As for your assertion that the little wolf failed to detect the thief's lingering scent, that can be readily explained by the survival instinct. Each individual's survival instinct varies, possessing an array of peculiar abilities, whether they lean towards crafting, attacking, reconnaissance, cultivation, or taming. Why shouldn't there be an ability that allows one to erase their scent? Enabling silent lock-picking and stealth? Baihua's reasoning was sound. However, Jiang Liu contemplated another possibility, that Baihua herself might be the thief. Such a scenario could elegantly explain the thefts and why the little wolf had not detected a third party's presence in her sanctuary. Yet, after careful consideration, Jiang Liu swiftly dismissed this notion. The likelihood of Baihua being the thief was exceedingly low. There was no need for her to undertake such actions for the sake of a mere can of tomatoes or USB drive. Once discovered, this would severely undermine the originally amicable alliance between them. The benefits do not remotely justify the risks involved out of course. If Baihua indulged in the thrill of thievery for personal reasons, then Jiang Liu would truly have no words to say. Nevertheless, regardless of the thieving matters, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to you for saving my life. Without your intervention, I would surely have been lost this time. Jiang Liu remarked, "To be honest, I was not particularly keen on going out. However, upon recognizing the little wolf, I realized that its black eyes were exceedingly distinctive. I have never seen such a feature in any other creature." A hint of relief tinged Baihua's voice as she smiled, kneeling down to gently stroke the little wolf's head, akin to petting a dog. The soft texture was simply irresistible to her. Perhaps she should directly ask Jiang Liu to consider the little wolf as a gift for saving her life. Black eyes, you say? That is indeed quite unique. I too have never encountered another mutated creature like this. Jiang Liu mused, casting a thoughtful glance at the little wolf. If I recall correctly, the little wolf's parents both had red eyes. How then did they produce a black-eyed pup? It seems this puzzle revolves around recessive genes. By the way, tomorrow is the meeting. I have prepared several pieces of equipment for you, all placed on the table. You should try them on now. If anything feels off, I can make adjustments for you. Baihua suddenly interjected. Previously, to facilitate the dressing of wounds, she had removed Jiang Liu's clothing and even washed it. Jiang Liu pulled out his phone for a glance. It was already 10:30 in the evening. He had set out around 6 o'clock. Excluding delays on the road, he had been unconscious for nearly 3 to 4 hours. Such a duration was ample for his damp clothing to dry by the fire. After dressing and organizing his gear, Jiang Liu approached another room, standing before Baihua's work desk. To be by the way, when you were unconscious, I discovered several pieces of these red crystals tucked against your chest. They felt quite warm to the touch. What are they? Baiwa inquired curiously. On her desk lay several red crystals, precisely those Jiang Liu and Lu Qi had extracted from the den of a brown bear. To make a long story short, Jiang Liu simplified, saying, "These are peculiar crystals that continuously emit warmth. They are incredibly useful for insulation and keeping warm in the wilderness that I owe my survival during this journey to the effectiveness of these red crystals, which prevented me from freezing to D. Oh, you need any? I have a surplus and can give you some." With a flourish of his hand, he produced 20 or 30 red crystals from his phone. However, do keep in mind that the warmth of these crystals is not infinite. It dissipates gradually over time. You must store them using your phone. With this many crystals, you should have enough to last you for some time. Once you have exhausted them, just let me know that I have some reserves on hand, and I can provide you with more if you need them, Jiang Liu added. Baiwa tilted her head and replied, "Why would I inform you when these red crystals cease to be warm? I can simply toss them into the fire, and they will gradually absorb heat again. While you were unconscious, I conducted some research. The higher the temperature of the red crystals, the brighter their hue. Once their exterior dims completely, they resemble ordinary stones without any distinguishing features. However, if you place them in the flames, they will slowly absorb heat, eventually restoring their color and warmth, allowing for continued use." "Oh, is that how it works?" Jiang Liu took the red crystals from the table and indeed felt their warmth. His time with the red crystals had not been long. He had barely acquired them before he had to rush out with the little wolf to catch the thief. Thus, time was of the essence, and he had not the luxury to study the crystals in depth. He was surprised to learn that Baiwa had discovered this secret in just a few hours. This is akin to a hot water bottle, isn't, except a hot water bottle is filled with hot water, while these red crystals must be placed in fire to absorb heat freely. Jiang Liu could not help but exclaim. Baiwa replied, "What you say is not incorrect. That is indeed the principle behind it. However, do be cautious. If the red crystals are placed in flames, the burning speed of the firewood will significantly increase, akin to dousing it with gasoline. Yet the advantages of this method are evident. The red crystals can be carried with ease, impervious to wind and cold, facilitating our outdoor explorations and preventing our bodies from succumbing to the chill. You mentioned you have plenty of these. I believe if you're willing to sell them, you could fetch a handsome price. I certainly wouldn't mind selling the red crystals, provided they offer me a trade that piques my interest." Jiang Liu chuckled. Baihua's work desk was adorned with a plethora of repair tools, wrenches, crowbars, saws, and screwdrivers. Additionally, there were 2 or 3 pairs of roller skates that were taking shape, as well as several weapons, all evidently crafted with meticulous care. She picked up one of the long spears and handed it to Jiang Liu. "Give it a try and see how it feels." Jiang Liu accepted the spear, grasping it in his hand and taking a moment to assess it. The spearhead was pristine and gleamed with a hint of cold light, extraordinarily sharp. The shaft was made from an unknown type of wood, white in appearance, smooth to the touch, fitting perfectly in Jiang Liu's palm, as if tailored for him. Below the spearhead, a long tassel trailed down. This tassel was not the vibrant red one might expect, but rather pure white, aiding the user in concealing their presence, making it less likely to be detected first. Jiang Liu was thoroughly impressed and lavishly praised. The length, material, comfort, and lethality of this spear are exceptional, far surpassing my previous one. Hearing this, Baihua's face lit up with a smile. This was only natural. Baiwa possessed 2 talents related to metal crafting, and she had specifically gathered a collection of premium metal resources early on, storing them at home for future needs. Especially after Jiang Liu had gifted her over 3,000 winter coins, she had spared no expense in acquiring quality metals from the market, laboriously crafting this spear to such an excellent standard. She could even boldly assert, "This spear undoubtedly outshines at least 99% of the weapons available for purchase online. I'm glad you like it. Now let us see if these others suit your fancy." Baiwa said, stepping aside to reveal more weapons behind her. There was a finely crafted sharp dagger, a metal crossbow equipped with 7 bolts, and a pair of metal shin guards that could be strapped to the calves to minimize damage. Like the arm guards, these shin guards boasted sharp protrusions. In the event of a dire melee, when weapons ran low, A well-placed kick could inflict considerable harm on an adversary. Jiang Liu tried each one, finding them all quite satisfactory and easy to use. This crossbow of yours seems lacking. While you were unconscious, I oiled it and performed maintenance on it, so it should be far more effective now. Additionally, I have plenty of bolts. Feel free to fire away, and I can supply you with as many as you need. There is no need to worry about ammunition. Besides these, I had originally intended to craft a full set of armor for you. However, time constraints and the nature of this environment made full armor less than ideal. While it would provide excellent protection in combat, it would also weigh you down and hinder your speed. Jiang Liu wholeheartedly agreed with this assessment that it is difficult to contend with overwhelming odds. Just as he had recently found himself surrounded by a pack of beasts, isolated and alone, what use was his fighting prowess if he could not escape? It was far better to wear less armor to enhance his speed, thus ensuring his survival. With the arm and shin guards, along with the weapons he provided, I should be adequately equipped to handle close combat if the need arises. It is just unfortunate that in my haste to escape earlier, I lost the flashbang you gave me. Otherwise, I would feel even more confident now. Jiang Liu felt a twinge of regret. The flashbang had yet to warm up in his hands before he had to use it. Although he understood that this action was a desperate measure for survival, he still felt a pang of reluctance. Flashbang? Do you still need that item? Perhaps I could procure another for you. Bai Hua suddenly interjected. She opened the drawer of the workbench and, surprisingly, retrieved an identical flashbang, its texture and pattern mirroring the one Jiang Liu had discarded, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Wait, are you a blacksmith specializing in cold weapons? Or a munitions dealer selling hot ones? How can you so effortlessly produce a flashbang from your drawer? Is this some sort of wholesale operation? He exclaimed, incredulous at the ease with which she produced it. Well, after I returned home, I refreshed the shop using the winter coins you gave me, and ended up with another one that I seldom use such items, originally intending to keep it as a trump card. But now that you need it, why not take it for your use? Bai Hua replied softly. Jiang Liu twitched his mouth at her words, feeling as though she were a meek little rabbit being exploited, while he, the big bad wolf, was utterly unscrupulous. Never mind, you should keep it. You never know when it might come in handy that I probably won't need it for the time being, but if I do, I'll let you know, or if you happen to refresh anything good next time, just give me a shout, and I'll come collect it, he concluded, ultimately declining to take Bai Hua's flashbang. After all, it was undoubtedly a powerful artifact that could decisively turn the tide of battle. Bai Hua was merely a delicate girl. Even if she rarely ventured out, it was wise to keep some weapons at home. Given the current situation, it seemed Bai Hua was indeed a pure arms dealer. If given a bit of time, she could produce any weapon imaginable, as long as she remained safe. He would eventually have plenty of weapons at his disposal, including this flashbang. By the way, I accidentally fell into the water the other day and stumbled upon a treasure chest at the bottom. Jiang Liu suddenly recalled, that aren't you good at lockpicking? Help me open it, and let us see what treasures lie within. He retrieved his phone and extracted the chest that was a traditional square pirate chest, reminiscent of those seen in films, entirely made of metal and adorned with a rusty brass lock. Its dimensions were akin to two stacked drawers, appearing quite compact. When Bai Hua gently shook it, a trickle of blue-white river water flowed from the cracks. This lock can be easily pried open, Bai Hua concluded after a thorough examination. She took a crowbar from the workbench, inserted it into the brass lock, and, utilizing the principle of leverage, applied downward pressure. With a soft click, the already flimsy brass lock was pried open and fell to the ground. What's inside? Bai Hua asked, her eagerness palpable as she opened the chest. She vividly recalled the last time she had opened a safe in Jiang Liu's refuge, revealing over 10,000 winter coins, a fortune she could hardly forget. Thus, she now held a glimmer of anticipation regarding the contents of the chest. If it were to yield another substantial sum of winter coins, it would be nothing short of wonderful. With a flourish, the chest swung open, spilling forth a torrent of icy water, clearly having been submerged for an extended period. The two peered inside, only to find a mass of crushed ice and water, along with a half-dead fish. Aside from that, there was naught to behold. Is it truly empty? Bai Hua exclaimed, crestfallen. No, it's not empty. Jiang Liu's eyes lit up as he keenly discerned an anomaly. Although the fish was small, It was impossible for it to have entered the chest on its own, and a key must have been placed inside before the chest was locked. Judging by its condition, it had likely been dead for some time. Jiang Liu reached in and retrieved the fish. Feeling something hard within its belly, he drew out his short knife and carefully opened the fish's belly. Discovering a key nestled inside. A key. How dull, Bai Hua sighed, her enthusiasm waning. Where there is a key, there must be a lock. But where could that lock be? Jiang Liu mused, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet he was more curious about what discoveries might await once the lock was found. However, no matter how he pondered, he struggled to envision where the key might fit. After all, the clues were scant. His discovery of the treasure chest had been purely serendipitous. I'll hold on to this key for now. Perhaps it will prove useful in the future, Jiang Liu decided. The thrill of opening the chest had faded, and Bai Hua now felt a wave of fatigue wash over her, yawning widely. Oh, as you wish. It's getting late. Let us rest for now, and don't forget we have a meeting tomorrow. The following morning, Jiang Liu was roused by the insistent barking of Little Wolf. The creature had grown increasingly intelligent. A simple command from Bai Hua prompted it to summon Jiang Liu, and it approached him, eager to ensure he woke, almost as if it wished to shove its snout in his ear. All right, I get it. Why are you barking at me so early? Jiang Liu grumbled as he sat up, met with a chorus of protest from Little Wolf. Who's joking? I'm a magnificent and handsome white wolf. What part of me resembles a dog? That is slander, pure and unadulterated slander. That said, Bai Hua had indeed provided him with some rather tasty dog food. After rousing Jiang Liu, Little Wolf dashed away to the kitchen. Upon rising, Jiang Liu discovered Bai Hua had prepared toothpaste and a toothbrush for him. After completing his morning routine, he nonchalantly tossed them into his backpack, stealthily pocketing them that he couldn't afford them. Rather, the shop simply wasn't cooperating, failing to refresh any suitable items. He possessed over 7,000 winter coins, yet lacked a proper outlet for spending them. Far more frustrating than swallowing a fly. Perhaps in the future, I might enlist the help of others to refresh the shop. If the items I seek appear on their lists, I could purchase them. That could be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Jiang Liu mused, a new idea sparking in his mind. If I cannot find what I want alone, why not rely on others? If I can't refresh what I desire by myself, surely a group of 10 could achieve it. However, this approach would entail numerous challenges, and Jiang Liu had merely entertained the thought without any intention of immediate action. Upon entering the living room, he found Bai Hua had prepared breakfast, a can each, accompanied by a steaming pot of tea. As for Little Wolf, it was happily feasting on dog food beneath Bai Hua's care. Jiang Liu scoffed at the absurdity. How could such a creature dare to claim it was a wolf? He disdainfully took his seat opposite Bai Hua and began to eat. The meeting was scheduled for noon, but others would arrive throughout the morning. Once we finish eating, you can join me in welcoming them, Bai Hua said, sipping her tea. Jiang Liu nodded. That is fine, but I still have something to confirm with you. UVE repeatedly expressed confidence in maintaining order among them, asserting that chaos won't ensue while you preside. What gives you such faith to speak so assuredly? From his perspective, Bai Hua appeared utterly harmless, as fragile as a flower in a greenhouse. A mere gust of cold wind could knock her down. Yet, it was this seemingly delicate girl who had the audacity to organize a meeting. What was the source of her confidence, and how had she managed to persuade others? This left Jiang Liu perplexed, as for the notion of universal goodwill and harmonious coexistence. Jiang Liu was skeptical. Relying solely on gentle means, it was improbable to establish a credible organization, market, or trading hub in this harsh winter world. With a larger crowd, the risk of nefarious individuals emerging only increased. Without a robust display of force to maintain order, any meeting that had been painstakingly organized would likely crumble in an instant. Bai Hua smiled mysteriously. Do you truly believe I survived in this world without knowing how to navigate its challenges? Her right hand grasped a spoon, diligently scooping the contents of a can, bringing each bite to her lips. Meanwhile, her left hand had remained concealed beneath the table, only now slowly emerging to place an object gently onto the surface with a sharp sound. Jiang Liu, intrigued, glanced over, his pupils narrowing slightly, as if he had beheld something extraordinary, disbelief flickering in his gaze as he turned to Bai Hua's face. What she revealed was none other than a handgun, The weapon's design was sleek and naturally flowing, its entirety enveloped in shades of black and gray, of moderate length, compact structure, and a rounded form that promised a comfortable grip. The ominous black muzzle exuded an inexplicable aura of intimidation. Witnessing it, Jiang Liu felt a chill run down his spine, shifting his chair slightly, unwilling to maintain eye level with the gun's barrel. "Now I understand why you're so audacious," Jiang Liu remarked. "Truly, you are a weapon dealer." He felt that even if she were to produce a rocket launcher from who knows where in the next moment, he would not be the least bit surprised. After all, the precedent had already been set. Anything more outrageous would hardly raise an eyebrow. Yet, the thought of himself still toying with cold weapons while Bai Hua had evolved to wield firearms left him with an indescribable sensation. Fortunately, he had committed no wrongdoing. Otherwise, should Bai Hua brandish that handgun against him, who could withstand such a threat? Now, if that makes sense, no wonder you dare to come home with me upon our first meeting. Unafraid of my intentions, it was not because you believe in my kindness, but because you possess the truth. You were not afraid of my recklessness. Suddenly, Jiang Liu seemed to have an epiphany and spoke aloud. Bai Hua smiled slightly, not entirely. "At the very least, your actions have shown me that you are trustworthy, are you not? In this lawless world, where rules are subverted and snow blankets the ground, a delicate woman like her is inherently at a disadvantage." Thus, for her own safety, even with a handgun tucked away, Bai Hua would not easily share a room with a strange man. Had Jiang Liu not risked his life to save her, she would never have dared to follow him back to his sanctuary. "How did you come by that handgun?" Jiang Liu inquired, curiosity piqued. "When I first arrived in this world, I opened my eyes to find this handgun in my grasp," Bai Hua recounted, as if reminiscing about that moment. A hint of relief and trepidation crossed her face as she added, "I am fortunate to have had that gun in my possession. On the very night after I awoke, my sanctuary was besieged by 3 enormous bears. They seemed to have gone mad for reasons unknown. Had I not learned some principles of firearms and how to shoot, I might not have survived that night. Yet in the end, she had barely managed to kill 1 bear, expending a considerable amount of ammunition in the process." Bai Hua then demonstrated by removing the magazine before Jiang Liu, showcasing it to him. "After firing several rounds, I am left with merely 2 bullets. 2 bullets, though they appeared scant, meant that with precise aim, Bai Hua could effortlessly take 2 lives without breaking a sweat. This was undoubtedly a substantial threat. Should it be revealed, even if someone attempted to cause trouble, Bai Hua could easily suppress them, ensuring the peaceful conduct of their meeting. Of course, this did not extend to Jiang Liu himself. After all, his prowess during a hunt was formidable, providing him with comprehensive enhancements. Though it lasted only a fleeting second, as long as he was not caught off guard and could react swiftly, he could undoubtedly evade bullets during combat, but a single second could accomplish many things. "If I concentrate fully on evasion, while I may not entirely avoid danger, at least I can prevent the bullets from striking vital points," Jiang Liu mused inwardly. Upon hearing Bai Hua's tale, he felt a twinge of regret. Bai Hua's handgun was a unique artifact from her arrival, an experience that could not be replicated. Therefore, even if he wished to acquire a handgun for himself, he had no means to do so. He could only hope for a fortunate refresh at the shop. "Awoo! Awoo!" Suddenly, the little wolf barked, rising to its feet, glaring fiercely out the window, as if confronted by a significant threat. "What is it?" Jiang Liu had developed a habit. Whenever the little wolf barked, he instinctively assumed a defensive posture, his hand reaching for the dagger at his waist. Better safe than sorry, though the little wolf often appeared carefree. It proved reliable in critical moments. Whenever it barked, there was invariably something amiss nearby. This had never failed him. Jiang Liu's gaze followed the window's view, where he spotted a pitch-black crow soaring through the sky, gradually descending until it landed on the outer windowsill. Tap, tap, tap. Its beak struck the glass forcefully, rhythmically producing a sound reminiscent of a knock, its pair of jet-black eyes peering through the glass at the 2 humans and 1 dog inside. "A crow?" Jiang Liu exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, not be alarmed. Our messenger has arrived," Bai Hua reassured, recognizing the creature. She approached the window, untying a small tube bound to the crow's leg, retrieving a piece of parchment from it. After completing this task, the crow spread its wings and departed. Bai Hua returned to the table, holding the letter as she explained to Jiang Liu. This crow is trained by a survivor known as the beast tamer, who possesses a unique talent that allows him to form a close bond with these animals, giving them simple commands. The organization of this meeting owes much to him. Without his assistance, it would not have been so smoothly arranged. Jiang Liu pondered for a moment. Such a talent reminds me of someone. Did you say beast tamer? Is that perhaps his moniker? Bai Huan nodded, patiently elaborating. After the computer system upgrade, we can alter our nicknames, not necessarily using our real names. During our initial encounters, we are unfamiliar with one another and uncertain of mutual trust. Thus, for safety's sake, we all adopted pseudonyms for communication. The beast tamer is someone I frequently interact with online. He has shown great interest in organizing the meeting and has willingly taken on the task of patrolling. With the help of his animal companions, he ensures that any approaching dangers are detected promptly and reported to me. Survivors have varied talents, each capable of different feats. Jiang Liu excels in combat. Bai Hua leans towards crafting, while this beast tamer evidently possesses multifunctional abilities, utilizing the animals he commands to accomplish various tasks. Reconnaissance, after all, is a trivial matter. Can this person be trusted? Jiang Liu inquired. The trustworthiness of this individual was of utmost importance, as Bai Hua had delegated the reconnaissance responsibility to him. Should this person waver in a crisis or recklessly abandon their post, the assembly would be in grave danger. Even contemplating darker possibilities, should this individual harbor ill intentions and deliberately introduce mutated creatures to cause chaos, the ramifications would be dire. Bai Hua contemplated seriously. The beast tamer ranks second in my trustworthiness scale. Entrusting this task to him should pose no issues. Jiang Liu, intrigued, pressed further. Only second? Then who holds the first position? Bai Hua cast him a sidelong glance, surveying him from head to toe, yet remained silent. Jiang Liu immediately understood. Indeed, he and Bai Hua were old acquaintances, having shared numerous encounters. Previously, he had rescued her from the lair of the red-eyed spider. If Bai Hua did not trust him, she would have difficulty finding another trustworthy individual. After all, they were now sharing a meal at the same table. If Bai Hua were wary of him, she would not dare to remain in such close proximity. What does the letter say? Jiang Liu urged. Bai Hua opened it, and after a moment, her expression darkened. There has been an incident. The beast tamer's message states that the originally selected venue for our meeting is no longer viable and that we must change locations at the last minute. Changing venues? That shouldn't be too problematic, should it? There are plenty of open spaces around. We can easily find another suitable spot for the meeting, Jiang Liu remarked. That is true, Bai Hua sighed, expressing her dismay. That location had originally been ideal, offering a broad view with no possibility of ambush and ample escape routes. Even if something were to go awry, a timely retreat would have been feasible. Yet, for reasons unknown, several mutated creatures had appeared there, engaged in fierce combat, and more seemed to be arriving from all directions. Under such circumstances, regardless of the favorable terrain, we had no choice but to abandon the idea. After all, safety was paramount. Everything else could be prioritized later. Jiang Liu concurred, stating, "Indeed, life is precious." However, midway through his sentence, he suddenly felt that this scene was somewhat familiar. He opened his mouth to speak, but found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Hua looked at him with curiosity, asking, "What's the matter with you?" After a brief pause, as if recalling something, he slowly retrieved his leather map from his backpack and spread it out on the table for a detailed examination. Bai Hua, intrigued, leaned in closer and noticed Jiang Liu's finger resting on a yellow question mark on the map. She inquired, "The meeting point you selected, could it possibly be here?" After scrutinizing the map, Bai Hua exclaimed, "Oh, it seems it truly is. How did you know?" That spot was a gentle hillside, devoid of trees for cover and lacking any enticing food sources, which should not have attracted mutated creatures. That it was perplexing why they would abandon their nest to come here. Bai Hua continued to voice her complaints, oblivious to Jiang Liu, whose eyes were growing increasingly bright. As if he had made a momentous decision, he earnestly asked her, "Is that truly the best location for our meeting?" Without hesitation, Bai Hua responded, "Of course. Not only is it well positioned, but I also disseminated the information early on and made arrangements with everyone. Changing the location at this point would be quite troublesome. However, given the current danger, there was no choice but to reconsider. She would look for a better alternative." Jiang Liu interjected, "No need to worry. Leave it to me. I will go there and take a look." Bai Hua was taken aback. Recalling who had suggested changing the meeting location in the first place. On their way, Jiang Liu and Bai Hua clarified the matter regarding the supplies at the shelter. Although Bai Hua had previously glanced at the map, it had been a brief encounter, and Jiang Liu had not provided a detailed explanation. Thus, Bai Hua was not well informed about the significance of the yellow question mark. Upon hearing Jiang Liu's explanation, her eyes lit up like two bright bulbs. "Are you saying that the vault containing over 10,000 winter coins was found in one of those shelters?" "Exactly," she exclaimed. "Yes, oh, you're telling me that those shelters are brimming with supplies, possibly even stocked with multiple cans of tomatoes?" Although not entirely accurate, the essence was correct. There was indeed an abundance of food. Yes, oh, what are we waiting for? There's still some time before noon. We can thoroughly scavenge and then hold the meeting. Upon hearing about the tomato cans, Bai Hua was even more excited than Jiang Liu. Scavenging was imperative, but they needed to act quickly. Jiang Liu was more familiar with these mutated creatures. He had encountered scenes where they gathered in groups before. The sight before him was, in fact, quite familiar. Back at the treehouse shelter, he had faced a similar situation when someone, by accident, discovered the shelter and inadvertently spilled blood, attracting the surrounding mutated creatures. This possibility was substantial. Thus, they needed to act swiftly. If they delayed, the food supplies and shelter could be devoured by the mutated creatures or taken away by the intruder, leaving them with nothing to show for their efforts. Moreover, while examining the map earlier, Jiang Liu had realized that the treasure chest he had stumbled upon after falling into the water last night was also one of those shelters. However, its supplies were cleverly concealed beneath the riverbed. Had he not accidentally fallen into the water, he would have remained oblivious. Adding the two previously discovered shelters, it meant this was the last one. If he missed this opportunity, the chances of scavenging substantial supplies comfortably in the future would be slim. Therefore, no matter the cost, he had to seize this final shelter. Coincidentally, with recent equipment updates, it would be a shame not to test the strength of their weapons against these creatures. Furthermore, with the little wolf capable of going berserk, breaking through their defenses should pose no issue. As for the injury on his left shoulder, it was not significant, as long as he avoided close combat. It shouldn't affect him. This operation, if successful, would yield abundant supplies. If it failed, it wouldn't result in a loss of life. Such a deal was too good to pass up. He would regret it immensely if he did. Jiang Liu mused. Beside them, the little wolf ran excitedly, howling with enthusiasm, prompting Jiang Liu to reach out and firmly close its mouth. "Quiet down. We're almost there. If anything happens, make sure to alert us." "Understood? Especially you, Bai Hua. Your combat abilities aren't the best, so keep a close watch. If anything occurs, act quickly. Don't just hide in the back. Take care of her, and I assure you, there will be plenty of dog food for you later," Jiang Liu instructed. Upon hearing this, the little wolf perked up, nodding its head vigorously, signaling its commitment to the task. The trio, 2 humans and a dog, glided across the ice for 15 minutes until they reached their destination. "Have we received any news?" Jiang Liu asked Bai Hua. Intelligence was of utmost importance. According to the letter brought by the Raven, at least a dozen mutated creatures were currently engaged in battle at that location, making it exceedingly perilous. Thus, the two of them faced considerable risk if they wished to delve deeper, that a moment's negligence could lead to them being targeted by the mutated creatures, leaving them with no favorable outcome. Consequently, Bai Hua had specifically summoned the Raven to utilize the letter and consult with the beast tamer about the latest developments, thereby determining their strategy. They've arrived. Bai Hua pointed skyward. A black-feathered raven circled down, landing perfectly on a branch before them, its leg carrying the latest intelligence. The battle was nearing its conclusion, with the victors being a group of snow monkeys, known for their capricious temperaments and tendency to forage in packs for anything edible within their sight. Most critically, they wielded weapons that in this confrontation, they had used wooden clubs to shatter the skulls of over 10 mutated white wolves and a brown giant bear. Even the hawks circling above would be torn to shreds if they dared to land. They were indeed a vicious breed of mutated creatures. Bai Hua relayed the information from the letter. Snow monkeys? Jiang Liu had yet to encounter such mutated beings. Although they sounded somewhat troublesome, it did not diminish his resolve to proceed. After all, fortune favors the bold. A mere group of monkeys would not deter Jiang Liu. How many are there? Also, were there any signs of survivors on the battlefield? Jiang Liu inquired. 17 snow monkeys survived the battle. As for any human survivors, the beast tamer did not mention them. So it's likely there were none, Baiwa replied. Her tone was deliberately subdued, laced with a hint of excitement, as though she were secretly engaged in something illicit. Jiang Liu had to lean in closer to catch her words. Perhaps you should reconsider. It's quite dangerous there that a minor injury is one thing, but it could very well cost a life. Jiang Liu advised. Baiwa, however, displayed an undeniable interest, asserting with determination, no, I must see for myself. Otherwise, during the distribution of spoils, what if you cast me aside and ignore me? What then? You're surprisingly considerate, worrying about whether I might get hurt or worse. I suppose I haven't misjudged you after all. Jiang Liu remarked, that's not quite the case. My primary concern is that I might drag you down during the impending battle, if that were to happen. Even if we were to perish together, I doubt I could find peace in my final moments. Baihua interjected, rest assured, my friend, for I am well equipped. I have both a handgun and flashbangs with me. They may very well save your life in a critical moment. With a fierce expression, she patted the bulging area around her waist, exuding confidence, as if to convey that one should not seek her assistance when the time comes. The low howl of Xiao Lang resonated, signaling their proximity to the white snow monkeys. Every subsequent action demanded utmost caution. There were 17 monkeys in total, and though crows soared above, they could not be relied upon to reveal every hidden angle. Thus, even after dispatching all 17, one must remain vigilant and thoroughly inspect the battlefield. Only when assured of safety can one relax. Understood? Jiang Liu addressed both Baihua and the canine. Both nodded gravely. What shall we do next? Baihua inquired. Jiang Liu lowered his head and, after a moment's manipulation of his phone, 2 animal traps clattered to the ground, given that he seldom utilized such devices at home. He had scanned them into his phone for convenient carrying, ready for unforeseen circumstances. After being preserved for quite some time, they were finally about to serve their purpose. 17 monkeys were far too many for a direct confrontation, and the letter had indicated their proficiency in teamwork and tool usage. Thus, a methodical approach of eliminating them one by one was the most prudent course of action, that we shall use bait to lure them to the traps, and then, with crossbow bolts, strike swiftly and decisively, that we must act quickly, killing as many as possible before they become aware of our presence. Ideally, we would annihilate them completely, which would be quite satisfying, Jiang Liu concluded. Upon hearing this, Baihua began rummaging through her belongings, prompting Jiang Liu to curiously inquire, "What are you doing?" With a serious demeanor, she replied, "Did you not mention bait? As luck would have it, I happen to have a banana on me. It should certainly attract those monkeys." To Jiang Liu's astonishment, she indeed produced a banana from her pocket. "Are you jesting, my dear? If they truly subsist on fruits, how could they possibly be drawn by the scent of blood? Moreover, even if they were interested in bananas, we cannot simply toss the fruit before them and expect to lure them back with a few in tow." Baihua pondered, "You make a valid point. What then should we use as bait?" Jiang Liu smiled slightly, casting his gaze downward toward a creature of similar size to Xiaolang. The little wolf was curiously sniffing the banana, having never encountered such fruit before, and thus displayed a fleeting interest. Sensing Jiang Liu's gaze, it instinctively trembled, as though it were being scrutinized by a malevolent presence, promptly tucking its head and tail in an effort to diminish its visibility. "Do not hide. What are you afraid of?" Jiang Liu's smile took on a slightly sinister tone. "Come now, did you not desire to feast upon a snow hare? I happen to have one right here. Indulge yourself." He retrieved a frozen snow hare from his phone and enthusiastically offered it to Xiaolang. Although the little wolf was somewhat apprehensive, the allure of the snow hare proved too tempting, and it succumbed to its hunger, devouring the treat voraciously. The texture of the snow hare left much to be desired, akin to consuming an ice pop. Nevertheless, Xiaolang savored it as though it were an exquisite delicacy. Once it finished and raised its head, yearning to relish the lingering taste of flesh, it was startled to find that Jiang Liu and Baihua had mysteriously vanished without a trace. In their stead stood several snow-white monkeys, upright like humans, on the ground and among the branches. These monkeys stood approximately 1 to 1.5 meters tall, wielding stones and wooden clubs as weapons. Their eyes glowing a fierce crimson, brimming with bloodthirsty ferocity, the howl of Xiao Lang echoed in alarm. What kind of person stands silently by while another eats? Is this not an attempt to frighten the wolf to death? How could my master be so oblivious, realizing that Jiang Liu had intended to use it as bait while he hid away? Xiao Lang wasted no time and sprinted away, its speed so swift that the monkeys barely had time to react. Slow down, Jiang Liu cried out, noticing the little wolf's frantic pace. At this rate, how can I fish? This bait is far too reckless. It's about to fling the fish away. We can't proceed like this. You mustn't run so fast. They cannot catch you. Jiang Liu shouted, fully committed to the endeavor. Xiao Lang hesitated, glancing back and realizing the truth of Jiang Liu's words. The snow-white monkeys, armed as they were, could not ascend the trees and were confined to the ground. Although a few chose to pursue unarmed and rapidly approach from the trees, the majority lagged behind. Thus, it need not run so swiftly to elude them. With a frightened whimper, Xiao Lang lamented, I am but a child. How could you bear to make me the bait? Once it discerned Jiang Liu's location, it swiftly altered course, racing towards the two, causing Jiang Liu and Bai Hua to blanch in terror. No, do not come here. If you dare approach, I shall sever our ties, Jiang Liu bellowed. Bai Hua, more direct, retrieved her phone, extracting a delectable, aromatic chicken leg, which she tossed into the distance. Though the process was somewhat convoluted, it seemed that, in the end, Xiao Lang successfully led the group of monkeys away, leaving them in suspense as to when it might return. We truly need to engage in such perilous antics. You could simply communicate with Xiao Lang to lead the monkeys away. Given its speed, it should be an easy task, Bai Hua gasped, her breath quickening. Jiang Liu shook his head. You do not understand. Only by doing this will it willingly act as bait. Although Xiao Lang did save me last night, I cannot presume it will always obey my commands. It is easy to expect loyalty in life or death situations. But asking it to exhaust itself running to serve as bait while I remain safely behind is another matter entirely. Only by calculating this way can I compel its cooperation. Otherwise, unless faced with a grave crisis or mealtime, Xiao Lang would likely ignore me, preferring instead to find a cozy spot to nap. Prepare the traps. You take the crossbow, and I shall set the traps, Jiang Liu instructed. He handed Bai Hua the crossbow and bolts. Quickly arranging the traps, one trap was discreetly positioned in an open area, while the other was cleverly concealed beneath a tree, placed snugly against the bark. Should the monkeys pursue here, they would inevitably trigger the trap, rendering them combat ineffective. However, it must be noted that the number of monkeys in this forest was limited, likely only 4 or 5, while the main group was probably still on the hillside, dealing with the remains of bears and wolves. We must act swiftly. Otherwise, I fear the supplies in our shelter may be ravaged, Jiang Liu stated. Holding a long gun, he and Bai Hua waited for 2 or 3 minutes until they spotted a white little wolf trailing 3 monkeys at a leisurely pace in the distance. Meanwhile, 2 more monkeys clung to the trees, occasionally leaping down in a dive towards the ground. However, all were effortlessly evaded by the little wolf's sudden acceleration. Since speed was the goal, why not confront them head-on? You and I can each handle 2, while the little wolf takes care of one. That after swiftly resolving the battle, we shall proceed to investigate over there. Although Bai Hua appears soft and delicate, her inherent character is far more formidable. As she boldly proposed such a strategy, Jiang Liu hesitated momentarily before responding. All right, but do not overexert yourself. If it becomes too much, call for reinforcements. As for the ammunition, it would be wise not to waste it here. Bai Hua possessed a crossbow and flashbangs, while he had 2 opportunities for lethal strikes as trump cards. Yet, facing merely 5 monkeys, if they were compelled to resort to these trump cards, Jiang Liu felt they might as well hasten home for a wash and rest. Abandoning any thoughts of raiding the final shelter, whoosh, as the little wolf continued to sprint, it suddenly heard the sound of an arrow being released, followed by a chorus of howls from the monkeys and Bai Hua's excited exclamation, Hooray! I hit it! Don't get too carried away. Quickly reload the crossbow, Jiang Liu hurriedly reminded. Primate species possess a certain level of intelligence, especially these mutated ones. It was uncertain whether this mutation enhanced their cognitive abilities, making them more astute, even capable of wielding weapons. Point one monkey, brandishing a wooden club, spotted Baihua, standing still, clumsily reloading her crossbow, and let out an enraged roar as it charged towards her, seemingly intent on delivering a fatal blow during this moment of vulnerability. However, midway through its charge, crack, a steel trap suddenly snapped shut beneath the snow, ensnaring its left leg with an iron grip. It had stepped into the trap. In that instant, Baihua's previously clumsy movements accelerated. Her earlier awkwardness was merely a ruse. As a master of metal, how could she possibly falter at loading a crossbow? Possessing some intelligence, albeit limited, Baihua aimed her crossbow at the shrieking monkey, delivered a cold assessment, and pulled the trigger. Swoosh! In an instant, blood sprayed forth. She dispatched the two adversaries with remarkable efficiency, exhibiting no unnecessary movements, only cunning deception to mislead the enemy into this deadly snare. This display was quite impressive. Jiang Liu observed the scene, silently nodding in admiration. One must acknowledge that compared to most, Baihua's composure and poise were truly exceptional, even bordering on the magnificent and elegant. Her movements flowed seamlessly, akin to a graceful dancer orchestrating the fate of her foes, rather than engaging in crude, violent slaughter. Initially concerned for Baihua's ability to cope, Jiang Liu finally felt at ease, redirecting his focus to the three remaining monkeys before him. Did this little wolf not know how to halt its advance? It sped past him, howling, oblivious to where it was headed. Jiang Liu had no choice but to exert effort to ensure he would handle the little wolf's share as well. Three monkeys were a manageable challenge for him. Equipped with new gear, he felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, seeking not mere slaughter but a flawless, unharmed passage. With a slight crouch, he stepped forward, his spear thrusting out, as one of the snow-white monkeys entered his attack range. Jiang Liu instinctively reacted without hesitation, launching his assault. The strike was reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the water. While the force was not overwhelming, it was marked by unparalleled precision, even though the white monkey attempted to retreat in time. The spear tip struck its left eye, drawing forth a trickle of blood. Wow, wow, wow. The monkey emitted a heart-wrenching scream, dropping its wooden club and clutching its left eye with both hands, blood seeping through its fingertips uncontrollably. Although it had not perished, it had lost most of its combat capability, rendering it nearly incapacitated. Wow, 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 wow. The remaining two monkeys screeched, their cries filled with furious wrath, as if conveying some message. Upon witnessing their companion's plight, they learned from the experience and refrained from approaching Jiang Liu. Instead, they gathered stones from the ground, intending to use the trees as cover to launch a ranged attack. So naive, believing that hiding among the trees would be advantageous. Jiang Liu observed their actions, refraining from pursuing, adopting a stance that suggested he would not be harmed, regardless of their stone-throwing attempts. This behavior indeed provoked the two remaining monkeys, who raised their stones high, baring their teeth, preparing to hurl them at Jiang Liu. Whoosh, a light sound echoed, akin to a bowstring being plucked, a prelude to death's requiem, ringing sharply in the monkey's ears. In the next moment, one of the monkeys, believing it was safe atop the tree, suddenly stiffened and collapsed, landing heavily in the snow, chattering and screeching. The last monkey was thrown into a panic, emitting even sharper cries. That it was bewildered, questioning how its companion had inexplicably fallen. Had it been injured or killed? Yet, the human stood there, seemingly unmoving. How could he have inflicted harm? Jiang Liu grinned, casting a scornful taunt at the lone remaining white-haired creature. Thought you were clever, but it turns out you're no more than livestock. Even if you wield weapons, what does it matter? Do you understand the concept of deception in warfare? Throwing stones like humans. Perhaps in your next life, you should just stick to your bananas. Baihua, hurry, reload, and shoot it. Don T let it escape. Coming. This string is so heavy. Don't rush me. Baihua's voice chimed in. The snow-white monkey stiffly turned its head, as if understanding part of Jiang Liu's words, realizing they could comprehend some human language. This alone indicated that these creatures' intelligence surpassed the average, easily overwhelming the majority of mutated beings. Yet no matter how much it pondered, utilizing its exceptionally developed brain, it could not fathom Jiang Liu's audacity. It had been agreed that Baiwa would handle 2 and he 3, yet this fellow resorted to trickery. Just moments ago, Jiang Liu had boasted, and the monkey had anticipated a grand display of martial prowess, a true demonstration of manly valor. Yet, unexpectedly, he called for assistance. Moreover, there had been no verbal communication between them. Their mutual understanding was so profound that they had reached this cooperative agreement without the need for dialogue. Once Baiwa had dealt with the 2 threatening monkeys, she was entirely liberated, transformed into a focused marksman. Given the time, she could effortlessly eliminate the monkeys perched in the trees. Thus, when Jiang Liu observed these 2 monkeys choosing to throw stones from their arboreal vantage point, he could scarcely suppress a laugh. Throw away, throw away. Let me take 10 hits first, and then I'll let Baiwa shoot you with an arrow that will see who finishes first. Wow, wow, wow. The last remaining monkey finally recognized something was amiss, unleashing a furious roar as it prepared to flee. However, in the next instant, whoosh, the same light sound echoed in its ear, followed by darkness enveloping its vision, as if it lost control over its body, helplessly descending to the snow. With 4 arrows and 1 spear, complemented by a trap, Baiwa and Jiang Liu effortlessly annihilated the 5 snow-white monkeys. This was an overwhelming display of intellectual superiority, a grand stage for the unrestricted application of cold weaponry. Jiang Liu felt a sense of surprise. Turning to Baiwa, he gave her a thumbs up. I never expected your aim with the crossbow to be so precise. It truly exceeded my expectations. Baiwa smiled faintly, her tone filled with pride. You ought to say my accuracy is quite commendable. Don't be deceived by my delicate appearance. My father was a hunter. When I was young, he taught me how to shoot. Jiang Liu nodded repeatedly. Excellent, excellent, but do not forget, the battle is not over yet. There are only 5 monkeys here. We still have at least 12 more to confront. First, let us gather our spoils. Those crossbow bolts are certainly reusable. However, on another note, have you seen the little wolf? It just passed by me without stopping, and I have no idea where it has scurried off to now that if it has ventured into that horde of monkeys. We might be in quite a predicament. Baiwa stepped forward, extracting the arrows embedded in the flesh of the monkeys while capturing their carcasses with her phone. With a hint of concern, she remarked, Indeed, if the little wolf is surrounded by monkeys and we're not near it, it could be injured or, heaven forbid, even killed. Jiang Liu shook his head. Injury is inevitable, but death is unlikely. With its speed and build, it can carve out a bloody path if need be. What worries me is if the little wolf is encircled. When it breaks free, it might have a whole swarm of monkeys trailing behind it. And if it returns to find us, then we must run for our lives. As Jiang Liu was tidying the battlefield, he suddenly looked up. A snowstorm had inexplicably erupted in the woods before them, resembling a vast army advancing toward the 2 of them. A mere glance revealed no fewer than 20 monkeys among the chaos. Leading the charge was none other than the little wolf. Muttering incantations, Jiang Liu's words had become a prophecy. The little wolf truly had brought an army of pursuers right to them, to their astonishment. Contrary to the beast tamer's intel, the number of monkeys here far exceeded what he had witnessed, totaling over 20. Such a multitude was certainly beyond what we could handle with ease. We must create distance and tackle them piecemeal if we hope to survive unscathed, especially for Baiwa, who was not adept at close combat. She needed a suitable vantage point to rain arrows upon them. Realizing that their current location was ill-suited for battle, Jiang Liu swiftly urged Baiwa to run, seeking a more advantageous position that lets separate them and lead them in circles. We will return once we are prepared. Along the way, he shouted to the little wolf, "Whoa!" The little wolf responded in kind. What? You mean these monkeys weren't provoked by you, but rather they came after you? You even played for time, leading them in circles, but now you're on the verge of collapse? Jiang Liu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly pieced it together. These monkeys were not following the little wolf. Rather, the cries of those few monkeys on the brink of death had summoned this troop. The little wolf merely happened to cross their path, and without its diversion, they would have appeared before Jiang Liu and Baiwa much sooner. Flanking them, after a brief contemplation, Jiang Liu conceded the little wolf's point. The woods here were merely 100 meters from the adjacent clearing. It had been over a minute since the monkeys had heard the cries. And without the little wolf's delay, they would have charged at the duo much earlier. Despite their playful antics, the little wolf was no fool. How could it attract such a large horde? If they were to be injured or even killed, it would suffer as well. Although he had previously put in a tight spot, their bond was strong enough that it would not resort to such madness against him. But the situation was dire. A confrontation was unavoidable. The little wolf, now panting and exhausted, could no longer lead the pursuing monkeys in circles and was drawing ever closer to Jiang Liu, seeking assistance. They needed to find a suitable location to face the relentless horde behind them immediately. Just then, out of nowhere, a snow-white monkey appeared on a branch before them, its brow marked by a singular tuft of reddish-brown hair, strikingly conspicuous. Damn, they were caught in a pincer, yet only one monkey obstructed their path ahead. Jiang Liu thought to himself, I can dispatch it with ease. But before he could make a move, the red-haired monkey took off, nimbly leaping through the trees and swiftly putting distance between them. Yet it did not flee entirely. It perched on a branch, glancing back at Jiang Liu and Baihua, gesturing for them to follow. What is this about? These monkeys possess intelligence, but whether this one is genuinely offering assistance or harbors ulterior motives is hard to discern. Jiang Liu found himself perplexed. Naturally, he leaned toward the latter interpretation. After all, they had just slain 5 snow-white monkeys. It was improbable that this one, with its distinctive tuft, was on their side. This monkey seemed to have been tamed by the beast tamer. However, Baihua scrutinized the creature closely before hesitantly stating, A beast tamer? Are you sure? Jiang Liu quickly inquired. If this monkey was indeed sent by the beast tamer, its actions must carry significance, likely leading them to a safer place. It should be noted that the beast tamer had scarcely divulged details about his animal entourage. Yet, Jiang Liu recalled having seen this tuft of red hair in passing. The little wolf was fast. By the time Jiang Liu spotted the monkey, it had been some time, and now the little wolf was close behind, pursued by the formidable monkey brigade. Each one brandished stones and sticks, determined to capture the little wolf. As the pressure mounted, Jiang Liu gritted his teeth and declared, Let us follow it. If this red-haired monkey is truly sent by the beast tamer, it must have discovered something and is leading us to safety. Even if we are mistaken and it is merely a spy among the monkeys, what do we have to lose? The situation is already deteriorated. It cannot get any worse if worse comes to worst. We can always turn back and fight. Although this approach might not ensure they emerge unscathed, as long as they survived, it would be a significant gain, Jiang Liu mused. United the trio of him, Baihua, and the little wolf could still stand a fighting chance against the 20-plus monkeys. Their reluctance to engage in battle stemmed from a fear of injury. Winning would only yield the corpses of 20 monkeys, which held little allure for Jiang Liu, who did not lack for food. Yet, should they suffer severe injuries in battle, it would complicate his future survival. The thought of losing Baihua or the little wolf was utterly unacceptable. Fleeing was not shameful. Reckless violence would only bring death. Suddenly, the red-haired monkey halted on a tree, ceasing its advance and pointing toward a nearby location, emitting strange cries, as if warning them of something. Jiang Liu quickened his pace and soon discovered that beyond the snowy woods lay a rocky cliff. At the heart of the stone barrier was a deep fissure, extending into the mountain, wide enough for 3 to walk side by side. This was an ideal battleground. Jiang Liu was elated. The red-haired monkey had not merely been leading them aimlessly. It had indeed guided them to a superb location for a counterattack. The entrance was just wide enough to allow only 3 monkeys to enter at a time. Thus, even if a multitude of monkeys charged, only 3 could confront Jiang Liu at once. Standing firm, he could easily hold the line against them. At that moment, Jiang Liu and Baihua, the warriors and archer respectively, engaged in battle, one leading and the other following. The terrain was decidedly advantageous for their performance. In fact, Baihua felt no pressure at the rear. Her concern was whether she had enough crossbow bolts. Quick, you go in first, Jiang Liu urged hastily. The entrance of the crevice in the mountainside was quite narrow, but as one ventured deeper, it gradually expanded into a small cave, ample enough to accommodate 2 individuals and a dog comfortably. Baihua, not one to hesitate, dashed into the depths of the crevice, swiftly drawing her bow and aiming towards the entrance. Outside, the little wolf's speed was diminishing, and it was beginning to show signs of fatigue. Yet it managed to summon the last vestiges of its strength, propelling itself forward with astonishing speed, creating distance between itself and the troop of monkeys. It then darted into the crevice, taking refuge behind the two. The little wolf is exhausted and lacks combat prowess now. We will have to rely on ourselves to deal with those monkeys, Bai Hua remarked, assessing the wolf's condition. Jiang Liu did not respond. His gaze fixed on the encroaching horde of monkeys. The troop, relentless in their pursuit, stirred up a tempest of snow and wind, arriving at the mouth of the mountain crevice with intimidating ferocity. They possessed a certain intelligence, adept at utilizing tools and analyzing the battle environment. Observing that the width of the crevice could only accommodate 3 monkeys at a time, and noticing Jiang Liu's formidable weaponry as he stood poised within. They hesitated, reluctant to take the risk. Some bolder monkeys hurled a barrage of stones towards Jiang Liu, but he deftly stepped back a few paces, evading the projectiles. Occasionally, a stone would strike him, yet it posed no real threat. The monkeys remained outside, seemingly inclined to spare them. If they waited just a little longer, the monkeys would likely retreat. No, how could these monkeys possibly let us go? Their reluctance to enter stems from their capacity for thought. They wish to avoid unnecessary casualties, Jiang Liu countered, holding a differing opinion. Indeed, after a full 10 minutes of waiting within the crevice, there was no sign of the monkeys departing. Occasionally, a few would disperse, only to return shortly, laden with wild fruits or pieces of flesh to share with the rest of their troop. Clearly, the monkeys intended to engage in a war of attrition, while we possess red crystals for warmth and adequate supplies. Our time is precious and should not be squandered on these monkeys, Jiang Liu asserted. You are right. We have yet to scavenge our shelter and organize our meeting. Engaging in a prolonged contest with these monkeys is unwise. We should lure them in and annihilate them all, Bai Hua proposed. Jiang Liu raised an eyebrow. He had been contemplating the same strategy, but was taken aback that Bai Hua had arrived at the same conclusion, even displaying more eagerness than himself. Oh, whoa. The little wolf stood up at that moment, howling twice, indicating that it was nearly recovered and ready to join the fray. Excellent. You wait behind for now. The passage is too narrow for us to fight together. Stay back until I tire. Then you could take over. By the way, can you still enter a berserk state? Jiang Liu inquired. After receiving an affirmative response from the wolf, confirming it could enter that state as long as it was well fed. Jiang Liu nodded in understanding. What? You're not full yet. Well then, take this food and eat. Once we dispatch the monkeys outside, it will be a considerable bounty, enough to satiate you. Suddenly, Jiang Liu glanced at the little wolf. Puzzled by its appetite, that you're such a small wolf. Surely last night's meal was sufficient? However, recalling that it had just led a horde of monkeys around, he understood that its food supply may have diminished along the way. He retrieved the 5 monkey corpses from earlier, laying them on the ground, deliberately positioning himself to allow the monkeys outside to witness the little wolf feasting. Wow. Indeed, upon witnessing the little wolf's actions, the monkeys outside erupted in fury, emitting shrill cries, appearing as though they longed to slay the wolf on the spot. Yet they did little more than that. The most daring among them merely increased their stone throwing from the trees, doubling their efforts. You can tolerate this? Impressive, but how about this? Jiang Liu thought, pulling out a short knife and making a shallow cut on his arm. Instantly, crimson droplets of blood flowed forth, the sweet and tantalizing scent of blood wafting through the air, stirring the hearts of every mutated monkey present. Like other mutated creatures, they harbored a peculiar craving for blood. Even though their sense of smell was not particularly acute, from their vantage point, they could see the vivid red blood on Jiang Liu's arm. In an instant, many of the younger monkeys were drawn in. They descended from the trees, inching towards the crevice, each eager to enter. Yet, the moment they noticed the absence of their companions, fear would compel them to retreat. Exhibiting an excessive caution, are they not coming in? Jiang Liu felt a headache coming on. Blood was the most enticing bait he could think of if this tactic failed, and the monkeys refused to engage him in combat. He certainly could not charge out alone to confront them, though it only result in numerous injuries, a trade far from worthwhile. Suddenly, as Jiang Liu pondered, a monkey at the front raised its head, gazing intently at Bai Hua deep within the crevice, as if it had spotted an object of insatiable desire. It then emitted a series of frantic cries, gesturing wildly and without a second thought. It charged into the crevice alone. What the? This monkey has lost its mind. How dare it enter? It truly underestimates me. Jiang Liu exclaimed in astonishment. He turned to see what could possibly have driven this monkey to such madness. And there he beheld Bai Hua, holding a peeled banana. Bananas attract monkeys. That logic seemed sound. However, was the allure not a tad excessive? It had reached a level of obsession, prompting even a monkey to recklessly venture forth to its doom. I didn't mean to. I thought we wouldn't fight just yet, so I do have a little something to stave off hunger. What if I get hungry later? Bai Hua explained, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Who would have known this fellow would be drawn in by the scent? And please, don't look back at me. That monkey is nearly upon you. Jiang Liu, exasperated, turned back. Did I in such a confined space? He needed no precise aim. He simply thrust forward, unerringly striking the monkey's body. Vivid blood gushed forth, staining the pristine white snow beneath. Wow! Wow! Although this blow did not kill the monkey outright, the dual stimuli of the blood's aroma and the injury to its companion proved irresistible, igniting the surrounding troop of monkeys into a frenzy as they surged forward one after another. The wounded monkey, initially intent on retreating, found itself shoved forward by the crowd, moving inexorably closer to Jiang Liu. Its eyes, once filled with eagerness, now reflected a dawning terror, as if it were inching toward its demise. Finally, they're here. Seeing the monkey's charge, Jiang Liu wasted no time, activating his hunting mode. In an instant, his strength, speed, and reflexes surged dramatically. He felt invigorated, as though imbued with divine favor, and let out a triumphant roar. He then launched himself into the advancing horde of monkeys, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! The sharp edge of his leg guard collided with the foremost monkey, shattering bones and rupturing organs, leaving it mortally wounded. Yet the force did not dissipate. It propelled the injured monkey like a bowling ball, careening into the throng of monkeys behind it. Boom! 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 In an instant, the entire gap was filled with the lifeless bodies of monkeys sprawled upon the ground. A crisis that should have been a fierce struggle for survival was effortlessly resolved by Jiang Liu. It seemed that what had just assailed them was not a grand and overwhelming white monkey snowstorm meant to engulf them, but rather a mere wisp of dust that, with a gentle breath, vanished without a trace. Wow! Bai Hua exclaimed, a rare curse escaping her lips. She stood in the spacious cave behind, utterly dumbfounded, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Brother, with such prowess, why are you dragging me along? Just stop and give those monkeys a kick. Who cares about the mythical beasts? Wouldn't that solve everything? If only he had showcased a hint of his combat abilities sooner. Would they have had to endure such a harrowing chase? However, Bai Hua quickly realized that such a simple reasoning was likely within Jiang Liu's contemplation as well. His reluctance to act in such a manner must have been due to his own considerations. This must be Jiang Liu's innate talent for survival. She had not anticipated it to be so terrifying. In close combat, it seemed that few could rival him. Yet, often, the more formidable the talent, the greater the restrictions it imposed. A talent like his was likely limited in its daily usage, or perhaps came with certain aftereffects once activated. If it was the former, that would be manageable, but if it was the latter, she would need to be ready to support Jiang Liu at a moment's notice. Bai Hua's gaze flickered as she tightened her grip on the crossbow, a surge of eagerness bubbling within her. Hunter's blood ran through her veins. Witnessing Jiang Liu's overwhelming might as he single-handedly slaughtered over 10 monkeys sparked within her an urge to compete, to see whose hunting skills were superior. Meanwhile, the little wolf beside her feasted heartily, showing little reaction to the unfolding scene, as if the world had shrunk to the blood and flesh before it, eagerly awaiting its turn to devour. In the gap ahead, Jiang Liu was also astonished by the power of his kick. However, he soon discerned the reason. The monkeys were simply too light, in the state of heightened hunting prowess. He could easily treat them like soccer balls. Moreover, in such a confined space, They naturally aligned themselves in a row without any effort on his part. Kicking without hitting the ones behind was an almost impossible feat. What a thrill! A rough estimate suggested that he had undoubtedly dispatched at least 6 or 7 monkeys with that kick alone. As for the remaining dazed and injured monkeys, there were at least 10 more. The entire troop of monkeys comprised only about 20 individuals. With Jiang Liu's kick, their numbers have been drastically reduced by over half. Now, with a bit of effort, the trio of Jiang Liu by Hua and the little wolf could easily deal with the remaining weak and injured ones. Jiang Liu even contemplated whether he should withdraw and let the rampaging little wolf finish off the remaining monkeys. Outside the fissure, an elderly monkey, clearly the most venerable among them, watched the scene unfold with great fury. It seemed to hold a position of considerable respect and authority. Standing atop a tree, it propped itself against the trunk with one hand while wielding a wooden stick as a makeshift staff. Suddenly, it raised its head and emitted an extraordinarily sharp and high-pitched screech. In response to its action, the remaining surviving monkeys joined in, producing a cacophony of deafening cries that sent chills down one's spine. "Awoo! Awoo!" Suddenly, the little wolf, engrossed in its meal, lifted its head and barked a series of urgent sounds at Jiang Liu. "What? You say they are summoning their companions?" Jiang Liu's expression changed. He had barely had time to revel in his triumph over the 10 or so slain monkeys when reality dealt him a staggering blow. Soon after, the air was filled with the incessant calls of monkeys, drawing ever closer, as if a massive horde of white snow monkeys was approaching them. 1, 2, 3. Countless figures surged forth. Jiang Liu quickly glanced outside, only to find that the monkeys had multiplied to an almost uncountable number. In the trees and thick foliage, the white-haired creatures were everywhere. This wave of calls had swiftly summoned over 50 monkeys to the battlefield, and with the remaining survivors, they now faced a terrifying total of over 70 foes. Is it really necessary to summon this many monkeys just because I killed a mere 10 of your brethren? Jiang Liu was bewildered. According to the script, the white-haired monkeys should have been terrified by his display of strength, fleeing in panic. Yet instead, they appeared united, determined not to rest until Jiang Liu and his companions were eliminated. There was no significant enmity between them, so why resort to such a deadly struggle? In the end, no one would benefit. Could it be that these monkeys were social creatures, compelled to seek vengeance for their fallen kin? How peculiar that such beings existed. Wouldn't their primary goal be survival? Jiang Liu was utterly perplexed. The situation felt off. Vengeance seemed unlikely. He surmised that they must possess something that attracted these monkeys. Prompting such a response, Bai Hua, seemingly knowledgeable about these white snow monkeys, spoke up. Something? What could we possibly have that would catch their interest? This was indeed strange. They had merely remained in one spot, having collected the corpses of 5 monkeys along the way. So how could this be? Suddenly, Jiang Liu appeared to recall something. He turned to fixate on the little wolf. The little wolf had finished its meal and was now lazily sprawled on the ground, squinting contentedly. Upon feeling Jiang Liu's gaze, its expression stiffened, lowering its head as if reluctant to meet his eyes, a clear sign of guilt. "You little rascal! So, you ran into a pile of monkeys to pull this stunt?" Jiang Liu exclaimed. "Spit out. What did you eat from them? Did you not see the 70 or 80 monkeys blocking our exit, ready to attack? What could possibly be more important than your life? Spit it out." Jiang Liu's fury flared. The realization struck him that he had risked his life because the little creature had consumed something unknown. He hastily approached, forcing the little wolf's mouth open, desperately attempting to uncover any potential evidence of what it had ingested. "Awoo!" The little wolf howled in protest. "Is this how you treat your master? How can I regurgitate what I've already swallowed? I want to be responsible. Either you take on 80 of them, or you get that thing out." Jiang Liu's relentless shouting led to a tussle between him and the little wolf. During the scuffle, the little wolf inevitably shifted its body, and Bai Hua, quick on her feet, noticed something buried beneath the dirt beneath the little wolf. "What is this?" she wondered, picking it up to find it was a white USB drive. The back inscribed with a winter character, resembling the black upgraded USB drive she had seen before. Could it be? An incredible thought blossomed in Bai Hua's mind. "Wait, stop fighting. Look at what this is." She rushed to intervene, presenting the USB drive to Jiang Liu for examination. What's so special about it? It's just a USB drive, Jiang Liu replied, somewhat irked. He was still fuming, though he had inadvertently put the little wolf in a bind. He had his limits. He would never jeopardize its life without ensuring safety first. But what about the little wolf? This creature harbored an extraordinary sense of vengeance, having consumed something that attracted such a large horde of monkeys to attack them. If Jiang Liu had not been astute enough to realize something was amiss, he might have ended up gravely injured, if not dead. Don't hold me back. I must throw this rascal out. Jiang Liu's anger boiled over. Wait a minute. You mentioned a USB drive? What USB drive? Suddenly, Jiang Liu's forward charge faltered, and he froze in place. As he regained his composure, he snatched the USB drive, scrutinizing it closely, and discovered its extraordinary nature. Goodness! This USB drive is identical to the previous upgraded one, save for its color. Jiang Liu cried out loudly. The computer system was not something that could be upgraded just once and then left alone. It was capable of continual enhancements. Clearly, this white USB drive served as the key to the upgrade. Once utilized, it could elevate the computer system and its shelter to a new level. Whoa. The little wolf, shrinking its head, began to justify its previous actions. You mean to say that you ventured to that hillside, discovered a considerable amount of food supplies, and casually devoured them all? Then, during your search, you fortuitously stumbled upon this white USB drive, intending to bring it back to me, only to find yourself surrounded by a horde of monkeys, prompting you to hastily retreat. And after returning, in a state of urgency, you had no time to explain. Hence you concealed the USB drive? In response to the little wolf's explanation, Jiang Liu emitted a cold laugh. He then forcibly suppressed the impulse to give the little wolf a hearty kick, instead delivering a sharp blow to its nostrils. Are you kidding me? What do you mean by not having time to tell me? Is this truly your excuse for hiding the USB drive beneath your body? Are you perhaps hoping to barter this item with your sister Baiwa for some dog food? Let me tell you, you are truly pathetic. Just a bit of dog food has swayed you. Are you still a wolf? Jiang Liu, filled with anger, continued to strike its nostrils, one after another, unable to stop. The little wolf, aware of its shame, dared not resist, only howling in despair, until Baiwa, unable to bear the sight, intervened and separated the two. All right, the situation has become abundantly clear. While these monkeys may have pursued the little wolf, they are now entangled with us. Even if we attempt to compensate with food, it would be futile. Just look at their stance. It seems that unless we carve a bloody path through them, it will be impossible for us to exit unscathed. Now, we must clarify one question. There are 70 to 80 monkeys outside. Yet we are merely 2 people, and we truly stand a chance in a fight. Baiwa's expression was grave, prompting Jiang Liu to cease his actions and seriously contemplate the matter. Strictly speaking, there should still be a chance. But Baiwa, why do you wear such a solemn expression? Do you possess some undisclosed trump card that cannot be revealed until the very last moment? Jiang Liu could not help but feel a sense of anticipation. That's it. Baiwa, you have a hidden card. No wonder you appear so unflustered, entirely unlike a normal person's reaction, since your nickname is Arms Dealer. Why not pull out a Gatling gun from your phone and unleash a barrage at those outside? That would surely turn the tide in our favor. Baiwa, equally serious, nodded, took out her phone, scanned something, and astonishingly produced a large bag of potato chips. As she pulled it open and popped a chip in her mouth, she didn't forget to offer some to Jiang Liu. Dazed, Jiang Liu accepted the chip and took a bite. It was cucumber-flavored. So, you asked me if there's any chance of victory? Jiang Liu was taken aback that, of course. There's meaning in that question. Baiwa replied sternly to you have any idea how many winter coins I spent for these potato chips? This is a delicacy that money cannot buy. If I cannot fend off the monkeys outside and am preparing for death, why would I foolishly keep them in my phone? Naturally, I would indulge in them while I can, lest I die with regrets, Baiwa asserted passionately. Jiang Liu found himself at a loss for words to be why that logic. She indeed had a point. When faced with impending doom, why keep supplies stored away? One should seize the moment and enjoy them to avoid future deprivation. All right, enough jesting. You mentioned there's a chance of victory. How exactly do you propose we fight? I'm merely a ranged fighter. I'll follow your lead, Baiwa said. In this battle, her role would be quite limited, as she could only provide support from the back. Once the fighting commenced, it would likely rely on Jiang Liu and the little wolf to inflict effective damage. After all, Baiwa had just witnessed the power of Jiang Liu's previous kick. If he could maintain that momentum and unleash 3 or 4 kicks, defeating these monkeys would be entirely feasible. Jiang Liu remained silent, instead pulling out his phone that he opened his abilities to check. Hunting moment, active use. You can enter the hunting moment, which grants a 1-second comprehensive enhancement of your physical attributes. But be cautious, as it can only be used twice a day. Side effects. You will become more susceptible to attacks from mutated creatures. Upgrade conditions. Slay 50 creatures, currently at 2750, not yet fulfilled. After the upgrade, it can instantly heal all injuries and refresh the usage count of the ability, which will be the key to my comeback. Since the last upgrade, although I have diligently sought to slay mutated creatures, my efficiency has been too low, and there are numerous other tasks to attend to. Despite my best efforts, I have only fulfilled roughly half of the conditions. To proceed with the next upgrade, I need to kill 23 more monkeys. It seems achievable. Jiang Liu roughly mapped out his plan and shared it with the others that, in simple terms, they would provide full support while he harvested the kills. As long as he met the upgrade conditions, he could boldly act, relying on the healing from the upgrade, and after using the hunting moment, he would refresh the cooldown, allowing him to slay all the monkeys outside. For the initial phase, we will primarily lure them in, gradually picking them off. We must not lose our composure due to their numbers. The little wolf nodded, understanding. Baiwa's face also reflected a realization. According to your plan, we indeed stand a chance. I understand your intent now. When the battle commences, I will avoid aiming for their vital points and instead focus on their legs, rendering them immobile for you to dispatch at will. However, there are many details to discuss. Otherwise, execution could easily go awry. Jiang Liu shook his head, pointing towards the throng of monkeys outside. There's no time that Baiwa's expression shifted as she turned to look, discovering the throng of monkeys. Like a tide, preparing to surge closer to the gap, eager to invade. Jiang Liu immediately stepped forward. Armed with a spear, he noticed that the monkeys had somehow gathered a substantial amount of sharp stones. Any attempt to approach would lead them to hurl these stones, forcing him back into the cave. Interesting that I wondered why they granted us such a lengthy respite. It turns out they were gathering weapons during this time. The intelligence of these monkeys is surprisingly commendable, but mere stones cannot possibly threaten me. If only they knew to light a fire and direct the smoke into the cave, that would be more effective. Though the stones were small and caused little pain, their sheer number was overwhelming. Each monkey picked up a stone, resulting in a collection of 70 or 80. Jiang Liu was not made of iron. He was flesh and blood, with the capacity to feel pain. Reluctantly enduring pointless hits was not his desire. Thus, he retreated into the cave. The monkeys outside, witnessing the effectiveness of their tactic, erupted into chattering cries. Seizing the moment, they dispatched their strongest member, wielding a wooden club, rapidly advancing towards the gap, eager to enter the cave. Once inside, the spacious surroundings would nullify Jiang Liu's advantages, no matter how skilled he was. He would be outnumbered and overwhelmed by the multitude of monkeys. It seems the lesson from last time was not sufficiently painful. Well then, just as I was lamenting the lack of an opportunity to harvest kills, you present me with such a splendid chance. If I failed to seize this moment, I would truly be a fool. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Jiang Liu's eyes. He pressed himself against the stone wall, hiding by the gap's exit. Waiting patiently, he needed to wait until the monkey horde lowered their guard, sending in a multitude of their kind. Only then would it be the perfect moment for him to showcase his prowess. Soon enough, a monkey head emerged from the adjacent exit. This particular monkey was notably larger and more robust than its companions, standing about 1.5 meters tall when upright, clearly not an easy opponent to deal with. It bared its teeth, wielding a gnarled wooden club adorned with barbs. Upon spotting Jiang Liu, it let out an excited roar and lunged toward him. The clash between man and monkey ensued, though it was less a battle and more a one-sided massacre at Jiang Liu's hands. With every inch of length comes greater strength. The spear in Jiang Liu's grasp outmatched the monkey's club in length, sharpness, hardness, and every conceivable aspect by unfathomable margins. Under Jiang Liu's deliberate control, no matter how robust the monkey was, it could only serve as a living target, its vital points pierced, emitting cries of agony. Outside, the elderly monkey elder had grown wary of Jiang Liu's decisive kick. IT had initially intended for the young monkeys to enter in staggered groups, hoping to mitigate environmental disadvantages while gradually wearing down Jiang Liu. However, upon hearing the anguished howls of the strongest monkey warriors within, it could not help but feel elated to think that merely dispatching one monkey warrior could subdue Jiang Liu. How easily could they overpower him with greater numbers? With this thought, it abandoned all strategy and signaled for the monkey horde to surge forward with haste to support their comrade, Jiang Liu. Hearing the commotion, couldn't help but chuckle. These monkeys were truly gullible. Believing that a single monkey could match him blow for blow, he wondered how many heads he could claim with his next strike. The reality proved that, even mutated, the monkeys still lacked the intelligence of humans. Jiang Liu employed a slight ruse and successfully incited the monkey horde's fury, disregarding their previous restraints, as they rushed in with unbridled eagerness. The gap soon filled with a mass of white-furred monkeys, their bodies pressed together like sardines in a can, flooding toward the depths of the cave. Almost there, Jiang Liu feigned a struggle with the monkey for a moment before decisively calling for reinforcements. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from the shadows, striking the monkey squarely in the chest. The excruciating pain drastically diminished its combat prowess, allowing Jiang Liu to ruthlessly pierce its neck within moments, effortlessly claiming another head. Upgrade condition. Slay 50 creatures, currently at 2850, not yet fulfilled. Without needing to glance at his phone, Jiang Liu silently counted down. Just 22 more. With a swift thrust of his spear, he ignored the monkey carcass at his feet and advanced briskly to the exit of the gap. Wah wah! Suddenly, a cacophony of monkey howls erupted, accompanied by a wave of rancid breath. The foremost monkeys, spraying saliva, nearly struck Jiang Liu's face, their fearsome, tooth-bearing visages indelibly etched in his mind. Up close, their appearance was indeed quite repugnant. Jiang Liu let out a cold smirk. Hunting moment. With no reservations, this was the perfect moment to unleash his trump card. A surge of power coursed through him, akin to a tidal wave washing over his limbs, granting him astounding enhancements in all aspects. Each time he activated the hunting moment, he marveled at the beauty of this power, and if he could maintain this state for a minute, he was confident he could single-handedly dispatch this vile horde of white-furred beasts without a scratch. Alas, he had merely 1 second, yet that was sufficient to eliminate a portion of the snow-white monkeys. At this moment, the strength in Jiang Liu's right hand skyrocketed to an astonishing level. He rotated his wrist, changing his grip on the spear, his legs positioning one forward and one back, his center of gravity slightly lowered. Then he dashed forward with the swiftness of water, crossed his legs, lowered his head, and with unimaginable force hurled the spear. Whoosh! In that instant, the spear emitted a sharp whistle as it sliced through the air, offering no chance for reaction, and in a heartbeat, it flew from the gap's exit to the entrance. Splat! Blood sprayed, nearly staining the gap crimson. Many monkeys traversing the narrow opening could see nothing but the backs of their companions, unaware of the impending doom. In the next moment, the spear descended upon them like the Grim Reaper. Swift and lethal, a mere graze resulted in severe injury, while those struck in vital areas fell dead on the spot. In less than a second, the once thriving horde of monkeys suffered catastrophic losses, with a rough count revealing at least 20 dead. Wah wah wah. Moments ago, the monkeys had been jubilantly cheering, eager to storm the cave and eradicate the enemy daring to steal their food. Yet, in the blink of an eye, their ecstatic cries escalated into frantic, terrified shrieks. Some fortunate monkeys clinging to the edges managed to survive, but faced with the bodies of their fallen comrades, they could only scream in confusion, desperate to escape. Outside, those who had yet to breach the gap could only watch in horror as a blood-red spear suddenly burst forth, slamming into a tree trunk with a resounding thud. They had intended to press forward, but the monkeys within the gap were now in a panic, fleeing in every direction, in their desperation to escape, they even turned on their companions, though they had witnessed Jiang Liu's formidable kick firsthand. Seeing him achieve such extraordinary results, once more left Bai Hua astonished. They had yet to engage directly, yet the monkey horde appeared on the brink of collapse. All of this chaos stemmed from a single throw of Jiang Liu's spear. This was simply too surreal. You know what you did? To place such a ruthless talent alongside my metallic ensemble in a lottery machine, this wretched computer is remarkably unfair. I demand a rematch. At this moment, Bai Hua's envy peaked. Such a talent was undeniably impressive. Even if it meant devouring 10 cans of tomatoes, she yearned for a taste of that power. In the trees outside, the elderly monkey elder, witnessing its elite warriors flee in fear from Jiang Liu without even lasting a second, was filled with rage. These wretched creatures, so eager to snatch bananas and peaches, now faltered at a critical moment. Easily subdued by a mere strike, Wah, without a second thought, it took to the field, issuing commands in an attempt to regroup and launch another assault on Jiang Liu. Xiaolang, hold them off. Don't let them breach. I need to handle something first, Jiang Liu instructed Xiaolang, retreating immediately. Lacking the ability to use hunting moment, it was prudent to let Xiaolang serve as a shield for now. Upon quickly checking his phone, Jiang Liu gasped. Upgrade condition. Slay 50 creatures, currently at 4350, not yet fulfilled. Good heavens. What a revelation. That one throw had claimed 15 monkeys, not counting the injured, which likely numbered at least 10 more. In other words, with a single strike, he had effectively taken down more than 20 monkeys, accounting for a third of their total number. With such terrifying efficiency, if Jiang Liu had the energy for a few more throws, the remaining monkeys would have no choice but to surrender, retreating without a fight. Just 7 more monkeys were needed to upgrade his talent. This was easily achievable. Xiaolang, control him a bit. Let in some injured monkeys for me. Jiang Liu shouted. The monkeys, squeezed within the narrow crevice, were momentarily thrown into disarray in the face of impending death. Some fortunate ones scurried towards the outside, where they could return to the familiar embrace of nature, barely grasping a fleeting sense of safety, only to be chastised by the elder of the elder monkeys and obediently return to their fate. The unfortunate ones, who had just managed to escape the crevice, found themselves confronted by a mutated white wolf, towering over them several times, with razor-sharp claws and bloodthirsty eyes, effortlessly injuring any monkeys daring enough to approach. With a gentle bite, it tossed one of them back, landing at Jiang Liu's feet, battered and barely alive. Jiang Liu unleashed a ruthless stomp, easily claiming one head after another. 3, 2, 1, enough. No more heads for me. You handle the rest yourself? Jiang Liu silently counted in his mind. Satisfied with the tally, and immediately called off the little wolf, that he glanced at his phone. Killing moment. Activate. You can enter the killing moment, granting you a 1-second comprehensive boost in physical prowess. But be warned. It can only be used twice a day. Side effect. You will become more susceptible to attacks from mutated creatures. Upgrade requirement. Slay 50 creatures. Current count. 50-50 requirement met. Consume 500 winter coins to access the upgrade page. Confirm. Damn, last time was only 50 winter coins, and now it demands 500. Truly heartless. Jiang Liu cursed audibly, yet his body obediently confirmed the choice. Instantly, 3 options appeared on the phone screen. Option A. You pursue a lethal strike, becoming a true assassin in the darkness. Upon activating the killing moment, your speed and stealth will be greatly enhanced, though there will be a decline in other areas. Note, with heightened stealth, you will no longer easily attract the wrath of mutated creatures. Option B. As usage increases, the killing moment gradually becomes an instinct. In moments of danger, you will consume charges to automatically trigger the killing moment. Note, you now resemble a true beast. Mutated creatures weaker than you will be oppressed by your aura, instilling greater fear and deterring them from attacking. Option C. The killing moment evolves into hunter's rhythm. Upon activation, your observational skills will significantly increase, along with your proficiency with weapons. Note, compared to a beast, I prefer being a hunter, but be warned, once you lose your weapon, the distinction between a hunter and an ordinary person often blurs. Just like before, the 3 options each had their merits and drawbacks. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Liu would have carefully pondered which choice would maximize his gains. However, upon reading one line, he hesitated not a moment and promptly reached out to confirm his evolutionary path. My current situation is perfectly suited for option B. Jiang Liu rejoiced internally. The automatic trigger mechanism mentioned in option B was exceptionally powerful and precisely what he had long desired. It could activate the killing moment in the event of an ambush, allowing him a life-saving reprieve. In other words, as long as Jiang Liu retained one charge of the killing moment, he could avoid the fate of dying unexpectedly while traversing the terrain. Moreover, the critical line below, mutated creatures weaker than you will be oppressed by your aura, instilling greater fear and deterring them from attacking. What does this imply? It is a divine tool when facing a horde of weaker creatures, especially in a one-against-many scenario. Not to mention, just like now, Jiang Liu faced a large group of snow-white monkeys. This so-called aura oppression could prove extraordinarily effective, rendering his adversaries hesitant to unleash their true strength. He could seize this opportunity to unleash a massacre and successfully annihilate this pack of white-furred beasts. Invincible. This moment truly felt invincible. Jiang Liu's entire being shimmered with radiant light. The severe wounds on his shoulder and various minor injuries were gradually mending, evidently within the process of evolving his talent. Awoo. The little wolf, however, was beginning to falter, emitting a series of howls. Despite having entered a state of frenzy, transforming into a robust, imposing snow-white wolf, the relentless assault from the monkeys came in waves, seemingly intent on wearing it down through sheer numbers. How could anyone withstand such an onslaught? After battling the monkeys for a while, tufts of fur were torn from its body, causing it to howl in pain. Thus, while Jiang Liu was still preoccupied with his talent upgrade, the little wolf had no choice but to yield, allowing a few less formidable monkeys to enter, hoping that Bai Hua, the archer, could lend a hand. Yet Bai Hua was but one person. Even with a crossbow in hand, how could she contend with so many monkeys? Soon, the little wolf was compelled to retreat, prioritizing the protection of Bai Hua, ensuring that this kind woman who provided it with food would not be harmed or perish. However, while this action safeguarded Bai Hua, it left the exit unguarded. Instantly, a swarm of monkeys surged into the cave, unhindered by the terrain, launching an all-out assault against the lone girl and her wolf. The phrase "two fists cannot contend with four hands" aptly described the predicament of Bai Hua and the little wolf at this moment. Awoo! The little wolf roared, relying on its imposing stature and sharp claws, darting amid the monkey horde. With each strike, it claimed at least one monkey's life. Yet, with each attack, it also suffered the blows of 3 or 4 wooden clubs and a barrage of stones. While audacious nearby monkeys dared to leap upon it, biting and clawing. Before long, the little wolf bore numerous wounds, blood streaming from its body, staining its white fur. This sight caused Bai Hua's heart to sink. Yet it only served to incite the surrounding snow-white monkeys, their eyes turning crimson, eager for blood. With only 3 bolts remaining, Bai Hua swiftly loaded her crossbow, refraining from random shots. Instead, she awaited a monkey to charge before taking aim and firing. However, this strategy inevitably led her into a precarious situation. Finding herself momentarily unable to fire to the left, a monkey seized the opportunity and lunged forward. It was the perfect moment for the monkey to attack. And with Bai Hua currently defenseless, by the time she reacted and reached for her pistol, it was too late. Feeling the breath of death upon her, Bai Hua's face turned pale. "Were you pretending to be in front of me? Kneel down immediately." A booming voice suddenly rang out beside her. Jiang Liu's fierce shout pierced the air. Faced with imminent danger, hearing Jiang Liu's voice made Bai Hua want to curse him. "Brother, this monkey is about to pounce on my face. And you have the time to talk? Hurry up and kick it away." What was this monkey, a pet? Would it really stop attacking just because Jiang Liu yelled at it? Bai Hua felt tears welling up in her eyes. Before her, the snow-white monkey was now perilously close, its savage expression unmistakably visible, and its glinting, sharp claws filled her with despair. This time, she was certain she would either die or be disfigured. Yet in the next instant, something unexpected occurred. The monkey, which had just been poised to attack, suddenly changed its demeanor. As if struck by an invisible force, its expression shifted from menacing to one of utter fear. Bai Hua barely heard the frantic cry escape its lips before it hastily retreated. Vanishing from her sight in an instant, I'm unharmed? What just happened? Bai Hua, bewildered, touched her body, finding no signs of injury, and turned her head in confusion. Behind her, Jiang Liu strolled leisurely toward her. This so-called aura intimidation was indeed formidable. Even without approaching, just a single shout could send the monkey fleeing. If this had been in the past, no amount of shouting from Jiang Liu would have been enough to deter the creature. After all, mutated beings are insatiably bloodthirsty. Even when injured in battle, they would not easily retreat. Unless one is confronted with a life-and-death crisis, the prospect of opting for a ceasefire after careful consideration remains unlikely. Yet now, Jiang Liu has successfully undergone a second evolution of his survival talent, endowing him with an aura of imperial dominance that can intimidate his foes when faced with creatures weaker than himself. The enemy's hearts swell with fear, rendering them hesitant to strike indiscriminately. Often, their trepidation leads them to retreat prematurely to a snow-white ape when pitted against Jiang Liu in a one-on-one confrontation, clearly finds itself at a disadvantage. Thus, upon merely hearing Jiang Liu's voice, the very ape that had launched an attack moments ago became utterly disoriented, forgetting its next course of action, and, in its fright, hastily retreated. With such formidable prowess, what do these monkeys amount to? Jiang Liu mused while audibly commanding Bai Hua, Xiaolang, retreat to the back. Allow me to confront them alone. Up ahead, Xiaolang, who had been fiercely battling upon hearing this, immediately leaped aside and swiftly dashed to the rear, relinquishing the foremost position to allow Jiang Liu to stand guard alone. What on earth? How can you just leave without a word, without even giving me a heads up to prepare? Jiang Liu, caught off guard, found himself encircled by a multitude of monkeys. He quickly advanced, delivering a swift kick to the nearest one.